Chapter 1. The 10 Goal of Perseverance. On July 1st, 2012, a date that would be etched in sorrow in the annals of Italian football, Italy faced a humiliating defeat in the European Championship final held in Kiev, Ukraine. Losing by a staggering score of 0-4 that night, the streets of Italy lay desolate, enveloped in a profound silence, as the nation mourned its loss. The weight of defeat was palpable on the faces of the people, who either drowned their sorrows in taverns or curled up at home, wiping away their tears. Meanwhile, in a deserted amateur football field illuminated by flickering lights in Palermo, Sicily, a boy named Chen Long was resolutely and slowly running laps, one after another, never ceasing. The gentle sea breeze caressed his sculpted face, which bore the traces of disappointment. Yet beneath his pronounced brows, his eagle-like eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance and unwavering determination. It was only after the clock struck 1 in the morning that he finally stopped, his tall and upright figure gradually retreating under the bright lights. Chen Long, an ordinary child of mixed heritage, his father Chinese and his mother Italian, was a true embodiment of East meets West. Just over 2 hours prior, he had sat alone in front of the television at home, watching in disbelief as Italy succumbed to defeat in Kiev, witnessing Spain lift the European Cup for the second consecutive time, and observing his once close friend Mario shedding tears. What? His friend Mario? Was that not Mario Balotelli? Indeed, it was true. Balotelli was his friend. Chen Long once harbored dreams of a wild future, even more audacious than Balotelli's current escapades. To trace back the timeline, one must journey 14 years to the summer of the 1998 World Cup, where a 4-year-old Chen Long, captivated by Ronaldo's electrifying performance, fell deeply in love with football. It was that very year he began his infatuation with the sport. At the tender age of 4, Chen Long exhibited an extraordinary talent for football, and by 5, he was recruited into the youth team of Inter Milan. This news reverberated throughout Italy, generating an exceptional buzz. As a 5-year-old representing the Inter youth team, he played alongside teammates 4 or 5 years his senior, illustrating the magnitude of his prodigious talent. Yet, in that same year, it seemed as though Ronaldo's ill fate had cast a shadow upon Chen Long before one match. After consuming a colorful candy, his stamina dwindled to a mere 5 minutes. The outcome was inevitable. A child capable of playing only 5 minutes of football was destined to be cast aside. Alongside him, the now renowned Balotelli also faced dismissal. At that time, Balotelli was undergoing trials at Inter, rooming with Chen Long, who was 4 years his junior. In a brief span of 3 months, they forged a deep friendship, which persists to this day, with Chen Long remaining one of Balotelli's enigmatic confidants. Two boys both sent packing, yet their fates diverged dramatically. Balotelli, cast aside, found his way to the La Masia Academy, returned to Inter, ventured to Manchester City, and ultimately donned the jersey of the Italian national team, transforming into the iconic Balotelli AS for the other. After Chen Long returned home, he first indulged in a steaming hot bath before finally entering his bedroom in a pristine state. Chen Long possessed a wardrobe of considerable size. Although he was not a wealthy heir thus, it housed not luxurious garments, but rather an extensive collection of his football jerseys. Being a professional athlete, one might assume he had numerous kits, yet a glimpse into his wardrobe would undoubtedly astonish many. Within, a myriad of kits awaited, no fewer than 100 in total. Of course, the most striking was the central piece, the number 9 jersey of Inter Milan, emblazoned with the name Ronaldo. This jersey represented his greatest idol, remaining quietly displayed for 14 years. Since being cast aside by Inter Milan, 13 years had passed without any professional team seeking his talent. And one would desire a player whose stamina endured for merely 5 minutes. Regardless of innate brilliance or exceptional skill, football had no need for the inept. A single piece of candy had altered the trajectory of his life. 13 years prior, a mere 5 minutes of stamina. What a cruel jest from fate, especially toward the naive 5-year-old child. The sole remedy the doctors proposed for his stamina was to engage in continuous running to enhance his lung capacity, maintaining a speed of no more than 5 kilometers per hour, essentially akin to walking. Thus, Chen Long's daily routine became a cycle of study, running, sleeping, and clandestinely practicing football. For 13 years, Chen Long ran, yet his stamina showed no substantial improvement. It seemed to grow by mere seconds. After 13 years, his endurance had increased by a mere 15 seconds, totaling 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Yet that sweet poison of a candy granted him a sliver of solace. It was only upon reaching the age of 10 that Chen Long confirmed a remarkable truth. While his stamina had dwindled to 5 minutes, his footballing prowess had skyrocketed. Any technique demonstrated by a star player, provided it was shown more than 10 times before him, he could effortlessly replicate. This unexpected revelation brought him immense joy. After mimicking a technique over 100 times, he could entirely master it. Thus, at the age of 10, he could imitate Ronaldo's signature moves such as the elastico, the bicycle kick, the pendulum dribble, nutmegs, wall passes, explosive speed, acceleration, and sudden turns almost to perfection. If Ronaldo were aware of another individual in the world possessing such an extraordinary gift, even as he himself had retired, it would surely bring him comfort. Alas, Chen Long remained a 5-minute cripple, forever relegated to obscurity. That same year, unable to contain his aspirations, he joined his first team, Boys, ultimately becoming the star player, albeit a star with a mere 5 minutes of playtime. From that year onward, a new, beautiful legend emerged in Sicily. Chen Long, the king of the wilds, the 5-minute star. If professional football eluded him, he would still strive for glory in the amateur leagues. A king in the amateur realm is still a king. In the football-obsessed nation of Italy, amateur teams outnumber dogs, with thousands of such teams existing solely in the port city of Palermo on the island of Sicily. These amateur clubs eagerly invite him to play as a substitute, much like a temporary worker. For instance, when a match is scheduled for the following day, they prepare a kit for Chen Long, integrating him into the team, allowing him to step onto the field in the final moments of the game, where scoring a goal earns him €10. Over the course of a decade, Chen Long has gladly accepted these invitations. After all, it provides him the opportunity to play more matches and earn money, ultimately cultivating a fine reputation. However, when it comes to betting on games, the teams on Sicily have largely excluded Chen Long's name. For the last 5 minutes with him on the field, often see him scoring. Consequently, nearly all teams now only invite him to participate in matches outside of Sicily. Evidently, if Cristiano Ronaldo is the king of labor in professional football, then Chen Long reigns as the king of labor in the amateur leagues. Yet, there are certainly far fewer teams for Ronaldo than there are for him. Chen Long's collection of jerseys could very well earn a spot in the Guinness World Records. Standing quietly before his wardrobe, Chen Long meticulously selected the jerseys for tomorrow's matches. He needed to find 3 kits today, as 3 teams had called upon him for assistance in their respective games. The following day, a splendid weekend, Chen Long rode his bicycle to the football field early. The first match commenced at 9 in the morning, necessitating his timely arrival indeed. Playing football also requires one to be punctual. Fortunately, all 3 matches took place within the city of Palermo. Had they been located elsewhere, he would have needed to catch a train, though his earnings would subsequently increase. Point 1 could assert that he is the least professional of professional players, or perhaps the most amateurish of professional players. Before inviting him, each team first clarifies whether he has other matches scheduled, and if so, they ensure to stagger the match times. A peculiar miracle of Sicily, indeed. "You're here," greeted the team leader of Victoria as Chen Long approached. "Yes, which team are we facing today?" Chen Long inquired, brushing his glossy black hair back with his hand, maintaining an air of casual composure. "A strong team recently transferred from Messina, preparing to compete in the Sicilian Regional League. The usual arrangement applies. You are to give your all and score. The stakes are high this time, 5,000. If we win, you'll receive 200, provided you score and we emerge victorious. Otherwise, it's just 10. Not a problem, but ensure we aren't utterly dismantled before I step onto the pitch. Otherwise, they'll be powerless to change the outcome. I'd rather not see my 200 turn to a mere 10. Chen Long replied with a smile, a relaxed expression adorning his face as he turned to glance at the steps behind him, settling down comfortably. For him, the initial 85 minutes of any match are of little concern, as he is merely a spectator. Yet they are also intrinsically linked to his fate, for if the team suffers a crushing defeat, he stands to gain little at best. He may earn €10 for a goal. He has previously discussed with other teams the possibility of starting on the field for 5 minutes to score an early goal, then fortifying their defense to secure the win. However, the impact of such an effect pales in comparison to the final 5 minutes on the field, for by that time, the opposing team had already depleted much of their stamina, making it a more opportune moment for Chen Long to shine. The match commenced. Betting on a game invariably stirs excitement. Although Chen Long had not placed a wager, he nevertheless possessed the chance to secure the stakes, rendering a match that should have been devoid of anxiety into one fraught. With tension as the moment approached for him to take the field, he was keenly aware that he did not wish to squander his opportunity and lose out on €200. The match unfolded with ferocity but lacked brilliance, epitomizing the quintessential Italian style of play. Chen Long endured a laborious wait until the 85th minute, with the score tied at 1 apiece. His task upon entering the game was straightforward: to net a goal and clinch victory. With utmost caution, he conserved his energy, making his way slowly into the striker's zone. He was in a state of anticipation, yearning for an opportunity to materialize beneath his feet. The ball was fiercely contested in midfield, remaining stubbornly out of reach. His temporary teammates recognized the necessity of reclaiming possession and delivering the ball to him, enabling him to execute a goal. Chen Long refrained from vigorous running, instead pacing back and forth, akin to a cheetah poised to strike its prey. Yet, time slipped away. Inexorably 2 minutes elapsed without the ball gracing his feet, and he began to feel urgency. The ball was either being exchanged in midfield or had gone out of bounds in his own half, rendering it impossible for him to receive it. It appeared he needed to retreat to retrieve the ball. With that thought, Chen Long suddenly quickened his pace, sprinting back. The defenders instinctively followed suit. It is essential to understand that regardless of who has just entered the fray, one must remain vigilant, as the unpredictability of stamina looms large. Who would dare to be complacent? Indeed, Chen Long's retreat brought about a slight alteration. His movement prompted the defenders to advance, thereby shortening the passing lanes and creating new opportunities for the team. Yet, the ball still eluded him. More than 3 minutes had passed, and still, he had not touched the ball that moment. However, his team earned a throw-in opportunity near the halfway line, approximately 10 meters beyond it. Without hesitation, Chen Long rushed over, gesturing for his teammate to throw the ball to him. In truth, his signal was unnecessary. The only viable solution was to pass to him, as time was running short. If Chen Long did not score soon, the match would come to an end. His teammate unreservedly hurled the ball forward. As the ball soared towards him, Chen Long swiftly adjusted his stance, having no intention of stopping it. Instead, he gauged its trajectory, using his body as a shield while simultaneously receiving the ball with his right foot, deftly flicking it past his body and accelerating from the left to bypass the defender. In a flash, Chen Long's movements were seamless, executing a simple yet effective maneuver that allowed him to glide through the opposition's defense with the grace of an EELAT. This moment, Chen Long's sole objective was to seize the ball and accelerate, once more charging diagonally toward the goal situated 40 meters away. In that fleeting instant, the opposing defenders were completely outmaneuvered by Chen Long, who had surged to the edge of the penalty area, facing the goalkeeper in an confrontation. The opposing goalkeeper promptly decided to advance. Ignoring him entirely, Chen Long maintained his speed, casting a peripheral glance just as he neared the goalkeeper by a mere meter. He lifted his right foot, feigning a shot aimed at the left side of the goal. The goalkeeper, correctly predicting the direction, swiftly slid across in an effort to block the shot. However, to his astonishment, Chen Long's next move was to deftly nudge the ball to the right with his left foot, effortlessly bypassing both the goalkeeper and the ball before comfortably slotting it into the open net with his right foot. Oh wow. We won, he scored. The excitement erupted from the sidelines, where team leaders and gamblers alike were swept away in a wave of jubilation. Conversely, disbelief echoed from the coaching bench. Why did such a formidable player only enter the field at the end? He was nothing short of a remarkable professional athlete. On the field, the towering defenders from the opposing team glared at Chen Long with palpable resentment, as if their money was being ruthlessly stolen before their eyes. Chen Long strolled back to the center circle, entirely unfazed by their glares. With only a modicum of stamina remaining, he had no time to relish their disdain. His remaining task was merely to linger on the field and run down the clock. Defense was certainly not his responsibility. If the most renowned player in football history is Cristiano Ronaldo, then he was even more leisurely than Ronaldo, for the remaining proceedings were of no concern to him. He simply observed his teammates defend, awaiting the conclusion of the match. Of course, no one could resist the allure of money. Thus, apart from him, everyone else fought until the end, and he too was rewarded with an income of €200, though this was not his final earnings for the day. He had 2 more matches to play, albeit with a cumulative playing time of only 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the opposing team remained baffled as to why Chen Long had only appeared at the last moment. Had they known that Sicily possessed a 5-minute ace, they would not have approached the match so carelessly. Chapter 2. The Arrival of Juventus. After completing his first match, Chen Long drove onward to the next venue, akin to a fast food delivery or postal service. Wherever there was a need, he would go. Naturally, in such low-tier amateur competitions, 5 minutes were more than sufficient for Chen Long to showcase his prowess. Throughout the afternoon and evening matches, he continued to accumulate both goals and cash, savoring a delightful weekend that gracefully waned with the setting sun. For a child who has played street soccer for 8 years, the age of 18 in Italian nation, where football reigns supreme, renders him somewhat of a seasoned veteran. At 18, his friend Balotelli has already established himself as a first-team forward for Inter Milan, while Del Piero has become the golden boy of Juventus. 17-year-olds like Ronaldo and Pele have graced the World Cup stage. Yet, what of Chen Long? At 18, his existence remains bleak and devoid of hope, merely a temporary worker on the football field. He has never surpassed his idols, rather. Chen Long has been an ardent imitator. Over the course of 13 years, he has devoted every 5 minutes to emulating Ronaldo's every move, captivated by each gesture. But is he truly a failure? By all accounts, he ought to be considered a prodigy. As Chen Long rides his bicycle, he reflects on his tumultuous 13 years, feeling a tinge of melancholy and resentment. Yet, this discontentment stems from his previous attempts, 2 years ago, to share his edited videos with every club, even those in regional leagues. The outcome was predictably tragic. Everyone who witnessed his performance was astounded, but upon learning of his mere 5 minutes of stamina, they fell into silence and withdrew their interest, a trend that persists to this day. The root of all evil lies in the consequences of that single candy. Chen Long even mused that had he not consumed that piece of candy years ago, he might have found himself on the grand stage of the European Championship final yesterday. The summer training for the Italian league has quietly commenced in various locations this year. In addition to the local team, Palermo, the reigning champions, Juventus, have also arrived here for a 2-week training camp. Aside from the 6 players participating in the European Championship who are still on holiday, the remaining squad members have already begun their preparations. In recent days, Palermo has become notably more vibrant, as the shadow of the final defeat has been somewhat alleviated by the arrival of Juventus. After all, football is but a game, and life must go on. Dragon, are you going to watch Juventus training? A familiar voice, reminiscent of a pig's squeal, called from downstairs. It was his childhood friend, young Urshi, a mixed-race boy, plump and short. Not going, just resting, Chen Long replied casually from the rooftop. The afternoon sun lazily draped itself over Chen Long, enveloping him in a sense of comfort that was hard to describe. Unlike others who were eagerly rushing to the training field to watch Juventus practice, he preferred to recline quietly on a wicker chair, savoring local grapes and sipping soda, lost in contemplation. Without Pirlo, there was little to behold in Juventus. The atomic ants might be decent, but they ultimately fell short. Pirlo had not returned, rendering the spectacle even less appealing, Chen Long thought to himself. In truth, Chen Long was a devoted Juventus fan, with Ronaldo as his idol, yet Juventus was the team he cherished most. The pivotal match in '98 between Juventus and Inter, where Ronaldo was denied a penalty after being fouled, had left him in turmoil for half a year, torn between his favorite player and his beloved team. I have some exciting news that will surely drive you wild. Young Urshi continued his boisterous shouts. Tomorrow, we will have a training match against Juventus. His voice gradually dwindled, as he panted heavily, as if the effort of speaking might lead him to collapse from exhaustion. Although his voice had softened, Chen Long on the rooftop heard him distinctly. With a sudden burst of instinct, he sprang to his feet. What? Say that again. As he spoke, he hurried downstairs and soon found himself beside young Urshi. Juventus is going to play a practice match against us, boys. Young Urshi exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow, struggling to articulate the news. Really? What time? Chen Long inquired eagerly. Yes, the team manager has agreed. It's set for tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon. You must give it your all. Perhaps Juventus will take notice of you, young Urshi encouraged. Take notice? If they were going to notice me, they would have already recognized me in Palermo. I would have long since been playing in the league, rather than still mingling in amateur competitions at 18, Chen Long retorted, mocking himself. However, did his heart truly resonate with such words? Upon hearing his mocking remarks, Urshi was at a loss for words. He could only pat him on the shoulder and finally said, let us consider it a splendid bargain. To play against Juventus in this lifetime is indeed a tremendous fortune. Indeed, tomorrow I shall strive to score against Juventus. What a fulfillment it would be in my life. In my old age, I could boast to my son about it. Chen Long's thoughts raced rapidly. He had long since grown accustomed to self-comfort, naturally emerging swiftly from that moment of despondency. Do you think I could score against Juventus? Chen Long suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Urshi as he earnestly inquired. Faced with his hopeful expectation, Urshi replied sincerely, the odds are nearly zero. First, you won't even get the ball. Second, how will you withstand their physicality? They are top-tier defenders. In truth, the probabilities are indeed non-existent. Then just let me have the ball. I am certain I can do it. I will score. Chen Long bit his lip, responding resolutely, in 5 minutes. I shall not be outmatched by anyone. Even if I cannot play in professional leagues, I will not be inferior to anyone. Urshii watched Chen Long brimming with ambition and felt a pang of sympathy. This boy has endured much, were it not for his physical limitations. He might have become a figure akin to Balotelli, or perhaps even better, having grown up alongside Chen Long. Urshii was well aware of his past and the intertwining of their fates with Balotelli. Well then, keep pushing. You can do it. He encouraged Chen Long. Chen Long was exhilarated. Though he could not quite fathom the source of his inexplicable excitement, it was not the first time he had faced Palermo. But the prospect of Juventus's arrival filled him with overwhelming anticipation. That night marked the first time in a long while that he could not sleep. Did he truly not care? No, he did care. He simply did not wish to reveal it before others. Having faced numerous setbacks, he did not want to display yet another vulnerability. He lay on his bed, excitedly envisioning the techniques he would employ to score the next day. Tomorrow, he would confront the champions of Serie A, the foremost defenders. Did he have the hope of surpassing those defenders and achieving a goal within 5 minutes? Could he truly do it? He turned to gaze at the poster of Ronaldinho affixed to the wall across from him. A striking image of Ronaldinho soaring with confidence and charisma. He thought to himself, did he not aspire to embody that spirit? What did he seek? Perhaps he merely longed for an opportunity, a chance to earn recognition from others, or to become a professional player. As he drifted deeper into boundless reverie, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 3. The perfect goal. Juventus would naturally not regard boys as a true adversary, but rather as a training partner to regain their fitness and form. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, the training ground attracted thousands of spectators, all there to admire their idols, indifferent to the identity of the opposing team. When Chen Long and his companions arrived at the training ground, they were entirely disregarded. Had it not been for the BYS captain scurrying to consult with the Juventus coaching staff regarding match matters, their presence would have gone unnoticed. Upon entering the field, Chen Long made a beeline for the substitutes bench, finding a suitable spot to sit and await the commencement of the match. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of an individual on the opposing coach's bench, Alex Del Piero, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of charisma and seasoned allure that spoke of legendary status. Although it was the summer he departed from Juventus, he had not truly left the club's embrace. At that time, Del Piero was engaged in a quiet conversation with Juventus head coach, Conte, sharing laughter and camaraderie in a relaxed manner. Chen Long yearned to approach him for an autograph, yet he found himself rooted in place. He felt he ought to have a more compelling reason, one that transcended mere fandom, to justify such an encounter, even if it could not rival the exchange of jerseys at the match's end. Legends gaze resolutely ahead, never casting sidelong glances at the masses. Thus, he too must aspire to become a legend. As the match commenced, stars such as Pepe, Vucinic, and Vidal graced the field, eliciting waves of cheers from the audience. True to expectations, the match unfolded as anticipated, the proceedings grim to witness. Although goals were not raining in, the dominance of Juventus was unequivocal, with possession firmly under their control, leaving boys utterly overwhelmed. The goalposts were fraught with peril, and by halftime, boys found themselves trailing 3-0, a scoreline that reflected Juventus' restraint, as many substitutes were still on the pitch, with Matri surprisingly netting 3 goals. Throughout the first half, Chen Long diligently observed the defensive players of the opposing team, paying no heed to the match's progression. If the pairing had been Chiellini and Barzagli, he would have needed to focus less, for he knew these two intimately. Since the age of 10, alongside his relentless pursuit of Ronaldo's videos, he nurtured a fascination for studying the defensive players of every elite club. In essence, he was a miniature version of an assistant coach, dedicating his days to analyzing the top defenders and defensive systems across the 5 major leagues, striving to know himself and his adversaries, thereby achieving victory. His motivation for such endeavors stemmed from a desire to seamlessly integrate into a state of excellence when the day came to become a professional player. Such an obsession, if fate were to grant him the opportunity, might lead him to unparalleled heights of success, though regrettably, he only had 5 minutes to showcase his prowess. Due to the absence of 3 national team defenders, Juventus fielded an improvised center-back pairing today, one of whom was the recently returned Cáceres, on loan from Spain. The other center-back was temporarily filled by right-back Lichtsteiner. Lichtsteiner, relatively speaking, presented a vulnerability. As a right-footed right-back playing as a makeshift center-back, I could exploit the left side, evading Cáceres, thereby making my breakthrough considerably simpler and with a higher success rate. The team utterly lacked possession, and I had to retreat to retrieve the ball from the very beginning in order to create an opportunity for a decisive strike, thought Chen Long. This is indeed a grueling match for the boys. Yet it is also an inconsequential and exhilarating contest, primarily because their adversary is Juventus. Thus, while the players strive to showcase their skills, they simultaneously relish the game of football, acknowledging the fortune of sharing the pitch with so many illustrious stars. As the clock unwittingly ticks towards the 80th minute, it is almost time for Chen Long to make his entrance. He is filled with excitement. Yet an inexplicable sense of anxiety lingers, akin to a bride nervously preparing to meet her in-laws, an entirely unfounded notion on his part. After all, apart from him, no one else harbors such fantasies. These illusions are ephemeral and impractical. Finally, Chen Long steps onto the field, positioning himself near the halfway line. Striving to draw closer to his teammates, whether it is due to his nerves or some other reason, he is immediately presented with a pass that lands at his feet. Momentarily stunned, akin to Balotelli contemplating the intricacies of life, he finds the ball swiftly intercepted by the tenacious Lichtsteiner, who had closed in on him. Frustration courses through Chen Long, his heart heavy with regret for squandering such a golden opportunity, especially after having just mocked Lichtsteiner's defense moments before. This incident serves as a stark reminder of the unwavering concentration required of professional players and the blistering speed at which they operate. Indeed, the gap between theory and practice is glaringly evident. To compound his dismay, Lichtsteiner, after reclaiming the ball, deftly passes it to the agile Giovinco, who effortlessly sidesteps his own teammate to break free on a solitary run, converting the score to 5-0. Is fate once more toying with him? The game resumes from the center circle. Before taking the kick, Chen Long exchanges a knowing glance with a teammate, who subtly nods in response. After lightly tapping the ball to his ally, Chen Long suddenly bursts into action, accelerating with the swiftness of an arrow, charging directly towards the opposing center-backs. Simultaneously, his teammate sends a long pass soaring in Chen Long's direction. With every ounce of speed, Chen Long races forward, glancing at the ball to gauge its descent. Facing this formidable advance, Cáceres wears a smirk of disdain. You haven't even fully matured, and you think you can get past me? The high ball is mine. With that, he leaps into the air, aggressively directing his head towards the approaching football. In tandem, Chen Long also leaps, slightly delayed by half a second. Yet he ascends higher than Cáceres, lingering in the air for a moment longer. What remarkable leaping ability is this? Conte, the Juventus coach, watches in astonishment. In this close encounter, fortune favors the brave. Ultimately, the ball meets Chen Long's head. However, in that fleeting instant, Cáceres' arm strikes fiercely against Chen Long's right shoulder. This tactic is a deliberate maneuver by the seasoned professional. If he cannot possess the ball, he will ensure that you cannot either. Chen Long loses his balance and tumbles to the ground, while the ball continues its slow descent through the air. The defensive duo of Lichtsteiner and the holding midfielder Vidal rushed over with urgency, poised to clear the ball at a moment's notice. Just as the sphere was about to descend, Chen Long instinctively extended his right leg, gently flicking the ball with his foot. The ball soared gracefully in an arc, soaring over Chen Long's head. In an instant, he leapt into the air, and as Lichtsteiner closed in, Chen Long deftly maneuvered the ball with his right foot, accelerating past Lichtsteiner and finding himself face-to-face with the goalkeeper. What? The little brat actually got past him. Caceres, still on the ground, wore a furious expression. How infuriating to be outwitted by a mere child. Lichtsteiner was left helpless, and Vidal failed to catch up, merely left to watch in resignation. Ultimately, Chen Long opted for a powerful strike towards the bottom left corner of the goal, and the ball found its mark. Suddenly, the stands erupted in jubilant celebration. His teammates embraced one another in a frenzy of excitement. Who is this? Remarkable. He has so flawlessly breached the defenses of Juventus. Incredible. He surpasses even the likes of Piqué. A miracle. This is simply astonishing. Conte, utterly shocked, could hardly contain his amazement. He resembles Ronaldo, does he not? So swift. So explosive, it's unbelievable. Meanwhile, Pirlo maintained his calm demeanor. The ball found its way into the net, compelling goalkeeper Manninger to retrieve it from within the goal. Chen Long, as per usual, strolled back leisurely. In the eyes of Cáceres, who was fixated on him, a fire had already ignited. Seeing Chen Long remain so nonchalant and indifferent only stoked his anger further. It was as if he were telling Cáceres that scoring this goal was merely a trifling task. However, what Cáceres did not comprehend was that Chen Long's reluctance to exuberantly celebrate his exquisite goal stemmed from his impending exhaustion. To others, it merely appeared as if he were trying to appear cool. Thus, after netting a goal, Chen Long once again faded into the background, transforming into a mere spectator on the pitch. Cáceres and his companions were left in disbelief, staring at the unmoving Chen Long. pondering whether they had encountered another Balotelli lost in contemplation of life. In stoppage time, Juventus scored yet again, finalizing the score at 6-1. This scoreline mattered little. What held significance was the goal that Chen Long had scored. Chapter 4. The legendary invitation. Pirlo, the greatest captain in Juventus history, was engaged in an animated discussion with Conte. This lad has potential, but he possesses a critical flaw. His stamina lasts only 5 minutes. Conte lamented with a shake of his head. Perhaps 5 minutes is sufficient for him to showcase his talent. I have reviewed his highlights. Pirlo offered a contrasting perspective. With Juventus elite training facilities, perhaps his endurance could be improved. Of course, I am not implying the use of performance-enhancing substances, Pirlo mused, glancing at his own well-defined muscles. A frown creasing his brow. Years ago, former Roma coach Zaman had condemned Juventus medical staff for administering muscle-enhancing injections to players, causing a stir throughout the footballing world. In retrospect, those substances had undoubtedly altered his own agility and finesse to some extent. No club in Italy seemed to hold him in high regard, let alone Juventus. Conte pressed on, suggesting that Chen Long might not be as inadequate as he had initially presumed, as he had at least attracted the attention of scouts from various youth clubs in Italy. Yet, Juventus had humiliated him here, Pirlo reflected, gazing at the weary figure in the distance, smiling as he replied, and so what? It was merely a training match. The goal was rather unexpected. Conte, his expression still stoic, spread his hands in exasperation, pondering how the team might train and utilize him if they were to bring him on board. What about the contract? Pirlo rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a while before speaking. The training aspect is somewhat unique, but that can be resolved. As for the contract, well, isn't that precisely what he is doing now? A temporary role suits him quite well. Indeed, you have only been a scout for a few days, yet you have become so proficient. The role of a temporary worker is quite commendable, Conte remarked as he repeated the term temporary worker, unable to resist turning to face Piero, and they both shared a mischievous grin. At that moment, Chen Long, resting on the grass a distance away, would have experienced a whirlwind of emotions had he known that these two were discussing his future. In this brief exchange, the course of Chen Long's destiny was being determined. Chen Long sat quietly on the grass, slowly attuning his body. The spectators in the training ground had mostly dispersed, leaving only a handful who lingered for autographs from the stars. Chen Long contemplated rising to join the crowd, but quickly dismissed the notion. Navigating through the throng for a few signatures would be an arduous task, and ultimately decided against it. Picking up his sports bag and departing the training ground. This simple training match had come to an end, yet unlike before, although Chen Long had netted a goal, he had not garnered any euros. However, he had unknowingly attracted the attention of Juventus. To be favored by a club is already a remarkable achievement, and to catch the eye of a prestigious team is an unparalleled honor. While others might have already signed with a professional club, Chen Long found himself hindered. His physical limitations rendered him akin to a decorative vase in football, merely an observer, unable to partake. Thus, a hint of melancholy clouded Chen Long's expression. Akin to a girl confessing her affection to a boy only to swiftly retreat to another's embrace, leaving the young man powerless. In truth, given Chen Long's current physical condition, his passivity was unavoidable. This sense of indifference was far more daunting than the inability to play football. The boys gathered at a secluded bar in the city, indulging in drinks, and Chen Long was among them. However, he abstained from alcohol. Any consumption would deplete his precious stamina, his only treasure. Thus, he opted for a glass of water, retreating to a relatively quiet corner. Chen Long's life mirrored this glass of water, colorless and tasteless, devoid of any intoxicating thrill. Such an existence is monotonous, and he now sipped on the flavorless essence of his future. He would soon enroll at the University of Turin to study business management. Bidding farewell to Sicily in the life of a casual street player, he would transition into adulthood, becoming ordinary. Could he still find joy in football in such a future? Lost in endless contemplation, or perhaps daydreaming, he was interrupted by a deep, magnetic voice belonging to a mature man who approached him. "Mind if I take a seat?" Chen Long instinctively nodded, not lifting his gaze, remaining ensnared in thoughts of his future. "You performed admirably today. A perfect goal," the man continued. "I'm accustomed to it. It's just a change of scenery with Juventus. Kick once more, and I shall score again." Confidence is commendable." The middle-aged man withdrew a piece of paper and a pen, inscribed a series of numbers, then rose, patted Chen Long on the shoulder, and departed. "This is my number. I wish to discuss a matter with you tomorrow morning. If you are interested, do give me a call." Once the man had left, young 20, having noticed the peculiar encounter, ambled over with a beer in hand, plopping down beside Chen Long with curiosity. Hey, what did Piero just say to you? What Piero? Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see? You're the one who has staffed. The one speaking to you is Piero. Yang 20 exclaimed in a boisterous manner. Just now? Piero? Ah, that person was Piero? Chen Long suddenly snapped to attention, lifting his head. The note, where's the number? He exclaimed, rummaging across the table as if he had unearthed treasure. Alex, is this for real? Is it truly his number? What was I doing just now? Chen Long's face was awash with disbelief as he turned to Yang 20. Am I not inquiring of you? You ponder more than Balotelli. It seems he wants me to call him tomorrow morning? Yes, I'm certain. The tremor in Chen Long's voice was unmistakable, and his excitement palpable. Oh yeah, brother. It seems you've struck gold. Yang 20 shouted, wrapping an arm around Chen Long in an exuberant bear hug, almost leaning in for a passionate kiss. His excitement was evident. Fatty, release your grip. I can hardly breathe. Chen Long gasped. Let us not celebrate prematurely. The real situation will only be revealed after the call tomorrow. The Emperor isn't in a hurry, so why should the eunuch be? Though briefly elated, Chen Long soon regained his composure after Yang 20's embrace. Why did all those previous opportunities not materialize? Why is this one so exaggerated? He retorted, as if questioning Yang 20 or perhaps himself. Because all the previous ones were fools, and now it's Captain Piero stepping in. Is that the only explanation? Chen Long gingerly folded the note and placed it into his pocket, only to retrieve it again and stow it in his backpack. Before long, members of the boys, upon hearing the news, flocked over to offer their congratulations. It is a splendid day and a beautiful night. After a struggle spanning 14 years, Chen Long seems destined to embark on a path illuminated by promise. On this evening, as he returns home, he does not engage in his usual jog on the field. Instead, he sits quietly for an extended period before finally retreating to his abode, where he succumbs to slumber. Chapter 5. Whom be you worthy of imitating? Chen Long has always cherished his dreams. Beyond mere daydreaming, he frequently finds himself envisioning someone or something in his sleep, something elusive. He wonders if he has become neurotic, perhaps even foolish. Since the age of 5, he has often dreamed of an indistinct entity, devoid of form yet steeped in thought, consistently surfacing in his dreams. Whenever he masters a skill to its pinnacle, he is visited by dreams that elude clarity, leaving him in a haze of confusion. However, tonight's dream is strikingly lucid. A dialogue unfolds. Do not emulate that dross, nor replicate the subpar. It is an affront to my essence. The voice is proud, almost tyrannical. For 13 years, I have resided within you, and yet you remain in this pitiful state. Your stamina has barely increased by a mere 15 seconds. You are utterly incapacitated. Who are you? Chen Long inquires within his dream. I am no one in particular. Call me Star Tier, the essence that specializes in replicating football skills. I am a concept, an abstract notion, if you will. I dwell within your being, invisible and intangible, yet perceptible. In essence, I am a fragment of your thoughts, a component of your football intellect. Can thoughts converse? He questions, astonished. Of course. Wouldn't a mindless being be deemed a fool? Would I engage with a fool? Though you are not entirely foolish. You are indeed impaired. I reiterate, I am Star Tier, your football intellect. Remember, I am here to assist you in replicating football skills. Pay no heed to my appearance. Though I must admit, I am quite handsome. For 13 years, I have aided you in emulating extraterrestrial techniques such as the pendulum dribble, the cowtail, Beckham's curling free kick, and Ronaldo's axe-like shot, all of which are unparalleled skills. Yet today, you dare to request that I replicate the clumsy techniques of Matry? What skills does he possess? Mere refuse. You would have me imitate refuse. As the pinnacle of excellence, I shall only replicate the highest caliber skills. Therefore, refrain from pursuing that detritus. It is a waste of my time and yours. The finest players do not stoop to scoring with their heads. They outmaneuver the goalkeeper before finding the net. Do you truly believe you are gifted? You owe your many skills to my assistance. Without me, you would indeed be a cripple in those fleeting moments. Such words are indeed quite impolite, Chen Long. Let us leave it at that for now, and converse further at a later time, Chen Long. It was merely a dream. Indeed, it was but a dream. When Chen Long awoke in the dead of night, he dismissed it as just a figment of his imagination. Yet he could not fathom why this dream had revealed to him his studies on Matry. During the day's match, he had subconsciously observed Matry's headers, endeavoring to glean some insights into the art of heading. Could it be that what one contemplates by day manifests in dreams by night? Nonsense. He firmly rejected this notion within his mind. It felt somewhat akin to conversing over the phone, did it not? He groggily rubbed his head and patted his chest, finding no peculiarities, and thus closed his eyes once more, though slumber eluded him. Star tears? Thoughts? What were these concepts? Lying in bed. Chen Long pondered why these two notions could be equated. Was there truly something akin to star tears within his thoughts that could enable him to replicate the skills of football stars? A spark of imagination ignited within him, stirring a sense of exhilaration. Why not test it right now? As Chen Long opened his eyes, it seemed as though his mind were engaged in a dialogue with itself. The sudden emergence of this thought compelled Chen Long to rise from his bed and power on his computer. He scoured the internet and effortlessly located a compilation of Messi's dazzling dribbling skills. He began to observe and meticulously analyze the footage. After a quarter of an hour, his expression transformed. Astonishment washed over him. After years, he realized for the first time that his ability to mimic was indeed extraordinary. However, if one casually assumed that watching Messi's videos a mere dozen times would suffice to master his techniques, one would not merely be a genius, but a prodigious one at that. Such a talent would render Messi commonplace in the football realm. Yet, in truth, there exists but one Pele, one Maradona, one Ronaldo, and one Messi in this world. It was clear that Chen Long comprehended the grave implications of this realization, coming to terms with the dreams he had entertained. Perhaps there was merit in believing, if he possessed such capabilities, he might indeed be considered exceptional. Chen Long mused, feeling a surge of joy. Yet his thoughts turned to the impending meeting with Pirlo, banishing any notion of sleep. Cursed stamina. Were it not for the paltry 5 minutes, he could have unleashed his full potential on the pitch. The dichotomy of angelic and devilish strength plagued his thoughts, leaving him uncertain whether to feel elated or dismayed. Who was worthy of his replication? Naturally, the finest strikers, elite midfielders, and even top defenders were all deserving of emulation. The more, the merrier, he scoffed inwardly. Akin to someone lamenting the abundance of wealth. Could he replicate skills beyond the realm of football? The notion sparked in his mind, and he began tapping away at his keyboard, searching for basketball skills, directly inputting videos of Jordan. Another 15 minutes passed before he collapsed onto his bed. Disappointment etched across his face. Not content with aspiring to be a deity of football, he now found himself drooling over the prospect of basketball greatness. His greedy nature laid bare. Ultimately, he begrudgingly concluded that only football skills could be swiftly replicated. Suddenly, he was struck by a realization. If the so-called star tier or ideology was indeed real, had it not tormented him for 13 years? He seethed with anger. It was this very entity that had rendered him a shell of his former self, robbing him of the opportunity to become a star at Inter Milan, depriving him of the joys that others enjoyed, and even leaving him, at 18, still a novice in romantic pursuits. At 18, and still a novice? It was evident that the reason lay in those 5 fleeting minutes, which had proven utterly inadequate. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, wishing to extricate it from his mind and deliver a thorough beating. But how could he do that? Digging into his own skull? An utterly absurd proposition. He would be laid to rest long before he could accomplish such a feat yet. 13 years later, was Chen Long truly in such dire straits? At least, from the perspective of this evening, it seemed so. What awaited him on the morrow? Would this starter bring him fortune or misfortune? Gradually, Chen Long once again slipped into the realm of dreams. Chapter 6. The Temp Worker. Chen Long awoke early, reclining on a wicker chair atop the building, relishing the gentle sea breeze and the invigorating sunlight. It was evident that his appreciation for the poetic beauty of the morning was not genuine, as his right hand clutched a sleek black smartphone while his left held a small note inscribed with numbers, revealing the true motive for his early rising. A glance at his dark circles confirmed the restless night he had endured, his thoughts consumed by Juventus and Pirlo. The wait was excruciatingly long. Chen Long endured the torment from 6 to 8 o'clock, a dreadful ordeal, especially since he had originally planned to make the call at 9. He was unaware whether Pirlo, now transformed from a player to an official, might still be lost in slumber. By July, the port of Palermo had begun to warm under the morning sun. The sea breeze, though refreshing, could not alleviate the encroaching heat. Ultimately, Chen Long decided against lingering any longer and descended the stairs. He contemplated that rather than waiting idly, it would be more fruitful to stroll to the training ground. As he was about to step outside, he noticed an express delivery at the threshold. Bending down, he picked it up, astonished to see his name as the recipient, with the sender identified as the University of Rome. With a mixture of surprise and curiosity, he opened the envelope to discover an acceptance letter from the University of Rome. It turned out he had been accepted by both the University of Turin and the University of Rome. Renowned as the finest institution in Italy, the University of Rome boasted an exceptional finance program. This unexpected correspondence brought Chen Long an extraordinary thrill, yet his primary focus remained on that elusive phone call. After carefully placing the letter aside, he mounted his bicycle and set off for the training ground. With a heart filled with trepidation, Chen Long finally arrived at the training facility. Juventus had already commenced their training, and the commanding voice of Coach Conte resonated from the sidelines. Perhaps influenced by the humiliation he had suffered at Chen Long's hands the previous day, Caceres appeared particularly vigorous and tenacious today. As Chen Long witnessed him fiercely tackle Borriello to the ground, a surge of emotion welled within Chen Long. Had he faced such a fate yesterday, he mused, his own plight would have been far worse than Borriello's. Thankfully, despite his unfortunate lack of stamina, fortune smiled upon him. He was permitted to play for 5 minutes. Blessed with extraordinary talent and a knack for scoring, while also receiving acceptance letters from 2 of the finest universities. Now, he had also captured the attention of Pirlo. Chen Long scanned the surroundings, yet found no sign of Pirlo, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. Finding a relatively secluded spot, I settled down and quietly observed everything on the field. Shortly after 9, Chen Long finally dialed Piero's mobile phone. Hotel Boli, room 1202. Hi, Long. A towering and muscular figure, adorned with a full beard, greeted him with a grin as Chen Long entered the hotel lobby, preparing to head to the elevator. Upon closer inspection, Chen Long's expression turned sour. It was bike bang from Messina. When did the Sicilian breeze bring you from Messina? Struggling to make it there? Hee. I just met Piero from Juventus. Envious, are we? Next season, I shall become a forward for the Juventus youth team. Bike bang boasted with unabashed pride, then shifted his tone. So, what brings you here? Not off to a hotel room with some young lady, I hope? TSK, with that physique. You can barely last 5 minutes on the pitch, yet you aspire to have a rendezvous? All looks and no substance, Chen Long retorted, disregarding Bike Bang's provocation as he walked past him, expressionless. Indeed, I am off to a rendezvous with Piero. With that, he stepped into the elevator, leaving Bike Bang behind. Astonished that such a useless fellow could catch the eye of Juventus. 2 years Chen Long's junior, Bike Bang was quite renowned in Messina. Boasting a physique akin to that of an adult at just 16, resembling the likes of Amori, powerful yet skilled with the ball at his feet. Nicknamed Little Beast, he outshone his contemporaries, though his foul mouth and domineering nature, coupled with a receding hairline, were notable flaws. In recent years, he had frequently faced off against the team from Palermo, and Chen Long had crossed paths with him no fewer than 20 times, with both sides claiming victories. However, Bike Bang could endure 90 minutes on the field, while Chen Long could only manage 5. It was surprising that Juventus had taken an interest in him. Taking a moment to compose himself, Chen Long knocked on the door of room 1202. The meeting bore little tension. Piero displayed no airs of a superstar, remaining as approachable as ever, which eased the atmosphere of their conversation considerably. Would you like to drink? Piero inquired casually. Oh, just some water, thank you. Chen Long felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, this was Piero, and he was even pouring water for him. I've spoken with Connie about you, Piero said, handing him a glass of water and sitting comfortably across from Chen Long, crossing his legs. Technically adept, with exceptional awareness, strong in confrontation, incredibly swift, and quite young, well, it seems you are the very embodiment of perfection. As Chen Long absorbed Piero's description, the acknowledgement of a legendary superstar stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Could it be that I truly am that remarkable? Chen Long, however, was not truly elated. Rather, it was regrettable that he possessed merely 5 minutes of stamina. As others had remarked, 5 minutes is hardly sufficient to effectuate anything significant, particularly in a professional team context. Pirlo did not glance towards Chen Long, leaving him unaware of the expression that adorned Chen Long's face at that moment. The joy that had previously illuminated Chen Long's countenance had faded slightly into a hint of gloom, though he did not overtly exhibit it, for it was an undeniable reality. Nonetheless, 5 minutes could indeed yield numerous miracles, much like a football match where the final whistle has yet to be blown. The true conclusion remained shrouded in uncertainty. Pirlo, akin to a venerable elder, spoke at length, engrossed in his own thoughts. Chen Long's gaze remained fixed upon the glass of clear water on the table, listening intently and motionless. If 5 minutes could conjure miracles, then why could we not manifest other wonders? For instance, perhaps 5 minutes could transform into 10, then into 15, ultimately culminating in an entire match. Upon hearing this, Chen Long abruptly lifted his head, his eyes sharpening with newfound determination as he courageously met Pirlo's gaze. Very well, this is not merely encouragement. It is a demand that you must fulfill. We require the spirit of Juanito. With a swift motion, a thick contract was thrust onto the table. Throughout the conversation, Chen Long had been anxiously listening while Pirlo spoke leisurely, until this particular statement demanded a response from him. Temporary worker? A temporary worker as a professional player? A temporary worker for Juventus? Chen Long's mouth fell agape. Chapter 7. Pirlo as a scoundrel. Is it shameful to be a temporary worker for Juventus? Chen Long found himself pondering. Not at all, he resolutely answered himself. How much is the weekly pay? He inquired with a stoic expression. None. Monthly pay? None. Daily pay? None. Surely there is a guaranteed minimum? None. Remember, you are a temporary worker. Temporary workers have no conditions. Then what is there? Chen Long's face turned ashen after hearing for consecutive denials. There must be a goal bonus. Indeed, and it is significantly higher. 1,000 euros per goal. 500 euros per assist, regardless of the match outcome. A match fee of 200 euros applies. Of course, this is for the professional league. In the youth league, it's merely a 50 euro stipend per match. Starting from the youth league, Pirlo added, this is hardly different from my current situation. That is only natural. But you must understand the disparity in starting platforms. Furthermore, there is complimentary access to elite physical training programs. So my revered idol is also this mundane, alas. Upon hearing this, Pirlo could not help but chuckle. Ah, this is the club's decision. I am powerless to alter it. Are there any other inquiries? Well, please sign 100 names. Huh, why? To sell it for money. I do not wish to starve. I must ponder this. Can I decide within a day? Yes. One final inquiry. Has that Beckham fellow joined the team? Indeed, he is a key prospect nurtured by the club. Oh, your judgment is rather poor. No matter. I shall take my leave now. I will call you once I have made up my mind. Having spoken, Chen Long rose and casually took the contract. This, too, is a reflection of your own impatience for a prompt response. The reason Chen Long hesitated to agree immediately was not due to any shame in taking on a temporary position, but rather the admission letter from the University of Rome he received that morning caused him to waver. Rome or Turin? Rome offers no failures, paving a clear path for his future. In Turin, everything remains uncertain. Should he falter, he might find himself languishing in a second-rate university. Should he succeed, perhaps he could attain unexpected glory, but is such glory truly attainable? This is a paradoxical proposition. When the object of your infinite desire remains perpetually out of reach, you find yourself in relentless pursuit. Yet, when that very thing unexpectedly presents itself before you, trepidation ensues, leaving you flustered and uncertain. Now, two choices lie ahead. One offers you a tranquil dormitory life, while the other presents an opportunity, albeit shrouded in uncertainty regarding its outcome. As he opened the door, Chen Long turned back and inquired, Idol, I am curious, how did you endure after missing two clear chances during the Euro 2000? Endurance, simply put, came the reply. Ah, during that time, I was one of your supporters. Chen Long smiled shyly. I am still among those who advocate for your joining Juventus, and arguably the most significant one. Piero rose, gazing intently at Chen Long. Very well, I shall sign. Chen Long remained silent for a considerable moment before finally closing the door. Yet, he chose to turn back, seated himself on the sofa, and boldly inscribed his name. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Piero's eyes, though he remarked, You have been deceived. Without raising his gaze, Chen Long replied, Indeed, you are not significantly superior to my first idol, Ronnie. Piero was a rascal. Chen Long's immediate thought upon genuinely interacting with him. I naturally cannot compare to him, not even to the bald brother, known to all as the alien or phenomenon. I dare say I am far more handsome than you. Chen Long could not resist adding a teasing remark. But I am your legend. At this moment, Chen Long found himself utterly speechless, confronted by a villain of undeniable nature, one whose maliciousness was beyond dispute. Before him, he had no choice but to acknowledge that this man was indeed a legend. To argue otherwise would require one to achieve a legendary status akin to that of Ronnie. Although the contract was signed between us, it was done under the guidance of head coach Conte. Henceforth, it will be your own performance that must captivate Conte. Whether you emerge as a dragon or remain a mere worm will only be revealed in the days to come. You are granted 2 days to manage the necessary affairs, after which you are to report to the team. Thus, young Chen Long, stepping into the realm of professional football, unwittingly entered into a 5-year contract with Juventus. one that bore the temporary nature of a position devoid of guarantees. Yet, despite the precarious terms, he felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. Even if he were to sign with a team languishing in the second division, he would gladly accept it, let alone with a prestigious club like Juventus. Even if his journey ended in failure, it seemed he had nothing to lose, for he would still be in Turin. Upon signing the contract, his choice of university was naturally Turin University. The sole aspect of the contract that he found equitable was the provision allowing him to pursue his academic studies while training and competing. There could be no better outcome than this. Naturally, from the perspective of his friends, gaining entry into Juventus was already a miraculous feat, overshadowing any other considerations. I sold myself short to join Juventus, much like Fabregas did when he paid his way into Barcelona last year, Chen Long remarked with a hint of irony. Every time you mention Fabregas, it irks me. Just last week, he assisted Silva in scoring the first goal. One of his boys' teammates retorted indignantly. Well, just wait for the day I assist Balotelli in scoring against Spain, and then I'll secure a goal that clinches the victory. Someone began to fantasize, only to add, no, better yet, I should deliver a slap to them as a means of redemption. I don't mean to dampen your spirits, but your most pragmatic goal right now should be to earn your chance to play at Juventus, young Urshii interjected at an opportune moment. Indeed. I must first conquer the youth team, Chen Long declared, retracting his earlier smile, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Chen Long is a quintessential dual-natured individual. In the company of friends, he is jovial and carefree, yet when faced with significant matters, he adopts a demeanor of meticulous seriousness and earnestness. This reminded him of the loathsome future teammate, Dongni, whom he encountered that morning. If I cannot outshine Baikong, how can I establish myself at Juventus? If I cannot even secure a substitute position over Baikong, what grander aspirations can I entertain? According to Del Piero, Baikong is a key player being nurtured by the club. But what about myself? Am I merely a substitute or an insignificant temporary player? Chen Long contemplated this matter earnestly. No, from this day forth, I shall no longer be an amateur. From this day forth, I shall no longer be a wanderer aimlessly playing street football. From this day forth, I am a member of Juventus, even if only as a temporary worker. A fierce determination ignited within Chen Long's heart. Chapter 8. The Sickly Cat Long. It seems you've entered the professional football realm. Not having an agent seems rather inappropriate. The shameless Yang had somehow slithered back to his side, brazenly inquiring. Keep your distance. I don't even have a salary, so you certainly won't gain anything from me, Chen Long retorted disdainfully, shoving him aside to increase the distance from this unsavory character. I understand the principle of fishing with a long line, especially since I am filled with boundless confidence in your future, Yang replied, unabashed. However, I have yet to hear of a football agent who has ended up a beggar. I sincerely hope I am not that individual. After a brief pause, he added, does this agent position come with benefits? Is it calculated weekly? Chen Long had not intended to listen, but upon hearing this, he recalled his pitiful circumstances. He shot a sidelong glance at the rotund man, wishing he could deliver a punch. I barely get enough to eat, and I am no different from a beggar. What kind of treatment are you discussing with me? He raised the cup in front of him and took a measured sip of cold water, stating earnestly, since I am but a temporary worker in football, if you are to be my agent, you must start as a temporary worker as well. When I secure a permanent position, you too shall transition to a permanent role. God, please do not let me fall alongside him. Thus, it is settled. This will help you with your weight loss. 2 days later marked the 10th day since the conclusion of the European Championship. On this day, Chen Long arrived early at Juventus training ground in Palermo. He had always been fortunate, as the gathering consisted solely of Juventus first-team players, save for himself and the newcomer from Messina, Baikong. It is well known that during the 2011 to 2012 season, Juventus, despite being the newly crowned champions of Serie A, struggled with the prowess of their forwards. Matri and Borriello were abundant in tenacity, but lacking in finesse. Vucinic, while unpredictable, proved to be inconsistent, and Quagliarella resembled a barren tree, failing to flourish. Thus, Juventus was fervently in search of strikers that summer, pursuing the formidable Higuain from Real Madrid and eyeing D'Eco from Manchester City as potential targets. Simultaneously, Juventus sought to recruit promising young talents from Italy to enhance the squad. Hence, both Chen Long and Baikong were fortuitously summoned to train with the first team. As newcomers to such a prestigious club, they naturally felt a twinge of anxiety. Unless one is a marquee player transferring from another club, like Chen Long, a mere supporting character would likely be overlooked entirely by teammates. Indeed, not even regarded with disdain, but simply ignored. Fortunately, during a recent training match, Chen Long had managed to showcase a modicum of his abilities to his teammates. Thus, upon entering the training ground, he garnered a few surprised glances, including one from the likes of Cáceres. In stark contrast, Beikong, brimming with self-confidence, paid no heed to such reactions. The two approached Connie together for an introduction. Connie gathered the players and provided a brief introduction of the newcomers. Of course, they were familiar with everyone present. Yet it was evident that none of the others recognized them. Merely two insignificant figures, who would truly take notice. Even Cáceres, who had previously been outplayed by Chen Long, might not genuinely respect him. He would certainly seek retribution when the opportunity arose. This meeting was markedly different from the previous one, as the team's illustrious stars had returned. The renowned maestro Andrea Pirlo, the legendary goalkeeper Gianluigi Buffon, the elite defenders Giorgio Chiellini, Andrea Barzagli, and Leonardo Bonucci, along with the illustrious Claudio Marchisio, had all reported back right after the conclusion of the European Championship. The opportunity to observe so many national team players up close filled Chen Long with excitement and joy, although he felt a tinge of shyness as he greeted them. As the team captain, Buffon graciously extended his hand to shake hands with the two newcomers, expressing the team's warm welcome. The elegant gentleman Pirlo nodded in acknowledgement, while the more seasoned players, including Marchisio, displayed a rather dismissive attitude, seemingly indifferent to Chen Long's presence and offering only perfunctory handshakes. This mindset among the national players was hardly surprising. The integration process for newcomers is notoriously challenging, and securing a stable position within the squad is no small feat. Let alone vying for a starting role, one could easily find themselves on the transfer list if their performance wanes. This harsh reality of professional football applies universally. If a newcomer excels, their very position may be jeopardized. With the return of the national team players, the day's training was divided into two segments. The internationals engaged in adaptive relaxation training, while the original squad underwent high-intensity training. However, the first day of practice proved to be quite awkward for Chen Long. "Beckham, you are assigned to the high-intensity group," announced assistant coach Alessio. "Long, you will participate in adaptive training. Balotelli, please adjust his training program accordingly." Hearing that Chen Long was relegated to adaptive training elicited a chorus of puzzled and incredulous looks from all the players. How could a newcomer receive such preferential treatment? Even Buffon, the captain, was bewildered by the coach's decision. The truth of Chen Long's physical limitations remained unknown to everyone, including the head coach, who chose not to elaborate. Nor did Chen Long attempt to explain. Suddenly, under the scrutiny of so many stars, Chen Long felt at a loss for words, awkwardly scratching his head, feeling quite embarrassed by the situation. Beckham, however, was an exception, as he was well aware of Chen Long's physical condition. Yet, even he felt a surge of jealousy. For in his mind, Chen Long should have collapsed from exhaustion during the first day of training, thus being eliminated from the team. He could only mutter to himself, "Indeed. He is just riding on someone else's coattails. His father must be Li Gang." In a state of confusion, fitness coach Balotelli led the national players and one special newcomer to another area for training. The first exercise of the physical training session was a slow jog around the field for 50 laps, a task that seemed deceptively simple. However, upon hearing this, Chen Long felt a sinking sensation. 50 laps were not the issue, but jogging alongside the national players posed a significant challenge, as his definition of a leisurely jog differed vastly from theirs. As expected, the moment the slow jog commenced, Chen Long began to lag behind the others. It was merely a little over 100 meters, yet he had already lagged behind by more than 20 meters. Among the national team players, the youthful and impetuous Marchisio, upon catching sight of Chen Long's nonchalant demeanor, could not help but exclaim, "How did this kid make it in? He is already acting so arrogant on his very first day. It's as if he is more exhausted than we were after an entire European championship." He suspected that Chen Long was merely the privileged son of some nobleman, here just for amusement. "He clearly looks like a frail cat," Chiellini interjected. Balzarelli added, "Be careful with your words. What if he turns out to be Connie's illegitimate son? That would be quite the predicament. Come on. Can you all refrain from such sordid thoughts? If you have questions, save them for the coach later, and stop this nonsense here." Buffon promptly intervened to halt the conversation before it could spiral further into absurdity. Pirlo could only shake his head in wry amusement. As the distance continued to widen, the national players swiftly completed a lap and soon caught up with Chen Long. At that moment, he felt a wave of heat wash over him. Wondering why the coach hadn't first clarified his unique circumstances to the team, leaving everyone suspicious and uncomfortable. He felt embarrassed, as though he resembled a spendthrift heir, inviting ridicule. Yet what could he do? After all, he was a genius trapped in a frail body. He could only continue his leisurely jog, effortlessly circling the red track as if on a casual stroll. When Buffon finally matched his pace, Chen Long looked up and, feeling sheepish, turned his head slightly to offer Buffon an innocent and awkward smile, as if to say, "Sorry, I'm actually unwell. You all go ahead." Buffon chuckled and nodded, jogging past him, soon widening the gap by several meters. Still showing up to play football while unwell? Now that's a true affliction, the others mused. What kind of illness could it be? A mental disorder? Kidney deficiency? Impotence? Or perhaps, he may have gone so far as to castrate himself to master some arcane technique. Just look at that frail body. It's enough to sap anyone's energy. It appeared that a major Chinese consortium was poised to take over. They say 3 women can create a drama, but 3 men can stir up just as much. Chapter 9. Buffon declared, "You shoot, I'll defend." In another section, an intense 7 versus 7 training session was underway. Beckenbauer took his position as the lone striker on one side. As Chen Long ran, he cast envious glances in his direction, feeling a complex mix of emotions that only he could comprehend. With Beckenbauer's formidable physique, it seemed as though this was his debut, and his fierce determination was on par with that of Juventus first-team players. In his tussles with Caceres, he held his ground admirably, proving himself to be a standout among Italy's young talents. Reliable reports had surfaced confirming Beckenbauer's selection for the Italian U17 national team. An hour and a half later, the national players completed 50 laps amidst laughter, while Chen Long had barely managed to finish half. Balotelli summoned the national team players together and incidentally called upon Chen Long to join. Chen Long approached with a leisurely demeanor, leading an observer to mistakenly believe him to be a celebrated star. A brief clarification is warranted. Chen Long possesses a rather peculiar physical condition. To put it simply, he can only sustain 5 minutes of normal match fitness, necessitating a unique training regimen that should not provoke too many questions. The fitness coach, Balotelli, perceived the skepticism in the eyes of the national players. However, to dismiss his capabilities based on this would be a grave error. If in doubt, one might inquire with Caceres for affirmation. Of course, one may also experience it personally in the subsequent training sessions. Such an unusual circumstance sparked whispers among the crowd, hinting at a potential surprise. Meanwhile, the other group had concluded their high-intensity training, where the young talent, Beck Bang, had excelled remarkably, scoring 1 goal and providing an assist. His stellar performance in the training match indicated a promising future. Subsequently, the entire team reconvened, with Barzagli, Chiellini, and Bonucci leading the defensive players to the gym, while the attacking players, including Marchisio and Pirlo, remained behind to practice shooting, with Chen Long participating in this group. The goal was guarded by Buffon and Manninger, while players practiced their shots from outside the penalty area. Newcomers like Chen Long and Beck Bang were relegated to the opposite end of the field to practice with Manninger, alongside Matri, Quagliarella, Pepe, and Elia. Naturally, the younger players were at the back of the line. After witnessing Matri and Quagliarella's lackluster shooting attempts, Beck Bang confidently picked up a ball and positioned it a few meters from the edge of the penalty area. He then retreated a few steps, suddenly surged forward, executed a pronounced thigh swing, and unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. The ball soared like a cannonball towards the upper right corner of the goal. Manninger, caught off guard by the force and speed of the shot, swiftly moved his feet and lunged to the side, his fingertips barely grazing the ball, which then altered its trajectory just enough to strike the crossbar and bounce into the air. This lad possesses considerable skill. It appears the earlier goal in training was no fluke, Matri mused, a sense of caution creeping in. Quagliarella, sweating slightly, reflected that his own shooting power paled in comparison to this young talent. Manninger subsequently made several impressive saves against Beck Bang's attempts, but ultimately, Beck Bang managed to score. Quite formidable, Matri and Quagliarella concluded simultaneously, exchanging glances. Could this young player potentially usurp some of their opportunities in the upcoming season? Such thoughts stirred within each of them. Finally, it was Chen Long's turn to take the field. Upon entering, he resolved not to opt for the powerful strikes favored by Doni. Instead, he chose to execute a free kick. He merely repositioned the ball to a spot 25 meters from the goal, further than where Donny had originally aimed. Does this lad look down on others? How arrogant. Manninger, witnessing Chen Long's audacity, was taken aback. So brazen, so far away. Elia remarked to Pepe, who replied, "Let us not forget how impressive he was last time. Just watch. Standing before the ball, Chen Long took a deep breath, lifted his gaze, and began his run-up. With his left foot planted firmly, he leaned his upper body to the left, swinging his right leg with great force and speed. The ball, struck with the power of his calf, soared through the air like an arrow, tracing an extraordinarily wide curve to the left, heading straight for the bottom left corner of the goal. Oh my, that arc! Pepe was the first to gasp in astonishment. Such a flawless curve, such a perfect angle. This guy is extraordinary. Bekbong had no choice but to concede. The ball was on a direct course for the bottom left corner, and Manninger, having anticipated the direction, leapt with all his might, diving towards the left. Unfortunately, just as his body extended but had not yet fully flattened out, the ball grazed the post and nestled into the net. Manninger crashed heavily onto the grass, yet he failed to make contact with the ball. What kind of little prodigies have shown up today? I have truly embarrassed myself. He silently lamented, then quickly picked himself up, ready for another attempt. Chen Long offered a sheepish smile, conveying a hint of remorse, and once more placed the ball in the exact same spot. Once again, he executed the same shooting motion, and the ball traced a perfect arc as it soared toward the goal, this time heading for the lower right corner. Manninger, having correctly anticipated the direction, lunged swiftly to the right side. Yet, the outcome mirrored the previous attempts. The ball found the net with a resounding thud. Undeterred, Manninger rose from the ground. Having been humiliated for the third time by Chen Long, once during practice and twice in these free kick attempts, another goal had been scored in the lower right corner, following strikes to both the upper left and lower left corners. It was simply formidable. On the other side of the goal, Krasic had turned his gaze towards the opposite end, feeling as though it resembled Beckham's iconic free kick arc. Standing beside Krasic, Pirlo quietly concurred, pondering whether he could ever achieve such precision in his own free kicks. It seemed that Chen Long's prowess surpassed even that of Beckham. Buffon, too, had ceased guarding the goal, his attention drawn to the unfolding spectacle. Beneath the vast, clear sky, Chen Long's ball repeatedly soared through the beautiful expanse, finding its way into the net, while Manninger retrieved the ball from the goal frame time after time. His head hung low, devoid of any frustration. Indeed, this was the famed Beckham arc that he had perfected through relentless practice, flawlessly replicated. Meanwhile, standing at the edge of the training ground, Pirlo couldn't help but stifle a laugh, glancing at the brilliant sky. A genius, abandoned by Inter Milan 13 years ago, was now emerging as a star just as he was on the verge of retirement. One could only wonder how Inter Milan would feel upon witnessing Chen Long's astonishing performance in the future. "Hey, let me join you for a practice," Buffon said after Chen Long scored his 10th free kick goal. The teammates present at the training ground were eager to step up and challenge Chen Long, their admiration for his free kicks intensifying. In truth, a free kick without a wall is akin to a regular shot, granting the shooter a significant advantage. However, the ability to score from various angles speaks volumes about the shooter's extraordinary technique, and at this moment, that was embodied in Chen Long. "You shoot, I'll guard," Buffon declared as he replaced Manninger, bending his body, spreading his feet, and extending his arms, poised to intercept the incoming ball. Chapter 10. The Crescent Moon Blade and the Battle Axe. Buffon versus the Unknown. It may sound like a fairy tale, yet it was indeed happening. It was said that within Juventus, only two players could breach Buffon's defenses at will, Pirlo and Beckham, specifically when it came to free kicks without a wall. Chen Long, however, merely approached the free kick as he always did, unaware that it would attract such attention. "Typically, I practice and shoot without much thought, however. Today is different as a new goalkeeper stands before me. Is this merely a trivial change? The target is none other than the goalkeeper of Juventus. And soon to face me is Buffon." Who is Buffon? He is the world's #1 goalkeeper, reigning supreme in football for nearly a decade. Is it really that astonishing that Buffon is here? I am merely attempting to refine my free kick technique. Chen Long did not anticipate such an outcome. He instinctively scratched his head, revealing an embarrassed smile. Perhaps he has been forgotten by football for too long. Is this lad still smiling? As he gazed at Buffon, who stood before the goal with unwavering focus, a surge of ambition welled up within Chen Long, transforming his expression into one of solemnity. Receiving practical guidance from Buffon is a privilege that demands utmost respect. Should I employ the Beckham curve? No, I shall opt for something unexpected, something that will astonish everyone. He contemplated silently and made his decision. Chen Long lifted the ball with his right foot and held it in his hands, then retreated 10 paces before halting and placing the ball down. What on earth does this lad intend to do? He is toying with me. And yet he dares to approach Buffon from 30 meters away. The insulted Manninger muttered darkly from the side. Buffon observed Chen Long's movements, but felt no disdain. He had already recognized that this young man possessed a free kick technique of the highest caliber. He would not underestimate him for a moment. Pirlo, too, watched with keen interest. He was equally astonished and shared Buffon's sentiments. Chen Long took a deep breath, staring intently at Buffon, who remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the ball at Chen Long's feet, like an insurmountable mountain. Not everyone has the opportunity to face Buffon in a one-on-one duel, but those who have experienced it will invariably share the same realization. Once one meets his gaze, a chilling aura of danger and the profound fear it invokes becomes palpable. Clearly, Chen Long felt the weight of this atmosphere. I will score. I will execute this kick perfectly, Chen Long resolved, striving to dispel his trepidation. He first placed his left foot in front of the ball and consciously measured the distance, stepping back 5 paces before shifting left to create an angle for the shot. This movement, could it be reminiscent of Cristiano Ronaldo's signature style? Has he adopted this technique? Pirlo, who had witnessed Ronaldo's free kicks, instinctively drew a parallel. Of course, Pirlo himself had scored countless goals with such a method. No wonder Chen Long had taken such a distance, as it would indeed be difficult to execute from any closer. In the realm of free kick specialists, few are as adept as the likes of Beckham with his bending arrow, who has outwitted countless opponents, now, with Pirlo, Juninho, and Ronaldo continuing the legacy of the battle axe, they have overwhelmed goalkeepers far and wide. The former has already fallen to Chen Long's prowess, while the latter is about to be unleashed at Chen Long's feet. Chen Long began to concentrate, spreading his legs apart while allowing his arms to hang down by his sides. He took a deep breath and initiated his approach with a series of light steps, then accurately struck the lower middle part of the football with the instep of his right foot. The ball soared through the air like a bolt from the blue, remarkably untouched by spin, darting swiftly towards the goal before suddenly plummeting. The shot was so precise that I uttered a remark as the ball was launched. However, it was merely a fleeting moment. Buffon, with unwavering calmness, tracked the ball's trajectory. Upon determining its position, he extended his fists protectively in front of his chest and forcefully deflected the ball away. Indeed, the strike was impeccably executed, prompting Chen Long to shake his head in disbelief after the attempt. Nevertheless, Buffon did not falter. He opted for a reliable approach, using his fists to clear the ball. The angle may have been insufficient, yet his strength was formidable. Buffon smiled and cast a look of admiration towards Chen Long. The first attempt was thwarted, leading to the second shot. Frustratingly, Chen Long realized he had focused too much on power previously, and now he recalibrated his strength. Assuming the same stance and executing a similar shot, the ball surged towards the goal once more. This time, however, Buffon was not as fortunate as before, standing comfortably in front of the goal to strike the ball away. The ball hurtled towards the bottom right corner of the goal at an alarming speed, descending rapidly. Adequate power. Perfect angle. What a terrifying shot. I detest this peculiar trajectory. Buffon, towering at nearly 2 meters, lunged with all his might, resembling a falcon in pursuit of its prey. With a thud, the football struck the right post fiercely and ricocheted back into the field. Regrettably, while onlookers anticipated a goal, the ball collided with the post instead. Clearly, in the realm of free kicks, technical skill is essential, but luck plays a significant role as well. At this moment, it was evident that fortune was not on their side. Buffon, unable to touch the ball despite exerting all his effort, initially believed it was destined for the net, only to be aided by the post. Phew, that was close. Otherwise, I would have endured a similar ordeal as with Pirlo. That would have been unbearable. Buffon silently sweated for himself, contemplating the precariousness of his reputation. Why must I endure this? My illustrious legacy is on the verge of ruin, he mused. Yet a spark of excitement flickered within him. All right, let us try again. Chen Long, undeterred by the earlier setback, found his confidence rekindled upon witnessing the ball strike the post. However, he acknowledged that this would be his final attempt, as his stamina seemed to be waning. Positioning the ball for the third time, he prepared to adopt a similar stance and retreat once more. This kid is persistent. Is he truly intent on bringing me down? How disrespectful. Buffon observed Chen Long's determination, clearly ready for a challenge. From afar, Pirlo and Conti, seated in the coaching area, closely monitored the unfolding scene. I must admit, I am beginning to envy this lad. He has mastered both the crescent moon blade and the battle axe. What more can one aspire to? Buffon thought, contemplating a gamble. Tonight's dinner is on me if he scores. Piero turned sideways to Conti and said, You know I do not engage in gambling. Conti displayed a troubled expression. hesitating for a moment before replying. Unless I can influence the outcome, then it might be possible. Ha ha ha. In that case, I shall refrain. For I lack confidence in Buffon. This statement must reach Buffon and Chen Long, eliciting their thoughts. The third goal has arrived, akin to a dragon soaring through the heavens. An unstoppable force akin to thunder and lightning. The ball hurtles towards the lower right corner of the goal, more urgent and enigmatic than the previous two. Oh. The malevolent and bizarre arc. I curse you. Buffon internally wrestles with his emotions, yet he must once again execute a superhuman dive. After showcasing yet another flawless save, the ball, at last, finds its way into the net. Chen Long, having expended all his strength in that shot, bends over, gasping for breath. Clearly drained of all his energy. I'm done. This is too much. Buffon quickly scrambles to his feet, exclaiming with childlike exuberance. Too much? Huh. Buffon dares to utter such a phrase. It brings me to laughter. Pirlo, for the first time, bursts into a gleeful laugh. Meanwhile, the forwards of Juventus wear a different expression. Fortunately, he has stamina issues. Otherwise, his starting position would be in jeopardy. Matri and Vucinic exchange knowing glances, secretly relieved. They then glance towards the distant beacon, wiping away another bead of sweat. It seems the upcoming season for Juventus will not be tranquil. Chapter 11. Toying with the entire Italian defense on the football pitch, actions speak louder than words. Only formidable strength can earn the respect of teammates. Clearly, Chen Long's initial foray has established a certain status in the eyes of his companions, at least garnering the respect of some. However, players like Marchisio, brimming with youthful arrogance and talent, scoff at Chen Long's performance. A free kick may be impressive, but it does not necessarily translate to practical application. Ultimately, technical prowess is paramount. Evidently, Marchisio remains unimpressed, implying that Chen Long's skills are limited to set pieces, while he, Marchisio, possesses genuine talent. His words were spoken in a hushed tone, and naturally, Chen Long did not hear them. However, the individuals beside him caught every syllable. Footwork skills? Are you certain his footwork is inadequate? Pepe, who was listening from the side, shrugged and couldn't help but glance at Cáceres, smirking slyly. The recent practice match was still fresh in everyone's memory, and the teammates who participated in that game would undoubtedly hold a profound impression of Chen Long. Thus, Pepe regarded the so-called skills that Marchisio was boasting about with skepticism, silently thinking that the young man would soon regret his words and face the consequences. Marchisio had yet to witness Chen Long's technical prowess. Had he done so, perhaps he would not be so disdainful. Pepe merely gave Marchisio's slightly gaunt shoulder a meaningful pat and refrained from saying anything further. Cáceres stood silently to the side, evidently unwilling to revisit the humiliation of being embarrassed by a newcomer just days prior, an experience anyone would prefer to forget. Interestingly, whether by design or coincidence, the assistant coach organized a 7-on-7 training match that afternoon. The newly returned national team members donned yellow vests as the primary squad, while Chen Long was assigned to the green team. Even though it was an internal match, every player approached it with utmost seriousness. Regardless of whether they played for the main or substitute team, all were determined to perform well. As a primary player, poor performance could lead to being supplanted by a substitute, while substitutes would strive even harder to earn their place in the starting lineup. Newcomers like Beckenbauer had to exert even more effort than others. This competitive spirit often resulted in news reports of players clashing during training, particularly among those in the same position, as they vied to showcase their superiority and dedication. Professional football does not accommodate idlers, yet Chen Long was an exception. For newcomers like Beckenbauer, there was no room for leniency on the field. The pitch resembled a battlefield, and Beckenbauer relentlessly utilized his striking physique to challenge the yellow-vested team. Disregarding the identity of the opposing defenders, he was unyielding. Physically, Beckenbauer held his own against any Juventus player, thus gaining an edge in confrontations. However, there remained a notable gap in ball handling, teamwork, and timing of shots compared to seasoned players. Nevertheless, Beckenbauer consistently exhibited remarkable tenacity. Chen Long observed the match leisurely from the sidelines, occasionally directing his gaze toward the defense of the primary team. Witnessing Beckenbauer's vigorous performance, he offered a look of appreciation. This young lad is indeed quite remarkable, managing to hold his own amidst the illustrious duo of Chiellini and Barzagli. His future seems boundless. What is particularly striking is that he is merely 16 years of age. His fortune far surpasses that of many. He mused to himself, pondering the nature of this fellow's contract. After the match, he resolved to inquire about it. Could it be that they were both mere temporary workers? The match unfolded with intense fervor, entirely devoid of the characteristics of a training game. Every player was fiercely engaged on the field, with the head coach and assistant coach vocally directing their respective teams from the sidelines. The game was punctuated by moments of players tumbling to the ground, and numerous goals were scored. Within just over 20 minutes, the score stood at 2-2. Clearly, the relaxed mindset and aggressive offensive play were responsible for the abundance of goals. Typically, a half in an internal match lasts around half an hour, unlike a formal match which spans a full 45 minutes. At this juncture, Conti summoned Chen Long to his side and conveyed a few instructions. Chen Long nodded in agreement, appearing attentive. As the match reached the 25-minute mark, Chen Long substituted for Vucinic, forming a forward partnership with Beckham. This was their first time playing together, and it marked Chen Long's initial appearance in a competitive setting. Following Conti's directives, Chen Long was tasked with taking possession of the ball and breaking through defenses, avoiding blind passes or lofted balls. He was to experiment with how to effectively penetrate and resolve challenges in a top-tier defensive environment. Serie A is not the Premier League. One cannot simply pass through the defensive line with ease. The Italian chain defense demands a more strategic approach to ball possession. Securing the ball is paramount. Only then can one pass or break through to create better opportunities. Upon entering the field, Chen Long resembled a cheetah set free from its cage, aggressively engaging in confrontations. What does Chen Long possess? He possesses an unparalleled 5 minutes, during which he can toy with these Italian defenders. He hardly seems like a novice. Having honed his skills through 8 years of street football, he can easily hold his own against professional players, perhaps even gaining the upper hand. What can one achieve in 5 minutes? It is merely a brief showcase. Marchisio, upon seeing Chen Long enter the fray, scoffed disdainfully, completely dismissing him. Conti and the other coaches were attentively observing everything on the field. This marked their second opportunity to witness Chen Long in action. They were eager to discern whether he could indeed contribute something significant to the team in those 5 minutes, while also determining what tactical approach would be designated for him. Conti observed the proceedings with a leisurely demeanor, fixating on the young talent before him. Signing Chen Long was a decision attributed to Del Piero, and Conti had deliberated extensively before agreeing to Del Piero's proposal, bringing Chen Long on board as a temporary player. Caution has always been a hallmark of Conti's mindset. He wished to avoid becoming a source of ridicule for Juventus. In the annals of football history, there exists an abundance of underperformers, even within the ranks of the illustrious Brazilian team, exemplified by the flamboyant Denilson of the summer of '98. With a tranquil demeanor, Chen Long secured the ball for the first time, and as in previous instances, the final 5 minutes belonged to him. This time, he would not let it slip away unexpectedly. To contain Chen Long in those crucial last moments seemed nearly impossible, a sentiment echoed by amateur teams. But what of professional squads? Upon receiving the ball on the right flank, Chen Long glanced around, noting the absence of supporting teammates. He refrained from hastily passing the ball, while Beckham, stationed far within the penalty area, was being closely marked by 2 formidable center backs, gesturing for him to make the pass. Yet, Chen Long remained resolute, contemplating that should he pass, it was improbable that Beckham could maneuver past such imposing defenders. De Segli was closely shadowing him. Chen Long leaned into De Segli, facing the sideline, while simultaneously executing a feigned forward burst, nudging the ball ahead with his right foot. De Segli closely pursued, but just as swiftly, Chen Long halted, retracting the ball with his right foot. Taken aback, De Segli momentarily froze, allowing Chen Long to slip half his body away. And with a deft flick of his right foot, he turned sharply inward, easily evading De Segli. Just then, Pirlo arrived timely, obstructing Chen Long's path to advance. With his left foot, Chen Long performed several intricate step-overs, yet Pirlo remained unfazed, uncertain of Chen Long's next move. Seizing the fleeting moment of Pirlo's hesitation, Chen Long, having completed the step-overs, swiftly pushed the ball towards the baseline. The ball surged forward, seemingly too far, but Chen Long accelerated in pursuit, his sudden burst of speed leaving Pirlo behind. The distance was just right for Chen Long's velocity. Before him lay an open expanse. He merely had to carry the ball into the penalty area to create a scoring opportunity. At that moment, the diligent Marchisio launched himself from a diagonal rear position, evidently incensed at witnessing Chen Long deftly toy with his teammates. The forceful slide tackle arrived in an instant. "Take that, you arrogant one," muttered Marchisio as he slid. Chen Long had already sensed the impending threat from the fierce Marchisio. Timing his move perfectly, he deftly pulled the ball back with his right foot, evading the tackle, and continued his advance with the ball on his left foot, still effortlessly gliding forward. Marquisio, now sprawled on the ground, was left in shock at Chen Long's composed and formidable display, utterly unanticipated. How could he have been so easily outmaneuvered? He scrambled to his feet. But it was too late. At last, Chen Long found himself with a chance to face Buffon. However, the angle was narrow. Positioned just to the left of the 6-yard box, with Barzagli looming ahead. Barzagli did not recklessly rush in, but quickly closed the gap, positioning his body to staunchly block Chen Long's shot. Chen Long feigned to the right in an attempt to deceive Barzagli, yet Barzagli remained steadfast, unwavering as a mountain, standing resolutely before him. Realizing his initial ploy had failed, Chen Long lifted his right foot, mimicking a shooting motion. In that fleeting moment, Barzagli sprang into action, swiftly closing in while extending his left leg, aiming to block Chen Long's shot at a sharper angle. This was the moment Chen Long had been anticipating. Just as the surface of his right foot was about to make contact with the ball, he deftly withdrew, gently nudging it to the left, causing Barzagli to be deftly sidestepped. The ball finally landed at his left foot as Chiellini closely marked Beckenbauer, unable to arrive in time to block the shot. Chen Long found himself in the heart of the small penalty area, facing Buffon. It was merely a fleeting moment, a sequence of actions that lasted no more than a couple of seconds. Chen Long made his move, unleashing a strike. The ever-alert Buffon, upon witnessing Barzagli being outmaneuvered, lunged forward like a lion. Indeed, Buffon charged forth, as such an advance could thwart the opponent's chance to score. Without such a commitment, he would likely find himself retrieving the ball from the net. Thus, without hesitation, he swiftly surged forward, positioning himself to dive at Chen Long's feet. In that split second, Chen Long's left foot transitioned from a shot to a deft dribble to the left, while his body gracefully shifted to evade Buffon's outstretched arm, leaving the goal wide open. With a gentle push of his left foot, the ball found its way into the net. This entire sequence of breakthroughs was executed seamlessly, with no pause in between. A splendid goal. The opponents approached to offer their congratulations. Pepe affectionately patted Chen Long's head, while Cáceres exchanged a celebratory high-five. Applause erupted from the sidelines, where Conti and fellow teammates could not contain their admiration. Though the applause was not thunderous, the goal was undeniably remarkable. Except for Conti and a select few, the astonished expressions on the others' faces were quite pronounced. Is this a newcomer? Is this truly a person? The demeanor exhibited is entirely beneath any standard. Such a whimsical creature. The goal was magnificently executed, showcasing the player's extraordinary skills. It is evident that only after years of immersion in Italian football could Chen Long so effortlessly maneuver through and strike. The Italian defense operates in a chain, making it improbable to bypass a single player and gain sufficient angles and opportunities for a shot. Thus, Chen Long has grown accustomed to evading one after another, until he finally navigates through the formidable defense before opting to shoot. But what did Chen Long break through this time? He surpassed the entirety of Italy's defensive line. Was it truly that easy? Why then have we not seen anyone dismantle Italy's defense in such a manner during the European Championship? In the blink of an eye, Chen Long treated these international players as if they were mere participants in a five-side match, relishing the experience. What of the international stars? They too were left vulnerable, and the ball found its way into the net. Several prominent players hung their heads in shame, particularly Marquisio, who felt embarrassed by his earlier remarks from that morning. Even Beckham, who had been complaining about Chen Long not passing to him, fell silent after the goal. On the field, it is performance that speaks volumes. And it is clear that at this moment, Chen Long was indeed letting his prowess do the talking. In the realm of football, the act of dribbling is referred to as going solo. However, Chen Long's solo performance lasted less than 5 minutes, for those final moments belonged solely to him, his time. Clearly, he did not disappoint Conti, nor did he let Del Piero down, and most importantly, he did not fail himself. Yet, he caused immense distress to his teammates, leaving them utterly humiliated, but ultimately earning their respect. Chapter 12. The arrival of Higuain. Chiellini approached Barzagli, laughing heartily. This is utterly embarrassing. How could this kid dribble past so many of you? How will we ever hold our heads high again? Has little Bar been reincarnated? Honestly, have you all been possessed by him? Are you collectively pondering the meaning of life? Barzagli, blushing crimson, was momentarily at a loss for words, opting instead to hang his head in awkward silence. Buffon, on the other hand, bellowed at his teammates, urging them to take the game seriously. You lot are still playing like fools, getting dribbled past one after another. Especially you, Marquisio. Didn't you boast about your skills? How could you let yourself be so easily bypassed? Where will you put your faces? Marquisio, feeling the weight of his captain's scorn, turned as red as a baboon's rear. Unable to muster a single word, as he bore the brunt of the embarrassment, Pirlo, however, wore a serene smile, showing no signs of displeasure. After the match concluded, Marchisio was the first to approach Chen Long, expressing his admiration. "Incredible job, kid. I'm truly impressed," he said, patting Chen Long on the shoulder, shamelessly praising him while conveniently ignoring what he had said earlier in the day, as if he had always been a devoted fan of Chen Long Buffon, then strolled over, hesitantly remarking, "Your free kick skills are as astonishing as Pirlo's and Cristiano Ronaldo's. Yet, I never anticipated your dribbling would be equally formidable. How are we to compete with you in the future?" Chen Long's dazzling display had indeed exhausted him significantly, but upon hearing Buffon's praise, he felt revitalized and humbly replied, "I never expected to play so well. It's merely a product of my habitual training. I've become quite addicted to dribbling." "Addicted? Fortunately, you only had 5 minutes. Otherwise, if you played for 90, who could keep up with you without collapsing?" Marchisio, hearing Chen Long's nonchalant words, was left speechless. Pirlo approached with a greeting. "You have a bright future ahead. My exquisite surgical passes will finally find their purpose and not be squandered on lesser talents, haha." While complimenting Chen Long, Pirlo couldn't resist the opportunity to boast about himself as well. Chen Long, catching his breath, offered an awkward smile. "Honestly, if you all give me such opportunities to break through next time, I might just get tackled before I even start." He pondered, "At your young age, how have you mastered such an extraordinary array of skills?" Chiellini grew increasingly curious. As they practiced, Chen Long responded candidly, seemingly unfazed. "If you just keep practicing, you'll eventually master it. So why can't I?" Esidi Garivia interjected. "You? At over 20, it's time to accept reality." That day, Chen Long's remarkable shooting skills and techniques on the training ground astonished his teammates, leading to their acceptance of him. Within a mere few days, his displayed prowess began to carve out a prominent opportunity for him at Juventus. Meanwhile, not far from the training ground, a red Lamborghini had been parked for nearly half an hour. This car was no stranger to the Juventus players. It belonged to the club's owner, Agnelli. Curiously, what was it doing here today? After the training session concluded, movement finally stirred within the vehicle. The first to emerge was Agnelli, followed closely by another individual, tall, with pronounced features, dressed in athletic attire, exuding a vibrant, handsome charm. The chairman and this young man walked side by side towards the training field, prompting Conti and Pirlo to approach eagerly. They greeted the tall young man with warm handshakes, leaving Agnelli somewhat sidelined, an unusual occurrence. The other teammates also noticed this situation, their gazes drawn in that direction. Conti's face even twitched with excitement. "What is going on with the coach? Did the chairman give him a raise?" The oblivious Marchisio mumbled, almost gleefully. "Hey, that person looks familiar. Where have I seen him?" Elia, known for his loquacity, attempted to articulate in broken English. "Of course. We see him on television all the time," Buffon remarked nonchalantly, clearly recognizing him. "Higuain, the one from Real Madrid. What brings him here?" Pirlo, having faced Higuain several times during his tenure at AC Milan, also seemed to have made the connection. Upon the utterance of these words, the forwards of Juventus fell into varying degrees of silence. The arrival of Higuain signified that some forwards would inevitably need to depart, seeking transfers to other clubs. For those strikers who underperformed last season, this news must have weighed heavily on their hearts, particularly for Quagliarella, who had recently discussed transfer matters with Conti. The discomfort was palpable, leading him to ponder the uncertainty surrounding his future. In the realm of professional sports, when one cannot secure a starting position, departure often emerges as the most prudent choice. The younger players, Chen Long and Beck Bong, remained indifferent to the identities of their counterparts, as they posed no immediate threat. Particularly Chen Long, an auxiliary player, a temporary worker, a substitute, whose skills, regardless of their excellence, would not allow him to contest for a position. Each individual harbored their own thoughts as they converged. In person, Higuain exuded a charm that surpassed his televised appearances. Conti introduced Higuain to everyone and in turn presented each player to him. Higuain appeared composed and courteous, shaking hands with each teammate while showcasing his serene and captivating smile, as pure as a blossoming flower. Were it not for his full beard, one might mistake him for a youthful lad, perhaps even resembling a bashful girl. As Chen Long clasped Higuain's hand, the latter suddenly remarked, "You are quite formidable. I just witnessed that splendid goal." In this unexpected initial encounter, the sudden praise from a football star left Chen Long momentarily speechless. "Oh, you saw that? It's too flattering, truly," he thought. "They're just being lazy." It felt utterly surreal, shaking hands with Higuain, a thought echoing in his mind. It was so fantastical that words failed to capture the essence. Standing at a similar height to Higuain, with hands of equal size, yet their statuses were worlds apart. One was a coveted star, while the other was merely a temporary worker. Nevertheless, fate conspired to bring them together, irrespective of status or wealth. Higuain did not fly to Turin, but instead headed directly to Palermo for a medical examination, subsequently arriving at the training ground to meet his teammates. For Higuain, the previous season had been remarkable, having not only led Real Madrid to victory over Barcelona but also secured a league championship that had eluded him for many years, with his performance being commendable. However, he had not been granted a stable starting position or commensurate salary at the club, leading to an amicable separation from Real Madrid. Many fans of the club likely did not anticipate Higuain's abrupt departure. Despite numerous reports hinting at his potential transfer to Juventus, few believed it to be true. Yet today, Higuain was indeed present at Juventus training camp. Clearly, Juventus' ambitions for the upcoming season extended beyond merely claiming the league title. They aimed for glory on the European stage. Chapter 13. Does a temporary worker deserve the number 10 jersey? This unexpected and delightful day swiftly reached its conclusion. Chen Long found himself retained by Conte, marking his inaugural opportunity for a private conversation with him, albeit with Piero also present. Your training is somewhat unique. I have discussed it with the others, Conte stated candidly, lightly tapping the armrest of his chair. I am perplexed, despite your stamina being limited to merely 5 minutes. Your physique remains remarkably well maintained, entirely inconsistent with such a limitation. This seems to be innate. I cannot quite articulate it, Chen Long replied innocently, gesturing helplessly. Intrigued, Conte turned to Piero, musing internally about the absurdity of the situation, which defied medical logic. Piero, equally at a loss for words, reflected on his own past when he required substances to stimulate muscle growth, pondering why this young man, in such disarray, presented such an extraordinary anomaly. He is nothing short of a football oddity, he remarked with a hint of lament. We believe that conventional training methods may not suit you. You only need to focus on physical conditioning and fundamental technical training. Of course, you must also participate in the final 5 minutes of competitive matches. Henceforth, you will primarily train under the guidance of our fitness coach, Belcher, who will provide you with physical training direction. As for technical training, you will practice alongside the rest of the team and frequently learn from veterans like Pirlo, which will always be beneficial. During matches, I will arrange for you to take the field at appropriate moments. You simply need to be prepared, Conte elaborated. The team will devise a strategy centered around you, particularly for the final 5 minutes, making you the core asset during that time, he added with a note of reassurance. The most crucial aspect is to avoid injuries. Consider this, your time is already limited to 5 minutes, and should you sustain an injury, we would have no choice but to terminate your contract. Particularly in matters of romantic relationships, one must exercise restraint. Upon hearing the mention of contract termination, Chen Long's facial muscles twitched slightly, reflecting his realization of the precariousness of being a temporary worker, devoid of any security. He resolved to strive earnestly in the future, lest he find himself in a situation from which he could not escape. The mention of romantic relationships caused his cheeks to flush, not from flirtation with beautiful women, but due to his utter lack of understanding in that realm. Furthermore, given his physique, he felt an immense pressure. There are countless pursuits one can undertake in 5 minutes. Yet engaging in such activities felt somewhat insufficient. Do you have any questions? Piero interjected, having been listening intently. Noticing Chen Long's silence, he seized the opportunity to speak. I would like to inquire whether training will affect my studies. Chen Long brought his thoughts back to a matter of utmost concern. Your situation is quite unique. You may traverse between university and the club. The team will not interfere with your academic pursuits, though you must attend daily training sessions and matches in the afternoon, contingent upon being included in the team's roster. The same applies to the youth league matches, was the reply. Freedom is indeed a relative concept. Yet one remains a temporary worker, he concluded. In his heart, Chen Long silently contemplated, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Given the current circumstances and treatment, he felt as if he had stumbled upon a windfall, an opportunity too good to be true. How could he dare to become greedy? A little self-reflection was all that was needed. Maintaining a balanced mindset was crucial. In fact, this situation was not entirely unfavorable. Working as a temporary staff member at Juventus, he still had the chance to compete in professional leagues and freely access both the university and the team. Such an opportunity would be eagerly sought after by many ordinary individuals, as it provided a temporary livelihood, allowing one to enjoy life while pursuing their passions. Although it was vastly different from the experiences of other professional athletes, what more could an 18-year-old desire? Are you Messi? No? Cristiano Ronaldo? Neither? Then what grounds do you have to feel discontent? As for my basic needs, training days were guaranteed by the team, but regular days were lacking. Accommodation? There was none. Transportation? If you don't mind, the team bus could pick you up at the university entrance, was Pippo's shameless retort. Ah, what a brazen temporary worker. Utterly devoid of merit, should they fail to score, would they not simply be left to languish? A myriad of trivial conversations ensued, with Chen Long nodding in a dazed acceptance, while the shameless Del Piero relentlessly berated him. Eventually, Connie inquired, "What number do you wish for your jersey? Which numbers are available?" Chen Long asked cautiously, his thoughts racing with the presumption that all the desirable numbers had already been claimed, compelling him to select an inconspicuous one to avoid attracting the disdain of the star players. In truth, Chen Long had grown accustomed to wearing larger numbers. Having spent years on the bench of amateur leagues, garbed in jerseys of little distinction, where numbers in the 30s were quite commonplace. However, should Chen Long's physique permit him a place as a starter, he would undoubtedly enjoy the privilege of primary selection for his jersey number. Are there any numbers left? Connie mused. 2, 9, 16, 29, 31, and all numbers beyond 34, he recited casually, then glanced at Del Piero. Oh, I almost forgot. There's also number 10. He gestured towards Del Piero. The new owner of number 9 is Higuain. 2 is designated for defenders, Connie continued. I intend to reserve number 16 for Giovinco. And it seems Asamoah has claimed number 29. Chen Long had no particular attachment to a specific number. Clearly, he would not wear number 9, as that was reserved for the luminaries. Although the remaining options were dismal, they were preferable to being overlooked, offering a semblance of modesty. His thoughts gravitated towards the number 34 and beyond. At that moment, Pirlo approached with a cup of coffee. Smiling as he addressed Chen Long, "Are you planning to completely disregard my number 10? Number 10? Of course not. Who would dare wear your number 10? If I venture outside, I might be struck by lightning, or worse, drown in the saliva of your fans," Chen Long blurted out without a second thought. Pirlo was momentarily speechless, paused, and then inquired, "Do you really not wish to wear the number 10? I like it, but liking doesn't necessitate wearing it. Wearing it could be hazardous. It's akin to love. Liking doesn't mean one has to possess it. Simply cherishing it in one's heart suffices." This metaphor was quite apt, yet the issue remained that no one was contesting it. It was a piece of meat within reach. Would you not indulge in it yourself? Choosing instead to leave it for others? I can't bring myself to. Human greed is insatiable. I fear that indulging might lead to my own demise. So I think I'll pass, Chen Long resolutely declined. Isn't it enough to simply like it? Why overthink it? At this rate, you're nearly akin to a corpse. Perhaps donning it would be significantly better than being lifeless. Very well, I shall wear the number 10. I refuse. Do you truly wish to see me perish? What advantages come with wearing this number? The advantage is that the goal bonus 1 TB halved. Chapter 14. He is the discarded scrap of Inter Milan. By the time the press conference arrived the following morning, Chen Long had pondered all night. Yet he could not fathom why those two peculiar old men, Conti and Pirlo, were so insistent on him wearing the number 10. Would not wearing it lead to his demise? Chen Long questioned himself throughout the night, and under the oppressive influence of the two. He awoke the next day still filled with trepidation. This was not all. He was also commanded to attend the press conference today. Initially, Chen Long thought he could simply dress modestly and blend in, but he never anticipated he would have to participate in the press conference. How could he face the throngs of fervent fans? Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Chen Long could not help but shiver, a wave of panic urging him to flee. He hesitated at the entrance for some time before ultimately deciding to timidly slip inside. At that moment, the hotel lobby was already teeming with hundreds of journalists and fans, creating a veritable sea of bodies. They had gathered for one purpose: Gonzalo Higuain. The former Real Madrid striker's transfer to Juventus warranted a dignified press conference. Had the team not been preparing in Palermo, and had the event taken place at the headquarters in Turin, the club would undoubtedly have been surrounded by thousands of adoring fans. However, for Chen Long, this was a fortuitous circumstance. In a state of utter bewilderment, Chen Long forced his way through the crowd, going unnoticed amidst the throng. After donning the number 10 jersey in his hotel room, he timidly trailed behind the others as they descended the stairs. The attendees of the press conference included club president Andrea Agnelli, head coach Antonio Conti, the legendary Alessandro Del Piero, Higuain clad in the number 9 jersey, the number 39 wearer Beck Bong, and finally, the hesitant Chen Long in his number 10. I'm going to die. What should I do? Chen Long murmured, clutching his chest as he stepped out of the elevator. Look at you, such a coward. Can you not muster a bit of confidence? Del Piero glanced back at Chen Long, unable to resist a playful jab. In contrast to Chen Long, Beck Bong maintained a degree of composure. He had some recognition, having been selected for the youth national team, and his transfer to Juventus was relatively unremarkable. As for Chen Long, who brazenly adorned the legendary number 10 jersey, did he think it was as easy as picking up vegetables at the market? Joining Juventus should have been a cause for celebration. Yet at this moment, Chen Long felt utterly despondent, his expression resembling that of someone mourning. Such a handsome model in Del Piero's jersey, even more striking than Del Piero himself, remarked an admiring female fan upon seeing Chen Long. Yet, why did he wear such a sorrowful face? Chen Long heard her words clearly, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. To be mistaken for a model, was that a blessing or a curse? He felt quite displeased. Madam, of course, you find this delightful. If I could, I would gladly strut down the runway rather than face potential embarrassment moments from now. This is merely a brief interlude, as all the cheers were reserved for Higuain. Today, Higuain has shaved, appearing fresh and youthful, exuding a pristine charm. He resembles a dashing heartthrob, and reporters must have wasted countless frames, as the flashbulbs incessantly flickered. Higuain, we adore you. Juventus welcomes you. Watermelon, you are the most handsome. Since taking their seats, the fans have not ceased their adulation for Higuain, clearly illustrating the magnitude of his reception. Following the departure of the forward Trezeguet from Juventus, the club has been in search of its true number 9. In recent years, Matri and the lone Borriello were far from dependable top strikers, while Vucinic and others lacked a center-forward background. Thus, Higuain's arrival is undoubtedly the lethal forward Juventus genuinely requires, and no one could possibly contest this transfer. Higuain symbolically displayed his charming, radiant smile and raised his hand to wave to the crowd, appearing remarkably composed. Meanwhile, Chen Long chose a seat at the far right, contemplating that the farther away he was, the quicker this would conclude. Most were bewildered as to why this model was seated at the press conference. Even in a last position, no one seemed to grasp the situation immediately. Of course, a few quick-witted reporters noticed the anomaly and began instructing their aides to sift through Juventus's recent training news, hoping to uncover some unusual tidbits. Naturally, the conference revolved around Higuain. Initially, both parties exchanged extravagant compliments, extolling greatness, before eventually broaching the subject of the contract. The agreement spanned 5 years, with an annual salary of €5 million. Thus, until the 2017 season, Higuain will be Juventus's goal-scoring sharpshooter. 5 million. Goodness. I earn merely €1,000 per goal, and I have to bear the burden of that wretched number 10. I even have to participate in this press conference. Oh God, what a predicament. Is there any hope for my existence? Chen Long lamented internally upon hearing Higuain's salary. The flashes of light flickered around him. Yet they did not illuminate his presence. He was not the protagonist, merely a temporary worker, and thus had no need to display a radiant smile. He felt that for the first time in his life, time had stretched interminably, never seeming to reach an end. After Higuain showcased the Juventus number 9 jersey before the media, it was time for Beck Bong to make his entrance. The club briefly introduced his football history without excessive embellishment, clearly stating that Beck Bong would be a key focus for the club's youth development. Naturally, Beck Bong received a commendable youth contract, but in comparison to Higuain, the disparity was immense. It is only natural that an aspiring player must first establish themselves as a star in order to attain the privileges of a renowned athlete. At last, the moment has arrived for Chen Long. It is with great honor that I introduce to you the new bearer of the number 10 jersey. These words were spoken by Del Piero, who paused momentarily before continuing. Chen Long, a young lad hailing from the island of Sicily. Given the significance of the number 10, it is only fitting that Del Piero would be the one to announce it. As he spoke, his gaze was directed towards Chen Long, prompting the crowd to follow his line of sight. In an instant, Chen Long became the focal point, akin to a bomb being detonated, which immediately ignited the entire scene. It was as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. "Ah, is that not the model?" exclaimed a previously unknown beauty, her voice rising in excitement. Undoubtedly, she was not the only one expressing such enthusiasm at that moment. What a naive young lad, utterly oblivious to the complexities of the world, who has yet to showcase any remarkable skills. Is this truly the new number 10 of Juventus? A myriad of bewildered faces adorned with large question marks immediately emerged. Gasps of astonishment, shouts of disbelief, expressions of awe and anger intertwined, creating a cacophony of emotions, leaving a tumultuous atmosphere in their wake. This revelation struck with the same shock as Alessandro Del Piero's departure from the team, eliciting feelings of astonishment, confusion, and helplessness. The flash of cameras continued incessantly, while countless film reels were squandered in the process. What they beheld was merely a handsome young man. Yet they failed to recognize the greatness of a true number 10, resulting in skeptical, even despairing gazes. Some fans were so overcome that tears streamed down their faces. An undeniable reality that was hard to accept. Chen Long stood in bewilderment, grappling with the unfolding scene. Fortunately, Del Piero did not allow the atmosphere to linger in discomfort. He seized the microphone and decisively interrupted the turmoil. The choice of the number 10 is one bestowed by Conte and myself. Chen Long possesses extraordinary talent. He is the future of Juventus, of that I am unequivocally certain. As the forthcoming matches unfold, everyone will come to discover and appreciate the potential of Chen Long, who will undoubtedly astonish us all. A journalist, seemingly prepared, rose to voice a loud inquiry. However, he appears to have a congenital physical deficiency, reportedly only able to play for 5 minutes. Is this true? Indeed, but issues of stamina can be remedied. Those 5 minutes can indeed transform into 10. And 5 minutes can suffice to alter the outcome of a match. Historical examples abound in the annals of football. Del Piero responded with composure. Might the club's decision, seemingly lacking in consideration, be somewhat inappropriate? It is no surprise that the journalist posed such a question. After all, Juventus's number 10 has historically belonged to luminaries like Platini and Del Piero, each a titan in the sport and the very soul of the team. The number symbolizes Juventus. Yet, numbers alone do not define significance, and Chen Long is capable of embodying that essence. Let us observe patiently. This does not serve as a compelling rationale for donning the number 10. Rather, his prowess is the true justification. He is the objective of the club's nurturing. Subsequently, there were even inquiries suggesting the involvement of a Chinese consortium sponsoring him, subtly promoting the player. However, the most sensational revelation was that he had been discarded as a liability by Inter Milan 13 years ago. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire venue erupted into an uproar. Chapter 15, I am not useless. The emergence of this news can be attributed to the realization of a reporter who promptly instructed his assistant to investigate the background of Chen Long. They swiftly discovered that Chen Long bore the identical name of a prodigy abandoned by Inter Milan 13 years ago. Further inquiries confirmed Chen Long's identity, leading to the mention made moments ago, the discarded talent of Inter Milan, even if it was 13 years past. As this topic was broached, it once again elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Veteran journalists immediately began to reminisce about the events surrounding Inter Milan from 13 years prior. That year, Ronaldo suffered a torn ligament, and Vieri grappled with his injuries. It was also the year when Baggio emerged as a savior in a moment of crisis and experienced his time on the bench. Lippi faced internal strife that year, and was there news concerning this young man as well? Many journalists pondered deeply for quite some time, unable to recall such an occurrence. Ultimately, aided by a laptop search, they managed to unravel a semblance of the mystery, and the older individuals among them finally remembered the details. A news story from 13 years ago, which should have long since faded into the annals of history, was now revisited. It turned out that he too had once been a prodigy, laden with the weight of immense expectations, a figure who had once sent ripples through Italy. Despite being merely 4 years old at the time, by the age of 5, he had shot across the sky like a shooting star, disappearing from view. Throughout this entire process, Chen Long remained silent, his emotions akin to a roller coaster. He had not anticipated that someone would recognize him or that his past could be unearthed so swiftly, leaving his heart in turmoil. It dawned upon him that one day, despite having been cast aside by Inter Milan, he would still be remembered. One day he could join Juventus. One day he could return to the center stage of football. His eyes involuntarily brimmed with tears, faint red veins appearing, yet he strove to suppress those glistening droplets from escaping into the world. The relentless journalists initiated yet another round of probing questions. Was Juventus foolish enough to sign a player deemed a failure by Inter Milan for 13 years? Must Juventus validate his worth once more, donning the number 10 jersey to prove it? Countless such tiresome and disdainful inquiries surfaced incessantly. Please maintain respect, Del Piero interjected, his demeanor growing grave. It was rare to see Del Piero in such a light, his typically refined image before the press was under severe challenge. Although he often wore a sly expression around Chen Long, he was markedly different at this moment. Chen Long witnessed the ugly side of journalism for the first time, a flicker of anger igniting within him, yet he chose to endure it silently. Who has he offended? What does it matter that he was cast aside by Inter Milan? What does it matter that he joined Juventus? No, I am not a failure. I am not inferior to anyone. I shall prove my genius at Juventus. Even if I lose 85 minutes, I still have 5 minutes to demonstrate my brilliance. 5 minutes is ample time. Chen Long gazed at Del Piero, signaling his desire to speak. This was the first time he wished to voice his thoughts. Del Piero did not hinder him, handing over the microphone. Chen Long took the microphone, pausing momentarily to steady his emotions. At that moment, all tension and fear dissipated, leaving no room for any other thoughts. All he desired was to exhale. I am not a failure. Chen Long's voice was not loud, yet it was deliberate and powerful. His youthful visage conveyed not impulsiveness but an indescribable composure. For me, 5 minutes is sufficient, perhaps even unnecessary. If I were a failure, I would have been discarded 13 years ago. Yet here I stand, 13 years later, on the stage of Juventus, proving one thing. Either Inter Milan failed me, or you have failed. The reporters clearly did not anticipate such a declaration from Chen Long. The atmosphere was thick with silence, and no one dared to rebut. Ignoring the stillness, Chen Long continued to speak slowly. For the vast majority of you, a match lasts 90 minutes. For me, it is merely 5 minutes. In those 5 minutes, I will exert my utmost effort to determine the outcome of the game. Perhaps many among you will continue to mock me, reveling in my misfortune. But laugh all you want, for I shall not grant you the opportunity. Remember, the new number 10 of Juventus is I, Chen Long, and this jersey will never be a source of your humiliation. On the contrary, as long as I am here, you shall endure humiliation every single day. With that, Chen Long naturally set the microphone down and fell silent. Subsequently, Del Piero led the applause, clapping vigorously. At first, it was only his hands moving, but within seconds, the sound of enthusiastic clapping erupted. You may not acknowledge him as a genius, nor accept him as a member of Juventus, but you must recognize his unwavering dedication over the past 13 years, his relentless perseverance. You must acknowledge that 13 years later, through his own efforts, he has returned to the stage of football. And 13 years ago, he was merely a 5-year-old child. Such experiences, such torment, and such anguish, how many individuals can truly endure them? Over the course of 13 years, countless stars have risen to fame only to retire. And many souls have transitioned from youth to old age. The applause that lasted for over half a minute was bestowed upon Chen Long. This took him by surprise. And ultimately, he could no longer restrain his tears, though this occurred only after the conclusion of the press conference, as he made his way backstage. No one anticipated that the press conference would yield such an outcome. The initial pessimism was entirely transformed by Chen Long's heartfelt words. This was destined to be an inspirational tale. Although merely a beginning, the kind-hearted spectators seemed to glimpse the protagonist of this story, prepared to launch themselves toward the life he had been readying for over 13 years. One can envision the subsequent flood of news and reports across the internet and newspapers. What kind of astonishment will a young man, bearing the illustrious number 10 of Juventus, bring to them? An hour later, major networks, newspapers, and social media had disseminated the news of Juventus's new number 10 across the globe, while over 50 million Juventus fans scoured his video clips, embarking on a fervent sharing spree. The most viewed content was not a 5-minute highlight reel of his spectacular skills, but rather the news from 13 years prior, when he was cast aside by Inter Milan. Italy's largest sports newspaper, Gazzetta dello Sport, published an article titled 13 Years, From Inter to Juventus, which suggested that this narrative seemed to encapsulate a player's footballing journey from Inter to Juventus. Yet it was merely the prologue to a footballing saga that had been awaited for 13 long years. The Roman Daily declared, "This is a legend, an inspirational story that commands respect." The Republic proclaimed, "A genius unexpectedly emerged from the black hole of Inter in '99. What a fortunate occurrence." Thus, the protagonist, Chen Long, found himself unwittingly thrust onto the grand stage of Juventus football. Chapter 16. Shan Shan arrives late. Life unfolds in such a manner that one can never predict what the next moment may bring. Clearly, today has already provided Chen Long with more than enough. Before and after the meeting, he seemed like two different individuals. Del Piero comfortingly patted him on the shoulder, and with an inexplicable flourish, produced a pair of sunglasses to offer to Chen Long. "You must grow accustomed to being a star. even if it's just for 5 minutes. His tone reverted to its usual mischievousness. How thoughtful of you. Did you foresee the outcome? Chen Long expressed his utmost disdain and condemnation. Accepting the sunglasses, he donned them with ease. At that moment, Chen Long still could not comprehend why he was being propelled into the spotlight, but it no longer mattered. He realized that proving himself in the future was of paramount importance. For 18 years, he had never felt such an urgent need to validate his existence. Is it significant? Or is it not? Indeed, it is profoundly significant. He felt the need to prove himself. This was the essence of existence. Wearing sunglasses, he emerged from the rear exit of the hotel. Have you ever experienced the sensation of suddenly becoming a celebrity? Such was the case for Chen Long, who, if he were to step onto the street at that moment, would undoubtedly attract a myriad of troubles. Just then, his phone rang. It was Mario. Chen Long glanced at the caller ID, not surprised, yet found it peculiar to receive a call from him at this hour. After all, that guy usually preferred to sleep in, never rising before noon. Indeed, the call was from Mario Balotelli, the infamous Super Mario. Congratulations on joining Juventus, he exclaimed. Congratulations? Have you not seen how I was insulted at the press conference? Chen Long retorted indignantly. By the way, why are you up so early? Aren't you typically sprawled out like a lazy pig? I was woken up by a girl today. You know, I've been quite the charmer lately. Indeed. Wasn't it just recently that you mentioned your top choice for infidelity was me? I wonder how many women you've ensnared. Such a harsh remark. Being liked is hardly my fault. Unlike you, no matter how charming you may be, it's of no consequence. Your 5 minutes were over before the foreplay even began. Enough with the nonsense. Have you reflected on your actions in the finals while pondering life? Let us not delve into such heavy topics. You speak of them, and my heart aches. The two exchanged sarcastic banter. And if the reporters were to discover that the illustrious Balotelli and Chen Long were such close friends, they would surely unearth a trove of gossip. Balotelli's call lifted Chen Long's spirits slightly. Afterward, he hurriedly retrieved his bicycle and raced home. The team was holding a press conference today, coinciding with his day off. He had no inclination to celebrate with the club. His sole desire was to return home. Moreover, a guest awaited him there, a mysterious visitor from China. As his parents had informed him, as he pedaled along, his mind wandered back to the earlier press conference. While navigating a right turn, he collided with another cyclist, a woman. It was not until he fell to the ground and the pain surged through his body that he snapped back to reality. He then noticed a fallen bicycle and a dark-haired woman beside it. How do you ride? You can't even avoid a bicycle collision, she complained, rubbing her injured knee while sitting on the ground, clearly displeased. What are you staring at? I'm talking about you. Chen Long lifted his head and glanced around before confirming she was indeed addressing him. Embarrassed, he removed his sunglasses. My apologies, I was lost in thought. Contemplating life like Balotelli while riding. Please forgive me, miss. Gazing into her equally dark eyes, he sincerely apologized, pondering the peculiar events of the day. It seems that the day has brought forth a series of unfortunate events. Is it not perilous to ride a bicycle while one's mind wanders? The enchanting words of a beautiful woman linger in my ears. This must be the epitome of Eastern beauty, lustrous ebony hair, captivating eyes that ensnare the soul. A playful cherry-red mouth, a delicate oval face, and skin as fair as snow. As Chen Long pondered this, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her. The earlier gloom that had enveloped him was swiftly cast aside. Quite striking, I know, the woman with the black hair remarked casually, noticing Chen Long's unwavering gaze. Yes, yes. Chen Long replied, absent-mindedly nodding his head like a fool. Even the most beautiful face will eventually succumb to death. I have no desire to perish alongside you so soon. The black-haired woman, having spoken, struggled to rise and shuffled over to a nearby bag. She opened it, retrieving some cotton swabs and alcohol to tend to her wounds. Quite adept, Chen Long thought, observing her closely. Surely, she cannot be a nurse. After she had bandaged her injuries, she approached Chen Long, crouching down before him with great care to attend to his wounds. Such youth, yet your complexion is so sallow. You must have indulged in your fair share of vices. Foreigners are so liberal. This lad must surely be suffering from kidney deficiency, she said in Chinese. Upon hearing this, Chen Long's expression darkened even further, resembling that of a corpse. Miss, I don't believe I have offended you. Is it truly necessary to curse me so? I've had my fill of misfortune today. Could you refrain from further disparagement? He replied, also in Chinese. The black-haired woman was taken aback by his understanding of her words, her eyes widening in surprise. Ah, you can speak Chinese as well. Realizing her earlier comment, she felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Have you not noticed that I, too, possess black hair and black eyes? I am half Chinese, Chen Long responded with a serious expression. Am I mistaken in my observation? Just look at your complexion. It is evident that your kidneys are troubled. What else could it be if not a deficiency? She insisted. Chen Long spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. Gazing at the woman, who appeared to be of a similar age, and innocently inquired, is it not possible that I was simply born with this condition? Born with it? That is indeed a possibility. Perhaps I should have my grandfather examine your ailment one day. Please, I have endured this affliction for over a decade without any improvement. Unless your grandfather is a deity, Chen Long remarked, not intending to ridicule her grandfather, but rather expressing his lack of hope regarding his condition. Not a deity. But a miraculous healer is not far off, the black-haired woman said proudly, lifting her head. The two individuals effortlessly engaged in conversation in Chinese. An occurrence so natural it felt almost inevitable. Oh dear, I must take my leave. I have guests awaiting at home. Upon the mention of illness, Chen Long abruptly rose to his feet, for the guests he was to meet were indeed there to attend to his health. Ah, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. I must go as well. The dark-haired lady also stood up. As they each lifted their bicycles, they discovered they were unable to ride, and exchanged smiles, reluctantly pushing their bikes forward. Are we headed the same way? They queried in unison, sharing another smile. Do deities exist in this world? Surely, they do. We in China believe in Buddhism. Oh, I share that sentiment. Is your grandfather a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Quite remarkable. Indeed, he seems quite extraordinary. Can my ailment be cured? Perhaps. I am Chen Long. What is your name? I am Shan Shan. You Shan Shan. I have arrived. I have arrived too. They laughed again, realizing their destinations coincided. Both were headed to Chen Long's home. The place where Yi Shan Shan was to visit was, in fact, Chen Long's residence. Thus, the guests Chen Long was to meet were naturally Yi Shan Shan's grandfather and herself. Such coincidences are intricately woven together. And they found themselves in this remarkable instance of fate. Chen Long and Yi Shan Shan, a melodramatic yet romantic twist of fortune. Chen Long gazed up at the familiar doorplate of his home, shaking his head with a resigned smile, before willingly opening the grand entrance. Chapter 17. The constricted meridians. Chen Long graciously welcomed the shorter Yi Shan Shan into his abode. Home was a place of relaxation and joy. Thus, upon entering, he felt no trace of the prior gloom that had weighed upon him. In the living room, his parents and Yi Shan Shan's grandfather were already seated. At first glance, Yi Sun, her grandfather, could only be described as ethereal and otherworldly. On the journey back, he had learned that Yi Sun was over 70 years of age. With his snowy hair and beard, complemented by a rosy complexion, and adorned in traditional attire, Chen Long perceived him as a figure straight from the pages of his storybook. Upon witnessing the two, dirt-streaked from their adventures, entering together, the others looked on in bewilderment, uncertain of the unfolding events. Yi Shan Shan promptly approached her grandfather to elucidate the situation, and soon, the others grasped the general context. Chen Long performed a deep bow, paying his respects to Yi Sun before retreating to sit aside. Yi Sun had been observing Chen Long since his entrance. Setting down his teacup, he stroked his white beard and spoke with a slow, resonant voice, revealing his profound admiration. Indeed, a rare talent in this world. Yet, there was a hint of melancholy in his tone as he continued, but alas, fate is often unkind to the gifted. He rose, pacing slowly towards Chen Long. How is it that you are aware of all this? Chen Long was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Could it truly be discerned simply by one's appearance? Had he not encountered enough bizarre occurrences today? Was he genuinely in the presence of a deity? He pondered. Yi Sun reached into Chen Long's clothing, probing at his chest, his fingers traversing various acupoints, such as the Bulang, Shin Feng, Ling Su, Shin Song, Yu Zhong, and Yu Fu, shaking his head intermittently while also nodding. At times lost in contemplation, at other moments his eyes sparkling with insight. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he finally ceased his actions and instinctual musings, returning to his seat to sip tea. The kidneys harbor the essence of reproduction and the vitality of the five viscera. They're the root of innate strength. However, your entire foot Shaolin kidney meridian is almost entirely paralyzed. This condition has likely persisted for over a decade. Logically, you should be completely incapacitated. It is fortunate that you play football. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Long could not grasp the significance of these words, but his father, standing nearby, comprehended their gravity, breaking into a cold sweat as he hastily inquired, is this matter truly so severe? Is there hope for recovery? Paralysis is not inevitable. But his meridians have indeed collapsed. It is akin to a river that once flowed abundantly, but has narrowed due to the accumulation of silt, ultimately drying up. Of course, if it were a case of kidney stones, it would not be so dire. The current situation resembles a river that has constricted on its own without external interference. Yusun spoke with a grave tone, clearly indicating an unfavorable prognosis. Thus, it elucidates why the young lord could only manage 5 minutes of football. Consider this. He originally possesses only 5 breaths. Once he exhausts them, he can no longer continue. Through this simple analogy, Chen Long finally grasped the nature of his ailment. Unable to suppress a sigh, Yi Sun continued, "It is natural that Western medicine cannot treat this. After all, one cannot simply wield a knife and slice through all the meridians as if they were pork. Thus, Western medicine is powerless. What can be done?" Chen Long's face was etched with despair, his urgency palpable. To restore the meridians to their normal state requires a long-term treatment and regulation. Through regular adjustments with traditional Chinese medicine, given time, healing will ultimately occur. I operate a pharmacy in Italy, and I can provide you with a prescription for your recuperation. In the mountains of Sicily, numerous herbs are at my disposal. During this period, you should come to me for treatment. The results should be quite evident. Yusun stated with a smile, "Ah, there is hope. There is hope." Upon hearing these words, Chen Long was filled with overwhelming joy. His voice trembling with excitement, an uncontrollable expression of elation. His parents mirrored his sentiments, and after hearing this news, they finally exhaled a long, relieved breath. Yishan, upon hearing her grandfather's words, also felt elated. Naturally, if grandfather said there was hope, then there was hope. Clearly, this was an immense ray of hope. For the first time, someone had informed the Chen Long family that this illness was treatable, akin to a common cold that could be cured. One can easily imagine the overwhelming joy in Chen Long's heart at this moment, while his parents continuously expressed their gratitude, exclaiming their heartfelt thanks. Chen Long bowed deeply to Yi's son, demonstrating his profound appreciation and respect. Nothing held greater significance for him. Even an offer of $1 billion would not sway his heart. The ability to heal his ailment surpassed all riches. However, it would be prudent not to rejoice too soon. This is not a matter to be resolved in a day or two, but rather a long-term treatment requiring mental preparation. Furthermore, it would be beneficial for you to acquire some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine for your own well-being, Yi Sun advised tirelessly. Learn traditional Chinese medicine? Is that feasible for me? Chen Long inquired, feeling somewhat bewildered by the term. Although he had been intrigued by the East since childhood, he had never truly delved into this field, having only encountered some fictional concepts in martial arts stories. After all, who among Western youths would peruse traditional Chinese medicine when suffering from pain? Such an inclination would either indicate folly or madness. Traditional Chinese medicine is indeed profound and intricate, and mastering it is no small feat yet. Consider this. If you become proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, it would be invaluable in times of injury, far superior to Western medicine. Wasn't there a Ronaldo in your football realm? Did you believe he recovered through Western medical practices? In truth, it was through traditional Chinese medicine that he regained his strength. Really? Chen Long exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at Yi Sun's mention of Ronaldo. You can't be serious? Indeed, it was my grandfather who treated him. Yishan interjected upon noticing Chen Long's skepticism. Chen Long was utterly speechless. I believe. I shall learn. Can it be more astonishing than this? Should there be any matters to discuss, you may reach me through this young lady. She is also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine and will soon commence her studies in Western medicine at the University of Turin. You too will attend the University of Turin? Chen Long looked at Yishan in surprise. Indeed, what of it? Could it be that you are as well? Yishan's large, sparkling eyes fixed on Chen Long, exuding an enchanting charm. Well, I am enrolled in the School of Management. It will indeed be convenient for us to stay in touch, Chen Long replied with a smile. After sharing a sumptuous Chinese meal with Yi Sun and Yishan, Chen Long's family reluctantly bid farewell to the two. Before departing, Yi Sun presented Chen Long with a book, Introduction to Traditional Chinese Medicine. How conveniently it was brought along. It feels almost missionary, Chen Long mused to himself. All right, I admit, I have been rather fortunate lately, he sighed, lying on his bed and reflecting on the areas Yi Sun had previously examined. Chapter 18. The Shameless Agent. After the press conference, Chen Long had become a celebrity. Naturally, his assortment of friends would not let this opportunity pass. They flocked to his home, led by Yang Ershi, who boldly entered Chen Long's room under the guise of being his agent. Thus, Chen Long's delightful afternoon nap was abruptly interrupted. Yang Ershi, with a serious expression, held a contract in his hands, engaging in earnest discussion with Chen Long. As Chen Long perused the document, his countenance grew increasingly grim. Good heavens, this is outrageous. You demand a mere 10% for advertising fees, yet you also expect 10% of the transfer commission? Why don't you inquire with the club? It seems you are intent on exploiting me, preying upon your own kind. Standing beside them, young Urshii wiped the sweat from his brow and, upon hearing Chen Long's grievances, hastily replied with a playful grin, "How many transfers does one experience in a lifetime? Perhaps 3 or 5 at most. There's no need to be so stingy. Besides, you've already struck it rich. Why not lend a hand to your brother? Look at me. I even followed you through university just so you wouldn't feel lonely. Isn't that enough?" With brazen audacity, young Urshii continued, "Come on, hurry and sign it. Why the delay?" Unable to withstand the persistence of the overweight man, Chen Long reluctantly acquiesced and inscribed his name with a flourish. Upon the signing of the contract, young Urshii was filled with exhilaration, a mischievous grin spreading across his plump face as he embraced Chen Long's shoulders with great familiarity. "This is precisely how it should be, heh. My brother. I shall lead you to fortune," he proclaimed, bursting with enthusiasm as he retrieved another contract from his bag. Chen Long gazed at him in astonishment, pondering the intentions of this seemingly dubious character. Could it be that there's yet another contract to sign? Have you truly sold me out? He mused. Not at all. I am here to help you earn money, young Urshii declared, patting the contract on the table with an air of intrigue. Take a look. Just take a look. This is an advertising contract. With disbelief, Chen Long picked it up and began to examine it closely. His expression darkened once more. What on earth is this? Could you possibly present something more respectable? If I take on this job, how can I face anyone? The more Chen Long looked, the angrier he became. It turned out that young Urshii had accepted a commission from a local pharmaceutical company in Palermo, and while there was nothing wrong with the company itself, the problem lay with the product. This medication was ostensibly harmless, yet its function was that of a potent aphrodisiac, specifically designed to treat male impotence and premature ejaculation. This is quite fitting, isn't it? You see, you possess only 5 minutes of stamina. Having collapsed 13 years ago, and yet standing once more after 13 years, a dramatic twist indeed, perfectly suited for an advertisement. Young Urshii elaborated enthusiastically, seemingly quite pleased with his own creativity. Meanwhile, Chen Long was beside himself, glaring at him and exclaiming, "You must be out of your mind. I will categorically refuse to endorse this advertisement, unless I were to perish first. If you wish to proceed, you may do so on your own. How could you expect me to retain any dignity? Even in my lowest moments, I cannot stoop to this." This was the first time Chen Long had resorted to vulgarity. Young Urshii, realizing Chen Long's fury, quickly attempted to extinguish the flames of his anger. "Well, I knew you wouldn't agree to that. Which is precisely why I brought another alternative. Haha, I'm simply brilliant." He then produced another contract and handed it to Chen Long. Chen Long scrutinized it earnestly, fearful that it might be yet another distasteful advertisement. This one seems somewhat better. At least it pertains to legitimate endeavors. I'll accept this one. However, merely 3,000 euros? My worth seems rather diminished. Indeed, did I ever doubt my own brilliance? You find 3,000 too meager? That should suffice for quite some indulgence. By the way, are you truly not going to endorse that medication? The remuneration is quite generous. If you seek more money, then let us not discuss it. Just 2 words, utterly shut down the fat man's chatter. The second advertisement pertains to endorsing a supermarket in Palermo, merely requiring the display of several large photographs on the walls, which in no way tarnished Chen Long's identity or reputation. Thus, Chen Long readily agreed. Speaking of which, your actions are remarkably swift. The press conference was held just this morning, and you've already begun to promote me everywhere. Impressive indeed. Chen Long cast a glance at him, unable to suppress his admiration for his business acumen. It's no joke. Had I waited until today to make my move, I would have been left out in the cold. I began my efforts days ago, eagerly anticipating today's press conference. The portly man declared with great satisfaction. Both of these companies were established by him. A few days ago, when Chen Long joined Juventus, young 20 began to busily engage in his endeavors. Just as he himself stated, although young 20 appears rather portly and somewhat out of place, he possesses a sharp intellect and excelled academically. Otherwise, he would not have gained admission to the prestigious University of Rome. Despite choosing to attend the University of Turin like Chen Long, he is pursuing a degree in business. He has not yet completed his university studies, yet he has already begun to eagerly manage Chen Long, indicating that he has discerned a lucrative opportunity within it and has taken steps to actualize this vision. This advertisement marked the inaugural step of his venture into the realm of Chen Long, serving as his first undertaking as an agent. By the way, you ought to inform the club. After all, I am your agent now. Henceforth, any matters concerning finances must be discussed with me, Yang Ershi declared with utmost seriousness, having fully embraced his role as an intermediary. After a moment of contemplation, his demeanor shifted to a more playful tone as he added, "Are you truly not going to sign that? Goodness, the money." Frustration and anguish were vividly etched upon his face, which transformed more rapidly than the speed of light. Naturally, Chen Long refused. He would rather face death than engage in advertisements for aphrodisiacs. Thus, under the shameless persistence of his agent, Yang Ershi, Chen Long found himself unwittingly signing his first advertisement contract. "Actually, I have several others, but seeing your reaction, perhaps it would be best to refrain." "Others? Bring them forth for my perusal." Chen Long gazed at Yang Ershi in astonishment, genuinely puzzled as to where this fellow had acquired such a multitude of contracts. His curiosity piqued. Yang Ershi obediently produced the contracts, placing them steadily upon the table. Moments later, a voice rang out, "Get out." Indeed, Chen Long expelled Yang Ershi from the premises, and for no other reason than the contracts. As the portly figure departed, he neglected to gather the contracts from the table, hastily making his exit. "What kind of contracts are these?" Chen Long gazed at the myriad of so-called contracts strewn across the table, unable to suppress a sigh. This rotund fellow truly possesses a warped mind, having amassed such an abundance of contracts. The table was cluttered with agreements from XX Beauty Salon, XXX Abortion Clinic, XXXXX Financial Company, XXXX Marriage Agency. This portly individual is truly capable of causing a stir, and the endeavors he pursues are rather unconventional. In truth, it is quite reasonable. When Chen Long first joined Juventus, he was but a youth player, yet he has managed to secure an impressive number of contracts, showcasing his remarkable abilities. Of course, donning the illustrious number 10 jersey has naturally elevated Chen Long's market value. However, just a few days prior, circumstances were not nearly as favorable. Chapter 19. Replicating Pirlo's leaf cutter? Juventus's preparations are in full swing, and the physically unfit Chen Long is utilizing his 5 minutes on the pitch. Recently, the number of journalists outside the training ground has increased significantly, especially those from China, most of whom are drawn by the allure of Chen Long. His legendary mixed heritage and the news of his signing with Juventus are reasons that resonate deeply with the Chinese audience. The club has opted for closed training sessions, denying journalists access to the field for interviews. Thus, the reporters are left to patiently await outside, while the players enjoy a serene atmosphere. On this day, Juventus engaged in their customary training, focusing on free kicks. A few days prior, Chen Long had showcased his extraordinary free kick skills during shooting practice. However, today he refrained from participating in the free kick drills, as he had just completed 50 laps around the field and had not yet regained his usual stamina. Consequently, he found himself seated on the sidelines, observing his teammates train. Among the current Juventus squad, there are few adept at executing free kicks. Yet Pirlo undoubtedly stands as a master of the craft, having dispatched countless teams with his signature leaf shot, recently scoring one in the European Championship. At this moment, Chen Long watched from the sidelines as Pirlo prepared to take a free kick. Being a proficient free kick taker himself, Chen Long was naturally captivated by the art of the free kick. His self-taught techniques, including the moon crescent and battle axe free kicks, were certainly on par with Pirlo's, if not superior. As Pirlo executed the leaf shot, a peculiar smile crept across Chen Long's face. He recalled a strange dream he had a few nights prior, involving something called star tiers, a concept that could replicate football skills. Thus, he purposefully sat there to learn from Pirlo's free kick technique, attempting to replicate it in order to ascertain whether such replication was indeed possible. With grace, Pirlo gently placed the ball on the grass and slowly retreated. In taking the free kick, Pirlo lacked the flamboyance and dominance of Cristiano Ronaldo, the carefree elegance of David Beckham, or the whimsical unpredictability of Ronaldinho. Instead, he simply relaxed his body, approached the ball with a measured run-up, and struck it with an effortless motion, sending the ball into a beautifully arched trajectory. The early autumn leaves fell, reminiscent of a wandering heart. The ball, imbued with a sense of solemnity, soared towards the goal, floating erratically like a leaf. Seemingly aimless yet purposeful. Suddenly, as if it had spotted its prey, The ball plummeted sharply, unyieldingly cutting through the air like a sword. Akin to Jing Ke's fateful strike against the Qin, Pirlo executed 10 consecutive leaf shots, while Chen Long meticulously observed, absorbing every detail into his mind. Compared to the battle axe kick, the leaf shot exuded less aggression but more dedication and a chilling intensity, though Chen Long had seen Pirlo take free kicks before. This close-up opportunity to study and learn granted him profound insights and considerable gains. Initially, he believed the battle axe was the most formidable style of free kick. Yet after this observation, he found himself filled with immense respect for Pirlo. The dedication, the chilling elegance, the regal aura, what a spirit and depth that was. Something unattainable by the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo or himself. Only Pirlo could achieve such mastery, a conviction firmly embedded in his mind. Yet, he did not feel like a mere photocopier replicating Pirlo's skills, nor did he envision himself as a computer executing a copy-paste function. The only sensation he experienced was a desire to step onto the field and take a leaf shot himself. What? Could I also execute a leaf shot? Would I be capable? Why do I feel as though I already know how to perform it? Why did this thought arise in my mind? I have yet to practice. Wait, could it be that the concept of the leaf shot has truly taken root in my mind? After watching Pirlo's execution of the technique, I find that the notion of the leaf shot has unexpectedly surfaced within my thoughts. Chen Long lightly tapped his head, feeling as if something had suddenly been inserted into his mind, and in an instant, he developed a sense of familiarity with the leaf shot. It's peculiar, uncanny. Although I have experienced dreams that validated this, to suddenly possess a skill in the present moment feels rather strange. Have I succeeded? Have I replicated it? Just like that? Well, I suppose I must accept it. I yearn to play. I desire to execute the leaf shot. He stood up and approached the spot where Pirlo had taken his free kick. Andrea, allow me to take a few attempts as well, Chen Long greeted politely. Certainly. Let us torment Buffon together, Pirlo affirmed confidently. Buffon, stationed at the goal, listened to their shameless banter with a gloomy expression. While the two believed Chen Long would once again unleash a curved shot or an axe kick. Without pretense or measurement, he simply relied on his instincts. Stepping naturally behind the ball, drawing upon his recent understanding of the leaf shot, he initiated his run, lifted his leg, and struck. The three movements flowed seamlessly, and the ball soared towards the goal, akin to Pirlo's earlier free kick. Yet this attempt bore a hint of naivety. If Pirlo's leaf shot were a bottle of vintage wine, then Chen Long's was a freshly brewed concoction, distinctly different in flavor, yet both equally fervent and lethal. This shot, this technique, is entirely my leaf shot. Pirlo's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Though Buffon managed to parry the ball, he too was taken aback. My dear boy, I find myself envious of you. When did you acquire such mastery? Pirlo approached and patted Chen Long on the shoulder. To be honest, I just learned it moments ago, Chen Long admitted, slightly embarrassed. Just moments ago. Do not tell me you learned it merely by observing a dozen shots. Pirlo murmured in disbelief. At the side, Giovinco could no longer contain himself. Long, are you joking? If you mastered a skill in mere minutes, how are we supposed to survive? Countless teammates directed murderous glances at him, a blend of envy, jealousy, and skepticism. Is there any point in continuing? The three great free kick techniques, curved shot, axe kick, and leaf shot, have all been acquired by this lad, and he claims to have just learned them? Certainly. It is hard to believe. This is not a film. Such miraculous occurrences are non-existent in reality. The facts articulated by Chen Long are, to everyone's perception, entirely unfounded. Even if they were indeed true, they would prefer to think that this is a testament to Chen Long's arduous practice in football over the past 13 years, rather than a skill he merely acquired in a fleeting moment. Such a notion could lead to despair, for it is utterly ludicrous. Thus, Chen Long eventually clarified that he had merely been jesting earlier. In truth, he had practiced secretly for a long time, which somewhat alleviated the overwhelming sense of injustice felt by those around him. Imagine if there were a player nearby whose skills far surpassed your own. One would feel utterly despondent. If this exceptionally skilled player could master a new technique in just a few minutes, how many times would you wish for your own demise? Just as Chen Long managed to calm the situation, he suddenly heard a voice that startled him profoundly. Indeed, the art of Pirlo's free kick can be replicated. Witness the brilliance of my genius as I bestow upon you a new skill. What the devil? Scaring people in broad daylight. Chen Long was drenched in cold sweat. I am not a ghost. I am Startier, as I have previously informed you. Goodness, do you even know what I am thinking? Of course. I am one of your thoughts, thus everything you do is reflected in your mind. Am I to be under your constant surveillance? Chen Long broke into another sweat. Frozen in place, realizing that the situation was not as splendid as he had presumed, it was rather disconcerting. Did you also see me during my private moments? I witnessed it once. Goodness. I generally only appear in matters related to football. Last time. You were engaged in a private act while watching a match, hence. From now on, I request you refrain from appearing in matters unrelated to football. Chen Long's expression darkened considerably. From now on, you may call for me by invoking star tier in your thoughts, and I shall appear. By the way, you have acquired skills in 3 different free kick techniques. Shall I assist you in merging them? You have the ability to merge skills? Chen Long was once again astounded. Rendered speechless. Indeed, after replication, similar skills can be fused together. Delightful, isn't it? Then let us proceed. How long will it take? Chen Long had tacitly accepted this bizarrely formidable reality. 15 minutes. Chen Long was once again left speechless. Thus, one person and an ethereal being engaged in a mental dialogue, entirely disregarding the presence of others on the field. Truly, it felt as though one had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Chapter 20. The free kick after fusion. 15 minutes later, Chen Long approached Buffon with a mischievous grin. Gigi, let us play another round of free kicks. I suddenly have a new style I wish to experiment with. Gigi is a nickname for Buffon, one he has been called since childhood. After Chen Long joined the team and became acquainted with Buffon, he adopted this affectionate moniker as well. Apart from Buffon, the expressions of the others were equally grave. Another blow? This fellow truly possesses an array of tricks. Is there more? Is this individual even human? Could he be the mythical prodigy of legend? Has he somehow learned something in that brief 15 minutes? Jovanovic once again marveled, touching his forehead to ascertain whether he had indeed lost his mind or misheard the events. Does this fellow treat football as a mere pastime? Unlike us, who regard it as our sustenance. Chiellini expressed his disbelief. Buffon's gaze upon Chen Long brightened slightly. Yet he did not dismiss the challenge. Come on. With Buffon's consent, Chen Long selected a football and moved towards the edge of the penalty area, opting for a shot from 30 meters away. Gigi, pay attention. I'm about to take a penalty. Chen Long reminded Buffon before the kick. Come on, little dragon. Let us see how formidable you've become. Buffon playfully teased Chen Long in response. A challenge? Let us see what novel tricks this lad has up his sleeve. The surrounding teammates gathered enthusiastically. Krejci called for a wager over dinner, while the mischievous Giovinco suggested a bet of 100 euros. The more unconventional Elia proposed that the loser must run 3 laps around the football field in their underwear. Ultimately, a myriad of bets emerged, evenly split between those betting on Chen Long's scoring and those backing Buffon's victory. Given that everyone was aware of Chen Long's extraordinary skills, particularly his signature curved free kick and powerful strikes, those wagering on his success held a slight majority. Buffon regarded them with disdain, as if to say they would come to regret their choices. Wait, this isn't fair. We need to form a wall, or else Buffon will be at a disadvantage. Balzaretti, who had wagered on Buffon, suddenly spoke up, and others like Caceres and Bonucci echoed his sentiment. Yes, I agree. As they spoke, they sprinted to the penalty area to create a wall. Observing this, some teammates who had initially favored Chen Long began to switch sides and bet on Buffon instead. Chen Long appeared quite disheartened, exclaiming to them, "You are so disloyal. By doing this, you've betrayed me. Don't regret it." However, Pirlo and Marchisio steadfastly stood by Chen Long, with Pirlo expressing absolute confidence in Chen Long's free kick abilities and Marchisio offering unwavering support rooted in their friendship. Surprisingly, Vucinic and Matry also aligned themselves with Chen Long's side for reasons unknown. The contest was set for 10 shots, with 3 successful goals determining Chen Long's victory. Otherwise, it would be Buffon's triumph. I bet 100 euros on Chen Long winning. At some point, Del Piero also appeared on the training field, standing behind the group and proposing the terms of the competition. Everyone nodded in agreement, indicating no objections. The distinction between free kicks taken with or without a wall is markedly significant. A free kick without a wall bears a striking resemblance to a penalty kick, albeit with a diminished accuracy due to the increased distance. Conversely, when a wall is positioned, the likelihood of scoring diminishes exponentially, regardless of the distance. Scoring once out of 10 attempts at a free kick is considered an impressive feat of skill. Thus, following the introduction of this regulation, it was not surprising that Vucinic and Matry, who had initially stood with Chen Long, discreetly migrated to the opposite side. One can only imagine the audacity of Pirlo in proposing such a stringent rule, Scoring 3 out of 10 shots is a testament to his high regard for Chen Long, reflecting an extraordinary trust and support. However, this stipulation appeared to be an insurmountable challenge for the masses. Yet, despite this, Chen Long's countenance radiated tranquility and joy. He himself felt no disappointment, nor did Pirlo. Calmly positioned before the ball, Chen Long inhaled deeply, adjusting the distance between himself and the ball. Behold the fusion of 3 exquisite free kick techniques, he mused to himself with a secretive grin. At that moment, his mind was imbued with the free kick prowess implanted by the star tier just a quarter hour prior, rendering his thoughts exceptionally lucid. Although it was his inaugural attempt, it felt as though he had been executing such extraordinary free kicks for years, the familiarity and finesse evident in his every move. Buffon stood resolutely in front of the goal, vociferously orchestrating the formation of the wall, guiding his teammates to construct the flawless barrier he envisioned. Should this lad maneuver the ball past the wall, his chances of scoring could very well reach 50%, rendering him quite difficult to defend against. Buffon, however, found the task far from the ease his teammates imagined. He believed it was impossible to prevent Chen Long from scoring altogether. But if he could limit him to just 2 goals, he would consider his mission accomplished, thus avoiding any significant embarrassment. Consequently, he exhibited an exceptional level of caution, holding the quality of the wall to a particularly high standard. Come on, Xiao Long, will you attempt a crescent moon strike? Or perhaps a battle axe? Or a falling leaf? Buffon called out, directing the wall. Heh, none of those, Andrea, here it comes. Chen Long replied with a mischievous grin. It had been a long time since Buffon had appeared so serious, Pirlo murmured softly. When was the last time? Conti, seemingly appearing from nowhere, inquired. Forget it. Chen Long began his elegant approach, devoid of any superfluous movements. The moment he made contact with the ball, it shot off with the swiftness of a leopard, soaring into the air. As it passed over the wall, it seemed at first glance that the ball would veer off course. Yet, after navigating the wall, it suddenly plummeted with incredible speed towards the lower left corner of the goal, descending without any spin. As a world-class goalkeeper, Buffon's reaction to the incoming ball was swift and astute. He accurately gauged the ball's trajectory and launched himself towards the lower left corner of the goal. Just as a smile graced his face, believing he was about to make contact and send the ball soaring out of the net, the ball unexpectedly began to spin, forcefully altering its path. In that fleeting moment, it shifted precisely to a position about 10 centimeters from where he anticipated, slipping into the net. From the penalty to the goal, scarcely a second passed. As the teammates forming the wall turned to glance at the goal, the ball met the net with a resounding thud. How was that possible? How did the ball suddenly change its course? Buffon struck the grass with both fists, clearly bewildered by the earlier goal. This is neither a crescent moon nor a battle axe, nor is it a falling leaf. Buffon initially made the correct judgment. Yet at the very moment he was about to strike the ball, it unexpectedly altered its trajectory, leaving him powerless. A flat curve shot. How is that even possible? Higuain, witnessing this remarkable shot, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This chap is apparently a fan of young football prodigies. After witnessing the shot, his first thought was of the illustrious Tsubasa. What? Is there really someone capable of executing such a feat? One of the teammates remarked, clearly indicating that he was not the only admirer of the comics. It turns out that even football stars enjoy reading manga. Buffon's expression darkened, as did the faces of his teammates forming the wall. Buffon's somber demeanor stemmed from the fact that this formidable free kick had nearly shattered his confidence, while his teammates were concerned that, at this rate, they would swiftly lose their wager. Chen Long, however, appeared innocent and bemused, chuckling to himself. He savored the exquisite sensation of that recent shot, relishing the challenge posed by such an opponent. Next season promised to be exceptionally thrilling. Del Piero revealed a long-lost smile. Scoring from the first free kick was evidently beyond the expectations of most. The initial shock soon subsided, and someone suggested that the teammates shift the wall forward by over a meter, seemingly hoping to block any potential goals. Naturally, many believed that the earlier goal had relied on a stroke of luck, doubting that anyone could score from 2 consecutive free kicks. Indeed, on the second attempt, the wall's repositioning caused Chen Long's shot to strike Caceres' head, soaring out of bounds. The subsequent third free kick, though it cleared the wall, sailed over the crossbar. Nonetheless, Buffon, standing before the goal, was already drenched in cold sweat. He had no desire to become an overlooked target. Fortunately, his teammates rose to the occasion, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After witnessing 2 consecutive missed free kicks, the teammates were increasingly inclined to believe in luck, and they relaxed considerably. Frankly, they were quite reluctant to run around completely exposed on the training ground. However, the 4th free kick instilled a sense of panic. In the previous 2 attempts, Chen Long had been meticulously seeking the optimal angle and landing point. Although he had just employed this technique, familiarity could still breed a sense of strangeness. It was akin to returning to an elementary school you attended a decade ago. Despite the familiarity, a decade away would inevitably render it somewhat foreign. The initial strike was indeed remarkable, yet the subsequent attempts were hindered by the wall and the application of technique. Free kicks are not guaranteed to result in goals. Thus missing is hardly surprising. By the time he took his 4th free kick, he had grown considerably more adept, akin to 2 long-lost friends embracing. When the ball soared into the net once more, as it had the first time, his teammates were utterly astonished, and Buffon was left speechless. They finally comprehended that Chen Long's free kicks were not to be underestimated. This novel technique could easily outwit Buffon. Even someone as formidable as Buffon found himself powerless against such a delivery. When the 5th free kick arrived, the ball struck the crossbar. They began to employ every conceivable tactic. Barzagli resorted to underhanded methods to impede the progress of the 6th free kick, which naturally required a retake. Ultimately, Chen Long still managed to send the ball crashing into the net. As the 7th free kick approached, his teammates formed a human ladder or leapt to obstruct the ball. It was indeed an extraordinary spectacle on the football pitch. However, when the 8th free kick came, the ball slipped through their legs. Buffon was furious. He slammed his gloves onto the ground and uttered a fierce remark. "No more free kicks with me. I refuse to play this game with you. Go torment someone like Saint Iker instead. I'm going mad, you little weirdo," he muttered to himself while removing his trousers. The match result was already determined, with 4 out of 8 free kicks finding the back of the net. Such a terrifying conversion rate leaves one in awe. Truly, he is a prodigious talent. Buffon had already started running laps around the training field, while Vucinic and Matry paid the price for their earlier hesitation. Thus, a peculiar sight emerged on the training ground. A group of individuals in their undergarments running in circles. Pirlo and Conti erupted into laughter. Poor Gigi, poor them. Del Piero silently reflected. Thankfully, today was a closed training session, otherwise. Chapter 21. Shameless tactics crafted for a prodigy in a mere 10 days. The fervent Chen Long had completely won over his club teammates. Since that wager, he had acquired a new moniker, the Prodigy, a title bestowed by Buffon himself. Marchisio, displaying his creativity, dubbed him Dragon Prodigy or Prodigious Dragon, while Pirlo preferred to call him Little Dragon. Chen Long was immensely popular within the club. Not only was his skill extraordinary, but his uncontentious nature ensured that 5 minutes of playing time posed no threat to anyone, fostering an environment of goodwill among his peers. Devoid of rivalry. His companion Beckenbauer was also faring decently in the club, having demonstrated commendable training performance, however, with a plethora of star forwards in the team. He would need to exert greater effort to carve out more space for himself. The Juventus coaching staff recently convened a tactical meeting, the focus of which was how to best utilize the 5-minute wonder that is Chen Long. The coaches, naturally, are the most familiar with Chen Long. His daily performance during training could not possibly escape their notice. His consecutive brilliant displays have brought immense joy to Conti's heart. With a remarkable combination of exquisite dribbling skills and extraordinary free-kick techniques, who wouldn't be elated by Chen Long? Clearly, the coaching staff also considers him a prodigy. Yet, amidst his surprise and delight, Conti found himself angrily pounding his chest, for he greedily realized that 5 minutes was far too brief. He lamented that fate did not grant him a full 90 minutes with Chen Long. What might a talent such as this accomplish on the training ground? Would the match score resemble that of a basketball game? Conti dared not even entertain such thoughts, given Chen Long's free-kick prowess. If he were afforded 10 opportunities throughout the match, would he not score 3 or 4? Surely, fate is fair, like the legendary Ronaldo, who, had he not suffered 2 severe injuries and endured over 6 years of rehabilitation, who knows how high he might have soared. Chen Long, however, is not as fortunate. Could he truly possess all the world's best attributes? Nonetheless, receiving Conti's personal tactical strategy is already a stroke of good fortune. 5 minutes on the football field can indeed alter the outcome of a match, which is why the meeting room was intermittently filled with heated arguments, stemming from the coaching staff's differing tactical opinions. Del Piero, serving as both technical director and scout, also participated in this gathering. The first contentious topic was whether to allow Chen Long to enter the game in the final 5 minutes, which Conti deemed the most appropriate and prudent decision. This way, substitutions wouldn't place the team in a reactive position, as the last moments are when Chen Long can most easily shine. Yet, assistant coach Alessio audaciously suggested that Chen Long should start the match, striking swiftly to change the game's dynamics, and then be substituted 5 minutes later. The advantage of this approach would be that the team could secure victory with minimal effort, utilizing the first 5 minutes for offense and the remaining 85 for defense. Conti subsequently questioned, "Are you certain that Chen Long will score in those 5 minutes?" The assistant coach fell silent, illustrating why he was not the head coach. The second point of contention revolved around the tactical approach the team should adopt during Chen Long's 5 minutes on the field. Tactical coach Strini advocated for an aggressive full-field offensive strategy, while another coach, Carrera, opposed this, considering it overly risky, favoring a more conventional tactic instead. Conti then sought to mediate between the two. "You are all mistaken. At such a critical juncture, the most unscrupulous tactics must be employed," Conti stated earnestly. "Consider this. Deceiving the referee for a free kick just outside the penalty area could very well decide the match." Upon hearing Conti's words, the two previously fiery coaches felt as if they had been enlightened. Their understanding suddenly clarified, and they unanimously praised Conti. "You are indeed the most audacious. It's impressive that you thought of this." Piero, who had been quietly seated, could not help but offer a sarcastic remark towards Conti. "Therefore, it is essential to engage in more ground play, fully capitalizing on Chen Long's speed and technical prowess. Drawing fouls should be a straightforward endeavor." Conti, however, disregarded such praise, adopting an air of entitlement, and continued to speak at length. He insisted that the players should exert themselves rigorously, focusing primarily on ground passes, striving to direct the ball towards Chen Long's feet. "I refuse to believe we cannot elicit a single foul." The underlying implication suggests that it is quite effortless for Chen Long to score. Is everyone merely passing the ball relentlessly to his feet? By the way, has T. Zambrotta returned from Milan? Let us invite him for dinner tonight and have him impart some wisdom to our trainees. Conti suddenly exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a new world, his face alight with excitement. The others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his intent. Inviting Zambrotta for a lesson? What kind of lesson? Was Conti considering recruiting a coach? The two newly appointed fitness trainers, Tuss and Colati, broke into a cold sweat, fearing that Conti was dissatisfied with them and would replace them yet again. Sensing the group's apprehension, Conti quickly expressed his thoughts with an air of pride. "Are you all foolish? Isn't the objective of the game to draw fouls? Not everyone is adept at this craft, without a certain level of theatrical finesse. How can one master the art of fouling? Zambrotta spent a considerable time in Barcelona, didn't he? What is Barcelona's greatest strength? Their intricate system of play. Zambrotta, having once been part of our Juventus, has undoubtedly acquired knowledge that he can bring back to serve our team. Goodness, how can you all lack even half of my cleverness?" Conti boasted. The others were left speechless, harboring a singular thought. It wasn't that they lacked intelligence, rather, they simply did not possess his audacity and cunning. Yet, one could not help but admire this wily old fox. His capabilities were indeed remarkable. It was no wonder that Juventus had triumphed over Milan to claim the championship last season. Conti's cunning schemes were surely plentiful, but one wondered who might bear the brunt of them. "Alex, you are quite familiar with him. Let us dine together tonight, lest he hold back." Del Piero seemed increasingly possessed, reflecting, "When we played together before, how did I not realize you had such talent in this area? At that time, you were merely a young lad, still informed. What did you know?" Conti retorted. "Fine, enough of this banter. We shall proceed as you suggest." Del Piero conceded. "I can't shake the feeling that we are indulging in some underhanded dealings. This matter must not reach the ears of the press, otherwise, it could escalate dramatically. Everyone must maintain absolute secrecy, utter confidentiality." The group fell silent, as if inexplicably drawn into a murky vortex, while the two newly arrived fitness trainers felt as though they had stumbled into a den of wolves. They all needed to focus, treating this as a long-term endeavor, united in purpose. Chapter 22. The actor's self-cultivation. Zambrotta spent 7 seasons at Juventus, having joined in 1999, and he maintained a close relationship with Del Piero. To outsiders, they appeared to be the quintessential good boys, often seen together, while their teammates frequented bars, undoubtedly oblivious to the companionship shared by the two. Conti was naturally well acquainted with him, considering he had spent 13 years at Juventus and only retired from the club in 2004, serving as its captain. When the previous two captains approached Zambrotta for an invitation, coupled with their enduring friendship, it was clear that Zambrotta would not stray far. Without hesitation, Conti acted decisively. That very day, he returned to Turin with Del Piero and dined with Zambrotta in the evening. Consequently, Zambrotta appeared on the training ground the following day. Although Zambrotta was a familiar face at Juventus, few of his former teammates remained. Apart from Coach Conti and the retired Del Piero, only Buffon and Chiellini were left, with Giovinco qualifying as a sort of half-teammate. Pirlo, of course, belonged to the Milan roster. However, if one were to count national team companions, the list would expand significantly, including Giovinco, Barzagli, Marchisio, and others who were acquainted from their time on the national squad. On the training field, Buffon embraced him tightly, while others were not afforded the same privilege. Today, he arrived at the training ground in the capacity of a mentor. Conti, ever the cunning strategist, did not personally announce to the players what lesson they would be undertaking. Such an embarrassing task was deftly delegated to his assistant coach, Strini, who found an excuse to wander the streets of Palermo. Del Piero mirrored Conti's nonchalance, adopting a detached demeanor and retreating back to the hotel. Strini, understanding the subtleties of the situation, refrained from exposing the ruse of the two old foxes and instead chose to cut straight to the point, making the announcement. Yet, anyone with discernment could tell that if it were not for the head coach's approval, no one else would have the authority to undertake such a task. Strini passionately elaborated on the necessity and significance of diving, citing illustrious figures such as Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, Iniesta, and Busquets as examples. Ultimately, he presented diving as a sacred endeavor worthy of pursuit. By the end, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that these were points Zambrotta should have articulated himself. Yet he had taken it upon himself to voice all the distasteful remarks. When it was Zambrotta's turn to speak, he commenced with a succinct recounting of his history, specifically his experiences with diving during his time at Barcelona. He began by expressing his initial reluctance to embrace the practice, only to later recognize its advantages. Ultimately, he elucidated several benefits of diving. Firstly, diving is not a reflection of one's character. Rather, it is a tactical necessity in the realm of competition. If diving is deemed unsightly, then what of players who score with their hands? Icons such as Maradona, Messi, and Henry have all employed the hand of God in their careers. The examples Zambrotta cited were among the most notorious: Maradona's infamous hand of God, Messi's renowned incident, and Henry's handball assist during the World Cup playoffs against Ireland. As he spoke, he glanced at Buffon, who looked at him incredulously and disapprovingly inquired, "Have I ever dived?" He was likely referring to that ball you retrieved from the net last season. Pirlo, ever the supportive colleague, patted his shoulder at that moment. At this moment, Buffon is drenched in sweat. Secondly, since it has become a tactic, it benefits the team, potentially resulting in penalties or free kicks, thereby securing victory. I believe this is already thoroughly transparent, and I have little more to add. Thirdly, it can help prevent injuries. Consider the likes of Chiellini, who relentlessly delivers numerous harsh tackles during a match. It would be quite miraculous if one were to escape unscathed. If one were to connect, wouldn't a prolonged hospital stay be inevitable? Thus, why not fall with every slight touch, prioritizing safety? Chiellini seems to regard this individual with disdain. It is unclear whether he is complimenting him or mocking him. Of course, if your acting skills are insufficient, the inevitable outcome is a yellow card, followed by a deluge of media scrutiny the next day. Hence, to attain the stature of a cinematic master, it is imperative that we commence our study of an actor's self-cultivation. Do not underestimate the self-cultivation of actors. It is not solely the formidable Barcelona that offers such training many clubs provided. When I joined Milan, I was the one to take the lead in this regard. Therefore, do not find it distasteful, nor should you scorn it. What you require is merely to learn. Admittedly, my knowledge is but superficial. The La Masia training camp is the pinnacle of such education, yet you have unfortunately missed your chance, as they do not accept students over the age of 16. I wonder if Balotelli gleaned any wisdom during his time there? With his glasses perched upon his nose, Zambrotta spoke at length, truly resembling a teacher. Meanwhile, the Juventus players remained silent on the sidelines, with Chen Long hidden among them, uncertain of what to think. All that has been observed online for years has now, astonishingly, materialized before his very eyes. The matter of feigning injury is not foreign to him. He has employed such tactics himself and readily admits it. However, he remains curious about the sensations that might arise in a professional league context. The esteemed Zambrotta, with an air of a seasoned educator, commenced the first round of his theoretical instruction following his astonishing remarks. He began by utilizing a notebook at a makeshift presentation area to showcase some notorious instances of simulation, which intriguingly included performances by actors from China, produced by World Football, featuring renowned athletes like Busquets. Naturally, he also presented several counterexamples. An obscure Chinese player's absurdly unrealistic dive was included, alongside a classic performance from the 1998 World Cup by the diminutive Ortega, which he critiqued. The class was lively and engaging, filled with bursts of laughter. It seemed that Zambrotta could indeed transition seamlessly into a teaching role. In the second lesson, Zambrotta shared insights from his year at Barcelona regarding the art of simulation and began to demonstrate his techniques. Demonstrative teaching is often the most effective method for learners, akin to a driving instructor guiding students through practical examples. He even called upon Chiellini to join him on the training field, encouraging Chiellini to boldly attempt to tackle while he exhibited various feigning movements and their underlying truths. He even recreated Pepe's infamous 360-degree aerial maneuver that had once deceived Busquets, executing it with remarkable realism that left the audience in awe, ensnared in a profound silence. Among the squad, Krasic, known for his technical prowess and penchant for dribbling, was particularly struck by Zambrotta's performance, bowing his head in embarrassment, realizing the vast chasm between his own skills and those demonstrated. Meanwhile, the defensive players, Chiellini and Barzagli, were drenched in cold sweat. The realization that feigning could reach such heights was daunting. They were fortunate that their current opponents had not yet tested them in this regard, or the consequences would have been dire. Thus concluded the two engaging sessions, enveloped in a paradoxical atmosphere of humor and astonishment. Ultimately, Zambrotta encapsulated the essence of simulation by stating, "The pinnacle of feigning injury is not merely succeeding in the act, but believing oneself to be innocent of such deceit, aggressively questioning the referee, thereby deceiving even oneself." A profound silence enveloped the room once more. Pirlo reflected on Zambrotta's year at Barcelona, contemplating the terrifying mastery he had acquired, feeling a sense of degradation. Finally, the class came to an end. At this juncture, the assistant coach opportunely emerged, announcing to the team that each day of the upcoming week would be dedicated to practicing the art of simulation, an essential component of their training regimen. The inclusion of such a practice in their training curriculum could potentially send shockwaves through the media. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind this initiative, Juventus head coach Conte, likely concealed himself in a corner, stifling laughter. Chapter 23. Entering the roster, the sweltering month of July was slipping away, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Long had already spent over 2 weeks with Juventus. The team's training sessions proceeded in an orderly fashion, while the lively self-improvement workshops for the players concluded after a week of intensive training, culminating in formal assessments. Under the direct guidance of Zambrotta, the players' skills in the art of simulation advanced remarkably. Among them, the keen practitioner Krasic excelled, alongside fellow South American players Elia, Estigarribia, and Vidal, all of whom seemed to possess an innate talent for theatrics. Zambrotta awarded these individuals high marks. Surprisingly, among the Italian players, the young Beck Bong achieved the highest score, also receiving accolades for excellence. This astonished Zambrotta and delighted Conte, who mused that at merely 16, the boy had already grasped the essence of simulation. Indeed, such skills must be nurtured from a young age. In contrast, the other Italian players displayed considerably less aptitude in this area, with Pirlo receiving the lowest score, failing to meet the standard. However, Giovinco, Giacorini, and Barzagli managed to secure satisfactory grades, while Chen Long barely scraped by, included among those who just met the minimum requirements. Initially, Zambrotta intended to provide Chen Long with special attention, but after 3 days of such treatment, he ultimately abandoned that notion, as Chen Long displayed an utter lack of theatrical ability, second only to Pirlo in his ineptitude. Had it not been for Pirlo's dismal performance, Chen Long would have acquired yet another unfortunate skill. Chen Long himself recognized his shortcomings in this regard, but was relieved to have at least passed. Of course, this clandestine endeavor was never meant to be publicized. The club maintained stringent confidentiality, ensuring that not a whisper of this reached the outside world. On the final day of July, after the training session concluded, Conte summoned the players for a meeting. He personally announced the roster for the upcoming Italian Super Cup match in China. Naturally, young players had no chance of selection. Even Beck Bong, who had been called up to the Italian U-21 team, could not secure a spot on the substitutes bench. However, Chen Long was an unexpected inclusion. When the head coach read his name, Chen Long felt a surge of excitement. His extraordinary performance had made his selection almost inevitable, and his teammates welcomed his inclusion, especially given the recently devised 5-minute strategy tailored for him, which was far from haphazard. However, being selected for the first time to participate in a prestigious event such as the Super Cup filled Chen Long with immense excitement. The rookie, Bang, who was not chosen, felt little envy. After weeks of bonding and interaction, they had developed a deeper understanding of one another. Despite being a member of the national youth team, Chen Long's extraordinary prowess had earned Bang's respect. In a mere 5 minutes, who could rival him? Due to his youthful baldness, Bang had acquired a new nickname, Egg, which was affectionately bestowed upon him by Chen Long. The team did not require a substitute who would merely wait on the sidelines for 90 minutes. Rather, they needed a player who could potentially save the game in just 5 minutes, and evidently, Chen Long was that exceptional individual. The Italian Super Cup, a curtain raiser for each season, is a decisive match. The 2012 edition featured Juventus, the league champions of the 2012 season, competing against Napoli, the Coppa Italia champions. The Super Cup has been hosted in Beijing, China for 3 years, with the inaugural match taking place in 2009 when Lazio triumphed over Inter Milan to claim the title. Last year witnessed the Milan Derby, culminating in AC Milan's victory. This year marked Juventus and Napoli's first visit to Beijing for the Italian Super Cup. The match was set to commence on August 11, 2012, Beijing time. Chen Long, included in the roster, was taken aback by the swiftness with which he would represent Juventus in a formal match. Although uncertain about his participation, he was in high spirits, his face radiant with joy. Chen Long was no stranger to China. Although he grew up in Italy, he returned with his parents each year to celebrate the Spring Festival. He also studied Chinese and enjoyed reading Chinese literature. In simpler terms, he was, in essence, half Chinese, carrying such delightful sentiments. Chen Long found himself at the clinic of the renowned traditional Chinese medicine master, Hui Chuntang. He gazed up at the elegantly written Chinese characters that adorned the entrance and inhaled the fragrant air infused with the essence of traditional herbal medicine. It was indeed a joyful occasion. Regaining his composure, he stepped over the threshold of Hui Chuntang. The lobby was tranquil, with the graceful Yi Shanshan standing at the front desk, donned in a pristine white nurse's uniform that exuded an air of purity and elegance. Such was the visage of an angel on earth. Chen Long felt a ripple of admiration and could not help but steal a few glances at her. As soon as he entered, Yi Shanshan noticed him and promptly came forward to greet him. "You're here," she said with a bright smile. "Yes, I'm here," Chen Long replied, casually adjusting his hair and averting his gaze. The two interacted like old friends, their meeting devoid of any awkwardness. Observing his gesture, Yi Shanshan could not resist teasing him. "Always touching your hair like a girl. How annoying." "Well, that's certainly better than you acting like a boy, so careless and lacking any feminine grace," he retorted playfully. It is evident how insincere his words are. Just moments ago, he was praising her as an angel, and now he has transformed into a boy, his tongue unforgiving. After a few days apart, his complexion appears significantly improved. Yi Shanshan, unwilling to engage in a contest of wits with him, poured a glass of water as she spoke. Chen Long observed Yi Shanshan's every movement with growing interest, thinking to himself that this girl becomes increasingly pleasing to the eye, and he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, his skill in the game had slightly improved, which naturally lifted his spirits. "Where is Grandpa Yi? Is he not here?" "He is my grandfather, not yours." Yi Shanshan promptly interjected, adding, "He has gone into the mountains to gather herbs. Before he left, he entrusted me with a prescription to prepare medicine for you. Since you are here today, it is the perfect opportunity. Aren't they all elders?" As if he could claim him, Chen Long remarked dismissively. The two engaged in playful banter, allowing time to slip by unnoticed. Following the prescription left by Yi Shanshan prepared a bitter and potent herbal concoction for Chen Long. Upon taking his first sip, he nearly gagged, but thinking of his frail body, he held his breath and swallowed the entire mixture, which was truly unbearable. Observing Chen Long's disheveled appearance, Yi Shanshan couldn't help but burst into laughter, disregarding her own status. Nonetheless, she willingly poured him a glass of refreshing water. "Is it appropriate to mock someone like that?" Chen Long grimaced. "What is wrong with a little laughter? Grandpa said the medicine is extremely potent and can only be taken once a week. So you must come here every weekend." "Every weekend? That won't do. We have league matches on weekends, especially when playing away. How can I possibly come here? Midweek would be better. Besides, we will be in Turin then, not here." Chen Long suddenly realized the predicament. "Indeed, how did I not think of that? Let us make it Wednesday instead. I can bring the medicine to university at that time," Yu Shanshan conceded, clearly recognizing the practicality of his suggestion. Next week. I am heading to China, Chen Long suddenly announced, a hint of excitement in his voice. Without lifting her head, Yu Shanshan walked into her room. Isn't it just the Italian Super Cup? Who doesn't he know that? Is the team taking you along? Chen Long struck a pose, exuding an air of self-importance, of course. Don't you know who I am? I'm the super substitute. How conceited. You just admitted to being a substitute. What else there to boast about? When Yu Shanshan emerged, she was holding a Juventus jersey emblazoned with a prominent number 10. Upon seeing the number, Chen Long's heart skipped a beat. Though he concealed his reaction well. Are you here to ask for my autograph? How dare you mock me? I do not give autographs to fans indiscriminately, Chen Long declared, adopting an arrogant demeanor to express his refusal. Haha, continue to bask in your own vanity. I am not seeking your autograph. Do not presume that having a pair of wings makes you a phoenix. Yu Shanshan cast a disdainful glance at the figure of Chen Long standing before her, laced with sarcasm. So, you possess my jersey number, she began, but her words faltered as she realized the young man was likely seeking an autograph from the illustrious Piero. Adjusting her tone, she continued, you can ask him yourself. I want to assist you. What is so admirable about an old relic? A flicker of irritation stirred within her, mingled with a tinge of jealousy towards Piero. After all, who among the youth does not relish the notion of being adored by a fair maiden? Yet, it was this enchanting woman whose affections lay with his predecessor, Piero, completely disregarding his presence. Moreover, the current owner of that jersey number happened to be him. A bitter blow to his pride. Yu Shanshan, undeterred by Chen Long's evident disappointment, retorted sharply, if you want tea help with the signing. I shall not assist you with your medicine. Let's see who falters first. How ruthless! Chen Long exclaimed, seizing the jersey and storming out the door. Piero, he sighed, don't forget to bring it along when you come for your medicine next week. Chapter 24. I have returned to China after consuming the exceedingly bitter Chinese herbal medicine. Chen Long returned home, feeling an intense heat coursing through his body. It seemed more akin to a potent concoction than any therapeutic remedy. He was overwhelmed by a surge of impulsiveness and a fiery temperament, questioning whether Yu Shanshan had mistakenly administered the wrong medication. In search of relief, he resorted to running on the training field, determined to exhaust all his pent-up desires. He opted for a slow jog. Any increase in pace left him breathless, yet the urge persisted, compelling him to maintain his leisurely speed. Following this experience, Chen Long approached Yu Shanshan with heightened caution during his subsequent visit, particularly regarding the composition of the medicine. He diligently noted the name of the remedy, eager to investigate further what could possibly incite such exhilaration within him. Of course, Chen Long adhered to his promise and brought along Piero's signed jersey, which earned him considerable ridicule from his teammates. After all, who wouldn't he feel a twinge of embarrassment seeking an autograph while wearing their own number 10 jersey? On Tuesday, he ventured to Yu Shanshan's place, defiantly carrying one of his jerseys, and declared, there will come a day when you will seek my autograph on your jersey. On that Tuesday, aside from revisiting Yu Shanshan for his herbal medicine, Chen Long devoted the remainder of his time to packing and meeting friends. Since joining Juventus, he had seldom ventured out to see his old companions, spending his days entrenched in training or poring over the book on traditional Chinese medicine that Yi Sun had entrusted to him before leaving. His life had settled into a steady rhythm, albeit a rather mundane one. However, the complexities of the introductory text on traditional Chinese medicine were dauntingly obscure. Without the aid of the internet, he would have been utterly lost. After 2 weeks, he had managed to progress a mere 20 pages. And the notion of grasping the fundamentals within a fortnight felt like a far-fetched dream. During his second visit to Yu Shanshan's shop, he did not hesitate to seek her guidance with humility. Yu Shanshan's response suggests that when embarking on the study of traditional Chinese medicine, one should initially disregard their level of understanding and simply endeavor to explore the subject. By doing so, they will gradually cultivate a comprehensive impression, allowing for a more natural and gradual immersion into the field thereafter. The words spoken were enigmatic, leaving Chen Long with no choice but to respond with a sense of disappointment, as if his inquiry had been in vain. Since Yang Ershi became Chen Long's agent, he had suddenly become preoccupied, rarely visiting Chen Long. This individual was tirelessly engaged in the planning of commercial advertisements. After much anticipation, he finally appeared on Tuesday evening, only to once again surprise Chen Long. Upon learning that Chen Long would accompany the team to China for the Super Cup, he unhesitatingly purchased a ticket to Beijing. When Chen Long inquired about his motives, Yang Ershi explained that as a professional agent, It would be a grave mistake not to personally accompany Chen Long to such a wondrous country as China. Being half Chinese himself, he was well aware of the immense potential that both Juventus and the exceptional Chen Long held in the Chinese market. When Chen Long asked how he had managed to afford the ticket, the plump man candidly replied that he had temporarily diverted some of Chen Long's advertising funds. As Wednesday morning dawned, Chen Long arrived early at the hotel entrance, awaiting the team's assembly. He carried little luggage, just a small satchel containing a few articles of clothing and several bank cards. To his surprise, he found Bike present as well. "Little egg, you are indeed diligent. Here to send the team off?" Chen Long teased. Having witnessed numerous skilled players and stars, he had matured quickly, shedding his previous arrogance. His relationship with the similarly junior Chen Long had grown quite close, and upon seeing Chen Long approach, he excitedly replied, "Haha, I am lucky. The head coach called me last night, instructing me to pack my bags and join the team tomorrow." He glanced around and whispered, "Haven't you received the news? Quagliarella has been sold by the club, reportedly transferred to Udinese. Oh, Fabio is a good person. I wish him continued success upon his return to Udinese." Chen Long responded calmly upon hearing the news. He understood the harsh realities of professional football. After all, he too had long yearned to step onto the professional stage. When it came to the passage of time, who could rival his own lengthy journey? "You must also strive hard. Juventus is no easy place to thrive," he added sincerely. "Let us encourage each other." The Juventus bus had long been waiting at the entrance, ready to transport players and relevant club officials to Rome, from where they would board a flight directly to Beijing. Several hours later, the plane touched down at Beijing Airport. It was now 7 a.m, Thursday, Beijing time. Juventus arrived in Beijing a day later than Napoli, marking their first visit to China. Some fans had admired Juventus since the Platini era, while others had begun their affection during the Del Piero years, and many more had come to appreciate the team during Nedved's time. Regardless, fans of Juventus were in for a visual feast this year. However, the once beloved stars had now retired from the team after a decade or two, and the fans had journeyed alongside their idols from youth into middle age. Once a spirited figure, Piero has now emerged in the roles of scout and manager, while the captain Buffon and Pirlo approach the twilight of their illustrious careers. Nevertheless, the opportunity to witness the presence of legends fills the fans with joy. Some even moved to tears. The Juventus players did not take the special exit, but instead departed through the ordinary one. Consequently, the thousands of fans waiting at the gates erupted in excitement, frenzy, and even madness. Naturally, the most celebrated were those three enduring icons, regardless of age or gender. Everyone waved posters and fervently shouted the names Piero, Andrea, and Gigi. A similar scene unfolded last year when the Milan giants graced the stage. As one generation gives way to another, just as these legends prepare to bid farewell to the world of football, the new wave of players like Beckham and Chen Long will ascend as key figures on the football stage. Chen Long, a unique talent, enjoys a special status in China due to his heritage, being half Chinese. Thus, amidst the crowd, one could spot a massive banner boldly proclaiming, "Chen Long, you are remarkable. Juventus' new number 10. This revelation instantly exhilarated Chen Long upon his return to China, as he discovered that he had fans in his homeland. Unable to contain his excitement, he mimicked his teammates, enthusiastically waving to the supporters, which greatly satisfied his vanity. The crowd's fervor was evident as it took over an hour for them to extricate themselves from the throng of fans at the airport, showcasing the intensity of their devotion. Among them, Pirlo and Buffon's Armani suits were in disarray, wrinkled and torn. However, these two gentlemen graciously catered to the fans' enthusiasm, nearly sacrificing themselves in the process. Pirlo, on the other hand, was an exception. He donned a simple casual t-shirt that day, having experienced the madness during his visit the previous year. Ordinary players like Chen Long did not receive such treatment, yet he still managed to sign numerous autographs, using his Chinese name, which endeared him to the fans. After the team settled at their hotel, the likes of Agnelli, Conti, Higuain, Del Piero, and Buffon attended a press conference, which once again erupted into fervor. The questions posed were largely repetitive, lacking freshness. While the other players succumbed to exhaustion and began adjusting to the time difference, Chen Long was no exception, sleeping for an entire day. As night fell, his teammates awoke and ventured out for shopping and leisure, sharing a room with Beckenbauer. Chen Long naturally invited him to savor some braised food and explore Tiananmen Square at night, much to Beckenbauer's delight during his first visit to China. Chen Long initially intended to invite Yang, who was also staying nearby, but after disembarking, he could no longer find him, as Yang had mysteriously disappeared. The following day, the team resumed normal training as the match approached. Chen Long was filled with excitement. The familiar land, familiar faces, familiar pitch, half of his homeland, half of his identity, and half of a Chinese spirit, all converged for what could be his first official match in China, even if it lasted a mere 5 minutes. Thus, he was more eager than anyone else for the game to commence and for his debut. All uncertainties were poised to transform into reality the next day. Chapter 25, the long-awaited debut in August. Beijing basked under a clear blue sky, tranquil yet oppressively dry and hot. Juventus coach Conte was on the training field, meticulously strategizing for the night's match against Napoli. After suffering a defeat of 2-0 to Napoli in this year's Coppa Italia final, Conte was determined to prevent his team from losing the Italian Super Cup again. Napoli now boasted formidable strength, nearly toppling the newly crowned European champions Chelsea earlier in the year, with the likes of Cavani, who was subtly emerging as Serie A's premier striker, and the immensely talented Argentine winger Lavezzi. Their previous final showcased an exceptional performance that vanquished Juventus. Moreover, players like Pandev and Hamsik could not be overlooked. Juventus could not afford to repeat past mistakes, for even if they were willing, the fans certainly would not be. Conte's tactics predominantly revolve around ball possession. Juventus boasts nearly the entire Italian national defense, including Chiellini, Barzagli, Bonucci, and Buffon, alongside Italy's midfield maestro Pirlo, the nimble midfielder Marchisio, and the withdrawn striker Giovinco. Edge national team player Matri, along with numerous other internationals, renders their strength formidable to the utmost degree. Furthermore, the recently transferred powerhouse Higuain stands as their most potent asset. Chen Long, having successfully secured a place on the bench, is undoubtedly a card Conte will not squander. His extraordinary free-kick ability may very well alter the course of the match. In Conte's strategy, the tactics employed in the final 5 minutes are particularly crucial, a fact underscored by his prior establishment of a simulation training course to maximize Chen Long's 5-minute impact. At 7:30, the Bird's Nest Stadium is ablaze with lights, teeming with spectators, with every seat occupied. The venue, capable of accommodating 91,000, has even added an additional 10,000 temporary seats, drawing a crowd of 100,000 for this grand event. The stands are predominantly filled with the black and white colors of Juventus, a testament to the club's vast fan base in China. Of course, there are also numerous supporters of Napoli, a legacy of the Maradona-led team of the 1980s, with many fans from the 60s and 70s being loyal to Napoli. The match officially commences at 8 o'clock, with Juventus taking the first kick. Juventus emphasizes a stable ball possession style, while Napoli adopts a more aggressive approach. Comparatively, Juventus should hold the advantage, as their solid defense ensures a high possession rate, even if the ball reaches the forwards without resulting in a shot. It poses no threat to their back line. However, Napoli's play is straightforward and effective, consistently delivering the ball to the feet of Lavezzi or Pandev, whose blistering pace either sees them cutting in rapidly or crossing immediately in search of Cavani. This incessantly pressures Juventus' defense. Had it not been for their elite defensive capabilities, Juventus might have conceded first. Compounding matters, Juventus forwards continue their dismal performance from the previous season. Matri, starting the match, failed to convert 4 attempts in the first half, with none hitting the target, as diligent and creative midfield passes went to waste at his feet. Fortunately, Juventus now has Higuain, whose moment of brilliance just before halftime resulted in an unexpected goal from a deft poke. Ultimately, the first half concludes with a score of 1-0. At the start of the second half, Conte promptly substitutes Matri for the agile Vuini, aiming to disrupt Napoli's defense with a more dynamic frontline. Napoli has remained dormant for the time being, yet their tactical approach has become increasingly evident, focusing on avoiding midfield passes and instead targeting threats behind the opposition's defense. Juventus, on the other hand, maintains a steady presence, controlling the ball in midfield. Pirlo meticulously orchestrates the play from the back, while Marchisio tirelessly navigates between the defensive and attacking lines. The wing players, the industrious Giacorini and Krasic, frequently drop back to receive the ball, striving to dismantle the opponent's defense through effective collaboration. Nevertheless, Napoli matches their diligence with relentless running, compensating for their lack of possession with an impeccable defensive performance. A rather dull match, as echoed by the sentiments of the spectators. Is this not characteristic of the old ladies' games? However, last season, Juventus displayed a far less conservative play style. Today's cautiousness may stem from an overwhelming fear of relinquishing their championship title. At the 70-minute mark, Conte substituted Elia for Higuain, aiming to bolster control and defense. Higuain had performed admirably, yet as a newcomer, his synergy with the team still required refinement. Serie A, after all, offers scant space compared to La Liga, and as a renowned star, he drew considerable attention from Napoli's players. Securing a goal in his debut is already a commendable achievement, earning him a standing ovation from the audience upon his departure. If the score of 1-0 were to persist, Juventus would clinch the championship. However, fate often diverges from intention, as Juventus began to exhibit the same flaws as last season, allowing their opponents to score after taking the lead. Shortly after Higuain's exit, Lavezzi broke through and delivered a cross that found Cavani, who equalized with a powerful header. Buffon, visibly frustrated, retrieved the ball from the net with a scowl. Barzagli and Chiellini, unable to meet Buffon's gaze, shook their heads in dismay, clearly recognizing their failure to mark effectively. Following the equalizer, Napoli prioritized defense over offense. Conte, anxiously pacing the sidelines like a restless ant on a hot skillet, repeatedly shouted instructions to his players, yet to no avail. As time dwindled, the match approached the 80-minute mark, with the score still locked at 1-1. At this moment, Conte turned to glance at the bench. He hesitated, refraining from immediately calling out the name of the player to be substituted. Should he drag the match into extra time, or resolve it within the 90 minutes? A tumult of emotion stirred within Conte. His gaze swept across the substitutes, yet he remained undecided about whom to send onto the pitch. Should it be me? Let it be me. What is there to ponder at this juncture? My 5 minutes are the finest. Chen Long had been eagerly anticipating this moment, his heart yearning for his name to spring forth from Conte's lips. After half a minute of inner turmoil, Conte finally made his decision. Attack. 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 Resolve this within 90 minutes. For heaven's sake. Have I prepared this lad for so long? Only for today. Chen Long, come on. Now. He gestured vigorously towards Chen Long, signaling him to enter the game. Chen Long's heart raced violently with excitement. Am I truly being called? Despite his anticipation, he hesitantly pointed to himself, seeking confirmation once more. Am I going on? Chen Long asked himself, exhilaration washing over him, leaving him momentarily dazed. Vidal gently nudged him from behind, prompting Chen Long to instinctively step forward. Yes, it's my turn. Chen Long swiftly removed his jacket, revealing his Juventus jersey, eager and ravenous like a wolf lunging at its prey. He hurried towards the substitution area. Hurry, Conte shouted at him. Chen Long required no warm-up. Warming up would merely squander his energy. Thus, when the substitution board displayed 16 Giovinco off, 10 Chen Long on, Chen Long was already clad in the number 10 jersey, standing ready in the substitution zone. The match clock read 85 minutes. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, not for any particular reason, but because this new number 10 of Juventus was half Chinese. He had come to Italy, the number 10. The Chinese Dragon. The live broadcast amplified the sound to great lengths. Chapter 26, a perfect debut. Del Piero sat in the front row of the stands, watching the familiar figure in the number 10 jersey from a distance, waves of nostalgia washing over him, accompanied by genuine solace. Listening to the jubilant cheers of the crowd, he recalled the glory that once belonged to the great Platini, the magnificent Baggio, and now it was Chen Long's moment of glory. As Giovinco and Chen Long exchanged handshakes, Chen Long stepped onto the football field, swiftly moving into the forward area. With only a few minutes left to make an impact, Juventus's new number 10, Chen Long, a blend of Italian and Chinese heritage, was no longer a stranger to the audience. Would he surprise them? Could he clinch the match? All awaited with bated breath. The voice of the Chinese host resonated in the live broadcast. It was my first time watching this child play. I had seen plenty of his video highlights. Judging solely from the perspective of these 5 minutes, he was undoubtedly a remarkable talent. The host Zhang Lu responded in agreement, noting that some netizens have humorously remarked that Chen Long possesses a talent so remarkable it could even evoke envy from the divine, akin to the legendary Ronaldo. Yet he has also endured extraordinary hardships. It appears that Juventus is prepared to take a gamble. One wonders what tactical approach they will adopt. It has been said that Chen Long possesses a remarkable free-kick ability. It remains to be seen if it will come into play. However, if Chen Long were to take the free kick, would not a maestro like Pirlo then be relegated to tilling the fields? The host and guest continued their banter. On the field, with the match nearing its conclusion, both teams played cautiously, opting for long clearances rather than intricate plays. The ball was exchanged back and forth, soaring through the air or veering towards the sidelines. Naturally, as the match progressed, the stakes heightened, and neither team dared to underestimate the other. Upon Chen Long's entry, Napoli's center-back Fernandes closely marked him. In the realm of competition, no player can afford to be complacent. To do so would result in dire consequences. Fernandes, fully aware of this, would not lower his guard merely because his opponent was a newcomer. The ball continued to be contested, devoid of any discernible pattern, and the match, punctuated by interruptions, slipped by in mere minutes. Chen Long had a fleeting opportunity to touch the ball, but due to the dense defense and lack of support from teammates, his attempt to pass back was intercepted by Marchisio. As the clock ticked down to the final moments, Chen Long had yet to seize any opportunity. Yet he relentlessly pursued the ball. At this juncture, it mattered not whether one belonged to the stronger or weaker side. Any team could face a last-minute defeat, a reality often witnessed in the annals of football history. Certainly, had Pirlo stepped forward to exert some control over the ball, the situation could have been vastly improved. Yet, he was preoccupied with defensive duties, leaving the midfield of Juventus in a state of disarray. Nevertheless, since Chen Long's introduction, Juventus had indeed implemented a novel tactic. His inclusion was not merely a gamble by the coach, but a strategic maneuver aimed at drawing fouls. Any foul within 30 meters of the Napoli goal would signify a golden opportunity, and opportunities must always be forged. Recently, during training, the act of feigning a fall was successfully employed by Marchisio in the match. Perhaps due to initial awkwardness, the referee refrained from blowing the whistle, indicating a lack of experience. If teammates could not create chances, then Chen Long would have to do so himself. With his fervent running and the equally fervent efforts of his teammates, he finally seized a chance. Hamke's error allowed Pirlo to intercept the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Pirlo opted to strike the ball with the outside of his right foot, sending a curving shot towards Chen Long. The ball swiftly descended at Chen Long's feet. At that moment, apart from Fernandes, who was positioned closely behind him, he was also confronted by the tenacious little Cannavaro. Fernandes was tightly marking Chen Long from the rear, while Cannavaro aggressively pressed him from the side. The host, Jean-Loup, humorously remarked, "It's akin to two eagles capturing a chick. Can Chen Long withstand it? Quite the challenge, indeed. These two defenders are no pushovers, tall and robust. It seems that Chen Long may struggle to maintain possession of the ball. What to do? A back pass? Impossible. The distance is too great, and any opportunity would vanish. Shielding the ball while awaiting teammates? That also appears futile." Chen Long observed the swiftly approaching ball and contemplated for a fleeting moment. "All right, I'll seize the ball and charge." He altered his body posture just before the ball descended, shifting from leaning against Fernandes to positioning himself sideways against him, while using the other half of his body to block off the smaller Cannavaro. With arms slightly outstretched, he protected his form and exerted all his strength to release the ball. Should he forcibly turn? No. At the moment he relinquished the ball, he suddenly leaned back, utilizing Fernandes' pressure to retreat slightly, guiding the ball back with his right foot. He stumbled a bit but managed to maintain his balance. Under ordinary circumstances, one would likely fall, feigning a foul, but since this was a deliberate action by Chen Long, he was prepared for it. Consequently, Fernandes, caught off guard by Chen Long's retreat, lost his balance and stumbled, while Cannavaro also found himself momentarily disoriented. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Chen Long rapidly adjusted his body's direction, pivoted, and with a deft touch of his left foot, propelled the ball forward with explosive force, accelerating as he and the ball glided past like phantoms. Success! A wave of joy surged within Chen Long as he prepared to surge ahead with full vigor. Suddenly, a powerful collision sent Chen Long soaring through the air. An unexpected shadow, the aggressive Dos Senna, had executed a ferocious slide tackle, sending both Chen Long and the ball flying. The referee's whistle blew sharply, and he promptly approached, brandishing a red card towards Dos Senna. As Chen Long crashed heavily to the ground, he clutched his lower leg, rolling in agony, his face contorted with pain. The severity of the foul was evident. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos. Chen Long's Juventus teammates rushed forward, encircling Dos Senna in a protective frenzy. The Juventus medical staff hastily entered the field with a stretcher. Surrounded, Dos Senna retreated step by step, while the irate Chiellini was the first to confront him, pushing him back. Fortunately, Dos Senna's Napoli teammates intervened, preventing the situation from escalating further. Meanwhile, Captain Buffon pursued the referee to seek justice. Chen Long was genuinely in excruciating pain. This was no act. Anyone present who thought otherwise was truly blind. Fortunately, The tackle had struck the front of his shin, where shin guards offered some protection. The team physician promptly administered a cooling pain relief spray to his leg, alleviating much of his discomfort. After a moment of struggle, he resolutely rose to his feet. His mission remained unfulfilled. Pirlo approached him, cradling the ball, and handed it over. Indeed, it was not Pirlo who would take the free kick for Juventus, but rather, it was Chen Long. Chen Long was the one designated to execute the set piece, the sovereign of Juventus's free kicks. The spectators, not only those from Naples, were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. The kicker was Chen Long, Juventus's number 10. As Chen Long gently approached the spot for the free kick, he finally seized his opportunity, regardless of the cost. The Napoli players anxiously formed a wall, and even from 30 meters away, no one dared to underestimate the moment. Pirlo did not even step forward to orchestrate any collaboration. He simply allowed Chen Long to stand alone before the ball. This location was all too familiar to both of them, yet only Chen Long stood at the penalty spot. He took a step back, retreating to the position he required. Then inhaled deeply, allowing his body to relax. Here it comes. He began his approach, exploding into action in an instant. The posture he had displayed countless times on the training field, the exquisite arcs he had traced repeatedly, the dominance he had exuded, and the calm yet lethal precision he had mastered were once again etched in the air above the verdant pitch, witnessed by hundreds of thousands of Chinese spectators. Silence enveloped the scene, a profound and heavy stillness. Then came the cheers, the gasps, the astonished exclamations. Chapter 27. I am merely a temp. Chen Long made his debut on the professional football stage in a manner so flawless, it was reminiscent of a cinematic masterpiece, achieving fame with a single goal in the crucial Super Cup final. After the match concluded, the entire team surged onto the field to celebrate. Buffon, in his capacity as captain, raised the trophy high above his head, which was then passed around amongst the players until it finally reached Chen Long. The youthful and handsome visage was alight with joy. The entire experience felt surreal, almost dreamlike, leaving him at a loss for words to articulate his emotions. Shortly thereafter, the big screen displayed the name of the match's most valuable player, Chen Long, although he had only played for a mere 5 minutes. This accolade represented the finest reward for his efforts, while others expended all their energy throughout the match. It was Chen Long's brief stint that captivated the audience and conquered the field. A renowned football commentator from China, Huang Jinxiang, sought to enter the pitch for an interview with the still exhilarated Chen Long. Hello, Chen Long. I am Huang Jinxiang from XXTV. Hello. Chen Long replied politely with a nod, though he mused internally about the peculiarity of the commentator's voice, which sounded rather raspy, reminiscent of a duck. He felt a sense of familiarity with the man, as if he had encountered him before, but could not quite place where. How does it feel to have such a perfect debut? I feel excited, Chen Long reflected, wiping the sweat from his brow. Still feeling as though he were in a dream, everything was too perfect. You have made millions of Chinese people remember you, the new number 10 of Juventus. Thank you. I hope to have more opportunities to showcase my football to everyone in the future. Also, thank you for delivering such a thrilling goal for us fans. You reminded us of Ronaldo, and I could hardly contain my excitement. This is the second time I've shouted myself hoarse. He is my idol, my deity. When did you first lose your voice? Chen Long curiously inquired, recalling the last memorable moment when the illustrious Italian left-back Grosso scored to eliminate Australia. It brings back memories of you as the host of world football and your renowned commentary during that World Cup. Excellently done, I must say. I remember watching you on television. You know, I speak Chinese, so your presence has lingered in my mind. How many years have passed? Enough of that. I look forward to your guidance in the future. The sentiment was mutual. The two shared an instant connection, feeling as if they had known each other for ages. Following a brief interview, the post-match press conference commenced. First up was Napoli's conference. Their coach, Mazzarri, appeared composed before the cameras, succinctly reflecting on the match. He summarized the reasons for their defeat. Higuain's goal raised our concerns, yet Juventus's blunders allowed Cavani to score. After equalizing, I believed my team could at least reach extra time and draw closer to victory. However, in the final moments, that last-minute player, the exceptional one, brought everything to an end. The exceptional one naturally referred to Chen Long, and Mazzari's excitement was palpable when mentioning his name. I haven't witnessed such an extraordinary player in a long time. The last time was in 1996 when I saw that figure on television, he remarked, evidently referring to Ronaldo. Indeed, that lad bears a striking resemblance to him. You know, such praise feels almost surreal. Yet he astounded me with his swift movements, breathtaking speed, and instantaneous composure and judgment. Even more astonishing was that free kick. It was simply unsolvable. I thought I'd only ever see such brilliance in films, yet here it is, right in front of me. Congratulations to Juventus. And congratulations to Chen Long. With that, Mazzari swiftly concluded the press conference. The comparison of Chen Long to Ronaldo by Mazzari speaks volumes of the high regard in which he is held. Indeed, Chen Long's brief yet brilliant performance had captivated everyone, leaving them in awe and astonishment. Next, it was Juventus's turn to take the stage. Conti attended alongside Higuain and Chen Long, both of whom had become the focal points of the match, each making their debut, one a star's debut and the other a newcomer's. Both shared the same success and perfection. Coach Conti began with a succinct summary. Both teams played with tremendous effort and greatness. There were no losers. A draw would have been more fitting. However, we were fortunate to have Higuain and Chen Long, which led us to victory. With just those few words, Conti concluded his remarks, and it was time for the journalists to pose their questions. Surprisingly, the first inquiry revolved around Chen Long, having made such a stunning debut. What are your thoughts as the head coach? Conti took the microphone, pressed his lips together, and remarked, "He is exceptional, the team's ultimate weapon. His performance today was anticipated. Yet we did not expect such swift success. Chen Long was simply remarkable. However, Chen Long's playing time is limited, and his professional journey is still lengthy. We must not hastily conclude that one match's triumph guarantees future success. He has a long road ahead." Conti's language was quite formal, a stark contrast to his private demeanor, embodying the essence of saying one thing while doing another. With a top-tier striker like Higuain and a talent like Chen Long, does the club harbor grand ambitions for the Champions League next season? Naturally, Juventus is forever a champion club, always brimming with zeal and aspiration for glory. This is indisputable. The arrival of Higuain will significantly bolster the team's offensive strength. Subsequently, a reporter from an unknown publication turned their attention to Chen Long. "I would like to pose a question to Chen Long. I have heard. Are you a temporary worker?" The reporter seemed slightly hesitant, but ultimately voiced the inquiry. As these words were spoken, the venue erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Conti's expression appeared distinctly unnatural, and Chen Long seemed somewhat uncomfortable as well. Confronted with the inquiry, he first glanced at Conti, whose facial muscles twitched momentarily before he gestured for Chen Long to respond. "Ahem. Well, indeed, I am merely a temporary worker." Chen Long replied with an air of calmness. "Ah, so temporary workers are a reality in Italian professional football. A half-Chinese individual has ventured to Italy to work as a temp. How lamentable," someone lamented. "Could you possibly disclose the remuneration for a temporary worker?" Another journalist posed this rather harsh question. Chen Long grimaced internally, pondering how to navigate such a stinging inquiry. However, he soon realized this might be an opportune moment to exert pressure on the club for a salary increase. "Well, for this match, I earned €1,000. With no base salary or benefits, my income is solely derived from goals or assists," he expressed with a sense of resignation. The atmosphere off the field buzzed with excitement, as reporters shifted their focus back to Conti. Higuain, hearing Chen Long speak of his contract for the first time, was equally taken aback. This is a blatant exploitation of naked capitalism. How can Juventus offer such an unprotected contract? Do they even regard Chen Long as a human being? This is truly one of the greatest oddities in the football world, a disgrace to professional football, a stain on Juventus. Another voice chimed in with sarcasm. "Chen Long, come to Evergrande. They will undoubtedly offer you a better salary, and playing in our Chinese Super League is far preferable to your Italian league," an imaginative journalist suggested. Conti, awkwardly bowing his head, seemed at a loss for how to respond, clearly flustered by the situation. Ultimately, it was Pirlo who stepped in to defuse the tension. He took the microphone and, in earnest tones, stated, "In truth, the reason we signed Chen Long to a temporary contract is that he was initially brought into the youth team. However, should he excel in the first team, we will certainly increase his salary. This arrangement is designed to alleviate undue pressure on him. If the club did not have faith in his abilities, why would we allow him to don the number 10 jersey, a symbol of the team's core? Therefore, let us not impose excessive pressure on Chen Long. Rather, allow him the freedom to develop comfortably. Rest assured, the club will extend its utmost support to him." With such a resplendent endorsement from the illustrious former captain Pirlo, the journalist quickly fell silent. Chen Long inwardly cursed the villain, thinking, "What a masterful pretender you are. Chen Long, as a half-Chinese individual, will you represent the Chinese national team in future competitions?" At long last, the reporter returned to a more conventional line of questioning, refraining from posing such piercing inquiries. In response to the question, Chen Long remained remarkably composed, stating that receiving a call-up from the Chinese national team was, in itself, an honor. However, he expressed that he would also be thrilled to receive a call-up from Italy in the future, given that he had spent his childhood in Italy and might lean more towards it. Of course, this notion seemed rather far-fetched to him. Chen Long concluded with a hint of despondency, feeling uncertain and recognizing the distant nature of such aspirations. Moreover, he humorously remarked on his temporary status at Juventus, wondering if that would suffice for a national team position. Indeed, if even someone like Vieira could be overlooked by certain coaches, what were the chances for the Chinese team? A journalist voiced a similar sentiment wistfully. Chapter 28. The Agent's Conspiracy. On the very first day of his arrival in Beijing, Chen Long found himself unable to reach Yang Ershi that evening. Where on earth had that rascal gone? No one knew at the time, and the following day was equally fruitless. It wasn't until after the match concluded and the press conference was over that Yang Ershi emerged from an unseen corner. Grinning widely at Chen Long, observing his mischievous smile, Chen Long sensed that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint the issue. Typically, when Yang Ershi wore such a grin, it signified some elusive yet fortuitous development. Chen Long pulled him aside to a more secluded corner, curiosity compelling him to inquire. "You rotund rascal, what on earth has transpired to elicit such amusement? Speak up." Yang Ershi, still chuckling, leaned in closer to Chen Long's ear and whispered, "Brother, I may have inadvertently leaked the news about your temporary status to a Chinese reporter, and that is how we arrived at the current situation. Quite remarkable, isn't it?" "Ah, so it was you?" Chen Long exclaimed, realizing how the information had slipped out. "You did splendidly. It seems my salary may see an increase. You've truly become a celebrity now, goals and temporary status combined. What a whirlwind. We're bound to profit from this." Yang Ershi could hardly contain his excitement. Envisioning advertisements and salary boosts, perhaps even a transfer to a more prestigious club. Seizing the moment, Chen Long asked Yang Ershi where he had been and why he had been unreachable. "As soon as I landed, I dived headfirst into the commercial development in China. While in Italy, I had already reached out to various Chinese enterprises, hoping to forge partnerships. The news that just leaked will undoubtedly amplify your recognition worldwide at an unprecedented pace." Heh. By this point, the two had departed from the press conference venue and returned to Chen Long's room, where they continued their conversation in the absence of Beckham. "I've engaged with numerous Chinese companies, all of whom have expressed interest in collaborating with us, provided your performance remains stellar. What was initially needed was merely an opportunity. And now this opportunity has swiftly presented itself before us, akin to a fortuitous gift from the heavens. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to a most significant partner in our enterprise." "What company is it?" you may ask. "I shall not reveal that just yet," came the playful reply. "Be sure to rise early and come to my place tomorrow. I must take my leave now." With that, he quietly slipped out the door. In the dead of night, Beck didn't know where he had gone, leaving Chen Long all alone in the room. Without company, he reclined on his bed, once again perusing the introductory texts on traditional Chinese medicine. Following Yi Shanshan's advice from that day, he attempted to abandon the need for comprehension of the words, instead seeking a sense of feeling, and gradually began to read. Meanwhile, in Connie's room, Piero sat deep in thought. Who could have leaked Chen Long's contract information? Connie pondered, perplexed. Observing Chen Long's reaction today, it seemed unlikely that he himself was the source of the leak. "He looks weary," Piero remarked. "Could it be an insider from the club? Have you considered that Chen Long's performance today might attract attention from numerous clubs?" "We must exercise caution," Connie expressed, laden with concern. "It appears a discussion regarding the contract with Chen Long is necessary tomorrow to prevent any potential poaching." "But what of poaching?" "The contract must still be negotiated in the same manner, perhaps with an increased bonus for goals scored, yet it is improbable that we will sign a formal contract." After the Super Bowl, the team rested for a day in Beijing. When Chen Long awoke, he discovered that Beikong had yet to return, leading him to suspect that the young man was up to no good, staying out late. In a cheerful mood, Chen Long donned his sunglasses and casual attire, rising early to visit Yang Ershi. Yang Ershi took Chen Long to a CAF on the ground floor of the hotel, where they settled into a cozy booth. Before long, a slender Chinese man in his 40s joined them, introducing himself and expressing his admiration for Chen Long. The conversation swiftly turned to the topic of advertising. After an initial exchange, Chen Long began to grasp the full context of the situation. The gentleman turned out to be the promotions manager for China's Golden Throat lozenges. with the purpose of this meeting being to discuss a contract with Chen Long, as well as the potential for his image to be used in advertisements in China. While Chen Long was unfamiliar with golden throat lozenges, Yang Ershi was well informed, having extensively researched Chinese enterprises, particularly since taking on the role of Chen Long's agent. He diligently searched online for any news regarding the hiring of football superstars for advertising campaigns. To his delight, Yang Ershi discovered that golden throat lozenges was an exceptionally lucrative company. After the 1998 World Cup, a commercial featuring Ronaldo for golden throat lozenges suddenly appeared on Chinese television, leading the entire nation to believe that Ronaldo had indeed endorsed the product. The advertising campaign caused a sensation, with people sporting jerseys emblazoned with Ronaldo's number 9. It wasn't until many years later that Ronaldo uncovered the infringement by Golden Throat and filed a lawsuit, only for the company to then set its sights on CAC. Yang Ershi took the initiative to approach Golden Throat lozenges to negotiate an advertising contract for Chen Long. Undoubtedly, with Yang Ershi's intellect, he would not engage in a losing venture, otherwise it would not befit his astuteness. In Yang Ershi's view, it was audacious for Golden Throat lozenges to illegitimately utilize the likenesses of 2 generations of Brazilian football legends for their advertisements. Yet there was a certain uniqueness to their approach, akin to the different concepts of the Jordan brand in China and the United States. However, both ultimately achieved the same result: substantial national profits through extraordinary means. Thus, he contemplated that if, following Ronaldo and CAC, the third visage to grace their advertisements were to be Chen Long, the advertising impact would be monumental. This would signify an unprecedented success for Chen Long in China. Initially, Golden Throat lozenges had no inclination towards this matter, believing they could easily deceive the Chinese audience using the star power of football icons without the need to invest in genuine endorsements. However, following last night's Super Bowl and the audacious proposal by Yang Ershi to allow Jin Sangzi Throat Treasure to act as an agent for Chen Long's market development in China, the two parties swiftly found common ground and conspired insidiously together, leading to the eventual outcome. At this moment, in a hotel in Turin, Juventus officials remained blissfully unaware, clearly not anticipating that a mere agent, Yang Ershi of Chen Long, could so cleverly elevate matters to such heights. Through the tireless explanations of Yang Ershi and the promotional manager of Jin Sangzi Throat Treasure, Chen Long finally grasped the entire context and gracefully acquiesced to the arrangement. Chapter 29. The hasty recruitment of temporary workers upon exiting the CAF. Chen Long and Yang Ershi embarked on a thorough exploration of Beijing. Although both were half Chinese, their curiosity about everything Chinese remained profound, particularly in the unfamiliar city of Beijing, which brimmed with intrigue. Chen Long had an additional purpose for this journey: to procure some traditional Chinese medicine books for Yi Shanshan. He was unaware of how to purchase them, merely tasked with retrieving the books from a specified location. Bearing a hefty bag of books, Chen Long returned to the hotel for some rest. No sooner had he settled in than he received a call from Conti. Promptly, he made his way to Conti's room. In the living room sat Conti, Piero, and another middle-aged man. Chen Long found himself gazing intently at the middle-aged man, a sense of familiarity washing over him, as if he had encountered him before. He pondered the familiar visage in his mind until, at last, the recollection dawned upon him. Isn't that Vieira? Just yesterday, the reporters were mentioning him. And now he has truly appeared. Chen Long felt that the world is indeed full of wonders, quite uncanny. The person is indeed Vieira, who currently serves as the technical director of Manchester City, overseeing market development and the signing of new players. Naturally, Chen Long was unaware of the purpose of Vieira's visit. He wondered why those 2 old perverts had summoned him. Could it be to introduce him to Vieira? That seemed absurd. After Conti elucidated Vieira's intentions, Chen Long finally understood the situation. It turned out that Vieira was representing Manchester City to inquire about the possibility of Chen Long's transfer. Manchester City wishes to acquire Chen Long. The profound revelation struck Chen Long with a jolt, simultaneously filling him with joy. He mused that Yang Ershi was indeed a master strategist. He had been acknowledged by other teams, and they had anticipated this possibility ahead of time. Although Manchester City had yet to establish the weighty legacy of a footballing giant, as the reigning champions of the Premier League, and with an owner possessing the most formidable financial resources in the sport, the team boasted a constellation of star players. Often referred to as the Barcelona of the Premier League, it was only a matter of time before they ascended to the ranks of the elite. This unexpected stroke of fortune inevitably brought a hint of concern to Chen Long, despite harboring a secret unknown to others. The recognition from other clubs was indeed a cause for celebration. The notion that a team approached him within a mere month of joining Juventus was quite significant. Vieira's demeanor mirrored the aggressive style of his play, direct and unyielding. He presented an offer of a weekly salary of 10,000. This left Chen Long in a state of shock once again. A weekly salary of 10,000. What an astounding concept. He himself was currently earning a mere 1,000 as a temporary wage, contingent upon scoring goals. When compared to such an insecure contract, the prospect of a 10,000 weekly salary felt like a chasm between heaven and earth. For wealth, men perish. For food, birds fall. Chen Long mused internally, beginning to feel tempted. Seemingly forgetting the words young Urshi had imparted that morning, Piero observed Chen Long's reaction intently, yet remained silent, as did Conti. Both were undoubtedly frustrated that the club had not offered Chen Long a more favorable contract. In fact, following the press conference the previous day, the club had been deliberating on providing Chen Long with a more reasonable and secure contract. Last night, the two had engaged in discussions late into the night regarding this matter, but little did they anticipate that the next day Vieira would come knocking. Vieira, a former player for Juventus and acquainted with Piero, was not immediately rejected by Juventus regarding his interest in Chen Long, but rather was afforded an opportunity. Chen Long experienced a tumult of conflicting emotions. As an 18-year-old, the notion of rationality seldom graced the minds of individuals his age. Setting aside the so-called conspiracy with young Urshi and the others, the offer from Manchester City was undeniably exhilarating. The prospect of playing alongside such elite stars as Agüero, Dzeko, Nasri, and his friend Balotelli was enough to ignite his enthusiasm. Yet, after the initial thrill, he found himself regaining a semblance of calm. Firstly, he held a deep affection for Juventus, his beloved club, and cherished the camaraderie with his teammates. The kindness they extended to him was unparalleled, something that only his friend Balotelli from Manchester City could somewhat compare to, and the English league was not his favorite. Although the salary was enticing, it paled in comparison to the bonds he had forged at Juventus. There, he had begun to cultivate friendships, benefited from the guidance of numerous seasoned players, and embraced a fresh start. Was this happiness not sufficient? Secondly, according to the discussions he had with young Urshi, he was meant to remain at Juventus for at least 6 months to a year. To ambitiously jump ship for another team would be detrimental to him, particularly as it would demonstrate a blatant disregard for both the club and its supporters. Lastly, it boiled down to a matter of character. After contemplating these 3 points, Chen Long eventually made a light-hearted decision to decline the offer. He consoled himself, viewing it as a beautiful encounter in life. Naturally, Vieira could not secure Chen Long, and both Piero and Conti exhaled deeply in relief. What they did not anticipate, however, was that after bidding Vieira farewell, Conti's phone rang. Upon hanging up, Conti erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What the hell? Did they want to ruin lives?" Piero, bewildered, inquired about the matter, to which Conti revealed that it was a call from Zidane, yet he refrained from disclosing the specifics. Chen Long, listening nearby, remained oblivious to the significance of the call and chose not to inquire further. This morning, Conti received his 8th phone call, with Manchester City reaching out. While the previous 7 were from Paris Saint-Germain, Bayern Munich, Siena, Atlanta, Roma, Arsenal, and Manchester United, all the major leagues were represented. Naturally, Conti would not disclose this information to Chen Long. The allure presented by Manchester City was already substantial enough. He could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue if Chen Long discovered that Real Madrid, Manchester United, and Arsenal had all set their sights on him. One could only speculate where Chen Long might run off to in his excitement. Unbeknownst to the 3 of them, however, in the heart of Milan, the president of Inter Milan, Maratti, sat in the club office, intently watching the highlights of the Italian Super Cup, his expression grave. The summer of 1999 loomed in his memory, a time fraught with sorrow for Inter, so much so that the recollection brought him a slight headache. The child in front of the television appears to be a prodigy, one who seemingly made the decision to sign up and boast about his talents, only to ultimately render himself a failure through his own choices. Is this merely the most inconspicuous and insignificant player that Maratti, during his tenure as president, has ever ruined? In the dark days of Inter, he was indeed quite overlooked. Yet, astonishingly, this most unremarkable lad has resurfaced 13 years later, now donning the colors of archrival Juventus. In his debut match, coming on as a substitute, he swiftly rose to prominence. Maratti appears to have aged considerably, at least compared to 13 years ago. The expression on his face now exudes a gentleness reminiscent of his fondness for Ronaldo. After Chen Long provided a definitive answer, the 2 old veterans felt a significant weight lifted, preparing to discuss a new contract with him. Friendship is valuable, but without sustenance, even the strongest bonds can lead to starvation. Ultimately, they agreed on a contract that offered Chen Long a weekly salary of 5,000 euros, with bonuses for goals and assists remaining unchanged. Of course, the contract included a clause stipulating that his buyout fee would astonishingly reach 30 million euros. However, at that moment, Chapter 30. Apologies, I am merely a temporary worker, rushed in. This matter is too hasty. I must consult my agent, Chen Long remarked. His demeanor surprisingly calm in response to the contract before him. His reaction took the two by surprise. What? When did you acquire an agent? Connie inquired, astonished. Perlo, on the other hand, quickly recalled that since Chen Long's last contract signing, no one else had engaged with the club. How could an agent have suddenly appeared? He sensed that something was amiss, as if he had unwittingly stepped into a trap. The young man had succumbed to the negative influences of his peers. It was imperative that he be guided back on track, thought Conti. So, will you sign or not? With an air of confidence, Chen Long responded slowly. Of course I will sign, but I need to discuss the details with my agent. I'll call him over right now. With that, he took out his phone and dialed. Conti and Del Piero exchanged glances, both harboring the same thought. Chen Long had become increasingly astute, clearly having plotted this beforehand. It was likely that the individual who leaked the information about the temporary worker was none other than Chen Long's agent. They silently reached a mutual understanding. Approximately 10 minutes later, another figure emerged in Connie's living room. Yang Ershi, the plump agent. Dressed in a tailored suit, beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Not due to anxiety or fear, but rather because a person of his stature tends to perspire easily when moving briskly. He had not anticipated that Juventus would respond so quickly, only half a day later than himself. Throughout his journey, he had strategized, aiming for the most favorable outcome. Conti surveyed the young, portly figure before him with mixed emotions, pondering how this mere child had orchestrated everything over the past few days, leading them by the nose. Initially, he had assumed young Ershi to be a seasoned veteran, a cunning old fox, yet this boy left even Del Piero astounded. What was the composition of this lad's intellect that he had orchestrated such a farce, rendering the club completely reactive? Now, as they discussed the signing of a new contract, they would have to navigate through a maze of complications, an outcome he had not foreseen. Young Ershi unceremoniously plopped down on the sofa, adopting a facade of maturity. His chubby face adorned with glasses that seemed incongruous with his youth. Connie regarded him with utmost seriousness, refusing to dismiss him as insignificant. Chen Long sat nearby, wanting to laugh at the scene but refraining from doing so. Once a player for boys, Chen Long had subsequently signed a professional contract with Juventus, an affair initially devoid of controversy. Young Ershi spoke with confidence, oblivious to the absurdity of the situation. However, the contract Chen Long had signed was of a temporary nature, meaning he was, indeed, a temporary worker, and either the club or the individual could terminate the contract unilaterally. Now, as Juventus sought to negotiate a new contract with Chen Long, it was essential for me, as his agent, to engage in discussions about the contract details alongside him. Young Ershi articulated with precision, leaving Conti and Del Piero momentarily speechless. Chen Long has entrusted me as his representative to negotiate the renewal. He genuinely wishes to sign a new professional contract with the club, he stated, neither hurried nor slow. The salary is not the primary concern. We prefer to maintain the previous arrangement. However, we are still inclined to sign a temporary contract rather than one of long-term commitment. At this moment, Young Ershi held the contract provided by Juventus in his hands, perusing it while articulating his thoughts. What is this lad up to? What tricks is he playing? Conti's expression was dark as he regarded the plump youth before him, a sense of foreboding stirring within. Of course, the temporary accommodation was the responsibility of Juventus, with contracts signed for 6 months, devoid of any so-called penalty clauses. You have certainly made a fortune here. Isn't this essentially akin to a loan agreement? Upon hearing Young Ershi's words, Piero's face clearly reflected his displeasure. At this moment, Conti could no longer restrain himself. The club has invested considerable effort in nurturing Chen Long. Are we to simply allow him to depart after 6 months? What, I ask, becomes of the club's interests? This is unjust. Young Ershi, with a grin stretching across his face, appeared almost to be squinting into the flesh before him. Unperturbed, he continued in a methodical manner. This contract was always intended to be temporary. If Chen Long fails to score or assist throughout the season, will the club still require his services? I believe even Chen Long would feel embarrassed to remain. What can be accomplished in 5 minutes, as you well know? Thus, the initial signing was for a temporary contract. Had Chen Long not suddenly emerged and performed well, attracting the attention of other clubs, you would not be in such a hurry to negotiate a second contract. Yang Ershi truly embodied the essence of a shrewd businessman, his discourse rooted firmly in self-interest. Devoid of any notions of camaraderie or other trivialities. Is not a formal professional contract preferable to a temporary one? What are you scheming? Conti's demeanor remained grim, still perplexed by the intentions of this lad. Indeed, logically speaking, a formal contract surpasses a temporary one, primarily due to the security it offers. Yet, Yang Ershi harbored a different perspective. In his view, a temporary worker contract was ideally suited for Chen Long. He possessed a clandestine secret, a grand blueprint known only to himself and Chen Long. In truth, what harm could a temporary worker contract pose to Juventus? Should Chen Long underperform, Juventus would be spared the burden of a liability. Conversely, if he excelled and attracted buyers, Juventus would receive nothing. But what could they truly gain? Yang Ershi articulated his reasoning with conviction, glancing at Chen Long to avoid invoking any ire with the term liability, then continued. Furthermore, signing every half-season is advantageous for Juventus. Our primary consideration will always be the interests of Juventus. So, even if other clubs make offers, should Juventus present a comparable proposal, our choice will naturally favor Juventus. We can include this stipulation in the agreement. Upon hearing that priority would be inscribed into the contract, Conti and Piero finally exhaled in relief. For this would at least ensure that under equal circumstances, Juventus retained precedence regarding Chen Long. However, such an arrangement would place Juventus at the mercy of Chen Long. And the most daunting prospect was that should he indeed choose to leave, Juventus would gain nothing. Conti and Piero felt a profound discontent brewing within them. A young lad has thus taken the initiative at the negotiating table, a stark contrast to the past. This fortunate turn of events is largely due to inquiries from other clubs. Otherwise, how could Yang Ershi have spent so long here, lamenting yet utterly powerless? If Chen Long were to depart, wouldn't Juventus be left with nothing to gain? Conti appeared to be in a dilemma. Well, let us not allow him to leave at the end of the season. That would be quite fair. Yang Ershi remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Numerous clubs have recognized Chen Long's potential. Otherwise, it would not have taken merely 2 days for so many to come knocking at the door. How about this? It seems somewhat unjust for Juventus. Let us add a clause to the contract stating that if any club engages with Chen Long and he expresses a desire to join, that club must compensate Juventus with 5 million euros. What do you think? Pirlo mused thoughtfully. This is certainly agreeable. But at least 30% of that 5 million should belong to Chen Long. Yang Ershi was quite accommodating, yet suddenly he cast forth another demand. This caused Conti and Piero to wear expressions of displeasure once more, pondering how such an eccentric individual had emerged, with calculations that were alarmingly astute. Chen Long, do you have any objections? Piero lamented, seeking assistance from the idly seated Chen Long, as he deemed the young man too unscrupulous. Chen Long merely shrugged helplessly and gestured towards the portly fellow, implying that the decision rested with him. Ultimately, amidst Chen Long's silence and Yang Ershi's audacity, the shameless Conti and Piero acquiesced to such a method of contract negotiation. Chapter 31. The idler of football returning triumphantly, Juventus arrived back in Italy, taking a bus directly to Turin and returning to their training facility. Unsurprisingly, Chen Long and the rotund Yang also returned with accolades. The duo, having played pivotal roles in Juventus's victory in the finals, were met with adoration from fans, while Higuain had not yet made an appearance in Turin following his transfer. Chen Long had risen to prominence as a temporary worker. The excitement surrounding Chen Long and Higuain surpassed the fanfare experienced when Pirlo joined the club the previous year, illustrating their immense popularity. Upon arriving in Turin, Chen Long, with the club's permission, made a brief return to Palermo. Yang, ever the provocateur, immediately ignited rumors upon landing, claiming that Juventus had signed a new contract with Chen Long, albeit still of a temporary nature. This led to a media frenzy, compelling Juventus to issue clarifications and denials, while clubs that had previously given up hope began to stir with renewed interest. Outsiders found it incomprehensible that Chen Long would continue to engage in temporary contracts under such unjust pressures, unaware that the entire scenario had been orchestrated by Chen Long and Yang Ershi. Juventus could only endure this predicament in silence. They wished to assert that Chen Long had made this choice himself, yet such a declaration would be met with skepticism. Conti and Piero seethed with frustration, feeling utterly powerless. In Yang's eyes, they discerned the avarice of the renowned agent Mendes, Next, Juventus would commence preparations for the TIM Cup. The TIM Cup, organized by TIM Telecom, is a traditional summer warm-up tournament among Italy's top 3 teams. Typically held after the summer training begins, it represents the team's first genuine test. The competition format involves Inter Milan, AC Milan, and Juventus, each facing off in a series of matches lasting 45 minutes, with the final rankings determined by the outcomes of these encounters. The TIM Cup has previously held 11 editions, with Inter Milan being the reigning champion from the last tournament, although it is merely a warm-up match. The clash among these 3 teams signifies the pinnacle of Italian football, encompassing not only a city derby, but also a national rivalry, a sacred alliance, and the lingering animosities and historical narratives that compel all parties to take the competition seriously. Overall, by mid-August, the strategic plans for the upcoming season have largely crystallized for each team. However, both Inter Milan and AC Milan seem to be experiencing a significant exodus of veteran players without the influx of any renowned stars. As August approaches its conclusion and the transfer market nears its closure, it remains uncertain whether these teams will maintain their composure or choose to abandon their pursuits. AC Milan's decision to part ways with top central defender Silva, the formidable Swedish striker Ibrahimovic, and the talented Robinho has undeniably weakened their squad. Inter Milan is similarly reliant on its past achievements. Consequently, the fans of both Milan clubs have voiced their discontent, with protests organized to express their grievances against the club's decisions. The intentions of Moratti and Berlusconi remain opaque, as rumors of significant transfers circulate, yet thus far, they have amounted to little more than empty promises. In contrast, Juventus is steadily strengthening its squad, particularly with the acquisition of Higuain, which has significantly bolstered their attacking capabilities. As the match day approaches, with the game scheduled for August 19th, Juventus is methodically preparing for the encounter. Concurrently, the club has announced positive developments regarding head coach Conte's legal issues related to a betting scandal, which has further unified Juventus in their ambition to secure this year's TIM Cup and establish a strong foundation for the new season. On Wednesday, Chen Long punctually visited Yi Shanshan to receive his treatment, bringing along the medical text she had advised him to read. To his surprise, Yi Shanshan produced the jersey that Chen Long had previously brought, requesting him to sign it with his name. After a week apart, Chen Long could not help but express his astonishment at the changed treatment he received. The reason for such favorable treatment was undoubtedly his spectacular performance the previous week, which had completely altered Yi Shanshan's preconceived notions about him. Fans, after all, can be won over in an instant. Chen Long felt a sense of relief and willingly signed his name, truly a person who shines brightly when given a little sunshine. In recent days, his manager, Yang Ershi, had rented a large truck to transport a considerable amount of luggage, and the 3 of them made their way to Turin. Yang Ershi and Yi Shanshan naturally began their studies at the University of Turin, while Chen Long returned to the club to report for duty. However, apart from daily training, Chen Long would head to the university after dark. Why after dark? He was still unaccustomed to being admired as an idol, especially during his initial days at the university. The club quickly arranged temporary accommodation for him at the training base, a quaint yet simple abode. Though modest in size, it was ample for Chen Long's needs, a 1-bedroom apartment, just right for him. The shameless Yang Ershi had intended to move in with Chen Long to mooch off him, but was firmly rejected, leading him to reluctantly return to his university residence, finding solace in the thought that the university was brimming with beautiful girls, rendering the shabby apartment unnecessary. After consuming 2 doses of traditional Chinese medicine, Chen Long felt a significant improvement in his physical condition, while his stamina did not noticeably increase. He sensed a marked enhancement in his physical strength. Even his complexion radiated a newfound vitality. He felt invigorated, bursting with energy, though this was relative to his previous state. According to the fitness coach, Balotelli, Chen Long's hormones were surging. Balotelli was uncertain whether this was due to the traditional medicine or the stimulation from girls, but he chose to believe the latter. Seizing every opportunity, Chen Long was relentless, indifferent to the color of the cat. As he began to indulge in fanciful thoughts at university, with Yang Ershi stirring the pot behind him. As the competition drew nearer, Chen Long continued his training regimen. Aside from participating in the team's final minutes of practice matches, he oscillated between running and the gym. One could say he had truly begun to acclimatize to life at Juventus. The description of him as a football idol was apt. And what was more infuriating was that during training, he leisurely hid in the gym watching the Olympic closing ceremony. However, Such treatment was enviable only due to Chen Long's unique physical circumstances. Finally, the Olympics came to a close, with Italy failing to qualify. Ultimately, the Spanish U21 team claimed the Olympic gold medal. Thus, after winning the European Championship this year, Spain added the Olympic title to their accolades. This filled Chen Long with a sense of urgency, a Spanish dominance that had long reigned over the football world. Compounded by the presence of the two titans of La Liga, left one feeling utterly helpless. When would Spain's supremacy come to an end? With an indescribable emotion in his heart, Chen Long returned to the training ground, immersing himself in the team's rigorous training regimen. Through relentless professional training, his movements became increasingly streamlined and practical, marking a qualitative leap from his initial performances. This transformation was evident from his very first match, prompting his teammates to intensify their defensive efforts against him, making him increasingly difficult to contend with. One could only wonder what he might achieve with a full 90 minutes on the pitch. On the eve of the TIM Cup, European bookmakers launched a new betting column, focusing on whether Juventus's number 10 would score. The odds for scoring stood at 2.8, while the odds for failing to score were at 2.0. This enticing wager sent Juventus fans into a frenzy. Within a mere half-day, over 1 million bettors had placed their stakes, particularly in Italy. Meanwhile, fans from afar in China engaged in various online betting methods, contributing to the hundreds of thousands of wagers. It must be said that the bookmakers displayed remarkable market insight, seizing upon Juventus's recent brilliance for a highly successful promotion. At long last, the TIM Cup arrived amidst much anticipation. The youthful and united Juventus, brimming with vitality, was set to embark on a new season. The match commenced with a 45-minute Milan derby, where both teams fielded nearly unchanged lineups from the previous season, resulting in a lackluster display. The aging squads of both teams had yet to undergo any significant rejuvenation. Inter Milan relied on the veteran Milito to bolster their attack, while the still-in-their-prime Pizzini had been sold off. Meanwhile, AC Milan's attacking spearheads were Cassano and El Shaarawy. However, neither side's offense showed any promise. Although Milan appeared to dominate the field, their efforts bore no fruit. Ultimately, the match concluded in a goalless draw. Rumors circulated that both Milan teams were vying for Tevez, yet this farce had persisted since last winter's transfer window without yielding any results. It seemed that unless both teams strengthened their frontline capabilities, they would struggle to make any significant impact. Chapter 32. The Eagle soars high. Chen Long was aware that the bookmakers had assigned him individual scoring odds. Just before the match, a cousin of his called, urging him to score, as he had wagered €500 on Chen Long finding the net. This revelation left Chen Long feeling dizzy. Louis XIV. Do you really think Milan is a team that can be easily trampled upon? Do you truly see me as a deity? Assists can still earn you half the bet. But don't disappoint your cousin. Everyone here has placed their bets on you. If you fail, you might as well not return to Sicily. There are plenty who will come looking for you. I will do my utmost and leave the rest to fate, Chen Long replied. But he was struck by a realization. While betting on my victory was acceptable, betting on my defeat was out of the question, for I never engage in match fixing. Remember this well, lest you find yourself in a perilous situation. Why does Chen Long say this? That is a story for another time. In the second match, Milan faced Juventus. Chen Long, as usual, sat on the bench, observing the game. He is undoubtedly the happiest fan and player in the world, able to watch nearly 90 minutes of play up close, and even step onto the field in the final moments to kick the ball and perhaps score a goal. Reveling in the beauty of football, the clash between last season's champions and runners-up naturally brought a palpable tension. For Milan, the team saw the departure of several seasoned veterans last season, including Seedorf, Gattuso, Van Bommel, and the likes of Nine Master. Currently, the personnel configuration and style of play between Milan and Juventus bear a striking resemblance. Their midfielders are diligent and pragmatic, featuring players like Aquilani, Nasserino, Emmanuelson, and Boateng, all in the prime of their careers. On the other hand, Juventus boasts reliable talents such as Marchisio, Pepe, Elia, and Vidal. The only distinction lies in the fact that Juventus's helmsman was once the driving force behind Milan. With Seedorf's absence, Milan's creativity has undoubtedly diminished. Up front, Cassano's prowess is beyond doubt, yet Juventus's Higuain is equally formidable. As for the defense, Juventus represents the entire Italian backline, while Milan, after the departure of Silva, faces uncertainty. This match epitomized a clash between Italy and half of Italy, a contest among the middle generation. When two teams with similar styles collide, sparks are bound to fly. Juventus, traditionally more inventive, found their creativity stifled as Milan's players were all too familiar with Pirlo. Consequently, he was enveloped by defenders, his passing lanes severed, with his former teammate Ambrosini assigned to mark him closely. Allegri's Milan, having lost its flair and creativity with the departure of Ibrahimovic and numerous veterans, has increasingly adopted a more pedestrian approach. In contrast, Conte's team, while exuding elegance, also embodies a tenacity that cannot be overlooked. The coaching styles of Conte and Allegri bear significant resemblance, with similar on-field habits. However, the controversy surrounding Conte's involvement in match-fixing has led to skepticism regarding his capabilities. While Allegri enjoyed a relatively high popularity following his triumph in the league last year, undoubtedly, during his tenure at Juventus, Conte achieved remarkable perfection, culminating in an unbeaten championship season, a feat that speaks volumes. Following Gattuso's departure, Ambrosini has continued to embody the role of a relentless force, charging across the pitch with unreserved vigor. Even Pirlo, observing this transformation, couldn't help but wonder when this fellow had become such a relentless warrior. This marks Gonzalo Higuaín's second start for Juventus, and, much like the last encounter, the defensive prowess of Italy proves to be formidable. He is frequently subjected to infringements, finding himself on the ground more often than not, with an abundance of petty fouls. Flamini alone has tugged at him countless times, and he has even experienced unwelcome touches. While a few of his beard hairs have been yanked out, not to mention the rather delicate French massage from Mexes. After half an hour, Higuaín is thoroughly exhausted, and a sentiment arises within him. If La Liga is a paradise for forwards, Serie A feels like a hellish ordeal. The usually composed Higuaín is being bullied mercilessly, completely unable to collaborate with his teammates. Little Ant is being tossed about like a rag doll. The clash between Marchisio and Nasserino is a classic tale of adversaries, both tirelessly engaged in a battle of wits. Although they are teammates on the national squad, their verbal exchanges are anything but cordial. With an air of tension hanging between them, Conte, unable to contain himself, signals for Matri, who weighs in at 80 kilograms, to replace Giovinco, seeking a focal point in the attack. Allegri, in pursuit of goals, responds by bringing on Lopez, shifting to a three-forward setup. This is the entirety of Milan's attacking lineup. Yet the tactic proves ineffective. Juventus forwards struggle to breach Milan's defenses, just as Milan's attackers are thwarted by Juventus' impenetrable wall. As time ticks away, both teams labor diligently. Yet it feels as if they are performing the same monotonous play for the spectators. The locale of Trieste is unfamiliar to Chen Long. Despite spending 18 years in Italy, he has never set foot on this land. As the match approaches the 40th minute, Chen Long is finally granted the opportunity to partake in the game. Observing Conte's intention to substitute Chen Long, Allegri shouts at Mexes, signaling for a tactical adjustment in defense. Having witnessed the Super Cup, he is keen to avoid the blunders made against Napoli, fully aware of this player's potential to alter the course of the match. Particularly with set pieces, his other skills are equally formidable. Chen Long swiftly joins the fray, and his presence prompts a tactical shift for Juventus, liberating Higuaín to some extent, allowing him to escape the relentless scrutiny. Higuaín positions himself at the forefront while Chen Long assumes the role of a withdrawn forward, thereby alleviating the defensive congestion and granting Chen Long the space to receive the ball and make runs. Mere seconds after entering the game, Chen Long seizes an opportunity, quickly threading a pass to Higuaín, who shields the ball but, upon turning, is dispossessed by Flamini. Certainly, Juventus once again intends to commence a series of free kicks, a matter that has notably heightened Allegri's vigilance, prompting him to shout in urgency. The Milan players, equally alert, thwarted Juventus' calculated maneuvers. 5 minutes is a fleeting span. Under close scrutiny, Higuaín and Chen Long found it arduous to orchestrate effective attacks and combinations in such a brief interval. Juventus sought resurgence, with Chen Long retreating, allowing the ball to return to his feet, closely pursued by Flamini, who pressured him into a passing decision. The defensive depth of Milan proved formidable, complicating any breakthrough. Thus, a more prudent pass was chosen. Regrettably, upon receiving the ball, Marchisio opted to charge forward recklessly, resulting in yet another interception, with the ball ricocheting back to Juventus' defense, landing at Chiellini's feet. At that moment, Juventus' defensive line pushed forward, with Chiellini nearly stationed at the edge of the center circle. Observing Chiellini with the ball, Chen Long surged forward without hesitation. As Chen Long dashed ahead, Chiellini unleashed a powerful clearance. Their synergy, honed through frequent play and communication, was evident. The ball soared toward the Milan penalty area with minimal curvature, racing through the air in a straight trajectory. Chen Long sprinted toward the box with the speed of the wind, while Flamini, burdened by his robust physique, trailed closely behind, albeit at a slight disadvantage. Abate also moved in Chen Long's direction, but was still a half-step behind. Yet, the ball's trajectory did not veer toward the goal, but instead raced toward the right sideline. Near the edge of the small box, the ball was moving too swiftly, and its height rendered it impossible for Chen Long to halt its progress. Additionally, due to the distance from the goal, the Milan goalkeeper deemed it unnecessary to advance. Witnessing the ball's imminent departure from the field, Flamini and Abate noticeably slowed their pace. However, one individual refused to relent. Chen Long, in a burst of speed, cast a quick glance at the penalty area, where Higuain had also surged forward at high velocity, just as everyone presumed the ball would sail out of bounds, completing its fleeting mission. Chen Long abruptly planted his right foot into the ground, leaping high into the air. His body extended dramatically, arching backward, with his left foot naturally following the backward lean. Retracting his right foot, which he lifted skyward, striking the ball with powerful precision using the inside of his right foot. The young lad astonishingly intercepted the ball. After Chiellini executed his kick, he realized the force was excessive, thus he and his teammates stood by, mere spectators. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Chen Long soared into the air, executing an acrobatic scissor kick to intercept the ball, which fortuitously turned into a pass. Flamini and Abate, in that instant, were consumed by regret, wishing to advance but finding it too late. The ball, struck with precision, swiftly altered its trajectory, hurtling towards the penalty area. Simultaneously, the indefatigable Higuain made a rapid incursion into the 6-yard box, his eyes fixed on the suddenly arriving ball. Without hesitation, he leapt high, powerfully directing his header towards the ball, leaving the Milan goalkeeper utterly unprepared. As Chen Long landed heavily on the ground, the ball found the net with a resounding thud. The moment arrived so unexpectedly. Milan was left in a state of shock. Allegri, on the sidelines, could not contain his expletives, losing all composure as he tore off his red tie, expressing his profound dissatisfaction with the defensive lapse from Flamini and Abate. Yet, all of this was drowned out by the jubilant cheers reverberating throughout the stadium. A minute into stoppage time, the referee blew the final whistle. Thanks to Higuain's splendid goal, Juventus triumphed over Milan with a score of 1-0, temporarily placing them at the top of the TIM Cup standings by a 3-point margin. Meanwhile, Milan would have to contend with Inter for third place. Undoubtedly, Higuain's goal owed at least half its merit to Chen Long, whose calm scissor kick in a moment of crisis led to this outcome. At the conclusion, Chen Long felt a sense of relief, knowing he had not disappointed his cousin's expectations, having secured at least half of the prize money for him, albeit a mere 250. Chapter 33. Relentlessly dragging Sneijder 1 meter without pause, Juventus, having completed the first 45 minutes of the match, was immediately confronted by the formidable offensive challenge from Inter Milan. The earlier kickoff had granted Inter a slight physical advantage, placing Juventus at a disadvantage. With their primary players deployed, Inter aimed to exploit their stamina to swiftly overpower Juventus. The young coach Stramaccioni waved his robust arms vigorously from afar, transitioning his gestures into fierce chopping motions, then pushing forward as though wielding a bloody cleaver. His actions exceedingly theatrical. Despite his polished exterior, Stramaccioni possessed a fiery temperament, issuing stern commands to his players. Even the illustrious Sneijder had to bow to his orders. The scene clearly indicated that Inter was poised to adopt an aggressive tactical approach. In the initial 40 minutes of this match, naturally, Chen Long had little involvement, ushering in a moment of leisure for the spectators. However, the other players were far from idle. Coach Conti made a bold decision. Higuain was substituted for Beckenbauer. This sudden choice left Beckenbauer, seated on the bench, momentarily bewildered, his well-defined muscles visibly quivering with anticipation. This marked his first start. Conti's reasoning for this arrangement stemmed from Higuain's struggle to acclimate to the Italian team's play style in the first half. He opted for the more robust Beckenbauer to contend with the opposing defenders, partnering him with the equally formidable Matri, which might yield a more favorable outcome. The midfield and defense remained unchanged, with Giovinco swapped for Krasic, who exchanged positions with Marchisio. Under the command of Margione, Inter Milan swept away the despondent atmosphere of the previous half, appearing on the field with renewed vigor, while Juventus resembled a composed and unhurried champion, patiently awaiting Inter's advance. Albeit with a discernible decrease in momentum. As the match commenced, Inter Milan quickly established dominance over Juventus. Before long, Sneijder, adorned in pink boots, earned a free kick opportunity, which he executed with remarkable precision, only to be thwarted by Buffon's spectacular diving save. Today, Sneijder seemed invigorated as if fueled by an unseen force. He swiftly maneuvered past Krasic and delivered a high-quality cross from the right flank, finding the 33-year-old Milito poised at the goal, only for Buffon to once again reclaim the ball. In the 13th minute, it was Sneijder once more, reclaiming the ball from Marchisio and delivering another cross, this time. It was Alvarez who seized the chance, but regrettably directed his header wide of the mark. The eccentric Sneijder maneuvered effortlessly, disregarding Juventus' defense as he danced across the pitch, exuding an air of nonchalance. On the sidelines, Conte seethed, vociferously admonishing his players. With Maicon absent, it felt akin to losing an arm. How could they persist in their audacity? Conte, fueled by frustration, erupted with further shouts. Yet, though Maicon was gone, the diminutive Japanese player Yuto Nagatomo was present on the field, and as a left-back, his assist capabilities rivaled those of Maicon and Zanetti. Krasic, in a woeful state, was repeatedly dispossessed by Nagatomo, who managed to intercept the ball thrice, each time delivering it directly to Sneijder's feet. With relentless precision, Sneijder unleashed 3 shots. Buffon, diving left and right, ultimately managed to preserve his goal. The valiant Sneijder grasped at his bald head, yearning to tug at a few strands of hair to vent his pent-up frustration and discontent. Yet, his head was bare. As the team's attacks bore no fruit, Zanetti, the 39-year-old living legend, surged forward with the ball, executing a swift change of direction that allowed him to glide past Marchisio, driving towards the byline. He delivered a cross. The aging Prince Milito, with his waning stamina, seized the opportunity, leaping amidst the dual challenge of Carciers and Chiellini, a mountain of strength. With a powerful header, he sent the ball crashing into Buffon's net. How audacious! As Milito landed, he bellowed, pounding his chest, resembling a liberated and triumphant gorilla, exuding an aura of might and grandeur. This was momentum. This very essence. It seemed to embody the pent-up force of a season spent under the dominance of Juventus and Milan. The Inter bench erupted in jubilation. The Inter stands were alight with fervor. Coach Marconi, in that fleeting moment of triumph, dashed towards the Inter supporters, performing a celebratory slide on his knees. Juventus' entire defense appeared to be entranced. At this juncture, the match was only 25 minutes in, and ironically, the starting player Doni had yet to touch the ball even once. This is simply intolerable. It is one thing for Sneijder and Alvarez to falter, and even for the Japanese players to underperform. But to witness the 39-year-old Zanetti navigate the field with such ease, ultimately providing an assist, is utterly astonishing. It is even more unforgivable that Milito executed his goal with such commanding authority. A disgrace. Buffon is furious. Chiellini is enraged. Pirlo is incensed. Conte is also irate. The entire Juventus squad is aflame with indignation. Do not mistake the tiger's silence for weakness. The slumbering lion has awakened. Substitutions. With a decisive wave of his hand, Conte commands the change. Off go the bewildered Krasic, the seemingly dazed Marchisio, the contemplative Caceres, and the dispirited Beckham. Conte swiftly substitutes 4 players in succession, bringing on Elia, Pepe, Barzagli, and Borriello. Given the friendly nature of the match, substitutions exceed the standard 3. This is a fierce and blood-soaked battle, a raw contest among men. Football may not be a matter of life and death, yet it transcends such mortal concerns. The newly introduced 4 key players, along with their 7 teammates on the field, resemble a regal cavalry galloping across the plains, brimming with strength as they relentlessly charge deep into enemy territory. Victory is their ultimate goal, infused with an invigorating spirit. The Juventus players swiftly turned the tide of the match, rendering their momentum unstoppable. In a fervent 10 minutes, the atmosphere became electrifying, igniting the emotions of the fans to unprecedented heights. Their cheers echoed throughout the stadium. Even the AC Milan players, seated quietly in the stands, were swept up in the exhilarating spectacle of the match. Allegri, filled with frustration, pondered why his team had not displayed such vigor earlier. Regret weighed heavily on his heart. Just 10 minutes prior, Inter Milan had left Juventus in tatters. Now, a mere 10 minutes later, they were being chased away by Juventus. This was not about tactics or strategy. It was about dignity and honor. A clash of wills. At last, Borriello responded with an equally domineering header against Inter. The stadium erupted once more, this time leaving the Inter fans in stunned silence while Juventus supporters rejoiced. Conte, in his fervent celebration, tore his shirt, revealing his still formidable physique. Yet, it was not enough. Another goal was still needed. At the 40-minute mark, Connie waved his flag, summoning Chen Long onto the field. Chen Long, already inspired by the unfolding drama, sprinted onto the pitch, his eyes reflecting the unstoppable spirit of his teammates. He raised his hand, signaling for the ball. This was his first move, raising his hand while darting quickly to draw the attention of the tireless Samuel. Panting heavily, Remarkably rushed over to assist. Unlike the others, Chen Long had 5.5 minutes of unrestrained ambition, his singular aim being to disrupt and dismantle the opponent's defense, leading to an assist or goal to secure victory. He ran with abandon, expending every last ounce of energy within those fleeting moments. In a state of exhilaration, Juventus completely dominated Internazionale. In just 2 minutes, Chen Long had already secured the ball 3 times. Had it not been for Inter's desperate and relentless defense, they would have struggled to withstand the chaotic prowess of Chen Long. His presence seemed almost incongruous within the flow of the match. His ethereal movements and nimble footwork resemble a high-performance sports car in full throttle, leaving you utterly incapable of matching his speed and rhythm, forcing you into a relentless chase. Within mere minutes, Inter Milan's defense has been transformed into a chaotic beehive by Chen Long. Yet, despite this turmoil, Juventus has failed to score a single goal. Long-range shots, volleys, and headers have all been thwarted, either by the goalkeeper's interventions or by defenders' blocks. Samuel and Remarkably remain tenaciously in pursuit of Chen Long, determined to contain him. However, even the mightiest bow has its limit. As Chen Long makes his 5th touch, poised to breach Inter's defenses, both defenders find themselves overwhelmed. In a moment of desperation, Sneijder, returning to defend, clutches Chen Long's robust waist with unwavering grip. Yet, the unstoppable force of Chen Long propels him forward by a meter before he reluctantly succumbs to the ground, dragged forward by Sneijder's grasp. The fearsome prodigy. Is this a football match? In the throes of the game, Chen Long was completely oblivious to the surrounding commotion, while the audience was left in utter astonishment. The referee's whistle finally pierced the air. Was it a free kick? An uproar erupted among the spectators. Juventus rejoiced, while Inter Milan was engulfed in trepidation, breaking into a cold sweat. It was not a free kick, but rather the sound signaling the end of the match. The referee's 2nd and 3rd whistles resounded. The game was over. The audience had even lost track of time. Meanwhile, Sneijder, in a state of disarray like never before, lay gasping on the grass. Chen Long turned around, extending his hand towards the esteemed Master Sneijder. Friendship first, competition second. Chapter 34. When happiness knocks the match concluded. It was a breathtaking encounter. Although Chen Long did not score, he received resounding applause. The scene of Chen Long and Sneijder clasping hands moved everyone present. In the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd matches, Chen Long delivered flawless performances, captivating the audience with his extraordinary display over a mere 5 minutes. Throughout the week, Italian news and newspapers revolved around this young talent. The phrase "a star is born" aptly described Chen Long. Even when Balotelli emerged, such brilliance was never witnessed. After the TIM Cup, Chen Long did not attend the press conference, yet his 1 goal and 1 assist made him the standout figure on the pitch. With 3 matches completed, his tally stood at 2 goals and 1 assist, a dazzling statistic achieved in just 15 minutes. What an astounding concept. The media frenzy was relentless and rather tiresome. After the match, Chen Long was whisked away by Pirlo in his sports car to an undisclosed location. Was Pirlo a pedophile? In truth, Pirlo had taken a liking to this young lad, and even the usually composed Pirlo was captivated by Chen Long's performance, prompting him to invite the young star to join him post-match, accompanied by Chiellini, Marchisio, and Buffon. Pirlo, a quintessential scion of wealth, was rumored to be the descendant of Italy's steel magnate, with business ventures spanning dozens of countries. Remarkably, Pirlo even owned his own vineyard, an epitome of elegance. Chen Long had heard of this online, yet today, he found himself fortunate enough to visit Pirlo's vineyard. This is indeed a dream. The estate lies in the suburbs of Turin, amidst verdant fields, enveloped in tranquility and harmony. As the host, Pirlo had long instructed his servants to prepare the necessary delicacies for the gathering. Alas, it was a pity that Chen Long could not indulge in wine, rendering Pirlo's exquisite vintage a wasted treasure. The Chiellini clan, however, spared no effort in reveling in fine wines and sumptuous dishes, particularly Buffon, who left a delightful chaos in his wake. In contrast, Chen Long merely nibbled modestly, constrained by his constitution. Midway through the banquet, Chen Long was astonished. Inzaghi had unexpectedly arrived. Yes, the legendary number 9 had graced them with his presence. This revelation sent a thrill through Chen Long's veins. The dashing Inzaghi approached in a charming little car, devoid of any pretense of grandeur. To his further astonishment, he spotted Piero as well. Was it not said that these two were at odds? Chen Long pondered in confusion. Yet, here they were, playfully bantering and embracing each other, appearing at Pirlo's estate as if they were the best of friends. This was in stark contrast to the lore surrounding their rivalry. It is well known that Piero and Inzaghi had clashed during their time at Juventus, ultimately leading to Inzaghi's departure to Milan, where two distinct legends were born. However, the scene before Chen Long belied such narratives. Their camaraderie was evident, showcasing a bond that defied the rumors of discord. As the younger Chen Long sat awkwardly in his chair, he found himself at a loss for words, his heart brimming with but two simple words: happiness. This is the realm of social circles. Individuals tend to associate with those who share their environment. Today, for the first time, Chen Long has ventured into this exclusive sphere, experiencing a world previously beyond his reach. The prominent figures present did not overlook him. Particularly, Inzaghi took a moment to shake his hand and commend his performance, leaving Chen Long both flattered and astonished. Both Piero and Inzaghi are legendary icons, figures Chen Long has admired since childhood. Although they may not reach the heights of Ronaldo, the respect he holds for them is certainly on par. The warm greetings from these luminaries eased Chen Long's initial reservations, allowing him to gradually immerse himself in the atmosphere, feeling as blissful as a blooming flower. Time flew by, and before long, it was midnight, signaling the end of the grand feast. Lacking transportation, Chen Long was driven home by Chiellini. Now residing in a temporary accommodation provided by the club, he lay in bed, reflecting on the day's extraordinary events. Scarcely able to believe them himself, he resolved to seek Inzaghi's guidance when the opportunity arose. He suddenly recognized that frequent interactions with these football stars would present him with numerous learning opportunities, enabling him to replicate their skills, a rare chance indeed. As a rising celebrity in Italy, Chen Long never forgets to don sunglasses when stepping out. The following day, he departed early to fulfill his first advertising contract. Arriving as scheduled for a photo shoot. Dressed handsomely in a suit, he embodied the quintessential charming young man. The photographer requested 2 sets of images, one in a suit and another in Juventus attire. After completing the shoot, Chen Long returned to university with Yang Ershi. Despite being a burgeoning celebrity, he still adhered to his academic commitments. While en route, Chen Long noticed Yang Ershi's distressed expression and inquired about the matter. Yang Ershi lamented his own confusion, expressing regret over a poorly negotiated contract that yielded a meager sum. He believed it should have included an additional 0 to reflect a more appropriate figure. It appeared that even Yang Ershi had his shortcomings, lacking foresight in securing this initial advertising deal, which had sold Chen Long short at €3,000. However, Yang Ershi's negativity was short-lived, as he swiftly shifted the conversation to more promising topics. He shared that an advertisement from China had already launched, showcasing Chen Long's image prominently, making him a household name in China. The rapidity of this news astonished Chen Long. Yang Ershi's work ethic was impressive, employing ingenious methods to elevate Chen Long's profile. In fact, the day after the Super Cup, Chen Long's image was already gracing screens across China, demonstrating the Chinese knack for seizing opportunities. Indeed, Chen Long has begun to shine brightly on this land. As the two continued their conversation, they arrived at the entrance of the University of Turin. Chen Long, adorned in sunglasses, attracted no undue attention. The tranquility and cleanliness of the university campus filled Chen Long with immense joy. Strolling through the simple yet natural surroundings, he felt like an ordinary student. As he walked, he unexpectedly found himself at the football field, where he spotted Yi Shanshan. At that moment, 2 teams were engaged in a match. Yi Shanshan's surprise at Chen Long's arrival was palpable. "Did you bring your football shoes?" she inquired eagerly. "No," he replied. "I'll find you a pair of shoes and a kit. Could you lend a hand as a temporary worker?" Yi Shanshan offered warmly, with his sunglasses perched on his nose. Chen Long cast a sidelong glance at her, conveying his reluctance. "So, you want me to be a temporary worker? Is there any pay?" €10 for each goal. Yang Ershi interjected greedily, eager to join their conversation. "What are you talking about? Look at the medical students on the field. They're about to get trounced. And you still want tea help? Playing football at such a late hour is just painful." In a flash, Yi Shanshan seemed to conjure a complete set of football gear and shoes from thin air, promptly dressing Chen Long in them. Thus, Chen Long transformed into a temporary worker for traditional Chinese medicine. This match was merely an inconsequential friendly game within the university. However, despite its trivial nature, no one wished to be defeated. The game commenced at 10 o'clock in the evening under the illuminated field, drawing quite an audience. At that moment, the score revealed that the traditional Chinese medicine team was trailing by 1 goal. The astute Yi Shanshan managed to hold back Chen Long, who was an impressive foreign aide, though no one had yet recognized him. Wearing sunglasses at night, one could only be perceived as either foolish or dim-witted, leading everyone to believe that Chen Long was merely a pretentious simpleton. Eventually, this so-called simpleton made his entrance, having honed his skills through 3 professional league matches. Chen Long approached this amateur game with an air of nonchalance, akin to slicing through vegetables. Once he removed his sunglasses and took to the field, it took a moment for anyone to recognize him, as not everyone had watched those 3 matches. Chen Long on the soccer field was a stark contrast to Chen Long off it. Upon receiving the ball, he immediately initiated a fervent dribble, effortlessly shaking off the defender and charging towards the goal, striking the ball fiercely into the net. The goal appeared so effortless, as if it were a mere formality. The opposing team was astonished by his performance. When had the traditional Chinese medicine team acquired such a prodigy? Had he been feigning ignorance moments before? He had stunned everyone with his entrance. Was this truly a university student, or was he a force to be reckoned with? Within just over a minute, Chen Long had scored, employing a straightforward and raw technique that left the opposition humiliated. Their previously commanding lead was abruptly equalized by this young man, a crushing blow to their morale. Yet, the onslaught did not cease. Merely a minute later, Chen Long executed another dazzling solo run, scoring once again in the same manner. Once was a fluke, but twice was a demonstration of skill. In less than 3 minutes, the score had flipped in favor of his team. Enraged, the opposing side resorted to brutish tactics to retaliate, unceremoniously knocking Chen Long to the ground. Regardless of whether one was a professional player or a star, arrogance bore consequences. This sentiment resonated with all who had felt the sting of humiliation on the field. Finally, someone in the audience recognized Chen Long, prompting gasps of astonishment. A shout of Chen Long echoed, and others quickly followed suit, realizing who he truly was. The presence of a Juventus substitute on a university field is indeed astonishing. It is quite an unexpected twist. Professional teams may score with ease, so one can only imagine the disparity in an amateur match. Meanwhile, Yi Shanshan and Yang Ershi exchanged sly smiles, contemplating the sheer cruelty of allowing Chen Long to take the field. His rough style of play inevitably led to fouls, and it was none other than Chen Long himself who fell victim to one. The outcome was all too predictable. No one dared to contest the opportunity for a free kick with Chen Long, especially after learning that he was the temporary number 10 from Juventus. Even Pirlo would not vie for the chance. No one else holds the merit to challenge him. Chen Long once again showcased his exquisite free kick technique, sending the ball straight into the corner of the net. This was hardly a match of equal standing, yet in a mere 5 minutes, Chen Long astonishingly scored 3 goals, leading the traditional Chinese medicine team to a miraculous victory with a score of 3-1. As the crowd searched for Chen Long's figure, he had already slipped away, leaving behind only their collective disappointment and the anger of the opposing team. Shameful, utterly shameful. It's one thing to recruit foreign players, but to bring in professionals to play is beyond disgraceful, one voice expressed indignantly. What of it? It simply demonstrates our prowess. If you're so remarkable, why not recruit a professional player as well? Retorted the traditional Chinese medicine team, unyielding in their response. By the way, how did Yuzi come to know Chen Long? Perhaps in future matches, she could summon him again. After all, with him on the field, defeat would be a distant concern. It's outrageous. Just 5 minutes of play, and he scored 3 goals. Could there be something more between them? Will there even be a chance to compete with such an anomaly on the field? With him present for just 5 minutes, it feels as though the match lasts merely 5 minutes. I heard he also attends our school, in the management department? Alumni and possibly in the same class? I should inquire about this tomorrow. Having satisfied his craving for the game, Chen Long, along with Yi Shanshan and Yang Ershi, headed out for a late-night snack, courtesy of Yi Shanshan, completely unaware of the whispers that ensued after their departure. Speaking of which, this was the cheapest appearance fee imaginable. Merely a meal. What a disgrace. With a piece of meat dangling from his mouth, Chen Long wore an expression of discontent. Come on. It was only 5 minutes of play. Consider it a friendly cameo. The fatty hasn't he even spoken up yet. You shouldn't be so worked up. Be careful, or I might not brew you any medicine, he jested. However, Yi Shanshan remained adamant, her expression dismissive. Only 5 minutes? Sister, do the people in your department even know how to play football? They might as well go play table tennis in China instead. Did you not see how many goals I scored in those 5 minutes? According to Juventus' standards, I should charge you 9,000 euros, since it's a friendly rate. I'll give you a discount of 20. Fatty, you handled the collection. Do I seem like that kind of person? Only you are so obsessed with wealth. I value loyalty. Yeezy, don't mind him, responded the fatty unexpectedly, appearing quite loyal. With a disdainful glance, Chen Long shot a look at Yang Ershi, pondering when these two had begun to align so closely. Brothers are indeed meant to be sold out. Outnumbered, Chen Long had no choice but to concede, lowering his head and obediently nibbling on his meat. By the way, I've landed another advertisement deal. You're in for a windfall this time. Yang Ershi redirected the conversation. As long as it's not a medicine advertisement, I want to take it, Chen Long replied with a serious demeanor. This one's impressive. Absolutely remarkable. It's an advertisement from China that could fill your pockets to the brim. Huh? It's not the golden throat lozenge, is it? Always engaging in unprofitable ventures? Chen Long regarded the matter with disdain. It was merely an advertisement thrust upon him, utterly absurd. When had he ever engaged in a loss-making venture? That would certainly be an affront to his intellect, he thought, as Yang Ershi pointed at his own plump head. Your ability to boast exceeds even your weight. The three of them shared a simple late-night meal, engaging in aimless chatter from all corners of the earth. After bidding farewell to Yi Shanshan and Yang Ershi, Chen Long returned to his residence alone. The team had a day off tomorrow, and Chen Long intended to make the most of it. He needed to arrange some plans for the hefty fellow, formally report back to school, and finally visit Yi Shanshan for study and medication. His day was meticulously scheduled, reminiscent of a student in the throes of preparing for crucial examinations, leaving no minute to spare. Chapter 36. The Dragon's prestige for Chen Long. Playing football was a simple affair, yet delving into the text of traditional Chinese medicine felt akin to deciphering a foreign language, tormenting him. Another night of despair ensued as he struggled through his studies, only to awaken the next day still grappling with the material. At the break of dawn, he was roused by Yang Ershi's boisterous antics. Yang Ershi, brimming with enthusiasm, had come to fetch Chen Long, eager to introduce him to clients once again. His favorite pastime now seemed to be promoting Chen Long. Following his plan, Chen Long intended to meet with clients first and then report to school. So he dutifully set out. Heaven only knew what scheme Yang Ershi had concocted this time. In any case, across from him sat two yellow-skinned Chinese individuals. One was familiar, a man named Zhang Taiwei, the marketing manager for Jinsanzi Throat Treasure, who had made a lasting impression on Chen Long with his meticulous attire, projecting a polished demeanor despite his gaunt frame. The other was a newcomer named Huang Zhang, sporting a charming, youthful visage, likely in his early 30s. Being compatriots, they communicated effortlessly in Mandarin. As it turned out, Huang Zhang was the head of a Chinese sports brand, visiting Italy to discuss product development with Chen Long. The focus was on creating a new line of footwear, aptly named War Dragon. The name alone exuded a formidable aura, aligning perfectly with Chinese aesthetic sensibilities. Chen Long was taken aback at the prospect of endorsing a product named after himself. Was this not a fanciful notion? He expressed his reservations regarding the idea. They had even established a subsidiary name, Dragon's Prestige, for the War Dragon series of shoes. The audacity of this individual from China is rather astounding. On what grounds does he presume he will achieve fame? In the realm of international football, he is scarcely more than a minnow. Although he may have experienced a dreamlike beginning, it does not guarantee a luminous future, does it? Is the weight of this treasure on him going to lead to a tragic demise? How did Yang Ershi manage to have these individuals revolve around him? It seems that the chubby fellow's eloquence has reached new heights, capable of coaxing birds down from the trees. As for Chen Long, who has signed a temporary contract with Juventus for promotional endeavors, he finds himself entirely detached from the club's affairs, such as the advantage of being a temporary worker. Regardless, he is oblivious to the intricacies of these commercial matters, yet he trusts that his brother Yang Ershi would never betray him. At worst, he might bring a little scandal into his life, which he is willing to tolerate as he allows Yang to pursue his whims. However, he did not anticipate that Yang Ershi would escalate this situation beyond his expectations. With a hasty signature, he felt as though he had no further involvement in the matter. Having completed the first task, Chen Long left the three of them behind and ventured alone to the school for registration. Students like Yang Ershi and Yu Shanshan had already completed their registration long ago, while Chen Long had been preoccupied with competitions over the past few days, neglecting this important duty. Today marked his official registration. Despite being merely a small star, he did not expect any special treatment. As a newcomer, he was even unsure of how to navigate to the School of Management. Had it not been for asking a passerby for directions, he might have struggled to find his way. After signing in at the Student Affairs office, Chen Long made a trip to his department, where he hastily chose traditional Chinese medicine, a rather niche field, for his elective courses. Once these matters were settled, he proceeded to the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine to find Yi Shanshan. To his surprise, she was an avid football fan. Having gone to the football field to watch a match, Chen Long mused to himself about her unexpected passion for football, which he had never noticed before. Donning sunglasses, he stealthily approached Yi Shanshan's side. Glancing around, he sensed something amiss. It felt eerily quiet, as if there were a lack of enthusiasm. Football fans, indeed, he muttered. There seems to be a dearth of them here. This place is too tranquil. He lamented that the prevalence of traditional Chinese medicine had seemingly diminished the number of sports enthusiasts, with students engrossed in their studies rather than engaging in sports. He noted the stark contrast with the basketball court, where the atmosphere was electrifying. Yi Shanshan, overhearing his thoughts, provided an explanation. Following her gaze, Chen Long was taken aback. What on earth is happening? When did basketball become the most beloved sport in Italy? He exclaimed in disbelief, observing the throngs of people crowding the basketball court. Their excitement palpable. The sight of countless long legs dazzled his eyes, further fueling his feelings of inequity. Unfair, he thought. All the beautiful girls have flocked to the basketball court. Meanwhile, here, not a single soul is around, save for a few fellows seated on the grass, engrossed in their books. The more he pondered, the more disheartened he became. Hey, buddy, mind if I borrow a football? He called out as he approached the center of the field, asking a dazed individual playing with a football for one. Before turning back and surprisingly heading toward the basketball court. What is this fool attempting? Yi Shanshan observed Chen Long's actions with great curiosity. Hey, are you planning to go over there and play some fancy football? Perhaps earn a few tips along the way? She remarked, following closely behind. As Chen Long walked, he replied, only one who knows me, Shanshan, would understand. Indeed, I am going to demonstrate a few tricks and restore the football's inherent charm. Chen Long had a knack for selecting the right spot, as he picked up the ball in another nearby field where a match was taking place. However, no one paid him any attention. They were all engrossed in the intense game. How embarrassing. If you don't perform some impressive moves, who would bother to watch? Yi Shanshan criticized from the side. Upon hearing this, Chen Long felt a surge of discontent. Just watch closely. I shall now show you what it means to hit the target with precision. I will execute the same feat that Ronaldinho showcased in his ads. And I will do it even better, Chen Long declared with an air of arrogance. He placed the ball at the center circle of the basketball court and stepped back a few paces. What is this person doing? Is he out of his mind? Why come to a basketball court to kick a ball? Some onlookers began to murmur. Did you not see him wearing sunglasses? Clearly, he is blind. What could one expect from a blind man? Chen Long caught this remark, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Who says I am blind? I shall demonstrate that I can achieve what you can only accomplish with your hands, using my feet. You're boasting too much. If you can score a football into the basketball hoop, I will eat the ball on the spot. You better hurry and vomit it up, lest the basketball be too large for you to swallow. I am eager to see how you intend to score. If you succeed even once, I will concede defeat. Come on, scoring twice is no problem at all. The atmosphere became much livelier with the introduction of wagers and bets. Those nearby, having heard about the bet, began to gather in small groups, intrigued by how this sunglasses-wearing individual would manage to get the ball into the hoop. Chapter 37. A ball through the heart of the hoop. Those unfamiliar with Chen Long were anxiously awaiting to witness his folly. Kicking a ball from the center circle into a basketball hoop? This was utterly preposterous. Even someone as formidable as Ronaldinho would think twice before attempting such a challenge. The lecherous man in sunglasses audaciously spoke such words? It is nothing short of a colossal joke. A student from the traditional Chinese medicine academy playing football? Wouldn't that provoke laughter from onlookers? If the students from the electronics department were to hear this, who knows how long they would endure the humiliation. Chen Long disregarded the scornful remarks surrounding him. He had already achieved half of his objective, drawing the crowd to his side. Now, all he needed to do was to kick the ball into the hoop, silencing them, thus completing his task. In truth, he had often engaged in this style of play. Otherwise, he would not have dared to be so audacious at this moment. What might be a daunting challenge for others was for him merely a vivid memory of young 21 running laps around the playground. For each time they wagered on a basketball game, Yang suffered devastating losses. Without further ado, Chen Long focused intently on the football, inhaling deeply. Then, with a natural run-up, He struck the ball, sending it soaring in a graceful arc towards the hoop. It was precise and accurate. Could it be a goal? Those watching felt a collective anticipation. The ball swiftly approached, striking the small black frame of the backboard with force. It was destined to go in. However, with a resounding thud, the ball rebounded too powerfully off the backboard, soaring high, missing the hoop entirely. A chorus of sighs filled the air. Chen Long, however, merely scratched the back of his head, feigning indifference. The second attempt failed to touch the backboard, landing squarely on the ground, eliciting boos from the crowd. It had been a while since he last played, and his rhythm fell off, he mused. The sounds of mockery echoed in his ears, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. In truth, both attempts were well executed. One was simply too forceful, while the other was too weak, yet both were aimed unerringly at the center of the backboard. While some jeered, others offered praise. Those who understood the nuances of football recognized the skill involved in such precise kicking. How many could execute a kick with such finesse? Akin to shooting a basketball? Chen Long adjusted his stance and retreated once more. As the third ball was launched, it again struck the small black frame of the backboard. But this time it ricocheted perfectly into the hoop. It went in. Finally, a goal. Cheers erupted from the crowd, drawing the attention of those on the nearby basketball court. Someone is kicking a football like a basketball. An increasing number of curious gazes were cast his way. Was one goal sufficient? It was, yet for Chen Long, it was not enough. He sought more goals to truly impress the audience present. Thus, he approached the center circle, ready for his fourth attempt. With inspiration ignited, the second goal followed swiftly after the first. As the fourth ball gracefully swished through the hoop, it signified to others that this was no longer mere luck. It was a testament to his prowess. When the fifth ball also found its way into the hoop, Chen Long came to a halt. He no longer felt the need to prove himself. Is it truly possible to play football in such a manner? Kicking the ball into a basketball hoop with one's feet, how does that leave basketball players feeling? He began to showcase his charm, as his skillful footwork brought the art of freestyle football to life. With unbridled joy, Chen Long executed an array of intricate moves, crossing his legs, performing back kicks, heading the ball, and executing sideline maneuvers. Each difficult feat demonstrated as if every part of his body was imbued with magic. The crowd gathered, increasingly captivated, their enthusiasm swelling. Those who had initially been watching the basketball game now surged toward him. Someone, perhaps fortuitously, dashed to the loudspeaker and played a fast-paced, melodious tune that harmonized beautifully with Chen Long's performance, intensifying the atmosphere. A young man wearing sunglasses was currently illuminating the basketball court at the traditional Chinese medicine academy with the allure of football. When had such an extraordinary talent emerged from the academy, most would struggle to recall any similar individual. For over a century, the academy had not managed to produce even a substitute for its school team, consistently finishing at the bottom in league competitions. Yet now, there was a young man displaying such fervent skill in football. The dashing and charismatic Chen Long's performance lasted just over 5 minutes. He was, after all, limited by his stamina. During that brief period, he had excelled. As the performance concluded, he, drenched in sweat, impulsively removed his sunglasses and shed his shirt to reveal his toned physique, waving to the crowd. This action led to his swift recognition by the audience. Upon hearing his name called out loudly from the crowd, he instinctively snapped back to reality. Oh no, this could spell trouble. Time to flee. In a heartbeat, he grabbed his clothes and dashed away, his frantic escape reminiscent of a mouse scurrying across the street. Within mere seconds, he had sprinted dozens of meters away, not daring to look back as he slipped into a nearby alley. Hadn't he just claimed to be out of energy? It seemed that, under certain extraordinary circumstances, one could indeed be driven to extremes. Was that truly Chen Long from Juventus? So handsome. The excited squeals of female fans began to emerge from the crowd. No wonder his skills were so remarkable. It was indeed him. From now on, they would forsake basketball for football. Thus, the initial wave of fans emerged. One could deem them insincere or foolish, but every fan starts as a novice, and clearly, Chen Long had won over some newcomers at the traditional Chinese medicine academy. The reserved Chen Long had made quite an impression both last night and today, and it seemed impossible for him not to gain notoriety here. After a brief encounter with Yu Shanshan, he finally distanced himself from the raucous crowd. Today, he harbored a final objective: to seek counsel from Yi Shanshan regarding traditional Chinese medicine and to partake in that bowl of bitter herbal concoction. Since her arrival in Turin, Yi Shanshan had promptly established a traditional Chinese medicine clinic in the city, seemingly aspiring to transform it into a chain across Italy. After exiting the academic affairs office, Chen Long had chosen traditional Chinese medicine as an elective course, completely unaware of the curriculum he was about to embark upon. Yet, upon delving into the material, he discovered it to be quite intriguing. The elective primarily focused on practical experiments, demanding a high degree of hands-on skills. Nevertheless, the theoretical components were abundant. Without a solid foundation of theoretical knowledge, how could one hope to engage in practice? On that afternoon, after a hasty meal with Yi Shan, he immersed himself in a mountain of books, or rather, a heap of traditional Chinese medicine. By the time he extricated himself from the medicinal pile, the sun had already set. Enduring the discomfort, he finally drank the bowl of medicine before bidding farewell to Yi Shan. Chapter 38. CAC returns on the same day. The city of Milan was shaken by news. Adriano Galliani, the vice president of AC Milan, publicly announced the return of CAC to Milan. The news was confirmed that afternoon, as CAC, adorned in the iconic number 22 jersey, graced the press conference. This number, a symbol of his previous tenure at Milan, was once again donned, bringing unparalleled joy to the Rossoneri faithful. The transfer was orchestrated by Milan's honorary president, Silvio Berlusconi, who had kept fans waiting throughout the summer, ultimately delivering a familiar superstar. Over the past decade, Milan stars who departed have returned home, the most recent luminaries being Andriy Shevchenko and CAC. However, the performances of these former stars post-exit have often been lackluster. Shevchenko's move to Chelsea saw him plummet to obscurity, failing to find the net and ultimately returning to Milan. CAC's journey to Real Madrid was marred by injuries, which hindered his ability to reclaim his former glory. After several years, he found himself without a place at Madrid. The once celebrated player had no choice but to return to Milan. Milan appears to be reviving its past by bringing back stars who have faded from their peak. While the return of CAC garners attention, the question remains about his current prowess. CAC, once known for his swift midfield forays and goal-scoring ability, now faces challenges that seem insurmountable. It is a harsh reality that injuries have marred his career. Had it not been for these setbacks, Milan might not have experienced such a swift decline in Europe. It is evident that Berlusconi and his associate Adriano Galliani share a common strategy: to placate fans with the allure of star power. CAC, with his modest price tag and immense fame, appears to be the ideal candidate to appease the supporters. Alas, the loyal Milan fans find themselves once again deceived by these two figures. Yet, they have likely grown accustomed to this cycle of disappointment, having endured it for 5 or 6 years. Overall, CAC's return does elicit a sense of joy, particularly among the Italian supporters. Conversely, Milan's rivals, especially the city adversaries Inter Milan, cannot help but mock this development. However, it is the Inter fans who feel more disheartened, for while Milan boasts CAC, they are left with nothing. The most content, undoubtedly, are the Juventus supporters, who see their club acquiring genuine talent in their prime. Nevertheless, one Gonzalo Higuain is insufficient, and a midfield orchestrated by Andrea Pirlo alone cannot guarantee success on the European stage. It seems Italy, in its decline, is relegated to the realm of second-hand acquisitions. The flames of European competition have long been ignited, with Champions League qualifiers and Europa League matches having commenced over 2 weeks ago, and the teams entering the main draw are being finalized. On the international front, the qualifiers for the 2014 World Cup are about to kick off, while various leagues are finally set to battle it out. By the end of August, the footballing arena will be rife with fervor, as the 2012 to 2013 Serie A season prepares to commence, with Juventus facing Parma at home. For a veteran of a professional league, the onset of each new season elicits little emotional response as one becomes accustomed to the routine. In contrast, for a newcomer like Chen Long, the experience is entirely different. The exhilarating anticipation fills him with fervor. Baker has been dispatched to the Youth League for development, while Chen Long continues to train with the first team. In his spare time, he often secludes himself in his room, engrossed in books like a recluse. Remarkably, after nearly 2 weeks of residence, he has yet to discern who his neighbors are. One morning, as he opened his door, he was startled to see Higuain and Giovinco jogging past, and it dawned on him that many of his Juventus teammates reside in the same neighborhood. To his surprise, Higuain lives right next door. What a fortunate circumstance it is to have such a prominent figure as a neighbor. He mused that he could casually drop by Higuain's place from time to time. That very evening, he ventured to Higuain's home, which was quite serene and inviting. Higuain graciously hosted him, preparing Argentine barbecue, which Chen Long relished with unabashed delight. Without a doubt, Higuain is a paragon of humility in the football world, approachable and easy to get along with, devoid of the airs often associated with stars. Shortly after arriving at Juventus, Chen Long had already forged a friendship with him, and living next door only solidified their bond. The reserved Higuain has remained single since being jilted by the actress Vandini last year, and he has yet to find a new romantic partner. Chen Long's presence has brought a lively atmosphere to Higuain's home. Surprisingly, Higuain is also a bibliophile, boasting a large bookshelf filled with a diverse array of literary works. Clearly, he possesses a refined cultural sensibility, a rarity in the realm of football. Influenced by Higuain, Chen Long has dedicated himself to his studies at home, making modest progress in traditional Chinese medicine over the course of 10 days. Since causing a stir at school, Chen Long has seldom been seen on campus, opting instead for online learning. However, the elective course in traditional Chinese medicine he signed up for necessitates physical attendance, primarily due to the practical experiments involved. Conducting experiments has proven to be an engaging endeavor for Chen Long, who possesses strong manual skills, allowing him to immerse himself fully and significantly enhance his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine in just a few days. In the interim, Yang 20 visited several times, ostensibly to discuss advertising. On his last visit, he surprised Chen Long by arriving in a small car accompanied by an alluring woman, leaving Chen Long astonished. In just a few days, the hefty fellow had managed to charm a lady and acquire a vehicle. As the competition approaches, the training regimen remains unchanged, with one unexpected aspect being Connie's serious emphasis on the art of simulation, which has become a staple in daily training sessions. It can be said that the Juventus squad now harbors a myriad of adept practitioners of this skill. Alas, Chen Long, lacking any innate talent for theatrics, continues to struggle, showing no signs of improvement. This led Chen Long to ponder for a considerable time in private, contemplating whether a feigned fall could be classified as a skill in football. He yearned for a satisfactory answer. If he could not provoke a foul through a simulation, what alternative methods might he employ to gain possession of the ball? He reminded himself of the importance of regaining possession. How might he enhance his success rate in this endeavor? At that moment, he began to grasp a glimmer of insight, resolving that it was time to learn the art of interception in defensive skills. Casting his gaze across the global football landscape, he wondered who the elite players in interception might be. Chapter 39. Tempting Vidal Stone? Come forth. Chen Long silently mused, I am not a stone. Well, it's quite similar. Stone is rather apt, and I have a fondness for it. Recently, Chen Long had been frequently communicating with Xing Lei. He had previously contemplated defensive skills, and now sought to acquire them. How might he obtain such defensive prowess? In the contemporary football arena, the number of top-tier interception prodigies was scant. After careful considerations, only a handful stood out. Lassana Diarra, recently transferred from Real Madrid, was exceptional, while Frankie de Jong was also commendable. Of course, Javier Mascherano was notable as well. And among Juventus, Vidal was indeed remarkable. Vidal? It would seem so. Then assist me in replicating his interception skills. Are you certain? His skill is akin to a mad bull, a frenzied charge. What is wrong with that? Nothing at all. It is merely quite wild. When a person becomes frantic, they can achieve extraordinary feats. That is fine. I can withstand it. What is the swiftest method to replicate this? Would watching videos online suffice? Generally speaking, observing live performances is the most direct means to attain the ultimate effect. For example, witnessing a live striptease is far more impactful than watching adult films. That's a valid point. This metaphor is quite vivid. Chen Long broke into a sweat, pondering how this entity possessed such knowledge, displaying a rather professional understanding. What exactly was it? You shall engage Vidal in a one-on-one duel. You will dribble past him while he attempts to intercept you, and I will directly replicate the skill. Is that so? Very well, let us proceed. Half an hour later, at Juventus training ground, Marchisio stood helplessly at the sidelines, his expression one of resignation as he remarked, God knows what this kid has conjured up today. He is seeking someone to torment once more. Per Vidal. There existed an unwritten rule on the training ground. One could engage with anyone, but it was advised to avoid playing with that little weirdo, Chen Long, especially in dribbling and tackling, for one would face a rather dismal fate. And at that moment, Vidal found himself as the unfortunate target. Come on, Arturo, bring it on. With great enthusiasm, Chen Long extended an invitation to Vidal. Surprisingly, for reasons unknown, Vidal accepted. Earlier, Chen Long had lavished praise upon Vidal on the training ground, his words akin to those spoken about Xing Lei. He exalted Vidal to the heavens, declaring him the most formidable defender in contemporary football. dismissing others like Diarra and Mascherano as mere trifles, and asserting that De Jong and Cambiasso were but novices in comparison. Ultimately, Vidal acquiesced to Chen Long's request and, rather foolishly, engaged in a game of ball snatching with him. This is not merely a game of seizing the ball. It is a dynamic contest of dribbling and counter-dribbling. Chen Long charged forward with remarkable speed, the ball at his feet from a distance of several meters, while Vidal's task was to intercept the ball or to halt Chen Long's advance. The rapid approach of Chen Long resembled a galloping war chariot, roaring ahead. Vidal's fervor was ignited by Chen Long, akin to a frenzied bull charging forth with relentless vigor. With his muscular frame, Vidal surged forward without hesitation, his imposing figure placed firmly in Chen Long's path. Without a moment's pause, Chen Long opted to change direction and accelerate, executing a deft maneuver to shift the ball to the right. Vidal, however, was not deceived. Endowed with an innate defensive instinct, he prepared to retreat swiftly as Chen Long advanced. Vidal understood that preventing Chen Long's passage was nearly impossible, realizing that the feints were too convincing to fall for. Instead, he resolved to accelerate backward as Chen Long approached, planning to closely shadow him and contest the ball physically. As Chen Long sped past, Vidal unleashed his full potential, mirroring Chen Long's acceleration and maintaining close proximity. Chen Long was taken aback by Vidal's astuteness, as he had not been fooled by the feint, but instead chose to match speed and physicality. Realizing this, Chen Long swiftly adjusted his body to avoid being outmaneuvered by Vidal. "Well done, Arturo. I did not anticipate you would devise such a tactic," Chen Long remarked while protecting the ball. "Indeed, who do you think I am?" "It won't be so easy," Vidal retorted, forcefully colliding his shoulder with Chen Long, engaging in the fierce competition that defines a match. Chen Long held his ground, skillfully maintaining possession as he moved forward. In the midst of their exchange, Chen Long suddenly halted. Vidal, caught off guard by Chen Long's abrupt stop, found himself propelled 5 meters away, utterly astonished. Chen Long paused, planting his foot firmly on the ball and gesturing with a flick of his fingers for Vidal to come closer. Provoked by this taunt, Vidal charged back like a raging bull. This time, however, Chen Long opted to stand his ground and protect the ball. Vidal, now more astute, braked just before reaching Chen Long. Initially, Chen Long had intended for Vidal to rush past so he could deftly pull the ball away, but this strategy failed, as Vidal refrained from lunging. In that moment of halting, Vidal executed a sideways sweep with his right foot. Instinctively familiar with Chen Long's tendency to pull the ball to the left in their frequent confrontations. Yet, Chen Long remained unperturbed, anticipating Vidal's advance. He deftly tapped the ball backward and retreated a step to evade the challenge. However, Vidal's foot did not relent. He firmly planted his right foot on the ground, followed by a powerful swing of his left foot aimed directly at the ball. Indeed, he was as untamed as a wild bull, exhibiting raw ferocity in his approach. Chen Long was taken aback by a sudden move. As he observed Vidal's left foot surging menacingly towards him, he swiftly executed a Marseille turn, narrowly evading the impending threat. However, the speed of his pivot could not match the direct advance of his opponent. In the fleeting moment when Chen Long attempted to maneuver the ball outward, Vidal's left foot had already made contact with it. That stout thigh, as thick as a barrel, obstructed Chen Long's midsection, transforming what was meant to be a graceful Marseille turn into a misstep. "You've committed a foul," Chen Long lamented, halted in his tracks as the ball slipped from beneath his feet. "Higi, I touched the ball. You merely spun yourself dizzy. Look, you can't get past me, can you?" Vidal gloatingly declared, elated at having intercepted the ball. "Now I understand why this fellow is so wild. He is indeed fierce, spiteful, and remarkably swift. Come again, and I shall ensure your defeat is absolute," Vidal challenged, his enthusiasm heightened after seizing the ball. "Ah, no, if we continue, you'll surely annihilate me. I refuse to engage." "You are formidable indeed. Perhaps next time, aha." Chen Long shamelessly declined Vidal's challenge. In truth, during those brief moments, Chen Long had already envisioned a mental image of Vidal's skill set. Thus, he had no intention of continuing their playful sparring. Meanwhile, the wild bull, Vidal, remained blissfully unaware of the thoughts swirling in Chen Long's mind, who was secretly reveling in his own amusement. Naturally, the first defensive skill he had successfully replicated would not be employed in training. It was a trump card reserved for competition. Chapter 40. Let us not dwell on that for 5 minutes. August 26th marked the commencement of the Italian Serie A season. 2 days prior to the event, Juventus convened a motivational meeting for the season. During the gathering, club president Ranieri delivered a brief address, emphasizing the goal of defending their league title while also striving for success in the Champions League. The bonus for winning the league remained consistent with the previous year. Yet the Champions League bonus was astoundingly lucrative, reaching a staggering 10 million euros. This invigorated the players, who had previously shown little inclination to listen, as the figure indicated that each individual could potentially receive a bonus nearing 500,000. This amount even equates to half of the annual salary for certain players. It is evident that Juventus aims to motivate their athletes to exert every ounce of effort in the Champions League through substantial rewards, yet the outcome remains uncertain. Football is not merely a matter of striving. The Champions League is a long and arduous journey, populated by formidable adversaries. Moreover, fortune plays a significant role. Much like last year's Chelsea, akin to the resilient cockroach that refuses to perish. Does Juventus embody the spirit of such resilience? Clearly, they possess considerable talent. But not every resilient creature survives to the end. Head coach Conte has instituted some regulations for the new season. The seasoned strategist has always prioritized stability, with a disciplined and meticulous approach to management. He has issued stern warnings to players who frequent nightclubs, specifically prohibiting certain activities the day before a match. This regulation prompted hushed whispers among some players on the sidelines, with Marchisio's expression being the most pronounced. This young man is renowned as the most notorious playboy within Juventus, leading a life replete with indulgence. Thus he naturally harbored a deep disdain for this rule. Last season, he was admonished and penalized by Conte several times for his antics in this regard. Conte cast a meaningful glance at Chen Long, particularly emphasizing the need for Chen Long to exercise caution in this area. 5 minutes, come on, let us not dwell on that. A hearty laughter erupted within the conference room. Chen Long felt quite embarrassed, being the subject of his teammates' mockery, which was indeed a blow to his pride. Conte was understandably concerned that after such an incident, even 5 minutes of playing time might elude him, a matter of great seriousness. Yet, Chen Long remained a virgin. The very thought of losing that 5-minute window had become a source of inner turmoil for him. Coach, I've never even held a girl's hand. I'm still quite innocent. Another round of raucous laughter followed. The revelation of his virginity led to playful banter. Little Long, tonight I shall guide you on your journey to manhood. In Italy, the likelihood of an 18-year-old man remaining a virgin is far less common than that of an 18-year-old woman. Such men are nearly extinct. Sweating profusely, Chen Long found himself utterly abashed, vowing that one day he would surpass the half-hour mark. Juventus is a club marked by rigorous discipline, and the players embody this seriousness as well. Despite their playful demeanor during practice, when it comes to matches, they are more earnest than anyone else, never taking things lightly. This spirit is deeply ingrained in every generation of players. The meeting turned exceptionally lighthearted and enjoyable, thanks to Chen Long's comedic misfortune. Ultimately, he was temporarily reassigned to the youth team, meaning he would now compete in youth league matches every Tuesday and Friday, and in the senior league on Wednesdays, Saturdays, or Sundays. The schedule appears rather demanding. However, for him, participating in daily matches poses no issue, as each encounter only lasts a little over 5 minutes, accumulating to merely a few dozen minutes in total. It is noteworthy that the following day marks the youth team's match, and after the meeting, Chen Long will be assigned to the youth squad. Familiarizing himself with new teammates and fostering synergy becomes particularly significant. The youth team is relatively unfamiliar territory for him. Yet he does recognize one individual, Beckham. Beckham had joined the youth team a fortnight prior. While he struggles to establish a foothold in the first team, in the youth squad, Beckham commands attention with effortless charm. In fact, there lies an undisclosed reason for Beckham's presence in the youth team. A tale that harks back to the night of the Super Cup, when this lad, having ventured out with several seasoned players including Marchisio, was caught out by Conte. The instigator of this affair was none other than Marchisio. It remains a mystery how he came to learn about the abundance of Russian girls in Beijing. Having never conversed with a Russian girl in his life, he boldly assumed the role of the leader. Meanwhile, the ever-enthusiastic Beikong, who had harbored such interests since childhood, was naturally drawn to follow him, despite his tender age of 16. Upon encountering familiar faces, he expressed his delight. "Hey, Longu, are you here in the youth team to be my substitute?" Beikong jested. "Indeed, just a temporary worker, here to be your backup." Chen Long replied with a touch of nostalgia as he patted Beikong's bald head. "But you, young man, if you've joined the youth team, you must perform well to return to the first team. I am already the star of the youth team. I am confident that soon the head coach will recognize my talent and reinstate me," Beikong declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. Having already acclimatized to the youth team, He introduced Chen Long to his new teammates on the training field. While they were familiar with Chen Long, he, in turn, did not recognize them. With peers of similar ages, conversations flowed more freely compared to the first team, where star players abound and competition runs fierce. The youth team resembled a carefree childhood team. Devoid of pressure, good performances naturally attracted attention. At 18, Chen Long stood out as the elder brother among the youth players. Those who reached 18 either ascended to the first team or were scouted by other clubs. Thus, the team was filled with naive children, brimming with aspirations and dreams. Unaware of the greater challenges ahead, Chen Long became the benchmark for these youngsters. He showcased an extraordinary performance in the final moments of practice. Playing alongside Chen Long as a teammate was both a source of enjoyment and a cause of suffering. Witnessing his brilliant displays could be disheartening, as one would realize the gap between their abilities. Chasing after him as a life goal undoubtedly imposed tremendous pressure. It mirrored the dynamics between today's two football titans, Messi and Ronaldo, where one must concede that Ronaldo often plays the role of the pursuer. Various factors contribute to this phenomenon. On his first day, Chen Long made new friends. After training, these enthusiastic youngsters clamored for his autograph and sought to challenge him. If they had known that even in the first team, few dared to provoke Chen Long, their fervor would have been tempered. Yet, such youthful ignorance shielded them from the harsh realities of life. Due to this innocent joy, Chen Long quickly integrated with the youth team, forming new friendships. These contemporaries would evolve into either formidable rivals or teammates, forging profound bonds over the next decade. Together, they would redefine the annals of Italian football. Chapter 41. From Little Ones to Big Ones. On the afternoon of the 25th, Chen Long was arranged to appear at the football field. Matches involving the youth team are typically scheduled for the afternoon prior to the senior team's games, often against the same opponents. Thus, that day witnessed the Juventus youth team pitted against the Parma youth team. Parma has historically been a breeding ground for prodigious talents and stars. Notable figures such as Buffon and the Ballon d'Or recipient Cannavaro hail from this club. Alongside the once mighty Adriano, the recently retired Argentine star Crespo, the still active Mutu, and esteemed predecessors like Chiesa, Zola, Verin, and Ortega, among many others. Once one of the seven sisters of Serie A in the 1990s, Parma has begun to rise once more after years of fluctuating fortunes. The youth squad of Parma has consistently been a formidable force, often perceived as even stronger than Juventus, to the point of looking down upon them. However, this time, they were mistaken, for Juventus boasted an exceptional talent. Chen Long, though slightly older, possessed a wealth of experience that far surpassed that of his opponents. He treasured his 5 minutes of stamina, launching into a blitzkrieg upon entering the field, granting no respite to the adversaries, swiftly dismantling their defensive line with remarkable ease. The youth matches, in stark contrast to those of the senior team, appeared almost trivial. Chen Long approached the game with a sense of disdain. Not out of disrespect for his opponents, but rather out of respect, as he chose to dominate with overwhelming force. The Parma youth team had not suffered a defeat to Juventus in 7 years. Although this encounter did not end in a rout, they ultimately succumbed to a goal from Chen Long in the final 5 minutes, accompanied by an assist to Becken, resulting in a score of 2-3. The coach of the Parma youth team was naturally aware of Chen Long's prowess. He believed that Chen Long had been relegated to the youth squad, resigning himself to misfortune. He thought the matter was settled, only to be surprised the following day when Chen Long's name appeared on the Juventus bench. This is utterly shameless. This anomaly is simply exploiting the loopholes in the competition system. After finishing with the youth team yesterday, he has now joined the first team today. Conte is quite audacious. Donadoni, the head coach of Parma, harbors similar thoughts. The former Italian national coach holds a certain admiration for Chen Long. Upon seeing Chen Long's name, his heart inexplicably tightened, and his pulse quickened as if something momentous were about to transpire. Shaking off that fleeting shadow of doubt, he began to contemplate strategies to counter Chen Long. However, after much deliberation, he still shook his head, believing that as long as no mistakes were made within the first 5 minutes, there was nothing to fear. Donadoni's coaching style is evident from his tenure with the Italian national team, steady and conservative, lacking in innovation and offensive vigor, which, ironically, granted the veteran coach Lippi a second chance, though the outcome was dismal. In the end, Lippi accepted an invitation from Guangzhou Evergrande, seeking fortune in China. Within the Turin Municipal Stadium, colorful flags fluttered, and the atmosphere was electrifying, resonating with deafening cheers. It was the opening match of the league, Juventus home ground. The first home game. Thus, the club had meticulously prepared for this moment for an extended period, as everyone aspired for a victorious start. Yet inadequate preparation could lead to missteps. Particularly at the season's inception, the team's form posed a concern. Juventus arrived at the stadium early for a brief trophy presentation, showcasing last season's league championship and the recently acquired Super Cup. The fervor among the fans was unprecedented, as the stadium was filled to capacity. With spectators resembling animals deprived for months, their excitement heightened to a peak. After more than 2 months of anticipation, the league was finally resuming. The grand gambling industry, following the European Cup, was set to resume its extraction of wealth from the public, while the audience also found joy in the entertainment. Previously, Chen Long's individual betting option reappeared on the betting board, garnering immense enthusiasm from the spectators, particularly the fans of Juventus. As devoted supporters of Juventus, they naturally opted to bet on Chen Long scoring or assisting, while opposing fans disdainfully chose the contrary. A new season heralds new prospects, fresh faces, and renewed joys. Amidst the desolate battlefield of Italy, Juventus remains one of the few clubs that continues to uphold the presence of superstars. The Turin Municipal Stadium serves as a testament to Juventus's possession of the finest arena in all of Italy. This venue, exclusively dedicated to Juventus, mirrors the grandeur of Premier League stadiums, allowing fans to witness their beloved club's matches from an astonishingly close proximity. The thrill and excitement generated here is unparalleled by any other stadium. The seating arrangements flanking the pitch create a palpable sense of pressure and exhilaration for the team, as players find themselves engaged in a battle akin to gladiators in ancient Rome, confined within a narrow space. Names such as Buffon, Chiellini, Barzagli, Bonucci, Caceres, Marchisio, Giovinco, Borriello, and Higuain represent a roster of pragmatic stars, each capable of shining independently. While they may not evoke the same fervor as the world's elite footballers, their performances on the field are undoubtedly a source of enjoyment. And at this moment, they all stand ready in the starting lineup. Chen Long discreetly trails behind Pirlo, adorned in the familiar black and white stripes, with a countenance that exudes a regal aura. Last year, Juventus triumphed over Parma with a score of 4-1 at home, only to be held to a 0-0 draw in the away match. The odds set by bookmakers for this encounter are as follows: victory at 1.05, draw at 3.55, and defeat at 4.32, evidently reflecting a lack of faith in Parma's ability to emerge unscathed in Turin. Another intriguing development is the adjustment of betting odds for Chen Long to score, now positioned at 0.8. The bookmakers are evidently optimistic about his potential to score or assist, wary of raising the odds due to previous losses incurred. The ongoing European Championship has already proven to be detrimental to the bookmakers, causing disarray even within the league. Chen Long has successfully wagered on 22 out of 24 matches in the European Championship, resulting in a modest windfall for him. Within the vast expanse of the stadium, a large banner flutters in the wind, emblazoned with 4 Chinese characters: "Dragon conquers the world." This clearly reflects the support of Chen Long as Chinese fans. In contrast, on the opposite side, another grand flag bears the Italian phrase, "Topple Parma in 5 minutes." These 2 banners, one exuding grandeur and the other humor, represent Chen Long's supporters from the traditional Chinese medicine academy, creating a vibrant and unique spectacle within the stadium. This is the allure of popularity, the charisma of Chen Long. As it is the inaugural match, the live broadcast room is bustling with activity, with over 500 news agencies from around the globe converging, and various languages echoing above the stadium, almost rivaling the cacophony of the World Cup a decade ago. As the players take the field, hand in hand, they orderly walk to the center, exchanging greetings before lining up to salute the audience. The first match of Italy's prestigious Serie A has finally commenced. The crowd erupts into a fervent applause and cheers, celebrating this momentous occasion. Chapter 42, A broken leg equals a yellow card? Most of the players in the Parma team are robust individuals born in the mid-1980s, primarily Italians. Once the match kicks off, they play with remarkable vigor. A team devoid of superstars can often be quite formidable, reminiscent of Atlanta's youthful surge in the past, fiercely unafraid of any opponent. The referee officiating this match is a newcomer, recently promoted from the lower leagues, clearly lacking in experience to manage the game effectively. Juventus's possession-based strategy is utterly disrupted by Parma's relentless and chaotic play. The boldness of youth is often untempered by the fear of established authority. Yet if the tiger grows old, it may indeed fear the young bull. Even a team as formidable as Barcelona cannot withstand the turmoil wrought by such relentless pressure, let alone Juventus. To immobilize Pirlo is to stifle Juventus. This is a consensus shared by all opponents, and it is evident that Donadoni shares this sentiment. Though Pirlo is not one to resort to curses, he finds himself longing to vent frustration, having been toppled 3 times within the first 10 minutes of the match. Unfortunately, these incidents occurred in the midfield. Otherwise, he might have had the chance to showcase his skills and perhaps score a goal. Repeated intimate physical encounters leave the Juventus players disoriented, a testament to their rigorous training and self-discipline. Yet, the young referee turns a blind eye, failing to issue a yellow card. Perhaps it is his inexperience in officiating elite matches that renders him hesitant. Or maybe the acting skills of the Juventus players have yet to deceive his discerning gaze. On the sidelines, Conte silently curses, pondering whether these rascals are more focused on theatrical displays than on the essence of the match. If this continues, their unbeaten record may indeed be jeopardized. Amidst a cacophony of violent collisions and fouls, he fidgeted restlessly like an ant on a hot skillet, protesting to the 4th official who remained unresponsive. Frustrated, he sought solace in Donadoni's company, voicing his grievances, only to be unceremoniously ushered back to the coaching bench by the 4th official. Donadoni chuckled, his laughter as sly and peculiar as his shock of white hair, remarking, "Feeling a bit tender, are we? Soon enough, the referee might escort you to the dressing room." Conte, a man often perceived as effeminate, was embroiled in a scandalous controversy surrounding match fixing that had stirred considerable public outcry. Though recent investigations had shown signs of resolution, he found himself once more entangled in the web of scrutiny. Despite his persistent denials of involvement, the court had yet to deliver a verdict, leaving everything shrouded in uncertainty. In this moment, his impatience revealed itself on the pitch, undoubtedly influenced by the ongoing turmoil. The match unfolded in a rather oppressive atmosphere, favoring Parma. Their 3-5-2 formation effectively stifled Juventus's 4-4-2, with numerical superiority in midfield rendering Juventus's attempts at attack futile. The diminutive Giovinco, with his fragile physique, found himself utterly eclipsed by Parma's robust defenders, his success rate in breaking through non-existent, rendering him nearly invisible on the field. Having spent the previous season at Parma, his former teammates knew him all too well, limiting his effectiveness significantly. Conte had hoped to leverage Giovinco's familiarity with Parma as a secret weapon to unlock victory, yet the outcome was disappointingly far from expectations. Once hailed as the rightful successor to Del Piero, Giovinco, now in his mid-20s, had yet to realize his potential. While his performances were passable, they fell woefully short of public anticipation. Presently, the prestigious number 10 jersey of Juventus was donned by Chen Long instead. Upon his return to Juventus, the young man found himself under considerable pressure, notably lacking the brilliance he exhibited at Parma. After suppressing his frustration, Conte retreated to the sidelines to engage with his assistant coach, his demeanor reflecting a mix of disappointment and exasperation. Should the situation fail to improve, he contemplated substituting Vuini in the second half, recognizing the latter's cunning ability to evade defenders. Additionally, he considered replacing Borriello with Vidal to bolster the midfield's robustness. Vuini? Conte glanced toward the bench, his expression tinged with peculiarity as he briefly surveyed the farthest end where Chen Long sat. In pursuit of securing a top-tier forward, Conte had persistently lobbied the board during the off-season, ultimately achieving success with the arrival of Higuain, which significantly alleviated the efficiency crisis plaguing Juventus's attacking line. However, the remaining forwards lacked reliability, complicating matters further. Disposing of them while ensuring fiscal prudence proved to be a vexing dilemma for Conte. It seemed he had unearthed a gem. Yet alas, it was merely a relic with a mere 5 minutes of stamina, a precarious addition liable to falter at any moment. While the match raged on fervently, the atmosphere off the field remained tranquil. As the game dragged on past the 30-minute mark, Juventus's goal was breached. A careless back pass from Marchisio allowed the opposing striker to intercept the ball, resulting in a clear one-on-one opportunity. What on earth? Did this lad indulge in revelry last night? Why are his legs so unresponsive? Conte seethed at the sight. However, he refrained from voicing his true sentiments, lest his words become fodder for the headlines the following day. Instead, he muttered, "This lad's form today is dreadful," before forcefully hurling his water bottle to the ground in a fit of frustration. Why, one may wonder, did Chen Long choose to sit at the farthest end? It was a deliberate choice. He believed he would invariably be the last to take the field, if at all. Thus, adhering to this unwritten rule, he prudently occupied the last seat. Juventus, having maintained an unbeaten streak up to this point, found themselves facing the prospect of a defeat in their first league match of the season, as the first half concluded without a goal to their name. The locker room erupted with Conte's fervent tirade, mercilessly berating Marchisio. Strangely, however, Conte opted not to substitute him. Instead, he replaced Giovinco and Borriello as discussed prior to halftime. With 2 substitutions already expended, Chen Long couldn't help but ponder his chances of taking the field in the second half. After enduring the verbal onslaught, Marchisio emerged transformed, bolstered by Elias's relentless defense in the midfield, which liberated Pirlo to channel greater energy into the attack. Meanwhile, Higuain, who had been isolated on the front line, began to find his rhythm. The significance of tactics cannot be overstated, yet the execution of those tactics by the players is equally crucial. The fundamental distinction between Juventus and Parma lies in the depth of their squad. In the face of formidable power, even the most cunning tactics shall be obliterated. Juventus executed a magnificent 15-minute offensive, with Higuain's formidable strike leaving the opposing goalkeeper in the dust. And it was none other than the previously lackluster Marchisio who provided the assist in the first half. The latter finally redeemed himself, not betraying Conte's trust. Last season, Marchisio was a pivotal figure in Juventus's lineup, contributing significantly to their championship triumph. This season, he remains equally vital. However, at the 64th minute, a shocking turn of events occurred when the recently substituted Vucinic sustained a severe injury. The anguish cries echoed through the stands, likely heard by every spectator present. Vucinic lay on the ground, utterly incapacitated, his torment resonating throughout the stadium. The audience was left in stunned silence as the match was halted, with the medical team rushing onto the field. A yellow card? A yellow card? Is there any justice left? The entire crowd watched in disbelief as the young referee issued merely a yellow card. Chapter 43. A preemptive stroll onto the field? Anger ensued. How could this be fair? After such a devastating tackle, a mere yellow card was issued? Yet, that was the reality. One could only wonder if the young referee would safely depart Turin after the match concluded. This sudden twist infused the game with suspense. Vucinic was swiftly placed on a stretcher and transported to the hospital, causing a disruption lasting over 3 minutes. At this juncture, Conte still had one substitution available, originally intended for Chen Long. Yet, with the match only reaching the 64th minute, the conclusion was still far off. The score stood at a 1-1 deadlock, necessitating the introduction of a forward. Who to replace? The bench held only Matri and Chen Long, presenting a dilemma. Substituting Matri seemed the most prudent and conventional choice. But Chen Long? He could only play for 5 minutes. Bringing him on would be akin to playing with 10 men against 11. Just as everyone anticipated Conte would summon Matri, he unexpectedly approached Chen Long, whispering in his ear. Chen Long nodded repeatedly in response. The cameras followed Conte, eager to unveil his decision. The on-site commentator remarked, "Surely, Conte isn't contemplating substituting Chen Long? This move was perilous, yet it could yield unexpected rewards. If Chen Long were to resolve the match within his 5 minutes on the pitch, the remainder of the game could be focused on defense. But what would happen after 5 minutes? Juventus would effectively be down to 10 men. Meanwhile, Parma had yet to utilize any of their substitutions since the match began. Donadoni's aggressive tactics were undeniably ruthless, having already incapacitated Vucinic. Observing Conte's potential switch to Chen Long, Donadoni stroked his mustache, secretly reveling in the prospect. Substituting Chen Long? Was he truly cornered? Indeed, a gambler, hoping against hope for a miraculous turnaround. Conte, oh Conte, await your demise. The substitution placard is raised high, displaying the number 10 and Chen Long. A wave of astonishment sweeps through the arena. Has Conte truly lost his mind? Has he succumbed to folly? Even the Juventus coaching staff is engulfed in profound skepticism, as none can fathom the reasoning behind his actions. Is this truly a manifestation of Conte's gambler's mentality? In the inaugural match, Conte and his Juventus faced significant challenges, heralding a season fraught with difficulties. Cloaked in the number 10 jersey, Chen Long ultimately made his entrance at Juventus home ground, taking the field in a manner that defied all expectations. His leisurely pace starkly contrasted with the tense atmosphere surrounding the game. Chen Long's appearance signified that Parma must remain on high alert for a full 5 minutes, as even the slightest lapse in concentration could afford him a shooting opportunity. This young lad had already showcased his audacity to Italy over the course of 3 matches. Consequently, Donadoni, upon Chen Long's entry, signaled to his defenders, instructing them to adjust their tactical arrangements. As the match resumed, the Parma center back, under orders had to not only keep a close watch on Higuain, but also monitor Chen Long. Meanwhile, Parma's defensive midfielder, Danilo, also drew closer to Chen Long, clearly indicating that no one wished for these two players to alter the match's outcome within a mere 5 minutes. Timing. He must choose his moment wisely. As Connie had advised him before taking the field, do not squander this precious 5 minutes. Thus, Chen Long found himself strolling. Indeed, strolling. Leisurely meandering across the pitch, shadowing the opposing defender. As the defender advanced, he trailed back slowly. When the defender retreated, he gradually made his way toward the goal. This utterly contrarian approach to the beautiful game suddenly rendered the Parma team disoriented. Should we follow his lead? He moves with the sluggishness of a tortoise. Do we not engage with him? Once the ball finds its way to his feet, it could very well lead to a goal. It is profoundly disconcerting, a deep-seated discomfort. Juventus teammates gradually discerned Conte's tactical arrangement. Thus, when they observed Chen Long ambling about the pitch, they refrained from passing the ball in his direction. Ambling. Drifting apart from the match itself. The strategy was to lull the opponents into complacency, to exploit an opportunity, and deliver a devastating blow. Conte had identified a peculiar vulnerability in Chen Long's play, and boldly decided to act upon it. Such a gamble requires not only courage but also wisdom. Donadoni, watching from the sidelines, sensed the impending danger and shouted for the players to remain vigilant, urging them to maintain their heightened alertness. Although the defensive pressure on Juventus had intensified somewhat, it was not markedly different from before. After all, Chen Long still occupied one of the opposing defenders. The spectators were left bewildered. Was it not somewhat farcical to substitute a player merely to saunter about? As the 5-minute mark approached, why had the ball yet to find its way to Chen Long's feet? Was it possible that after 5 minutes he would leave the field, leaving the team with 10 players against 11? The supporters were equally perplexed, astonished at why Juventus teammates were not passing to Chen Long, and why he was not proactively seeking to cooperate in scoring during those 5 minutes. Chen Long continued to drift about, adopting an indifferent demeanor. The crowd erupted in boos, and some fans even laughed derisively. Chen Long could distinctly hear these jeers. A slight smile crept upon his lips as he paid no heed to the cacophony, continuing his leisurely stroll. This became a peculiar sight on the field, as several cameras relentlessly captured his silhouette. Ultimately, the host could not help but exclaim into the microphone, "It seems like the spirit of Balotelli has possessed him." Balotelli pondered for merely a few seconds, while Chen Long contemplated the intricacies of life for a full 5 minutes on the pitch. Balotelli still had 90 minutes left, but what remained for Chen Long? Was he preparing to leave the field? Throughout the entirety of those 5 minutes, his teammates failed to pass the ball even once to him. The time elapsed, and just as spectators believed Juventus was destined for a tragic conclusion, Chen Long remained on the field, leisurely strolling. Didn't he only possess 5 minutes of stamina? How was it that after 5 minutes, he was still present? A fan exclaimed in astonishment, "I've been deceived. I've been tricked." It turned out he was not limited to merely 5 minutes of endurance. This was a ruse employed by Conte. Donadoni's face twitched slightly upon witnessing Chen Long still nonchalantly traversing the field, suddenly sensing an ominous turn of events. Could it be that this lad's stamina had miraculously expanded to 10 minutes? Suspicion arose in Donadoni's mind, and he blew his whistle again, signaling an unmistakable intent to bolster vigilance and defense, leaving no room for error. The opponents pressed closely against Chen Long, yet he remained indifferent to their antics, as if merely meandering about the pitch in a state of ennui. Chen Long was indeed taking a stroll, while others were fervently exerting themselves, completely neglecting the left flank. He channeled all offensive energy towards Higuain on the right. Higuain had numerous opportunities to receive the ball, yet none resulted in a shot on goal. After over 6 minutes of this leisurely football, having diverted some attention and lulled a few players into complacency, Higuain was brought down from over 30 meters away from the goal. A free kick. The anxiety of the crowd reached a fever pitch. There was a prodigy on the field, a terrifying genius of free kicks, a phenomenon so remarkable that even Pirlo would yield his position. This extraordinary being originally had but 5 minutes to remain, yet he still stands upon the field. He has been ambling about. Is he truly waiting for this very moment? Chapter 44. Naked Retribution. A bystander has arrived, eagerly embracing the basketball and making his way toward the free throw line. This free kick is tantamount to a penalty. Such is the consensus among teammates, the head coach, and all Juventus supporters. Yet, Chen Long harbors a different sentiment. What about that number 13? Quite well. Positioned within the wall, Chen Long's gaze persistently followed him. Why? Because he had recklessly fouled Vucinic, and Chen Long had resolved to confront him. A plan he had devised prior to entering the match. What was his intent? To exact revenge for Vucinic? It certainly seemed that way. The number 13 stood precisely at the heart of the wall, 9 meters away. This player, who had only received a yellow card for his foul on Vucinic, was now more significant than the goal itself, as the ball was destined for him. After placing the ball meticulously, Chen Long retreated a considerable distance, at least 10 meters. A penalty distance that left many puzzled. What was he up to? Never had anyone been deemed worthy of such trust, yet Chen Long was an exception. Thus, as he stood at the penalty spot, everyone anticipated a goal. However, this time, they were met with disappointment. As Chen Long sprinted towards the ball from 10 meters away and struck it fiercely with the instep of his right foot, the ball shot forth like a cannonball, straight and swift as lightning. The trajectory was indeed towards the goal, yet the ball lacked elevation, remaining flat. In an instant, a sharp sound echoed as the ball collided forcefully with someone. It struck number 13 squarely, right in a sensitive area. He doubled over in agony, clutching his groin, rolling on the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air. This is not a foul, it merely struck his body. The number 13, rolling on the ground, cried out in agony, and the team physician rushed onto the field, indicating the situation was quite severe. For the first time, the fans witnessed the physician spraying analgesic on the player as private area. The live broadcast captured this moment, while the commentator jested, "Is this Chen Long's scheme? Is he deliberately avenging Wu Kiliniki?" To prioritize personal grudges over the team's interests seems rather ungracious. While one lay in pain, others were laughing. Teammates approached Chen Long, patting him on the shoulder in support and praise. Even the typically composed Perlo nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Well struck. Remarkably precise technique. I must express my admiration. Perhaps next time, could you aim a bit lower and strike those 2 eggs beneath?" Chen Long merely shrugged, conveying his innocence. Conti, on the sidelines, waved his hand in exasperation, muttering to himself, "This kid is so brazen in his shooting. It infuriates me. At the very least, he should have scored first before seeking revenge. Nonetheless, what a shot. Take that, you scoundrel." Chiellini said nothing, simply laughing heartily, reveling in the moment. Surprisingly, applause erupted from the crowd, cheers and jeers resounding. "Shoot the eggs. Shoot the eggs." The echoes of laughter and mockery disregarded the feelings of the Parma supporters entirely. This is intentional. Everyone seems to believe so, yet no one can definitively assert that Chen Long acted with malice. For he was indeed attempting to take a shot. One could argue it is retribution or mere coincidence, but it was certainly not deliberate. After lying on the ground in agony for over a minute, number 13 finally rose, casting a resentful glare at Chen Long. Chen Long met his gaze with a mocking expression, devoid of any semblance of remorse. This is the raw fervor of battle, the unadulterated humiliation and desire for vengeance. Retribution. Unequivocal retribution. The host similarly expressed his opinions with stark candor. No one anticipated that after meandering for over 6 minutes, Chen Long's inaugural shot was, in fact, an act of vengeance for Vucinic. This unexpected turn of events left everyone both astonished and amused. It turns out that the football pitch encompasses more than just the game. It embodies human relationships, emotions, and vendettas. Donadoni, infuriated, was left speechless, his beard bristling with indignation. How could he possibly approach the 4th official to voice his grievances? There are no rules in football prohibiting one from directing the ball towards a person, yet this was an immense embarrassment. The possession remained firmly in the grasp of Juventus, as Marchisio prepared to throw in from the sideline. After a prolonged 7 minutes of wandering, Chen Long began to stir, sprinting forward to request the ball, closely pursued by the defensive player. Marchisio, too, opted to throw the ball to him. Chen Long was on the verge of unleashing his fury, he thought to himself. The opposing defenders felt a surge of anxiety, realizing they could not allow this little anomaly to wreak further havoc and must contain him at all costs. Donadoni, with his grizzled beard, shouted fervently from the sidelines, urging his players to maintain focus and fortify their defense. Unexpectedly, upon receiving the ball, Chen Long returned it to Marchisio and then sauntered leisurely into the penalty area, once more disappearing from view. What tricks is this young man playing? The defender assigned to him must be going mad, oscillating between tension and relaxation, endlessly flustered, flitting from one maneuver to another. Who can endure such antics? You wish to guard me? Very well, I shall take my leave, and you are welcome to follow. Regardless, I am merely going for a stroll. With Chen Long's antics, the defensive rhythm of Parma has been thrown into disarray. On one side, the pace is swift, while on the other, it progresses as slowly as a snail. After another minute, it is Pirlo's turn to be fouled. The position this time is closer to the goal, nearly at the edge of the penalty area. Another penalty. It's Chen Long again. Oh yay, oh la la. The crowd begins to sing, as if something significant is about to transpire. Where is number 13? Chen Long once more searches for his figure, wearing a mischievous grin directed at the opponent. Number 13, feeling apprehensive, has positioned himself at the furthest edge of the wall, thinking to himself, surely, this time I won't be struck by that fellow. The referee has also realized that Chen Long's previous shot was aimed at number 13. Yet he finds no justification to issue a card against him. However, the referee now stands beside number 13, glancing at the forward Chen Long instinctively. He takes a step back, feeling an inexplicable sense that the ball is once again destined for number 13. To err on the side of caution, he selectively retreats further. Chen Long prepares to take the penalty, and excitement ripples through the field as onlookers gleefully speculate whether he intends to shoot for the goal or target a player. Will the unfortunate number 13 fall victim yet again? At the moment before the kick, everyone is engrossed in their conjectures, entirely oblivious to the score on the field. And what of Chen Long? He maintains the same posture, the same technique. With a resounding thud, the entire stadium falls silent, as if time itself has paused. The situation was quite intense. The ball did not soar towards player number 13, nor did it aim for the goal, but rather it was directed towards the referee. As the saying goes, there are deities above us. The ball struck the referee's forehead with the force of a thunderclap. Unexpectedly and dramatically, the referee, believing he could safely retreat a step or two away from player 13, was unfortunately met with the ball crashing into his head, causing him to fall to the ground. There is no need for a whistle, no one is blowing it, and the match has come to an abrupt halt. Which team doctor should I summon? Conte instinctively called for his team physician to rush onto the field, beads of sweat pouring down his brow. This was rather excessive on Chen Long's part, yet undeniably thrilling. Conte silently reveled in the exhilaration. The number 13, having narrowly escaped disaster, huddled amidst the crowd, equally drenched in sweat. He cast a glance at the writhing referee on the ground, internally expressing relief. Had he not been fortunate, he would not only have endured pain, but also sported a bright red mark upon his forehead. The Juventus team doctor was applying a cool spray to the referee's forehead. Dazed and disoriented, the referee felt as though he were in a dream. How audacious of that little rascal to kick the ball at him. Such a blatant act of provocation was utterly inexcusable. After a brief treatment, he staggered to his feet, his right hand reaching for his pocket. Here it comes. It seems the referee is about to issue a card. Will it be a yellow card, or perhaps a direct red? There is no apparent justification for such a punishment. One could argue that the player's poor technique merely resulted in the ball striking his forehead. It would be unreasonable to issue a card for that. The referee appeared to be on the verge of an indignant outburst. It seemed Chen Long was destined to leave the pitch. The commentator elaborated confidently. Ultimately, the referee's hand delved into his pocket, but the outcome was utterly astonishing. He produced a white handkerchief. Chapter 45. The King's Funeral. The audience's cheers were even more fervent this time, as the inept referee's departure was a sight that Juventus fans relished. Consequently, the applause from the stands was even more resounding than before, imbued with a deeper sense of irony. Poor referee, officiating in a top-tier league for the first time, had been outmaneuvered by a mere temp. But who could he blame? Was it not his own incompetent officiating that led to this outcome? Who would have imagined that this aimless temp would suddenly exhibit such audacity? Yet, the players had learned their lesson. Who would dare applaud the referee? Marchisio approached Chen Long, whispering in his ear, "You've got quite the nerve, even taking on the main referee." Impressive. Seizing the moment while the referee was still recovering, Elia joined in. But all conversation was kept to hushed tones, for speaking too boldly would be too blatant. If Vucinic were to learn of your revenge, he would surely feel much better. The speed of that last shot reached an astonishing 200 kilometers per hour. The host, seizing the lull in the match, rushed to check the speed, recalling that no player had ever recorded a shot speed of 200 kilometers before. This was beyond terrifying. I can only describe it with two words: horrific. Utterly horrific. We can only imagine the agony of those two unfortunate souls. Cough. One is like an egg hitting a stone. The other is a sudden rude awakening. Throughout football history, countless players have taken powerful free kicks, yet among the stars, the most formidable is Brazil's Roberto Carlos. However, even his maximum shot speed barely exceeded 180 kilometers. Chinese fans vividly remember the direct free kick he scored against the Chinese team in the 2002 World Cup. With a player in the wall recalling that the ball zipped past like lightning, vanishing into the net in the blink of an eye. One can only imagine how terrifying Chen Long's shot truly was. As the referee wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, he began to regain a semblance of clarity. The fourth official approached to inquire about his condition, and after confirming that he was largely unharmed, the referee decided to resume the match. However, his gaze towards Chen Long had changed. With a reddened forehead, he blew the whistle to restart the game. Revenge had been exacted. It was time to perform well, Chen Long mused. After 2 shameless shots, he had expended nearly half his energy, presenting an even greater challenge for the remainder of the match. He could not simply fulfill his duty by taking a couple of shots. The remaining energy must contribute to an assist or a goal. The match resumed. Parma's defensive actions in the back line had noticeably softened. No one wished to commit another foul and allow this little prodigy to take more shots. Who knew what trick he might conjure next? However, Juventus remained undaunted, proceeding with their usual vigor. Parma, on the other hand, began to play tentatively, lacking the previous boldness and directness, which afforded Juventus ample opportunities to attack and allowed the team to function with increasing fluidity. Donadoni, in a state of agitation on the sidelines, shouted fervently at his players. Meanwhile, Chen Long had already been meandering on the pitch for a quarter of an hour. Even a leisurely stroll requires stamina, and one cannot simply meander until the match concludes, as that would be quite disgraceful. Although tomorrow's headlines might feature him, such attention would hardly suffice if it were solely due to his aimless wandering. This marked the first time Chen Long had spent such an extended period on the field, and he felt somewhat out of sorts, prompting him to regroup and seek opportunities. As Juventus operated normally, the team found themselves with considerable space, which was more than adequate. Chen Long continued to feign a leisurely stroll, hoping to conjure an opportunity from his seemingly aimless wandering. The players of Parma, wary of Chen Long receiving the ball, were unperturbed by the prospect of facing him, believing he would neither challenge for the ball nor expend energy to intercept. Thus, they comfortably passed the ball among themselves in the backfield, reluctant to advance it forward. Chen Long ambled toward the opposing defenders, signaling his intent to challenge for possession, albeit in a casual manner. The opposition, naturally, disregarded his presence, continuing to pass the ball methodically. This was precisely the effect Chen Long desired, to dull their senses and create an opportunity for interception or a breakthrough. It was still the same defensive midfielder, number 13, with the ball at his feet. Whether he intended to flaunt before Chen Long or to toy with him, he dribbled the ball in Chen Long's direction. "Ah, so you wish to toy with me? How fortuitous." A subtle smile crept across Chen Long's lips. He stood still, resembling a statue. It appeared that he intended to allow the opponent to carry the ball past him without resistance. The scene was utterly ludicrous. In such a prestigious league, there stood an individual, motionless, awaiting the opponent to break through with the ball. Who, aside from the goalkeeper, would exhibit such folly? Had he overindulged? Yet, misfortune befell number 13. Just as he reveled in the misguided belief that he could humiliate Chen Long, the latter suddenly sprang into action. With a swiftness that was almost imperceptible, he executed a sliding tackle, his right foot deftly intercepting the ball at number 13's feet, all occurring within the span of a mere second. What he had anticipated as an effortless passage past Chen Long now left him frozen in place, as if ensnared in a dream. Is this truly real? He is not merely strolling, is he? In a moment of distraction, Chen Long had already surged towards the edge of the penalty area, with 2 central defenders ahead. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Long, with the ball at his feet, executed a dazzling series of step-overs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, mesmerizing the defenders who were hesitant to challenge him. In that fleeting instant, he deftly nudged the ball to his left, skillfully bypassing the left defender and penetrating into the penalty area. The goalkeeper, keenly observing the unfolding situation, realized the central defender had been outmaneuvered and was compelled to abandon his goal line. As Chen Long lifted his right foot to shoot, the goalkeeper swiftly lunged to the right, effectively closing off the angle and leaving Chen Long with no opportunity to score. Yet, in a flash, Chen Long elegantly flicked the ball with his right foot to the left, effortlessly escaping the goalkeeper's grasp, and subsequently pushed the ball into the net with his left foot. The entire sequence, from interception to the completion of the shot, lasted merely 6 seconds. However, those brief moments encapsulated Chen Long's technical brilliance, from interception to dribbling, culminating in a magnificent strike. Goal, goal, goal. A flawless goal, an impeccable performance, phenomenal. The host's voice resonated, stretching Long in astonishment at the stunning goal, rendered speechless by excitement. The Juventus supporters erupted in frenzy, rising to their feet in applause, the sound crescendoing with each wave. How many years had passed since such a goal had graced the field? The entire stadium buzzed with exhilaration. That goal was utterly breathtaking. Coach Conte unabashedly raised his arms in celebration, while Juventus players rushed forward, eager to envelop Chen Long in a jubilant embrace. Yet, amidst the chaos, Chen Long remained composed, breathless and leaning against the goalpost, as if on the brink of collapse. Completing the goal had nearly drained him of all his energy. He could only lean on the post for support, utterly spent. Observing his condition, his teammates halted in their tracks, refraining from an exuberant embrace. Finally, in a moment of inspiration, Chiellini beckoned his fellow players over, lifting Chen Long high, carrying him triumphantly toward the center circle. This particular celebratory gesture was humorously dubbed by the on-site host as the King's Funeral. Typically, when a player scores a goal, the celebration is bound to be exuberant, and if it is a truly spectacular goal, the jubilation is even more intense. Yet, at this moment, the scorer could only calmly allow his teammates to carry him to the center circle. Chapter 46, The King's Privilege. With Chen Long's phenomenal goal, Juventus finally surged ahead, leading Parma with a score of 2-1. As the ball was kicked off once more from the center circle, Chen Long, who was nearly out of stamina, stood motionless. Indeed, he remained still. This was the price of having Chen Long on the field. His energy was nearly depleted. Chen Long sensed that he had, at most, one more opportunity left, yet he found even the thought of a leisurely stroll too taxing. He merely wished to rest for a moment. Yes, to rest for a moment, to take a breather on the field while observing his teammates play. This notion was quite appealing. Thus, he simply stood there, taking his respite. It was an alternative and unique sight. His teammates understood, the head coach understood. And so it was his privilege. Teammates and the ball danced around him, while opponents weaved in and out nearby. Is this individual engaged in a game of football? Such a scene has never been witnessed on the football field before, and this match is being broadcast live to the entire world, making it all the more sensational. Many spectators are simultaneously watching the game and recording videos, which they have subsequently shared online. The internet has already begun to circulate and comment on this peculiar occurrence. One player was entirely overlooked by his opponents for over 3 minutes. During this time, he stood motionless, nearly resembling a statue. Were it not for the sound of his breathing, one might have assumed he was a mere inanimate object, and the team doctor would likely have rushed onto the field. Throughout those 3 minutes, Juventus was being relentlessly pressured by Parma. If Chen Long had opted for a leisurely stroll, he would not have found himself in such a passive position. The crux of the matter lay in his immobility, allowing the opposing team to forego dedicated marking of him. After a prolonged 3 minutes, he suddenly stirred, finally taking a step forward as the match approached the 80-minute mark. He began to slowly advance towards the opponent's goal. This peculiar action naturally captured the attention of the opposing players. He actually moved. What does his movement signify? It seemingly indicates a resurgence of energy, hinting at the possibility of a spectacular performance. The crowd, unaware of the circumstances, found their enthusiasm reignited, erupting in thunderous applause. Chen Long strolled casually, making his way slowly into the penalty area. After a brief respite, he finally summoned the last remnants of his strength, delivering a decisive blow. The Parma team was compelled to assign a defender to shadow him. As long as Chen Long was active, Juventus could catch their breath. As long as Chen Long was in motion, Parma dared not press forward recklessly, even if he were perceived as ineffective. His mere presence on the field altered the dynamics entirely. Accustomed to outnumbering their opponents, Parma found themselves unsettled by the sudden emergence of Chen Long. Having already scored a goal, he was not to be overlooked. While Parma aspired to secure a draw away from home, they still trailed on the scoreboard, necessitating an offensive push. Chen Long's recovery rendered the match more evenly contested. Can this lad still move? His defender was puzzled, as the data indicated that Chen Long could only run for 5 minutes, yet he had already been on the field for over 20 minutes. A blatant contradiction to the facts. What on earth was happening? At that moment, the most frustrated was Donadoni. It wasn't that he hadn't conducted thorough investigations and preparations, but rather that Chen Long's actual performance had far surpassed expectations. Conte's tactics were utterly unconventional, disrupting all rhythms. Donadoni had never anticipated that the player who was supposed to last only 5 minutes would take the field early and remain stationary. Throughout the annals of football history, no player had ever played in such a manner. Now he stood still in the small penalty area, leaving his defender utterly vexed. Was he marking him or attempting to create an offside? The head coach had clearly instructed him on what to do when others pressed forward. Was it reasonable for him to linger in the small box? This was simply outrageous, beyond comprehension. For him, two words encapsulated Chen Long: a scoundrel, a shameless scoundrel. Was this how one played the game? Surely not. One had to cater to him. Truth be told, Chen Long was utterly exhausted. He had been on the field for so long, initially adhering to Connie's strategy, but then he impulsively took 2 shots, eventually scoring a goal, an accomplishment that could be deemed perfect. Yet, with a flicker of energy still remaining, he pondered doing something more. Observing Juventus being relentlessly pressured, he felt an uncontrollable urge to stir the pot. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. This eccentric on the field, contemplating life more profoundly than Balotelli, stood in the small penalty area, defying all logic. No one passed him the ball, and whenever it was directed his way, he was invariably offside. After all, as long as his defender advanced a half-step faster, Chen Long found himself in an offside position. Time ticked away, each second slipping by, swiftly arriving at the stoppage time. Parma exerted every ounce of strength but remained powerless to equalize, all due to that one individual who seemed to be meandering on the pitch. This was the torment Juventus faced. It was akin to being reduced to 10 men. Star players like Higuain had to toil relentlessly, and even luminaries like Pirlo had to expend every ounce of energy, while only Chen Long stood as an exception. Fortune favors the diligent. Through the tireless efforts of his teammates, Juventus ultimately triumphed, securing a 2-1 victory as the score held firm until halftime. The joy of the team's first league victory illuminated every face. Connie's audacious substitutions had bestowed upon him a miraculous victory. Parma tragically swallowed the bitter fruits of defeat, while the disheartened number 13 departed the pitch with a gloomy countenance. The unfortunate referee, too ashamed to face anyone, hastily left the scene alongside the 4th official as soon as the whistle blew. Who knows what transgressions he committed that day? In any case, it was a day he would prefer to forget, marking the first time he officiated a top-tier match. If given the chance, he would have relished the opportunity to send Chen Long off, for such a direct humiliation inflicted upon him would have brought immeasurable pain. At the conclusion of the match, Chen Long lay limp on the ground, utterly devoid of strength. It seemed that even a simple stroll could be lethal. He resolved never to heed the old fox's mid-match substitutions again, for it felt as if it could cost him his life. At that moment, all he yearned for was to lie down and indulge in a deep slumber. Dismissing the notion of being the best player and disregarding the press conference entirely, he felt not a shred of enthusiasm. While others played, why was he the only one to feel so utterly exhausted? After a brief respite, the beleaguered agent, young Urshi, was compelled to carry him, breathless, to a taxi for his return. It was unbearable. Playing football to such an extent was indeed exhausting. Was it merely a game? Was it truly necessary to feel this way? Just as he drifted into a peaceful sleep, the press conference erupted with fervor, centered around Chen Long. The inquiries revolved around 2 main points. First, Connie's decision to send Chen Long onto the field prematurely, and second, the insinuation of Chen Long's intention to injure another player. Chapter 47, Temptation. Severely drained of energy, Chen Long returned to his abode and collapsed into a slumber akin to that of a dead pig. Connie's style of play had placed an unbearable burden upon him. Young Urshi hastily summoned Yu Shanshan for assistance, being somewhat versed in traditional medicine and an excellent cook. She proved to be a fortuitous remedy for young Urshi's clumsy efforts. The transient worker's lifestyle indeed carries its own risks. Meanwhile, Connie was confidently speaking at a press conference, oblivious to the dire state of Chen Long's health, mistakenly believing there was nothing amiss. Your coach has truly lost his mind, thrusting you into action so early. It's as if he wishes to push you to your limits. Yu Shanshan criticized Connie without reservation. While this approach has its merits, the abrupt combination of prolonged walking and intense exertion could exacerbate your condition, ultimately jeopardizing your well-being. Startled by Yu Shanshan's serious remarks, Chen Long hurriedly got out of bed to inquire further. He had been lying down for an hour before he finally felt rejuvenated, just in time to enjoy the nourishing soup that Yu Shanshan had prepared, which invigorated him considerably. You need to frequent the school more during this period. The traditional Chinese medicine elective has begun its practical sessions. If you neglect it, you won't earn enough credits, she stated. The moment you mention that, I get a headache. The names of those medicines make my head spin. As their conversation flowed, his phone suddenly rang. It was none other than Marquisio, who called to check on Chen Long and extend an invitation for an outing that evening. The specifics of their destination remained vague, but Marquisio assured him he would arrive to pick him up at 9 o'clock. Chen Long mused to himself, what could come of this? That fellow cannot seem to find peace unless he indulges in some form of entertainment. Who knows what plans he has in store for tonight? It was still just past 8, with Yang Ershi and Yu Shanshan enjoying a late dinner and engaging in light-hearted banter at Chen Long's residence. Their conversation meandered through topics of football and academia until time slipped away unnoticed. Marquisio's car arrived punctually at Chen Long's doorstep, and the rejuvenated Chen Long was ushered into the vehicle. He had intended to call Higuain next door, but found the latter's home shrouded in darkness, likely already in slumber. As an exemplary team player, Higuain had always epitomized the professional athlete. Players like Marchisio, who revel in the nightlife, are a rarity in Juventus, where such indulgences are seldom cultivated. Chen Long affectionately referred to Marchisio as Little Marco, as Little Marco drove his eye-catching red sports car through the vibrant nightlife of Turin. The August evening bore a hint of chill, reminiscent of the city's industrial demeanor. As a seasoned aficionado of the nightlife, Little Marco expertly navigated the streets, eventually parking in a relatively secluded area. Chen Long seldom frequented such establishments, but since joining Juventus, he had been coaxed into these escapades by Little Marco time and again, ultimately finding himself ensnared in this den of revelry. The social circle is paramount. As an amateur in the past, such experiences were unattainable, yet now, should he choose to partake, they have become commonplace. A player of his caliber, talented, handsome, and renowned, entering a nightclub conjures a remarkable image. Seated scarcely a moment, a captivating woman approached me with an air of audacity. In such an enchanting establishment, I, Chen Long, appeared as nothing more than an innocent fledgling, utterly oblivious to the nuances of this world. The booth was occupied by a cadre of distinguished figures, with Marchisio merely a nominal leader. The true authority lay with Buffon, who, one might surmise, was indulging freely in his wife's absence. It was well known that, as the new captain of Juventus, Buffon had a penchant for leading new recruits astray. Conti often urged him to temper his exuberance, yet Buffon remained unchanged, steadfast in his ways. Publicly, he was portrayed as a devoted husband, while privately, he was the epitome of indiscretion within Juventus. Buffon, Chiellini, and Marchisio formed the notorious triumvirate of mischief, and I was merely the latest victim of their antics. Buffon lounged brazenly at the center, his hand roaming the waist of a sultry siren, while Giovinco, once shy, now reveled in the company of beautiful women, seemingly transformed. Elia, ever more audacious, engaged in passionate kisses, nearly crossing the threshold into further intimacy. The atmosphere was undeniably charged, and as a soon-to-be 18-year-old, I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me at this spectacle. What ruse had these seasoned veterans invited me into? The answer eluded me. Yet, it mattered little, for the enchanting woman had already initiated conversation. In such establishments, the allure of women mirrored that of men, both driven by mutual desire and need. She effortlessly settled beside me, raising her glass in a toast, while I could only offer a cup of water in response. My cheeks flushed crimson, an unmistakable sign of my discomfort. I dared not meet her gaze, while she, in stark contrast, fixated on me with eyes that seemed capable of devouring my very soul. Had eyes the power to consume, I would have been vanquished countless times over. Meanwhile, Xiaoma chuckled to himself, his laughter tinged with a sinister delight, an unsettling undertone to the unfolding scene. In such an atmosphere, Chen Long felt exceedingly out of place at that moment. He would have preferred to be at home perusing that revolting introductory book on traditional Chinese medicine rather than enduring this torment. Although the 5 minutes of fast-paced entertainment were indeed a trial, they somehow offered a peculiar form of joy. Uncomfortable in his own skin, he found himself closely pressed against a beautiful woman, her soft bosom resting on his shoulder. Surrounded by a heady mix of alcohol and perfume that seemed to have an intoxicating effect, igniting a sense of exhilaration within him. As a mere adolescent, being attached to a voluptuous beauty would stir excitement in anyone. Suddenly, an uncontrollable reaction occurred within him, causing his face to flush crimson with embarrassment. Dressed in oversized shorts, he realized with horror that he had seemingly forgotten to wear underwear. This troubling realization struck him like a bolt. What was he to do? It was far too humiliating to let anyone discover this indiscretion, and particularly to let the woman know, for that would be an utter disgrace. How could he have overlooked such a fundamental detail? He cursed his friends for bringing him to such a place, pondering whether their intentions were to lead him into an embarrassing situation. Glancing at his friend Marchisio, who was engrossed in conversation with the woman, Chen Long felt utterly disregarded. Shifting his legs instinctively, he crossed them tightly, pressing down on a certain part of himself in an attempt to regain composure. Isn't this painful? At that moment, the elegant, slender hand of the enchanting beauty gracefully rested upon his thigh, naturally extending and gently pressing down. Chen Long felt a surge of excitement, as if his entire being was enveloped in a delightful tremor, while a certain part of him reacted intensely, yet it remained restrained beneath her touch. What am I to do? I truly cannot endure this. Am I being toyed with? Chen Long cursed inwardly. Chapter 48. Overwhelmed. The sensations on his thigh sent waves of tingling pleasure through him, causing his cheeks to flush. The beauty let out a playful laugh, her breath brushing against his ear like a fragrant whisper, her delicate lips tantalizingly close to his earlobe. The more anxious Chen Long became, the more the beauty leaned in with a triumphant air. Ultimately, unable to withstand the tension, he instinctively shifted his body to create some distance, only for the beauty to lean further into him, her form pressing against his. In reflex, he reached out to support her, his gaze finally locking onto the captivating enchantress before him. Was she not stunning? Her captivating eyes bore into Chen Long, and every word that slipped from her lips sent shivers down his spine. Still reeling from his earlier embarrassment, he found himself further provoked, his face burning as he managed to utter two words, beautiful. It seemed that whenever confronted with a beauty, his initial response was invariably these two words, a curious phenomenon. This recollection brought to mind his first encounter with Yu Shanshan, where he had also responded in kind, yet without such acute embarrassment. Taking a moment to steady his racing heart, Chen Long finally began to scrutinize the enchanting figure before him. This is a visage as fair as freshly fallen snow, with chestnut curls cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Adorning her pristine and exquisite face are a pair of azure eyes, while a delicate blush graces her playful lips, exuding an indescribable charm and allure. At this age, it seems we are quite similar, yet how is it that you are so unabashedly open? How wicked, thought Chen Long. To assess a man's purity of heart, one merely needs to place a hand upon his thigh. The beauty, as delicate as an orchid, articulated her thoughts. I can still hear your breath quickening. Heh. What a seasoned one this enchantress is. At such a tender age, she has acquired such profound knowledge. Chen Long couldn't help but reflect. Does this imply that I am indeed a pure soul? As for the outcome, it is evident that you are a novice, the beauty declared with a hint of schadenfreude, retracting her jade hand from Chen Long's thigh. With a sense of relief, Chen Long felt the earlier physical reaction subside, and he began to adopt a more pretentious demeanor. Humph, am I pure? If it weren't for the presence of others, I would have already pinned you to the ground. So what if I am a novice? That is quite valuable. And what of you, little enchantress? I suspect you have. Then why not come here? Am I not already nestled in your embrace? Unexpectedly, the little enchantress took advantage of the moment, snuggling closer into Chen Long's arms, causing his heart to race once more. I quite fancy the title Little Enchantress. It stirs my heart. Henceforth, call me that. Heh. I must insist we refrain from such antics. Do you see those gentlemen across the way? They are your rightful suitors. As for me, a mere tender bud who hasn't even touched a girl's hand, I'm hardly suitable for you, Chen Long stated, somewhat intimidated by the enchantress, swiftly gesturing towards his friends to dismiss her. Those older gentlemen? Odious and lecherous, I want none of them. I only desire you. Weren't you just asking for me a moment ago? You've already touched my thigh. Consider this your first taste, and be content. The eloquence of a certain individual began to surface, an impudent aura permeating the air. This I have heard from the elder sisters. It was merely a trial. It seems the results were not accurate. Given your silver tongue, it appears you are hardly pure. It turns out there are many enchantresses, which explains the existence of such a remarkable little one like you. I have never claimed to be pure. You merely purified me for a brief moment. Thank you very much. The lewd individual gazed intently at her bosom, embodying the essence of a quintessential little lecher. You are shameless. You are vulgar. You 5-minute wonder. I shan't play with you anymore. The little enchantress, displeased, bit her lip in retaliation. You are the shameless one. You are the vulgar one. It was you who seduced me first. And what of being a 5-minute wonder? If you have the courage, then dare to challenge me. Challenge accepted. I shall push you down this very moment. In the midst of a bustling crowd, Chen Long found himself unexpectedly toppled by the enchanting little sprite. Consequently, his hands were seized and firmly restrained behind him, rendering him akin to a vanquished foe, a defeated rooster. This robust man, with his well-developed physique, lay at the mercy of a woman, pinned against the sofa and subjected to her whims. It was indeed a humiliating predicament. He had never anticipated that such a diminutive creature would possess the prowess to subdue him. Oh, how cruel fate seemed to be, encountering a sprite skilled in martial arts. Just moments ago, she had exuded an alluring charm, only to transform into a fearsome adversary in an instant. This was indeed the consequence of being overthrown. It was a situation to be avoided at all costs, for the sprite had morphed into a formidable force. With a dejected expression, Chen Long obediently lay on the sofa, crying out in desperation for assistance. Have you two had enough? Canales, release Chen Long at once. Be cautious not to break him. A voice, imbued with an elegant yet commanding tone, echoed through the air. The enchanting beauty named Canales, a little sprite in Chen Long's eyes, unexpectedly ceased her actions. Just as Chen Long turned over, ready to express his anger, he was met with a familiar face. Andrea, do you know this fierce little sprite? Trapped on the sofa by Canales, Chen Long's fury flared upon his liberation. Just as he was poised to retaliate, the sudden appearance of Perlo interrupted him. Ah, she is my younger sister, Canales, Perlo replied with a smile. Oh, so she is one of our own, Chen Long chuckled. Though inwardly he mused about the stark contrast in their personalities. One brother, one sister, yet their dispositions were entirely dissimilar. The sister feigned charm and allure, only to reveal herself as a fierce tigress. Sighing, he pondered how they could share the same parents and yet differ so greatly. His gaze inevitably flitted between the two, leading him to a dismal conclusion. They indeed bore a striking resemblance. Perhaps it was the result of Perlo's parents quarreling when Canales was conceived, explaining her temperament. Brother, he bullied me. He was leering at me just now and had ulterior motives. What? What are you saying? I bullied you? It was you who touched me. Chen Long was exasperated. He had suffered in silence only to be bitten back by the little sprite. Andrea, you know I'm not that kind of person. Perlo playfully tapped Canales on the forehead. You little rascal, you were not supposed to be here. Have you gone astray? I saw everything. Do not wrong Chen Long. Nightclubs are not a place for you. Time to head back. Ha. Andrea, good thing you witnessed that. Otherwise, I would have been left speechless, Chen Long thought, surprised by how quickly Perlo took his side. Deep down, he was relieved that Perlo possessed discerning eyes to see through the antics of the little sprite. Though he hesitated to label her as such, Canales stuck her tongue out at Chen Long, playfully taunting, Just wait, little fast boy. Little fast boy. The surrounding older gentlemen erupted in laughter upon hearing the phrase. With a furrowed brow, Chen Long remained silent, his expression a protest. Was tonight's outing merely a setup for mockery? This wretched band of rascals, along with that mischievous little sprite. Chapter 49. The head coach arrives. Canales did not leave, and Chen Long did not sit nearby, feeling safe with Perlo between them. He had no desire to encounter the little sprite again. The nightclub held no allure for him. He was not among those who frequented such places, chasing after women and indulging in the hedonistic lifestyle. The nightlife was forbidden in his circle, yet these individuals brazenly appeared here, oblivious to the risks involved. Such a lifestyle has undoubtedly ruined countless prodigies, much like the fate of the illustrious Ronaldo. In truth, their escapades were not as wild as one might imagine. They merely indulged in the company of beautiful women and sipped on a few drinks, far from the grotesque tales that have been spun. Perlo, eschewing alcohol, simply joined in the merriment, seated beside Chen Long, sipping on a soft drink and engaging in casual banter, while Canales listened with feigned boredom, occasionally casting furtive glances. Who would have thought to strike the ball towards those two bird-like fellows? Today's press conference was abuzz with excitement, centered around this very incident. Honestly, are you not afraid of being penalized? Yet the shot was indeed both fierce and precise. It was merely a spur-of-the-moment act, purely for amusement. After all, hitting someone with the ball does not constitute a foul. I used to do this all the time in amateur matches. Chen Long had anticipated a profound inquiry from Perlo, only to discover it was about such trivial matters. A whimsical notion, indeed. And what about your interception? Our styles bear an uncanny resemblance. How do you explain that? Elia rushed over. Chen Long, observing this vibrant whirlwind, chuckled. Naturally, I learned from you. It's all about practical application. You know my learning ability is quite commendable. Ha! Did you not see how brazen that fool was, leisurely dribbling towards me, attempting to humiliate me? I simply had to seize the opportunity. Here we go again. Learning on the fly, you might as well claim that you can also play as a goalkeeper. Buffon was not pleased, hearing this little eccentric speak so nonchalantly. A goalkeeper? Now that's an intriguing thought. When we train the day after tomorrow, I must learn a thing or two from Gigi. Perhaps I do possess some latent talent in that area. Chen Long, upon hearing Buffon's statement, truly became intrigued. He mused that if he could master the art of goalkeeping, it might lead to unexpected surprises. You are making it quite difficult for me. If you were also a prodigy in goalkeeping, wouldn't that spell doom for my career? Buffon expressed his discontent, although he retorted that your 5 minutes of stamina hardly posed a threat. Connie had us all in a frenzy by putting you on so early. We were battling while you strolled about. What a situation. Marquisio feigned anger, proclaiming that the entire team was at your service, reveling in your glory. You're treating us tonight, right? Fine. I'll work as a dishwasher for a month. That should cover the cost of the meal. You still have the audacity to say that? My salary barely covers a fraction of your weekly allowance, and you expect me to treat you? Might as well have me crash into a wall. Keep pretending. Who doesn't he know you have a peculiar agent behind you? That chubby fellow is quite impressive. I've heard your advertisements are plastered all over China. What does that even mean? Marquisio was evidently well aware of Chen Long's situation, relentlessly pursuing him. They are all temporary workers. What hope can one have? I cannot depend on such meager earnings. I am still a university student, relying on my family for support. Do not heed the nonsensical ramblings of others. Speaking of the infamous Connie, you cannot imagine how exhausted I am after playing. I was utterly drained, sleeping for a whole hour at home just to recover my strength. I vow never to subject myself to such a situation again. It seems this may even contravene the terms of my contract. Am I being overused? Oh, you are quite articulate. Chen Long felt a weight on his shoulder, a large hand having unknowingly settled there. The voice sounds so familiar, reminiscent of a certain seasoned veteran, perhaps. Conti? Ahem, speaking of that old fox, no. The illustrious Conti, truly remarkable and astute, has managed to utilize me to this extent. He is indeed a coach of divine caliber. One could assert that Juventus's triumph is solely his victory. Sensing Conti's presence, Chen Long shamelessly adopted a different tone. What a world we live in. Where speaking of someone causes them to appear, it is quite uncanny. However, why is this old fox here? Could he also be here to indulge? It's hard to fathom. Xiao Long is becoming increasingly adept at navigating the winds of fortune. Indeed, he is quite the genius. Connie patted Chen Long on the shoulder and unceremoniously took a seat to his left. Coach, where did this wind blow him in from? I was just praising you. And you appear. Chen Long feigned a shocked expression, flattering him. Shameless. The others shared a similar thought. These two cunning foxes, one old and one young. The coach brought the players to a nightclub? Chen Long was momentarily dumbfounded, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. A furtive glance at Connie revealed he did not seem to be there to reprimand or apprehend anyone. He appeared entirely there for leisure, engaging in jovial conversation with Chiellini. While I was dealing with reporters at the press conference, you all are here frolicking, living like celestial beings in a state of blissful indulgence. It seems tomorrow's holiday will be cancelled. The speed of his mood swings is astonishing, comparable to the little sprite. What scheme is this old fox concocting? Is he not here to join in the merriment? Chen Long found it difficult to decipher his intentions, yet, observing the reactions of the other players. There were no complex expressions, they merely bowed their heads, quietly awaiting further discourse. Alas, Connie sighed deeply, then continued, had it not been for this lad today, we would all be headed for perdition. What does this even mean? It's truly perplexing and difficult to comprehend. Chen Long found himself utterly bewildered, pondering Connie's ramblings and their relevance to the situation at hand. The others remained silent, listening intently without interjecting a single word. Connie continued to speak, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. After tomorrow, I will be suspended for 3 months, relegated to directing from the stands. During this time, my assistant coach will take over my duties. What lies ahead for me after these 3 months remains uncertain. For now, let us focus on the matches scheduled in this period. As he spoke, Connie's demeanor was tinged with disappointment, akin to a weary old man standing vigil by a coffin, awaiting the inevitable. A suspension? What could this possibly entail? Suddenly, he recalled a news article from a few days prior concerning Connie. It stated that he would face a 3-month ban for tacitly allowing players to engage in match fixing. It seemed this was indeed the case. Had the verdict been confirmed today? Chen Long mused to himself. In attendance were notable figures such as Buffon, Chiellini, Marquisio, Giovinco, and Pirlo, all stalwarts of Juventus, loyal to Conti. Yet here he was, speaking of such matters in their presence. What could this signify? Even someone of Pirlo's stature was embroiled in this murky affair? Surely not. What was Elias' involvement? Chapter 50. The only path is victory. In betting, it appears that the depths of Juventus troubles run exceedingly deep. Connie's betting scandal had surfaced while he was still coaching Siena. And now that he had moved to Juventus, the prosecutors had not relinquished their pursuit. Since Juventus was relegated in 2006 due to betting-related issues, negative press surrounding the club had persisted. Now, as head coach, Connie found himself ensnared in this vortex. Each party has its own narrative. Were Juventus the only team involved in betting? Clearly not. Numerous teams faced point deductions due to similar scandals. Are there truly teams that abstain from betting? The so-called innocent teams may not be as blameless as they appear. In other words, within the prevailing culture of football gambling, the odds of participating are significantly higher than those of abstaining. In the world of football, one often finds themselves ensnared by circumstances beyond their control. This adage holds true in any arena. Italy's efforts to combat betting have yielded remarkable results, whereas China's initiatives seem to have merely apprehended a few scapegoats for show. Chen Long found himself utterly perplexed by the intricacies of the situation and struggled to grasp the deeper implications of Connie's words, feeling he lacked the authority to comment. Yet why would Connie address him directly on such matters? Of course, Connie did not explicitly mention betting, but Chen Long had drawn his own conclusions. Could it be that this cunning old fox, even in the face of suspension, would continue to gamble, dragging himself into further turmoil? A sense of unease crept into Chen Long's mind. Little dragon, the waters of Juventus run deep, or rather, the waters of Italy are treacherous. Focus on your temporary role and concern yourself not with matters beyond your purview, Connie remarked, sensing Chen Long's apprehensions. How can you speak of these things to me, claiming they do not concern me? This is absurd. Now that everyone is aware, how am I supposed to play going forward? This unscrupulous old fox. Chen Long felt a flicker of anger, yet curiosity began to stir within him. However, I must inquire. You referred to me as a temporary worker. If something were to go awry, would it not be inconsequential? When Connie was present, Canales seemed to have vanished into some hidden corner, for he was nowhere to be seen. Only a few men remained, huddled together, listening to the old fox speak. Upon hearing Chen Long's response, one of them began to secretly revel in delight. Chen Long was still too naive, ensnared by the mere words of this cunning fox. Perlo, observing this scene, felt a twinge of sympathy for Chen Long, though he maintained an exterior of indifference, feigning nonchalance. Even someone as seasoned as himself had fallen into the trap, hadn't he? It was said that those who arrived at Juventus basked in glory and claimed championships, yet, alas, this weight of frustration bore down heavily upon Perlo's heart, stifling his spirits further. In truth, sharing this knowledge with you is not entirely unwelcome. Although a temporary worker, being informed is better than remaining oblivious. Conti maintained a demeanor of earnest superiority, and those unaware might genuinely perceive him as a benevolent figure. Ignorance may be bliss, yet knowing the truth renders one foolish. Mused Cialini inwardly, this old fox is truly adept at manipulation, speaking as if it were all genuine. Per little long, my dear brother, I cannot offer you any assistance. After all, your tongue is too loose, and I too have been ensnared. We must resign ourselves to fate. Oblivious to the concerns and silent indignation of the two men, the naive Chen Long awaited Connie to continue. As if a monumental secret poised to be unveiled lay before him. Juventus had gone unbeaten across 38 matches last season. This achievement was forged through genuine effort. Connie proclaimed this with evident pride upon his countenance. However, the intricacies of those draws were indeed worthy of scrutiny. The implication of this statement is clear. The draws are riddled with deceit. Last season, Juventus often found themselves in a position of leading by 1 or even 2 goals, only to succumb to an inexplicable equalizer. This is something that should resonate with those who place bets. I dare say even 10 Kant would not escape the repercussions. The profits from a single draw are already grotesque. Imagine the implications over 10 or 8 draws. It's maddening. Is Connie truly losing his sanity? Are we to witness Juventus languishing in the second division for yet another year? Upon hearing this, Chen Long felt a surge of disdain welling up within him. No wonder the abysmal defense from last season and the performances of the national team were so starkly different. What's wrong, Chen Long? Surely you think we are throwing the match, Connie remarked scornfully, tapping Chen Long's head. The draws aren't a result of any leniency. Rather, it is our pathetic forwards. None of them are up to par. At this juncture, doubts must surely be rising in your mind. If it's not leniency, then how does one gamble on the outcome? Chen Long, caught in the act of his own thoughts, nodded sincerely. The reasoning is straightforward. Buffon's performance has been abysmal. Or perhaps there are traitors among us. Upon uttering this, Connie cast an irate glance at Buffon and Cialini, as if they bore a nefarious grudge against them. Our betting strategy mandates that Juventus must win. Draws and losses are simply unacceptable. Is there truly such a betting strategy? Doesn't that drive one to a dead end? Chen Long pondered, taken aback by Connie's perspective. Thus, you saved us today, and yet, after a draw, we are still required to pour in more money. As for why we must do so, that remains a mystery for now. Perhaps in the future, you will have the opportunity to discover the truth. Connie finally addressed the curiosity that lingered in Chen Long's mind, emphasizing that what is destined to occur will inevitably manifest. I hope you are luckier than the rest of us gathered here. Ultimately, I implore you to score and assist generously during the matches, otherwise. Otherwise what? Chen Long had been feeling quite at ease until this final remark suddenly instilled a sense of pressure. If we lose, we are all doomed. Although you are merely a temporary worker, you might still find yourself in dire straits. After all, as a temporary worker, where would you find the funds to compensate? Conti resumed his unabashed threats. How shameless. Is this merely a ruse to toy with Chen Long? Meanwhile, Marquisio, lurking in the shadows, began to worry for Chen Long. Chen Long's expression darkened. He felt as though he had inadvertently stumbled into a den of wolves. It seemed that this predicament was aimed squarely at him. And he increasingly felt that being part of such a team was fraught with peril at every turn. We are all in the same boat. And thus we must consider the collective interests. Our singular objective is to triumph, to win, to secure victory. In the event of defeat, we shall all share the burden of financial contributions, with those able contributing more and those less fortunate contributing less. Conti has finally unveiled his true, unsavory nature. Uttering these words while patting Chen Long's shoulder. This is indeed a descent into the depths, isn't it? At this moment, Chen Long's heart feels as cold as ice. Who possesses such terrifying power to compel them to part with their money? Chapter 51. The Fairy's Pursuit. What money am I supposed to produce? The contract you signed does not entail any monetary contribution from me. Perhaps you should draft a more substantial agreement, and then I might be able to contribute something. With a sullen expression, Chen Long finally realized that in his dazed state, he had been unwittingly brought aboard. He felt compelled to engage in a fierce negotiation with Conti. Otherwise, how could he justify this to himself? After all, I am only responsible for scoring and assisting. Monetary matters are of no concern to me. But what if you fail to score or assist? How do we account for that? One should possess a modicum of shame. Does that even concern me? I have merely 5 minutes. And do you truly believe I am a deity? Others may be gullible enough to think so, but even you entertain such notions? I am not a calculator. How can I ascertain that 1 plus 1 will invariably equal 2? Chen Long was displeased. Isn't that the case? Hence, if we lose, we all share the burden together. You do have a plethora of advertising funds, after all. You insufferable pervert, your audacity knows no bounds. I refuse to discuss this further. Otherwise, I might as well take a stroll. Engaging in thankless endeavors, like today, is tantamount to courting disaster. Very well. Regardless of whether you score or assist, you still won't earn any money. Yet, even so, it may not be so straightforward. Connie contemplated this, but chose not to elaborate further. Let us end today's discourse here. We will resume training punctually the day after tomorrow. I shall take my leave now, to take care not to be drained by women, particularly that little mare. Like a shadow, swift as the wind. The cunning old fox Conti vanished in an instant, leaving Chen Long, who had yet to fully process the events, in a state of bewilderment. Upon seeing Connie depart, the teammates collectively sighed in relief. You fool, how could you engage in such lengthy discourse with that old fox? Have you lost your mind? You have walked right into a trap. I find myself utterly powerless. Cialini was the first to voice his reprimand. If someone had kept their mouth shut and asked fewer questions, we wouldn't have encountered this debacle. Perlo shook his head in disapproval. Would it kill you to offer a word of caution? Now you choose to speak with such disdain, and you all act so superior. Chen Long shrugged, adopting an expression of helplessness. This pleasant weekend was abruptly disrupted by Connie's sudden intrusion. In an instant, Chen Long found himself ensnared in a predicament. His mood dark and brooding. He decided to leave the nightclub first, opting not to mingle with that peculiar group any longer. It was now midnight. Upon exiting, he realized his stomach was growling. Hadn't he only eaten dinner a mere 4 hours ago? Why was he so ravenous? This was unusual for him. Could it be that his physical exertion today was too great, or was it the result of Connie's irritation? He patted his belly and shook his head in resignation. There was nothing to eat at home. It had all been devoured by that glutton, Yang Ershi. If it weren't for Yu Shanshan's presence, he might have had to return to wash the dishes as well. Chen Long, filled with resentment, found his feet moving forward of their own accord. He entered a late-night eatery, casually ordered a plate of spaghetti, and began to devour it hungrily. Halfway through his meal, the crisp sound of high heels approached, echoing clearly. A pair of black high-heeled shoes adorned with delicate white feet appeared before him. As he savored the pasta, Chen Long's gaze lingered on those exquisite little feet for a while, before his eyes involuntarily traveled upward. Upon reaching the smooth, fair, and elongated thighs, He paused for a few seconds, then continued his ascent to the hem of a black, ultra-short skirt, hesitating briefly at the slender waist. His gaze finally settled on two ample, snow-covered peaks, where it came to a stop. Just as he was about to continue his exploration, a familiar voice interrupted. "Oh, has the bone started to itch again after an hour of absence?" This voice, hadn't he heard it before? The noodles momentarily lodged in his throat as he froze for a moment, finally recalling that little enchantress. Was Turin really this small? How could he encounter her again in the dead of night? What a misfortune. He had hoped for a chance encounter with a beautiful woman, only to find it was the little fairy again. This wasn't a fantasy realm. Why did he keep running into fairies? He chose not to lift his head, pretending to continue eating. "Are you referring to me, the blind man? I must confess, I cannot see, so how could I feel my bones itching?" Coincidentally, after Canales had been summoned back from the nightclub by Perlo, she had wandered about the streets and eventually made her way over here, resulting in this very situation. "Oh, so you are blind? In that case, may I have some of your pasta?" "It's not like you can see," Canales declared, taking action as she pulled over a chair and boldly sat down, reaching for Chen Long's utensils. Not truly blind, Chen Long instinctively withdrew his food. "Aren't you supposed to be blind? Yet your reflexes are remarkably quick, little speedster," Canales observed with amusement as she noticed his reaction, sticking out her adorable little tongue at him. Chen Long silently regarded her for a few seconds, then exhaled deeply. "Little fairy, we bear no grudges, do we? Why are you following me? After all, I am a disciple of your brother whom I greatly admire. Is it necessary for you to make my life difficult? I'm quite hungry at the moment. Could you please refrain from bothering me? TSK, I'm here for the noodles as well. Who's following you?" Such words are truly unflattering. Only a lecher like you would trail a beauty like me. However, I must admit, I am quite intrigued by you, little speedster. Chen Long resumed his meal, lowering his head once more, disappointed by his lack of engagement. Canales began to play with her keychain while stealing glances at his youthful face. As he ate, Chen Long felt increasingly flustered under her gaze. After hastily finishing his meal, he stood up to leave. As soon as Canales noticed he was about to leave, she also rose to her feet, disregarding the waiter who was serving the noodles, and hurriedly followed him outside. "Hey, am I really that frightening? You barely said a word before wanting to leave." Canales, having chased him to the entrance, casually wrapped her arm around Chen Long's left. Here we go again, this insufferable enchantress, utterly unaware of her own allure. Always engaging in this close-quarters grappling. How's one to endure? Oh dear. Italian women are notably tall, with girls over 1.7 meters in height populating the streets. At this moment, Canales leaned against Chen Long, her head resting comfortably on his shoulder, the subtle fragrance of her perfume overwhelming him. Chen Long, hesitant to embrace her too closely or make any inappropriate moves, walked stiffly forward. "Is this what you call a stroll? This isn't a casual kickabout. Can you exhibit a bit of masculinity?" Canales teased playfully. "Oh, I'm not out for a stroll with you. You're the one who has clung to me. Little enchantress, isn't your brother worried about you at this late hour? You should head back." Chen Long, moving like a zombie, felt a shiver run through him, realizing the little sprite was once again employing her charms. Smoke and mirrors, indeed. When she turns, she does so faster than anyone else. Sensing the shift in Chen Long's demeanor, Canales tightened her grip. "Don't worry, I want to devour you. It's quite late. I'll take you home on my way back to school." Upon hearing this long-awaited reassurance, Chen Long could hardly suppress his delight. Quickly adjusting his mood and allowing Canales to take full advantage as he followed her towards the car. A wealthy heir, indeed. How fortunate he is. This little enchantress is so young, yet she drives a top-tier Audi. Oh dear, it's the latest model. Chen Long gazed at the sleek white beauty before him, feeling a wave of admiration. Whether Canales was deliberately driving slowly or if the car was a knockoff, it seemed to be cruising leisurely. Throughout the journey, Canales chattered away, and Chen Long listened half-heartedly, until suddenly the sky unleashed a torrential downpour, drenching them both as they hadn't even managed to close the sunroof, the deluge cascading down upon them. Chapter 52. Fortune smiles upon the beautiful. Is it someone splashing water, or is it genuinely raining? This seems utterly implausible. There was no flash of lightning nor a rumble of thunder, and yet the deluge descends so abruptly. After closing the sunroof, Chen Long couldn't help but mutter a curse. The two exchanged glances, then burst into hearty laughter. The man laughed with unrestrained exuberance, while the woman's laughter was vibrant and enchanting. All the prior strangeness and awkwardness dissipated with the onset of the downpour. revealing a clear sky. At that moment, Chen Long resembled a boy returning from a rain-soaked football match, his entire being drenched. While Canales appeared as a maiden basking in summer rain, her delicate face adorned with glistening raindrops. In that fleeting moment, as they gazed into each other's eyes, both became entranced by the reflections they saw. Their eyes locked, the brilliance of the previous instant transformed into a silent exchange. As the car's music player began to play the hauntingly beautiful melody of Time to Say Goodbye. Yet, it seemed as though this was a moment of parting. A hymn. This song appears to be a gentle reminder that it's time to return home. It was Chen Long who shattered this idyllic scene, breaking the tranquility with his voice. Canales, drawn back to reality by his words, felt a blush bloom on her sweet face. Evidently, the two youthful souls had just experienced a moment of innocent infatuation. Regaining her composure, Canales resumed driving, and the journey continued in a comfortable silence, a clear consequence of the earlier scene. A strange phenomenon that subtly fosters mutual affection and attraction. After several minutes, guided by Chen Long, Canales finally parked the car at the entrance of his home. Chen Long offered an awkward smile, indicating his departure. Canales responded with a simple "oh," yet her gaze boldly lingered on him. Chen Long, caught in her gaze, felt a ripple of emotion surge within him, and he too held her gaze, unyielding and intent. In their eyes, everything around them seemed to transform into a world belonging solely to two young hearts, reminiscent of innocent children in the throes of budding love. Astonishingly, within a mere half-hour, two such moments of heartfelt emotion unfolded. Soaked by the heavy rain, Canales resembled a pitiful little kitten, curled up obediently in the driver's seat, gazing tenderly at Chen Long. Observing this, an inexplicable pang of tenderness welled up within Chen Long's heart. August in Turin carried a slight chill, prompting a certain someone to ponder with a sense of nostalgia. In a moment of courage, he resolved to extend an invitation, which, according to Perlo and his teammates, could be deemed rather audacious. "Why not come in for a moment?" he suggested, though his intentions were misinterpreted. "Not in that way. I merely noticed you were drenched. Please come in and change into something dry to avoid catching a cold." Chen Long felt that whatever he said sounded awkward, as this was his first time inviting a single woman into his home in the dead of night. Was it not akin to luring beauty into his abode with ulterior motives? Should this reach Perlo's ears, he feared there would be no cleansing himself of the implications. Just as he wrestled with his anxious thoughts, Canales, with a swift leap from the vehicle, exclaimed, "Oh, but you suggested it." In that instant, Chen Long realized he had awakened from his earlier hesitance, reminded of the enchanting yet vulnerable persona before him, along with her contrasting nature. As he lingered at the doorway, hesitating, Canales effortlessly snatched the keys from his hand and proceeded to open the door herself. Once the door swung open, Chen Long stood momentarily dumbfounded. In a state of reluctant protest, he questioned, "Is this my home or yours? Such impudence. Aren't you coming in? Do you intend to get drenched again?" She replied, "Naturally, this is your home. My future home, our future home together," she declared, delighting in the sensation of returning home. Upon entering, Canales caressed the walls, switched on the hallway light, and nonchalantly removed her black high heels, padding barefoot into the living room. How could someone so different be the antithesis of Perlo? Chen Long, feeling somewhat disheartened, stood outside for a moment before deciding to enter. After closing the door, he picked up Canales' high heels, arranged them neatly, and placed them on his shoe rack before retreating to his room. In this house, apart from Yu Shanshan and Yang Er, only Chen Long resides. There are no traces of women's clothing within, compelling Chen Long to rummage through his wardrobe for a garment to lend to Canales. With the attire in hand, Canales hurried into the bathroom. Chen Long felt a dryness in his throat, truly unaccustomed to sharing a space with a lady. He turned on the television and reclined on the sofa, attempting to distract himself from the unease brewing within. Canales emerged from the bathroom after an astonishing half-hour, resembling someone who had not bathed in years. To his surprise, upon her exit, she found Chen Long had drifted into slumber on the couch, fatigued from the day's events. He had unknowingly succumbed to sleep. Clad in Chen Long's oversized clothing, Canales resembled a whimsical witch. She tiptoed closer to the slumbering figure, leaning in with her petite lips nearly brushing against his. At that moment, she suddenly exclaimed, "Little Quick Boy." With a resounding pop, Quick Boy jolted awake, startled. As he turned his head, their lips met unexpectedly, the sound of their connection echoing in the air. What was it like to be unexpectedly kissed by a woman for the first time? Chen Long felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body stiffening in response. Rendered motionless, above him was a delicate visage, adorned with the very lips that had just stolen a kiss. Had he just been kissed? No, had he just been ambushed? While still lost in this bewildering reverie, Canales leaned in closer, her lips brushing his ear as she whispered, "Little quick boy, I discovered something tonight. That part of you has risen." With a playful peck on his cheek, she grabbed her bag and cheerfully hummed her way toward the door, utterly indifferent to Chen Long's bewildered state. Initially, Chen Long had been preparing to recover from the first unexpected encounter, only to be caught off guard again by Canales' light-hearted taunt. He lay there, staring blankly at the ceiling, oblivious to the roaring engines outside that had long since faded away. Is this a dream? Damn it. The disgrace of tonight, how could it possibly be witnessed by the Almighty? What manner of woman is this? Chapter 53, Within the Chinese Medicine Academy. The previous evening brought to Chen Long two contrasting sensations. One was the shock from gambling on football, and the other was the thrill bestowed upon him by Canales. Ever since joining Juventus, peculiar occurrences have become commonplace, while fortunate events have continued to unfold. Chen Long felt as if he were ensconced in a dream, with incidents that ought not to materialize in reality manifesting around him like scenes from a film. On this day of the team's holiday, he did not indulge in a luxurious slumber. Rather, he made the most of the splendid morning. Had it not been for Yi Shanshan incessantly calling him to rise early, he might have indeed missed the time for school. After a series of matches, Chen Long's name has resonated throughout the entire city of Turin. Consequently, it is rare to find anyone in Turin who is unfamiliar with him, unless they are blind. Otherwise, it would be astonishing for even the temporary staff of Juventus to remain oblivious. A person of renown, frequently in the public eye, inevitably stirs a commotion, provoking societal unrest and instability. What remarkable stirrings has the youthful and handsome Chen Long created within the university? Although sunglasses shield him from a significant portion of potential threats. When Yi Shanshan led him into the traditional Chinese medicine laboratory and removed his shades, the laboratory erupted into a cacophony of excitement and screams. Seizing the moment before class commenced, students flocked around him, eagerly requesting autographs. The niche field of traditional Chinese medicine, aside from a few eccentric male admirers, predominantly attracts female students. Among the throng surrounding Chen Long, the only males present were a handful of friends, leaving the crowd predominantly composed of females. Enraptured, the enthusiastic girls clamored for his signature, yet this was but a prelude to further chaos when one of the girls brandished her phone to capture a selfie with him, inciting even greater mayhem. Faced with such a scenario for the first time, Chen Long remained composed, relishing the delightful chaos amidst this beautiful bouquet of admirers, a true pleasure of the mortal realm. In comparison to the previous night's flirtations with Canales, this episode seemed trivial, unless one contemplated the prospect of being simultaneously pursued by such a multitude of girls. However, one must consider that if an entire horde were to leap upon him, Chen Long might well be utterly consumed, leaving not even a bone behind. After graciously fulfilling the fervent requests of these enthusiastic admirers, his vanity was immensely gratified. At long last, having dispensed with his fans and classmates, class time arrived, allowing Chen Long to finally take his seat beside Yi Shanshan. This was an arrangement long orchestrated by Yi Shanshan, allowing Chen Long to collaborate with her on an experiment, which would undoubtedly benefit him, while this might seem inconsequential. To the group of girls who had recently garnered Chen Long's attention, it was an utterly incomprehensible matter. How could Chen Long, right before their very eyes, sit alone with another girl? Their venomous and envious gazes pierced Yi Shanshan like sharp daggers, yet they dared not voice their disdain, resorting instead to hushed whispers behind closed doors. Chen Long sensed the palpable tension and leaned in to whisper to Yi Shanshan, "Shanshan, we are in a precarious situation. We are surrounded, and it seems the trouble I have brought is rather significant." Yi Shanshan, initially indifferent to the situation, regarded the girls as mere infatuated admirers, unworthy of her concern. However, observing their incessant buzzing like flies, she found herself increasingly irked and resolved to play a little game to provoke them. She turned to whisper back, "Let them stew in their jealousy, let us put on a show for their amusement." After uttering these words, Yi Shanshan deliberately let out a tinkling laugh, inciting a fresh wave of commotion among the onlookers. Could it be that Yi Shanshan was Chen Long's girlfriend? Surely not. What extraordinary qualities could she possess to capture his attention? A chorus of derisive murmurs echoed around them. Why such hatred? Is it so wrong for me to have fans? Besides, with so many beautiful girls around, choosing one as a girlfriend isn't a bad idea. "Please don't ruin this for me," he lamented. "Enough of this. The teacher is coming. Let us not discuss further," he concluded. The two communicated in hushed tones in Chinese, making their conversation almost inaudible to those around them. All that was evident was their closeness, their familiarity, resembling a couple. Throughout the class, apart from the two of them, only a few boys were able to focus on completing the experiment, while the rest wallowed in jealousy for an entire hour. Interestingly, when the traditional Chinese medicine teacher laid eyes on Chen Long, there was no fervor to be found in her gaze, perhaps due to her advanced age. She treated him just like any other student, which brought Chen Long a sense of comfort. He mused to himself, now this is what normalcy feels like. This lesson was indeed quite extraordinary. Firstly, there was a group of infatuated admirers nearby, akin to a throng of fans at a football match. Secondly, this experimental class offered Chen Long a wealth of knowledge. The very first session brought him considerable delight. The laboratory resembled a vast repository of medicinal treasures, akin to a library dedicated to traditional Chinese medicine, housing an extensive array of herbal remedies. This was far more gratifying than the rote memorization of drug names from textbooks. The herbs, true to their names, quickly became familiar to Chen Long amidst the myriad of medicinal materials. One might wonder why such an expansive Chinese medicine laboratory exists here. It is a testament to the benevolence of China from far to the east. It is said that this entire institution was established in the early 1990s with the aid of China for Italy. In other words, the Italians incurred no expenses for this academy or laboratory, as the funding came entirely from the Chinese government, which invested a staggering $2.5 billion. With the value of these precious herbal materials exceeding $1 billion. One can only imagine the magnitude of such an investment. It is indeed a serendipitous fortune for the Italians to have stumbled upon such a remarkable opportunity. While the knowledge gained in a single class may not be vast, the breadth of discovery significantly expanded. This minor revelation deepened Chen Long's appreciation for traditional Chinese medicine. What astonished him even further was the information he gleaned from his instructor after class. There exists a specialized field within traditional Chinese medicine dedicated to the rehabilitation of athletes, with football as its primary focus. This news thoroughly conquered Chen Long's heart. Nothing was more important to him than his body and football. After class, he resolutely insisted that Yishan take him to the School of Management to change his major from management to traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, Chen Long completed his academic transformation, swiftly becoming a student of the Chinese Medicine College. This news spread rapidly, and the greatest disappointment came from the football team at the School of Management and their female fans. The team lamented the loss of an exceptional player to aid them in their league matches, while the female fans felt despondent at the absence of Chen Long, who had become a frequent sight for them. Meanwhile, the Chinese Medicine College flourished. The football team rejoiced, liberated from the need to please others while playing, and they were poised to become a formidable squad. The future female doctors, akin to flowers blossoming after a nourishing rain, were utterly captivated. It was said that among all the colleges at the University of Turin, the Chinese Medicine College boasted the most female students. Yet they were the least inclined to wear makeup. However, ever since Chen Long's arrival, nearly every student had begun to adorn themselves with makeup, transforming the previously tranquil campus into a vibrant spectacle. The Chinese Medicine College had genuinely evolved into a garden of delights within the University of Turin, filled with charming beauties all yearning for a serendipitous encounter with Chen Long. Indeed, the atmosphere was about to change dramatically since the arrival of this handsome enigma. Chapter 54. Yisun's secret. Upon exiting the bustling University of Turin, Chen Long did not return home directly. Instead, he followed Yishan to her newly opened store. According to Yishan, today marked the arrival of Yisun from Palermo to Turin, and Chen Long was eager to meet him. However, upon their arrival at the store, they found no sign of Yisun, leaving Chen Long feeling slightly disappointed. Aside from football, his life was rather simple. Having departed from Palermo and journeyed to Turin, he found himself lacking many friends. The only ones by his side were the shameless agent and close companion Yang Ershi, along with the increasingly familiar Yishan. As for his so-called Juventus teammates, they certainly wouldn't accompany him on shopping trips or campus outings every day, would they? Yet, the elusive Yang Ershi seems to vanish from sight, seldom accompanying Chen Long, and even in class, his presence is rare, truly more outrageous than Chen Long himself. According to our conversation during dinner last night, he has flown to China today, ostensibly to resolve a dispute regarding an advertisement. Chen Long is well aware of this situation. Apparently, a certain Japanese brand producing goods in mainland China has illicitly used his likeness for promotional purposes. As the general manager of the Long Zhantianxia brand, it is only natural for the rotund Yang to seek justice. Initially, Chen Long was not particularly agitated upon hearing this news. But when he learned that it was the Japanese who were involved, his ire could no longer be contained. He harbors a profound disdain for the Japanese and abhors their misdeeds, thus he hastened Yang to travel to China without delay. Their mutual understanding for the negotiations is to pursue the utmost rectitude and the highest benefits, ensuring that the Japanese are not spared. As it stands, in Turin, Chen Long finds himself with but one friend remaining, Yi Shanshan. One can only wonder if the rotund fellow has boarded his flight yet, or if he is still indulging in the comforts of his gentle surroundings. As Chen Long converses with Yi Shanshan, his eyes occasionally wander to her graceful figure. Rest assured, on the way back yesterday, I overheard him receiving a call in his car, chatting with a certain beauty from an institution, likely discussing plans to travel to China together. This hefty fellow cannot allow himself to feel lonely on his journey, can he? Yi Shanshan's response shattered Chen Long's illusions, further diminishing his impression of Yang. Since entering university and becoming Chen Long's manager, Yang Ershi has assimilated into societal roles with remarkable speed, exhibiting none of the characteristics of an 18-year-old. While others are engrossed in their studies and pursuits of romance, he has taken to traversing the world in his car. Earning money and engaging in affairs alike, though the distinction now lies in the fact that he has become a businessman with some wealth. Having grown up alongside Chen Long and now accompanying him to Turin, despite Yang's cunning and devious nature, he remains loyal and devoted to Chen Long, sharing a bond of brotherhood. This thought brings a smile to Chen Long's lips. The conversation did not linger long on Yang Ershi, as Chen Long suddenly recalled Yi Sun and inquired about him. Did grandfather Yi not say he would return today? Why has he not yet appeared? He called earlier, mentioning that his flight was delayed by over an hour. He is likely still about half an hour away, Yi Shanshan replied while tidying the herbs on the table. Maintaining the dialogue with Chen Long. What kind of person is your grandfather? He seems almost celestial, akin to the sages depicted in novels. Indeed. Did I not mention before that he is a living deity? Speaking of this excites Yi Shanshan. If I tell you something, you will be even more astonished. What could possibly astonish me? Speak quickly, do not keep it to yourself. It makes one anxious. Yi Shanshan smiled and leisurely remarked. Do you know who established our traditional Chinese medicine college? I have a faint understanding of this. I've heard that it was funded by the Chinese government. Could it be that your grandfather personally financed its establishment? Chen Long's eyes widened in surprise. If that were the case, it would indeed be remarkable for a practitioner of traditional medicine to possess such wealth and be capable of supporting an entire university. Oh, that is not the case. My grandfather is merely the director of this hospital. Huh? The director? So you are referring to the esteemed director. Chen Long was equally astonished, as he had not anticipated that Yi Sun, whom he had encountered previously, was actually the director of the traditional Chinese medicine college, and that he was currently studying within the very institution. This news proved immensely beneficial, akin to clinging to a sturdy leg for support. And Chen Long gradually composed himself from his initial surprise. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I've taken so many detours because of you. Thankfully, I was adjusted to the academy today. Otherwise, you would have truly led me astray. Yi Shanshan playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, well, you didn't say anything either. I didn't say it because I was unaware, but your silence suggests deliberate concealment and deception. I expressed my strong disdain towards you. The two resumed their banter, yet the atmosphere was delightfully relaxed, entirely devoid of the awkwardness and passivity that had characterized the previous night's encounter between a certain individual and the little enchantress. As their playful exchange continued, Chen Long recalled another perplexing matter that had long intrigued him. What about Ronaldinho? What is the story there? I've always wondered why. Although Ronaldinho underwent surgery in Belgium and the United States, it suddenly transformed into your grandfather's masterpiece? That, my friend, is a secret, and I am not at liberty to disclose it. Come on, just share a little information. It won't kill you, will it? I'm genuinely curious. Does your grandfather possess some astonishing medication or technique that defies nature? Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to associate Yi Sun with the realm of immortal beings. Not as miraculous as you think, but there are indeed a few potent remedies. What you've been taking recently seems to be among them. Yi Shanshan replied with a gentle smile. What exactly is it? Don't leave me in suspense, Chen Long urged. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself. Yi Shanshan's answer once again left Chen Long feeling frustrated. How is this any different from saying nothing at all? However, if you frequent the academy, grow closer to my grandfather, and spend more time in the laboratory, you might just discover the answer in due course. Are you implying that I should ingratiate myself with your grandfather to curry favor? Haha. Although Chen Long wasn't as shameless as Yang Ershi, he was equally astute. He understood that cultivating a good relationship with Yi Sun would ultimately provide him with insights into the matter. Moreover, this issue was of paramount importance to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resolutely changed his decision to attend the traditional Chinese medicine academy that morning. What secrets lay hidden within Ronaldinho? No, the true question was, what secrets were concealed within Yi Sun? This curiosity deeply fascinated Chen Long, and he silently resolved to uncover this mystery. Perhaps on the day he unraveled it, the challenges he faced would finally be surmounted. Just as he was lost in thought, the shop's door swung open. Yi Sun had finally returned to Turin. Chapter 55, Testing the Medicine. This is the second time in over 3 weeks that Chen Long has encountered Yi Sun since their last parting at home. Chen Long has not seen Yi Sun again, with Shan diligently preparing medicine for him in the interim. The second meeting, much like the first, left Chen Long with the impression that Yi Sun resembled a living deity, albeit one of advanced age. As Chen Long was not well acquainted with Yi Sun, he felt a degree of restraint. Had it been Shan, she would have long been chattering away. Despite his age, Yi Sun exuded vitality, showing no signs of decline whatsoever. After Yi Sun's return, Shan hurried off to prepare medicine, leaving the two elderly gentlemen alone together. The atmosphere was somewhat peculiar, as Chen Long felt uncertain about how to initiate conversation. Interactions among youth are effortless, yet the dynamic between a teenager and an octogenarian necessitates a process. Fortunately, Yi Sun was adept at conversation, smoothly guiding Chen Long into the topic at hand. Yi Sun first reached out to examine Chen Long's body, nodding repeatedly, clearly pleased with Chen Long's recent health. Chen Long dared not interrupt, allowing Yi Sun to explore his body freely. Strangely, a certain thought crossed Chen Long's mind, recalling the previous night when Canales had caressed his thigh. After a brief period, Yi Sun finally ceased his examination. Progress was evident. After consuming 3 doses of medicine over the past few days, Chen Long's meridians appeared noticeably more robust and substantial than before. It seems my medicine is indeed effective, Yi Sun remarked slowly, surveying his adopted son with satisfaction. He then approached a chest, opened it, and retrieved a plant that Chen Long could not identify. Yi Sun took it into the kitchen to hand it over to Shan before returning. I hear you have developed quite an interest in traditional Chinese medicine? Yi Sun smiled, suggesting, would you consider transferring to the Chinese Medicine Academy? Chen Long nodded in agreement, promptly replying, I have already transferred. Ah, splendid. Attending the Chinese Medicine Academy will greatly benefit you. Mastering such a craft will undoubtedly enrich your future career, Yi Sun affirmed, nodding. He continued, however, acquiring proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine is not something that can be achieved overnight. Yet, if you begin with acupuncture and acupoints, you should be able to grasp the fundamentals relatively quickly, particularly in the realm of football, where you will find it quite engaging. Chen Long nodded once more. Although he felt somewhat bewildered by the introduction to traditional Chinese medicine, he found himself particularly intrigued by the descriptions of medicinal practices and acupoints in his studies, making Yi Sun's inquiry timely and rewarding. Acupoints are akin to sluice gates along a river. If we open each gate and then channel, widen, and reinforce the flow of the river, everything will naturally run smoothly. If every sluice gate remains unmaintained for years, the flow of water will be obstructed, segmented into sections, leading not only to the collapse of vital pathways but also to the individual's eventual demise in a state of grotesque bloating. I have previously articulated this to you. Through the art of acupuncture, we can restore fluidity to the entire network of channels. At this juncture, you ought to commence your studies in acupuncture, while concerning medicinal remedies, you may look to Shan for guidance at a later time. Chen Long continued to nod in agreement. After all, whatever the elder stated was to be heeded without question, leaving no room for his own interjections. Fortunately, he grasped the concepts being discussed adequately. Pondering that acupuncture merely involved inserting needles into one's own acupoints, and it shouldn't be overly challenging, right? What if he missed the mark? Would it yield any repercussions? Do not be deceived into thinking acupuncture is a simple endeavor. While it may seem prevalent in society, few truly comprehend its essence. Novices may practice acupuncture to alleviate common ailments, yet masters wield it to resurrect the seemingly lifeless, to bring forth spring from withered branches. Yi Sun's words extinguished Chen Long's naive fantasies. The human body possesses an abundance of acupoints. It is not merely a matter of targeting one or two, but rather the entire pathway of the foot-showing kidney meridian. A slight miscalculation could lead to chaotic energy flow, potentially exacerbating your condition. Isn't that akin to wagering one's life? Is it truly that dramatic? Aren't there numerous individuals practicing acupuncture in public? Why does it appear so daunting when it comes to me? Yi Sun, perceiving his doubts, continued, your affliction is a terminal one. Distinct from the common cases seen in society, thus every aspect of your treatment must be approached with utmost caution. Do you understand? Upon concluding his explanation, he emphasized the necessity for you to thoroughly understand and familiarize yourself with all acupoints on your body, particularly those associated with the foot-shin kidney meridian. Once you have genuinely mastered this knowledge, I believe you will be prepared to attempt self-treatment, for the sake of his own life. Chen Long had no choice but to listen with humility and diligence. When he heard Yi Sun utter the following words, his eyes finally sparkled with illumination. Akin to a long-hidden underground operative, although shrouded in darkness, the brilliance in his eyes radiated an unparalleled intensity. Once you master acupuncture, you may even treat injuries of other athletes. This transcends mere technical skill. It is an extraordinary art beyond the realm of common imagination. The pride on Yi Sun's face as he spoke surprised Chen Long. Here was a man on the brink of death, yet still exuding such pride. It seemed to stem from the accomplishments of Ronaldo, prompting Chen Long to inquire, how did Ronaldo achieve his recovery? This matter, Yi Sun replied, will be discussed once you have acquired all the acupuncture techniques from me. To engage in this conversation now would be akin to discussing strategies on paper, lofty yet unattainable. Chen Long was taken aback by Yi Sun's brazen refusal to address his inquiry, leaving him feeling disheartened. How infuriating! He seems to be withholding valuable information. It appears I must persist in seeking more opportunities to learn. With a chuckle, he added, surely, grandfather possesses some miraculous medicine that promises swift success? With unabashed boldness, he inquired once again. Upon hearing his words, Yi Sun's brow twitched slightly as she cast a sidelong glance towards the kitchen. Feigning innocence, she remarked, what miraculous elixir could possibly exist? Is that what Yi Shanshan told you? Chen Long astutely noted Yi Sun's unusual shift in demeanor, realizing there must indeed be a remarkable secret at play, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. After all, one could only surmise that a venerable figure such as his grandfather would possess treasures beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, such as wondrous potions. Thus, the boy speculated, chuckling to himself. Yet, what elixirs and miraculous brews are there? In truth, there are no immortals in this world. All is crafted and devised by human intellect and labor. So do not indulge in fanciful dreams. Yi Sun shattered his thoughts once more, then shifted the subject. To substantiate this grand truth, I have deliberately brought back a new medicinal herb, which I have incorporated into the original formula I prescribed for you. Let us observe the results, to be candid. I merely surmise it will yield favorable effects, though I have not tested it. Not tested? Does that not pose a grave risk? Are you intending to use me as a guinea pig? Oh, heavens, what if I were to perish? Chen Long felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Inwardly cursing Yi Sun profusely, yet he lacked the courage to voice his concerns. Grandfather, is this safe? Safe? In medicine, there is no such thing as absolute safety. However, fret not, it is not lethal. The potion is ready, you should drink it promptly. As she spoke, Yi Shanshan had already brought forth the concoction. Poor Chen Long could only brace himself as he watched Yi Shanshan approach slowly, as if his very life were on the verge of reporting to the underworld. Chapter 56. The potion that will not bring death. Yi Shanshan held the potion with a cheerful smile, presenting it before Chen Long, while Yi Sun wore a knowing grin. The elderly and the young seemed to regard me as a mere specimen for experimentation. What would happen if I were to drink this and collapse right here on the spot? Alas, I truly seem to have come to the wrong place today. Surrounded by such shameless individuals, Chen Long instinctively reached for his phone in his pocket, contemplating whether he should call the emergency center if he sensed something amiss, lest he meet his demise here. The medicine still emitted steam, akin to boiling water, perpetually awaiting the exposed Chen Long. He blew gently on the concoction, ostensibly attempting to cool it down, while internally he wrestled with uncertainty. If death is to come, so be it. It is merely a bowl of medicine. If it doesn't kill me, then I shall be fine. In the end, Chen Long took the plunge and drank it down, gulping without hesitation, without pause. Within half a minute, the potion was swallowed, and he was drenched in sweat, partly from the heat of the medicine, and partly from the anxiety weighing heavily on his mind. After consuming it, he waited for what felt like an eternity, yet his body exhibited no reaction, completely defying his expectations. This is nothing at all? It's far better than the concoctions that Yi Shanshan brewed on previous occasions. After drinking those, I felt a warmth enveloping my entire body, brimming with desire and impulse. Yet, After consuming this one, I feel no reaction whatsoever. Could it be that the potency has diminished? He cast a puzzled glance at Yisun. I feel nothing at all? This is considerably more pleasant than what I had before. What could be the reason? Yisun had been intently observing Chen Long, and upon hearing his response, he burst into a joyful laugh. Ha ha, that is precisely it, just as it should be. Is this correct? What is truly right? Could it be a good thing? This old man has conjured up some mystery again. According to Chen Long's perspective, medicine should take effect immediately upon ingestion, ideally with a response as vigorous as, or even more pronounced than, prior experiences. Yet, at this moment, his body remained unresponsive. How could that be deemed correct? Successful? He found himself bewildered. Yisun offered no extensive explanation on this matter. Instead, he produced a small notebook and hastily scribbled a few lines, so untidy that even Chen Long, standing beside him, could not decipher the characters. Chen Long could only lament that these were the writings of a celestial being, incomprehensible to mere mortals. He had thought the handwriting of Western doctors was already arcane, yet he discovered that traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were equally adept at crafting symbols, their strokes vibrant and dynamic, exuding an ethereal presence. Since Yisun declared it was correct and indeed a good thing, Chen Long naturally felt reassured, no longer fearing an unexpected collapse or the need to summon an ambulance. With his spirits lifted, he began an endless stream of chatter with Yisun. Though Yisun responded only in brief, showing little inclination for an extended conversation. Eventually, feeling somewhat out of place intruding upon this reunion of the elderly and the young, Chen Long excused himself and departed hastily. Lacking culinary skills, Chen Long dined alone, finding the experience rather dull. And soon his thoughts drifted back to his encounter with Canales from the previous night. Dining alone could indeed be tedious. Wouldn't the presence of a little sprite enhance the enjoyment manifold? Oh, heavens, why am I reminiscing about a little sprite? Alas, such beings possess an enchanting allure. No wonder they abound in society, designed to beguile. I must cease these thoughts of the little sprite. Yet, ironically, he found himself at the same noodle shop where he had dined the night before, whether by intention or coincidence. Typically, a bowl of noodles would consume no more than 10 minutes of his time, but today, he lingered for half an hour. This clearly indicated his preoccupation. Ultimately, things did not unfold as he had hoped, and he trudged homeward, feeling inexplicably hollow. Hadn't he just eaten his fill? As Chen Long walked, a sense of unease nagged at him. His heart raced, and his body felt unusually warm. Was he feverish? He touched his forehead. It didn't feel hot. Yet his body was inexplicably heated. Why do I keep recalling that little sprite? No way. Is there a reaction occurring? This is too wicked. I can't go on. If I do, I might as well transform into a mountain. This is sinister, far too sinister. Could it be the aftermath of that bowl of medicine? It's highly likely. Ah, how wicked. As Chen Long ambled along the street, he noticed that due to an overreaction, his trousers had begun to bulge in a rather embarrassing manner amidst the bustling crowd. What a humiliation it would be seen. He quickly crouched down, unable to proceed further. Why am I so unfortunate? Yisun is truly despicable. Does he genuinely not realize that this medication could provoke such a reaction, and a heightened one at that? Alas, previously I could alleviate this sensation with a jog, but in my current state, how can I even contemplate running? I need to hail a taxi, and quickly. This thought consumed me. Squatting by the roadside, I awaited the arrival of a cab. The effects of the drug began to manifest, and my complexion flushed a deep crimson. Passers-by occasionally glanced my way, wondering if I was suffering from an upset stomach. Why endure such distress without seeking a restroom for relief? At last, a taxi arrived, and I swiftly plunged into the back seat, disregarding the curious stares of onlookers. The driver, noting my hurried entrance, promptly inquired, "Sir, which hospital shall I take you to?" A seasoned cab driver is adept at reading situations, and upon observing my condition, he naturally assumed I was unwell. Upon hearing his question, I felt a wave of helplessness wash over me, yet I managed to respond, "I am not ill. I simply have a stomach issue. Please take me to XX Road, no XX. Oh, so it's merely a stomach issue," he mused. But shouldn't you return home for that rather than seek a nearby solution? The driver found my peculiar choice of action perplexing, yet he refrained from further commentary, perhaps considering that some individuals prefer the comfort of their homes for such matters. Indeed, I must be an oddity. He then accelerated, racing towards my residence. I was oblivious to the driver's thoughts. My singular focus was on returning home post-haste to resolve my predicament. The image of Canales, in all her grace, flooded my mind. The more I envisioned her, the more intense my bodily reaction became. Finally, the vehicle reached my doorstep, and I hastily tossed cash at the driver. Neglecting to wait for change, I dashed past a sleek white Audi parked nearby, even forgetting to close the door behind me. Once inside, I bolted straight to the bathroom and turned on the faucet. The icy water cascaded over me. Yet I felt as though I were enveloped in the warmth of a hot bath. My body, akin to a roasted duck, radiated heat. What should I do? What should I do? The cold water seemed ineffective. Should I call for a service to assist? No, I couldn't possibly allow my first experience to be with a stranger. That was absolutely out of the question. What then? Perhaps self-satisfaction? But now? Wouldn't that be exhausting? As I submerged myself beneath the frigid water, my thoughts spiraled into turmoil. Meanwhile, a series of knocks echoed from the living room. Chapter 58. The Little Pup of Naples in a Single Night. I transformed from a boy into a man, while Canales transitioned from a girl into a woman. The white Audi R8 had lingered overnight at Chen Long's doorstep, while the two individuals had spent the night within the house. Typically, Chen Long would be picked up by his neighbor, Higuain, en route to the training grounds. But this morning was somewhat different. As Higuain emerged from the garage, he was taken aback to discover an Audi parked at Chen Long's entrance. Contemplating whether Chen Long had indeed acquired a new vehicle, perhaps the advertising revenue had proven to be quite lucrative? Unsure, he drove closer and honked the horn a few times. At that moment, Chen Long was also preparing to step outside and heard Higuain's honking, prompting him to emerge. You bought a car, huh? Where did you acquire the funds for the advertisement? This is the latest model of Audi. Shall we take turns driving it? Higuain jested. Chen Long, recalling the presence of the little enchantress's vehicle outside, felt a pang of annoyance. He glanced at the car Higuain mentioned, realizing how conspicuous it was. It would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. He needed to have the little enchantress move it swiftly. Haha, Higuain, I thought this was your new car. That you deliberately parked it here to show off. How could I possibly afford a car? Chen Long replied, somewhat awkwardly. Higuain, being observant and an amateur rider in private, sensed something amiss due to Chen Long's unnatural demeanor. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter. You rascal, you must be involved with a wealthy woman, haha. The words left Chen Long's face darkened, as they implied he was being supported by a wealthy woman, a blow to his self-esteem. Just as he felt the weight of embarrassment, Canales appeared, her black LV bag in hand, clicking rhythmically as she approached him. She wrapped her arms around his neck, affectionately clinging to him. Higuain was left in disbelief. This was no wealthy matron, but rather a youthful, alluring beauty. Chen Long was indeed fortunate. As he gazed a little longer, Higuain suddenly recalled something, and astonishment washed over him anew. Canales? You two are together? Higuain had encountered Canales before at Perlo's estate, but had not paid much attention to her then. Now, witnessing her emerge from Chen Long's home in such a familiar manner, it was evident that their relationship was decidedly intimate. So much so that even the usually composed Higuain resorted to such scandalous terminology. Higuain's reaction equally startled Chen Long, suggesting that their affair would soon be common knowledge among their teammates. What would happen if Perlo found out? The suddenness of the situation left Chen Long somewhat unsettled. Since you have a car, I won't wait for you any longer. I'll be off, Higuain declared, driving away in his green Beetle, leaving the two young individuals momentarily at a loss for words. I'll take you to the training ground later, but you must first accompany me for breakfast, Canales insisted. Still nestled close to him, appearing utterly like a delicate, dependent bird. The implication of her words was clear. Chen Long was her man, and she was his woman. Thus she would take him to the training ground. This overt declaration suggested that Canales intended to unveil their relationship to the public. Chen Long, already worried about the repercussions of their relationship being revealed and its potential impact on Canales, especially considering she was just 18 and had spent the night with him, felt the weight of Perlo's possible reaction. Moreover, one must consider the pressure of dating the daughter of a steel magnate. Chen Long refrained from agreeing to go out for breakfast. Instead, he hastily prepared a few eggs in the kitchen. Going out to eat? That would be foolish, inviting a swarm of attention. He was capable of frying a few eggs. After all, with his parents often away on business, he would have starved long ago without some culinary skills. As Canales savored the eggs cooked by his own hand, her expression mirrored that of a newlywed on the second day, radiating boundless happiness and joy. After their delightful breakfast, Canales drove Chen Long to the training ground. However, upon arrival, they found themselves in shock. A throng of journalists had gathered at the entrance, effectively blocking the way. It was impossible for any vehicle to pass, let alone for people to get through. What on earth were they doing, surrounding the training ground so early in the morning? From a distance, Canales spotted a group of reporters and decided to halt several meters away. Little did he know, after a hearty breakfast, they were eager for news. Chen Long casually responded, "Oh no, what if the reporters see us? We become the headline. Quick, let us turn around before it's too late." However, by the time Chen Long realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. Look, that car over there, the white Audi. It's definitely them. Just like in the newspaper. It was astonishing how keen the reporter's eyes were, as he had spotted Canales' sports car from afar and quickly rushed over. Upon hearing this, the other reporters hastily followed suit, fearing they might miss out on this sensational story. "It's over, they're coming." As Chen Long saw the reporters rushing towards the car like wolves, he instinctively lowered his head, attempting to hide from their gaze. But Canales, grasping him by the neck like a chick, compelled Chen Long to peek out again. What is there to fear? Eventually, we'll be discovered. Why not embrace a bold romance instead? I want to declare to the world that this charming young man is mine, and no one shall compete with me for him. In the midst of their conversation, the reporters had already surrounded the car. Flashes from their cameras illuminated the scene as Canales embraced Chen Long, striking various intimate poses and gestures, seizing every opportunity to attract media attention. After capturing a plethora of pictures, the reporters finally paused their clicking, but their inquiries began. "Mr. Chen Long, when did your relationship with Miss Canales begin?" The reporter's question was direct and unabashed, devoid of any subtlety. Given the couple's overtly affectionate display, even the blind could perceive their closeness. This inquiry pertains to Chen Long, yet it is Canales who responds. Today marks the inaugural day, how amusing. Before the assembled journalists, Canales exhibits no signs of trepidation, likely due to her upbringing in a prominent family, coupled with her inherent disposition. "You all gathered here so early. Surely it cannot just be for the two of us? Naturally, they are here for you, as even before the workday commenced." I had already seen the report in today's Naples Morning News. "Ah, there's news already this morning? How could it be so swift?" Chen Long interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. To his surprise, a kind-hearted journalist produced a newspaper, handing it to Chen Long. Upon receiving it and glancing at the contents, he was taken aback. The headline of the Naples Morning News featured 3 large photographs prominently placed amidst the text. The first captured Chen Long entering his home from behind. The second depicted Canales from the side as she entered, and the third showcased the Audi R8 parked at Chen Long's doorstep. The professionalism of the Naples Morning News reporters was evident, possessing both eyewitness accounts and tangible evidence, leaving Chen Long with no recourse for denial. After perusing the article, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Canales leaned in to take a look and, pouting slightly, candidly criticized, "The photography is quite poor. It fails to capture my exquisite beauty. Pray tell, esteemed friends, which journalist possesses such remarkable skill to stealthily photograph me in the dead of night, and with such professionalism? The evidence is irrefutable." Chen Long expressed his admiration earnestly, glancing around at the reporters in hopes of an answer. It was, of course, the infamous Russian Balotelli, known for his audacity. Someone soon revealed the name. What? Not Balotelli the driver? This driver doubles as a journalist? Truly a talent. Even his name is splendid. Chen Long jested, eliciting laughter from the reporters. As of now, we have yet to see him. Who knows if he is off playing the driver or the journalist? He has provided first-hand material, while you all discuss stale news. How dull. As the training time drew near, Chen Long found himself still ensnared by the throng of reporters. That Balotelli is the chief paparazzo of Naples, serving the Naples club. Did you not showcase your prowess at the Super Cup last time? He is here specifically to unsettle Juventus, particularly to rattle your composure. One journalist analyzed astutely. If I'm not mistaken, he may already be scaling a wall, poised to clandestinely capture your training. Truly remarkable professionalism. Thankfully, the curtains were drawn last night. Otherwise, one might have been invited to star as an adult film lead today. Just imagine if he captured a scene between him and Canales. What chaos would ensue the following day? Contemplating this, Chen Long felt an immense sense of relief. He considered himself exceedingly fortunate. This individual, having foregone sleep last night, seeks to strategize now. Such eccentricity. Should I encounter him, I would certainly seize the opportunity for some well-deserved extortion. As he pondered, he cast his gaze beyond the confines of the fence. While Chen Long was lost in thought, Canales, like a seasoned celebrity, effortlessly fielded a multitude of questions, seamlessly stepping into the role of Chen Long's girlfriend. Ultimately, had it not been for the intervention of security personnel at the training ground, this tedious interview might have stretched on until the conclusion of the training session. After exchanging a brief farewell with Chen Long, Canales swiftly departed the training area. Just before leaving, Chen Long stumbled upon a rather serious concern. Canales was heading to class, but where? Naturally, it was at the University of Turin, which was, coincidentally, his own institution. Thankfully, it was not the traditional Chinese medicine college. Canales was studying sports. Meanwhile, concealed behind a large tree, an individual was snickering mischievously. Chapter 59. The first to emerge overnight. Chen Long found himself in the embrace of love, basking in the glory of newfound affection on the pitch. Upon arriving at the training ground, however, he encountered Perlo, which rendered him somewhat awkward. Perlo solemnly warned him that if Chen Long dared to toy with his sister's emotions, he would not let him off the hook. Chen Long had anticipated such a reaction and mused that if his relationship with Canales remained fruitless, would he then be hunted down by the entire Iron Kingdom? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Typically sporting a jovial demeanor, Chen Long now bore a heavy heart, compelled to swear numerous oaths of utmost sincerity to Perlo. Shortly thereafter, a significant piece of news broke. Juventus's assistant coach voluntarily resigned. Seemingly entangled in the scandal of match-fixing, Juventus now resembled a ship swaying perilously in the eye of a storm, perpetually beset by misfortune and adversity. Nevertheless, Juventus's training sessions continued unabated, untouched by external influences, with Conti meticulously directing the drills as always. After a mere 5 minutes in the gym, Chen Long emerged. For that brief interval constituted his workout. With nothing else to occupy him, he strolled around the training field. What was merely a stroll in a match transformed into a leisurely observation during training. He recalled the information provided by the reporters earlier. A certain Napoli paparazzo was currently playing hide-and-seek on the training grounds, and he felt compelled to unearth the young rascal, not out of fear that he might pilfer Juventus's training materials, but rather to administer a well-deserved reprimand. He feigned dribbling the ball, leisurely jogging around the training ground, all the while searching for that young lad. However, after several laps, he failed to spot anyone stealthily lurking in the corners or crouching against the walls, which left him in a state of considerable frustration. It appeared that the journalist's information was not particularly accurate, and in the end, he reluctantly decided to abandon his quest. Chen Long's favorite training activities were shooting and dribbling. Yet his teammates resolutely refused to engage with him in these pursuits, even going so far as to exclude him entirely. This predicament was one that even Coach Conti could not rectify, leaving him to tolerate their antics. Unfortunately, as an extraneous member of the team, Chen Long was exceedingly formidable in these two skills, having toyed with nearly all his teammates, thus rendering him the adversary of his companions on the training field. Bored and discontented, Chen Long, much like the coaches on the sidelines, observed the training session. To an unknowing observer, he might have appeared as a member of the coaching staff, for it was rare to see a player behaving in such a manner. Was this his fortune or misfortune? With a heart weighed down by frustration, Chen Long made his way to the goal defended by Buffon, intent on watching his teammates take shots. Since he had nothing better to do, he figured he might as well stealthily acquire some techniques. After all, it had been a long time since he had replicated any impressive skills. Just the previous evening, he had jested with Buffon about goalkeeping. Perhaps today he could glean some of his exceptional techniques. A mischievous thought danced in his mind. He selected a rather peculiar position to sit, right beside the left post of the goal. Upon seeing him there, his teammates erupted into wicked laughter, clearly concocting various schemes. From this vantage point, their shots would likely aim for the dead corner. Any errant kicks would send the ball flying beyond the post. With the sight of Chen Long in that spot, his teammates eagerly rushed to take their shots, particularly those from the midfield and defense who had long been at the mercy of his prowess. Today, they seized the opportunity to showcase their skills, perhaps even seeking revenge by scoring against him. Chen Long pretended not to notice their antics, casually lounging while entirely disregarding their intentions, yet he was secretly calling out for Xing Lei and Shi Tu to appear. I have told you countless times. I am not Shi Tu. My name is Xing Lei. But when I called out, you came, did you not? Despite your claims of calling Shi Tu in your heart, you were calling for me, so I had no choice but to appear. Is this a compliment to your cleverness or an insult to your foolishness? I must express that I witnessed something last night. Wait. Did you not say you wouldn't come out unless it was unrelated to football, or I didn't call for you? Chen Long, upon hearing that Xing Lei had seen him again the previous night, could hardly maintain his composure, mentally scolding Xing Lei numerous times. I wish to replicate Buffon-esque goalkeeping skills. Very well, let me see what I can do. As Chen Long conversed with Xing Lei, his gaze remained fixed on the right side of the training ground. Today was devoid of wind, so why were the leaves in front of him swaying so vigorously? Is there an animal up there? An animal? Huh. I see. How cleverly concealed. I suppose it was lurking like this last night as well. Just you wait. Chen Long interrupted his communication with Xing Lei and walked into the field. I want to play with you, you little pervert. Buffon noticed his entrance and quickly restrained Chen Long, preventing him from taking a shot. Chen Long waved his hand dismissively, replying with disdain, I'm not playing with you. You're no match for me. I'm just putting on a show for everyone, haha. Buffon ignored the insult, accustomed to it by now. Verbal taunts are far more palatable than humiliation on the field. What he was truly concerned about was what trick this little pervert was planning next. Would someone else fall victim to his antics? The other teammates exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Chen Long's intentions, ceasing their shooting practice. They had intended to torment Chen Long during the shooting, but unexpectedly, he had approached them willingly. With a cheerful smile, Chen Long bent down before his teammates' footballs and meticulously arranged them in a line, not across the goal but parallel to the sidelines. Everyone watched his peculiar actions in confusion. Marquisio was the first to chuckle foolishly, speculating, Did you play too much with Pirlo's sister last night? And now your brain is muddled? Pirlo swiftly delivered a slap, exclaiming, You have a loose tongue. A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory, right? That stung Marquisio, who dared not speak out again. Oh my goodness, are we really indulging this child in a game of make-believe? Buffon pondered. The others were abuzz with chatter. But only Chiellini noticed Chen Long's unusual demeanor and chose to remain silent. After neatly arranging over a dozen footballs, Chen Long seemed poised to take a shot. Everyone assumed he would shoot, yet the direction appeared misguided, confirming their suspicion that his wits might be dulled. Undeterred by the mockery, Chen Long struck the ball. The ball soared with tremendous force and perfect arc, heading straight towards the large tree at the edge of the training ground. Oh dear. This little dragon has truly lost his mind. Has he become addicted to shooting after last weekend? Giovinco watched Chen Long's bizarre behavior, nearly moved to tears. The ball struck precisely where Chen Long intended, causing the branches to sway dramatically and dislodge several leaves. No reaction? Let us see how long you can endure this. Chen Long wore an enigmatic smile, while the others shook their heads, thinking this boy had truly lost it today. With a second shot, Chen Long aimed again at the same spot, once more shaking loose more leaves, yet still no response. The third, fourth, and fifth shots followed in rapid succession, each one sending leaves scattering across the ground. After the fifth ball fell, the tree finally stirred, swaying vigorously. Still silent? Very well. You seem to possess remarkable patience. Chen Long swiftly launched 3 consecutive shots, aimed directly at it. No, please. I surrender. I surrender. If you shoot me again, I shall fall. At last, a voice filled with terror echoed from the tree, akin to the frantic cries of a slaughtered pig. The crowd suddenly realized the truth. This fellow was actually shooting at someone. Was there someone up in that tree? A spy? A secret agent? Discussions erupted as furious players and coaches from Juventus rushed towards the tree. Chapter 60. A rematch against Napoli. A young man, bruised and battered, struggled to descend from the tree amidst the skeptical gazes of the crowd. Once on the ground, he appeared unfazed by the multitude surrounding him, focusing instead on his reddened nose. Seeing his disheveled state, the crowd erupted in laughter. His long, rosy nose, typical of a Russian, had become even more flushed after being shot at by Chen Long. Are you not Bukharin-Shufsky? Chen Long stepped forward, unable to suppress a chuckle, feeling a sense of satisfaction at having avenged himself. For who told him to engage in covert photography? Who told him to hide in the tree and refuse to come down? This was retribution for his sneaky behavior. Shufsky, of a similar age to Chen Long, bore an innocent face dotted with numerous pimples. He did not take offense at Chen Long's taunts and replied earnestly, Yes, I am Bukharin-Shufsky. What you call covert photography, I consider the spirit of a professional paparazzo. To fulfill my duty, I must exemplify my unwavering professional ethics. Goodness, you are truly shameless. How about I sneak a peek at you and your lady's intimate moments tonight? Chen Long retorted, feeling a surge of anger at his audacity. I assure you, I am without a woman, Shufsky casually replied, seemingly unbothered. Are you not afraid you won't make it out of this place? Shama, ready to take action, appeared eager to confront him. I am a journalist. What can you do to me? Surely you wouldn't dare to assault me in broad daylight? Shufsky maintained his composure, a testament to his experience as a seasoned reporter. You are right. Not assaulting you would not quell my anger. Chen Long replied, his teeth clenched with fury. I can assure you, it is certain you will be beaten today, for I am but a temporary worker. Even if I weren't, you would still be punished. For I detest those who engage in underhanded dealings. Chen Long's words were laced with palpable rage, evident from his expression. The other players shared his sentiments. None wished for their private lives to be intruded upon by such paparazzi, especially in the case of Perlo, whose sister is also one of the victims. His expression mirrors that of Chen Long. However, I am a person who adheres to reason. I am certainly not as shameless as you, engaging in surreptitious deeds. I conduct my affairs with utmost transparency and fairness, which is why I choose to confront you in a duel. Chen Long continued to assert his stance with unwavering confidence. A duel? This fellow dares to challenge someone? With a mere 5 minutes of stamina, he wishes to engage in combat? Is he courting disaster? His teammates were taken aback. Unable to fathom that at such a moment, Chen Long had the audacity to propose a duel. Indeed, a duel, you against our entire team, each of us one-on-one. Quite equitable. As Chen Long uttered such audacious words, the others finally grasped the implication. At this moment, Brother Siki was utterly bewildered, gripped by fear and desperate for mercy. Yet it was too late. After Chen Long uttered those fateful words, he opened his mouth and declared, "Brothers, shut the door and unleash the fury." In response, a chorus of agreement erupted, eagerly anticipating this very moment. Fists and feet rained down upon Brother Siki, and he had little awareness of how many blows he endured. Suffice it to say, he was left battered and bruised, his body a canvas of bruises. The camera? It had long since been reduced to mere fragments, and his clothing resembled that of a victim of relentless torment, tattered and in shambles. Amidst the chaos, the astute Conti, accompanied by his coaching staff, unfurled a banner and effectively obscured the entrance, ensuring that no one could witness the unfolding events within the training ground. Poor Brother Siki, after enduring a savage beating, found himself utterly incapable of departing the scene, while the cunning fox, Conti, audaciously dialed for an ambulance, arranging for it to whisk Brother Siki away. Before leaving, he summoned a journalist to share the fabricated narrative that Brother Siki was a traitor from Napoli who had ventured to the Juventus training ground to engage in clandestine photography. The story went that while he was blissfully capturing images from a tree, he accidentally fell, suffering a grievous injury. Fortunately, the players witnessed this unfortunate incident and promptly called for medical assistance. The shameless Juventus players and coaches uniformly echoed this narrative. Yet any discerning observer could see the implausibility of the tale. While the act of spying was indeed true, the fall was a mere fabrication. However, lacking concrete evidence, no one could take action against them, and thus the matter ultimately faded into ambiguity. Upon learning of the incident, the Napoli Morning News refrained from any significant response, opting instead to publish a subtly critical article in a small corner, covertly mocking and condemning the thuggish behavior of Juventus. Yet, as the initial provocateurs were Napoli themselves, there was little room for any substantial retaliation. These are merely trivial matters and sensational news, while the central theme revolves around the imminent clash 3 days hence. In mid-August, Napoli faced defeat against Juventus in the Super Cup, and now they meet Juventus again in the second round of the league. Naturally, reporters are eager to extract some drama, particularly from the Napoli camp, which seeks to disrupt Juventus's morale through sensational headlines and rumors. Juventus currently grapples with internal and external turmoil. The match-fixing scandal has left them utterly fatigued. Not only has head coach Conti faced a 3-month suspension, but even the assistant coach unexpectedly resigned today, exacerbating the situation. Initially, the assistant was to step in for Conti on the sidelines, but now, mere days later, he too has fallen victim to the chaos. Juventus has begun to discreetly scout for a new head coach, yet no ideal candidate has emerged amidst the pressing urgency of their predicament. Therefore, for the time being, Conti remains the cornerstone, shouldering the burdens of the club. As they prepare to confront Napoli once more, the circumstances are decidedly different from before. Following their defeat in Beijing, Napoli has recruited several talented players from South America, bolstering their strength. Had it not been for the extraordinary emergence of Chen Long in their previous encounter, the outcome might have been uncertain. The Napoli coach remarked in the press conference that Chen Long was the decisive factor. However, can Chen Long replicate such brilliance this time around? Napoli has undeniably become a formidable force in Italy. This storied club has been revitalized and continues to grow in strength. It remains uncertain whether Juventus can conquer this challenging opponent once more. Will they still rely on Chen Long? With a series of spectacular performances, Chen Long has captured the attention of the entire Italian football scene, and even the international stage. Is there anyone capable of containing his prowess within 5 minutes? Indeed. The most daunting aspect is not Chen Long's dribbling on the pitch, but rather his free-kick prowess. Once given the opportunity, he strikes true. After his dazzling debut in the opening match, Chen Long has emerged as the brightest star in Italy, overshadowing even the recently celebrated hat-trick of Inter's veteran Milito. For in that match, Chen Long not only scored but also left opponents and referees reeling. Chapter 61. Buffon, the seamstress. The unexpected arrival of Buffon interrupted the training session. Yet this event unexpectedly infused Juventus with a touch of amusement. It was unexpected that the Juventus players demonstrated such unwavering unity, to the extent of turning skis into a sight resembling a pig's head, causing quite the uproar. Initially, I lamented the loss of an excellent opportunity to torment Chen Long, pondering when such a chance would present itself again, when, to my astonishment, Chen Long returned to his previous position. It remains unclear whether this was a deliberate choice or merely a serendipitous act. Regardless, Chen Long stood once more by the goalpost, igniting a renewed excitement among his teammates, seemingly more thrilled than when they had just engaged in their earlier antics. The shooting practice was categorized into 2 types: stationary shots and one-on-one confrontations with the goalkeeper. At the outset, the teammates opted for stationary shots, allowing them to aim directly at Chen Long. However, this resulted in a dismal performance, as nearly every shot failed to reach the goal frame, leaving Buffon entirely untouched by the ball. Yet, since the shots were directed towards Chen Long, they invariably ended up in the corners, prompting Buffon to instinctively dive towards the posts. It is indeed unfortunate that this group lacked precision. The balls either soared towards the heavens or veered away from the target, with none striking Chen Long. Finally, after a couple of attempts that did head his way, he effortlessly evaded them. Chen Long has finally grasped the intent of his teammates and erupted into hearty laughter. The jest has been made, and Connie reprimanded them. Play is permissible, but it must not be taken too far. The players had no choice but to cease their antics and recommence earnest training. Meanwhile, Chen Long remained at the sidelines, observing Buffon's performance. The team, having returned to a state of discipline, shed their earlier laxity, and their shooting accuracy improved significantly. After all, aiming for a specific point is challenging, but targeting such a vast goal offers ample room for selection. Unless one fails to connect with the ball, a professional player's foot should be capable of sending the ball within the confines of the goalpost. Buffon, too, finally showcased his skills, adeptly intercepting shots and rarely allowing players to score, unless they struck from a theoretically impossible angle. Otherwise, shooting from outside the penalty area proved quite difficult, except for exceptional talents like Pirlo or Chen Long. Chen Long had long summoned the star tier, tirelessly absorbing the essence of Buffon's goalkeeping prowess. Truth be told, Buffon has aged and is currently in a phase of decline. Once the world's number 1, he now ranks at best 2nd or 3rd, with the top spot likely belonging to Casillas of Real Madrid. Nevertheless, even in decline, Buffon remains a world-class goalkeeper. The data absorbed and replicated by Star Tier continuously feeds into Chen Long's mind, allowing him to swiftly adapt to the existence of a top-tier goalkeeper. In his consciousness, Buffon epitomizes steadiness, mastering one-on-one situations, penalty kicks, aerial challenges, and long-range shots, particularly excelling in his second reactions, which are nothing short of divine. Of course, such prowess requires robust physical attributes to support it. Is Chen Long lacking in physicality? In a span of 5 minutes, certainly not. Thus, he merely needs to fully absorb the skills in his mind to replicate everything Buffon has demonstrated. Next came the second phase of training, one-on-one shooting drills, during which Buffon's sharpness in thwarting such opportunities became even more evident. Chen Long found himself exclaiming in astonishment, quickly realizing that Buffon possesses an innate awareness when it comes to one-on-one situations, effortlessly discerning the opponent's intentions, an instinct, or perhaps a talent that defies explanation. Undoubtedly honed by experience. His parents certainly did not name him Buffon in vain. After all, Buffon sounds akin to a fabric seam. A goal sewn together with cloth, how could one possibly score unless their strength and speed were sufficiently formidable to break through? Lost in thought, he could not help but inquire of Star Tier, what about Casillas' skills? The response was succinct, the lock. The lock? It is indeed a direct appellation, implying that when the ball reaches him, it is instantly rendered immobile. Astonished, Chen Long began to envision the scenarios of Casillas' goalkeeping, noting a striking resemblance. Buffon-esque goalkeeping techniques are already impressive, but what sort of concept would emerge if they were to amalgamate with those of Casillas or Cech? Chen Long began to indulge in a reverie. Humanity is inherently greedy. Upon attaining one desire, another emerges, epitomizing insatiable ambition. Chen Long was no exception. Much like his free kicks, which amalgamated three formidable skills, rendering them nearly indefensible. If his goalkeeping prowess could similarly integrate several elite techniques, would it not achieve the same intractability? After the training concluded, Xing Lei had completely absorbed Buffon-esque goalkeeping skills, a feat unbeknownst to anyone but Chen Long. Yet, he had no intention of revealing this newfound capability just yet, despite an undeniable eagerness to showcase it on the field. If Gigi were to discover this, the blow would be monumental, and it would be difficult for others to accept. If even goalkeeping reached such celestial heights, how could Chen Long continue to carve out his place in the sport? Buffon-esque goalkeeping was characterized by stability and exceptional one-on-one anticipation. However, when it came to predicting shots, Casillas surpassed him. Should the opportunity arise to encounter Casillas in the future, I would undoubtedly replicate his skills, Xing Lei mused wistfully. Coupled with the rock-solid skills of the enigmatic Cech, the result would be nothing short of perfection. Indeed, if time were to rewind a little further to incorporate the Lion King's roar from Khan, it would create an unparalleled guardian of the goal. Even Xing Lei began to harbor desires, not to mention the ambitious Chen Long, who listened intently. The Lion King is a legend. One who nearly achieved the title of World Footballer of the Year, tragically thwarted by an extraterrestrial adversary. The figure who once adorned the streets in his number 9 Brazil jersey was the sole individual capable of wresting victory from his grasp. The most famous remark regarding this phenomenon is, if any child, while dribbling, opts not to pass and continues to hold the ball, a frustrated peer might exclaim, "Do you think you are Ronaldo?" This is indeed a remarkable scenario. As for the renowned lioness roar, a mere shout could render an opposing forward, even in a one-on-one situation, trembling and powerless, ultimately succumbing to the Lion King's might. This is not mere legend, but a veritable truth. A goalkeeper who could slay with sound? He stands alone in that regard. If we consider players in other positions, perhaps Gattuso the Butcher might qualify. And Keane was also a formidable figure capable of inflicting harm. Beyond these, it is quite challenging to find another. However, when the Lion King faced the extraterrestrial, this tactic became futile. The Lion King needed to roar, while the alien merely needed to exert its presence, effortlessly dispatching defenders in its wake. Chapter 62. Coexisting with beauty. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Aside from dedicating half a day to training on the field, Chen Long spent the remainder of his daylight hours engaged in academic pursuits, now finding himself with more time devoted to study than to training. Naturally, as a prominent figure within the academy, his movements were considerably hampered. Yet, he had a formidable ally, the esteemed dean of the traditional Chinese medicine college, Yi Sun, at his side. His presence alone suffices. He has the liberty to enter the dean's office at will. The news of his romance with Canales has become common knowledge throughout the campus, inciting the disdain of both fans and female classmates alike. At such a tender age, his association with another girl has dealt a significant blow to his other admirers. Meanwhile, the atmosphere surrounding Canales' institution is equally tumultuous, with discontented offspring of affluent families seeking to confront Chen Long. They are perplexed as to how such a seemingly inconsequential and physically challenged football player could win the affections of Canales. Reports have even suggested that Canales spent the night at Chen Long's residence, further fueling their feelings of injustice. Compounding the situation, as Chen Long left school, a white Audi was conspicuously parked at the entrance of the traditional Chinese medicine college, with the stunning Canales inside. This sight plunged the already envious and irate onlookers into despair. Chen Long himself was taken aback by Canales' boldness in arriving at the school gate to pick him up, and he hastily entered the vehicle under the scrutiny of the crowd. The two individuals were exceedingly ostentatious, amidst a cacophony of derision and ire, of course. This was only after they had departed in haste. Chen Long was further disconcerted by the fact that Canales had unceremoniously relocated her belongings into the living room. Was this, as described in university parlance, cohabitation? To cohabit with a woman at the tender age of 18? What distinguished this from a life of servitude? Chen Long found himself increasingly unsettled, envisioning a bleak future. A prospective football superstar, shackled at 18 to a seemingly attractive, yet inherently fierce and formidable wife. And behind her stood not only the perverse Pirlo but also a multinational steel conglomerate as a daunting ally. The thought nearly shattered him. Before reaching 18, he had already endured a dismal and resigned existence. and just when a promising beginning seemed within grasp, it appeared he was on the brink of plunging into yet another abyss of despair. The more he pondered, the more discomfort he felt. Romance should simply be romance. Yet here he was, thrust into cohabitation on the third day, implying that in just 2 days, he had transitioned from courtship to the era of living together. With this new phase, marriage hardly seemed a distant prospect. Naturally, Canales was oblivious to Chen Long's turmoil, perceiving his reaction to her sudden presence as mere excitement. Although he had initially intended to refuse, his benevolent heart could not articulate such a rejection, leaving him resigned to the situation. However, this was merely his outward demeanor. Internally, he was apprehensive of the formidable support Canales had behind her. Once settled, this space would transform into a shared nest, no longer merely Chen Long's abode. With Canales' arrival, Yu Shanshan began to withdraw from their interactions. What was once a daily encounter had dwindled to a meeting every 3 days, presenting a significant obstacle to his studies. Whether Yu Shanshan's distance was intentional or inadvertent, she consistently deflected his attempts to meet, citing busyness, which left Chen Long feeling quite disheartened. Yet, the most serious concern for Chen Long was that he could only indulge in intimate moments with Canales once a week, a stipulation she accepted without objection. Thus, 3 days of cohabitation passed, marking the formal commencement of life with beauty. Aside from some issues regarding meals, no other concerns had yet surfaced. In the blink of an eye, Chen Long was set to participate in the youth league, facing off against the youth team of Napoli. The Napoli youth team was renowned for its array of prodigious talent. However, the owner had an aversion to Italian prodigies, instead favoring those from South America. Consequently, the youth team was filled with young athletes from various South American nations. While their names may currently escape him, who could dare predict that in a year or two, they might not emerge as sought-after stars? Originally, the match against Napoli was not scheduled so early. However, due to the association's consideration for both Napoli and Udinese, one participating in the Champions League qualifiers and the other in the Europa League, their schedules were rearranged. Consequently, Juventus found themselves facing Napoli sooner than anticipated, resulting in a challenging away game. After a week apart, the reunion of the two friends was naturally filled with warmth and camaraderie. Chen Long's return to the youth team brought him a sense of relaxation and joy that surpassed his time with the first team. The individuals here are all good friends from the same grade, and their camaraderie enhances the joy of play. There is no need to fixate on scoring goals or providing assists. They simply strive to do their best without the pressure of a large audience or the intensity of a live broadcast. This represents a simple yet fulfilling youth football experience. The match was proceeding smoothly, with the score tied at 1 apiece by halftime. In the second half, both teams managed to net another goal, bringing the score to 2-2. The coach of Juventus' youth team, emulating Conte, made an early substitution, bringing on Chen Long in hopes that this tactic would again yield remarkable results for Juventus. However, if such a strategy is indeed extraordinary, how could it be employed more than once? Upon Chen Long's entrance, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. What had been a tranquil match suddenly transformed into a rough and tumultuous affair. In mere 3 minutes, the head coach issued 6 yellow cards, all directed at the players of the Napoli youth team. Remarkably, each of these fouls occurred near the center circle against Chen Long. This is a blatant foul intended to waste time and prevent Chen Long from initiating an attack. Clearly, this is not the case, as the foul is exceedingly brutal. It appears to be an attempt to incapacitate Chen Long entirely. But why would one seek to undermine Chen Long? Is there truly a necessity for this within the youth team? Evidently, it is implausible. This is a matter well known to all. Chen Long not only participates in the youth team's matches, but is also certain to take the field for the first team the following day. Thus, this is a conspiracy. A scheme aimed at sidelining Chen Long. Even if they do not succeed in that, causing him injury would suffice. Clearly, these youth players have received directives from the first team, exerting every effort to eliminate Chen Long. What temptation could incite such fervor and reckless abandon? Surely, it must be the allure of ascending to the ranks of the first team, particularly for those young players hailing from South American countries, who have journeyed thousands of miles to Italy. If they do not give their all, how can they rise through the ranks and make a name for themselves in Europe? Hence, they are willing to risk everything. Chen Long found himself besieged. The other members of Juventus' youth team were not to be underestimated either. Witnessing Chen Long's brutal treatment, they naturally sought to bring down their adversaries as well. Under the leadership of Beikong, Juventus adopted a similarly aggressive stance, resulting in the final minutes devolving into a near brawl. This, too, was a display aimed at impressing their elder counterparts in the first team. Fortunately, Chen Long emerged from these assaults unscathed, gracefully evading challenges like a fish gliding through water, often dodging or merely experiencing slight infringements upon his body, ultimately thwarting Napoli's nefarious plot. The outcome has caused considerable anguish among the members of the Napoli youth team, who, in their fervor, found themselves with nothing to show for their efforts. It appears that their future prospects remain bleak, leaving them uncertain about when they might once again seize an opportunity to shine. Similarly, their head coach is equally disheartened, having failed to assist the first team in successfully confronting Chen Long. One can only imagine the depth of his disappointment. Chapter 63. Yesterday, revisited during the pre-match press conference, Mazzarri expressed his astonishment at the unexpected circumstances surrounding the youth team's match. Revealing his dismay at the shamelessness displayed by the players, he conveyed his sorrow and regret, recalling his previous press conference. Mazzarri had held Chen Long in exceedingly high regard. If he did not instruct the youth players to act in such a manner, it is likely that other coaches were responsible for this misconduct. Such behavior, which violates the principles of sportsmanship, is met with widespread condemnation. When will Chen Long make his appearance on the field in this match? Mazzarri is indeed quite concerned about this. What strategies will Conti employ? Fortunately, Conti has been relegated to the stands and is unable to direct the match from the sidelines, which is excellent news for Mazzarri. Today marks Conti's debut in the stands, so he is exercising caution. He has opted for a predominantly defensive formation, fielding as many as 3 defensive midfielders. In Naples, Juventus faces a daunting challenge in gaining the upper hand and scoring against a formidable home side. It is already difficult to contend with Napoli on their home turf, and any missteps could lead to perilous consequences. As a shrewd tactician, Conti will certainly avoid engaging in a full-throttle offensive against Napoli away from home. Securing a draw would be the optimal outcome. Conversely, Mazzarri, capitalizing on the advantage of playing at home, is determined to avenge the previous defeat. If he fails to deliver a spectacular victory for the fans at home, his position as head coach may be precariously threatened. Naturally, Chen Long will not be deployed by Conti at the outset. It is known that after the last match, he spent a full hour in bed recovering. This time, he is cautious about risking Chen Long's participation. This match holds immense significance. A defeat could irrevocably jeopardize Conti's position. Juventus would never entertain the notion of retaining a coach incapable of directing the game. The overarching interests of the club are paramount, and Juventus would not sacrifice the welfare of the entire team for the sake of one individual's camaraderie. Conti had received an ultimatum from the club prior to the match. Nevertheless, he appeared impeccably attired in the front row of the stands, in close proximity to the coaching bench, a clear indication of his intent to oversee the game closely. As the match commenced, Juventus adopted a defensive posture, while Napoli launched a fervent offensive from the very first whistle. On the field, half of the Juventus players were Conti's favored disciples and allies, united by a shared bond that transcended mere camaraderie. They harbored an unspoken secret. They could not afford to lose this match. Faced with a vengeful Napoli, they exhibited remarkable composure, for in a clash of titans, one must inevitably falter, yet they firmly believed that it would not be their downfall. In comparison to the previous season, Juventus boasted the addition of a top-tier striker, an asset unmatched by any other forward. The world-class Gonzalo Higuain imposed significant pressure on Napoli. A player accustomed to counter-attacking strategies and honed under the guidance of Mourinho during his tenure at Real Madrid, Higuain would not be rendered ineffective on the pitch. When it comes to defense, Italian teams are undoubtedly on par with the finest globally, even against sides managed by Mourinho himself. Furthermore, Juventus's backline comprises nearly the entire Italian national team's defensive unit. As long as Juventus remains reclusive in their own half, Napoli will find it challenging to gain any advantage, all the while remaining wary of sudden counterattacks. In the days leading up to the match, Conti had already meticulously orchestrated his strategy, ensuring that a draw was imperative to safeguard his position. Consequently, Napoli found themselves ensnared in a state of futile offense. The composed Conti sat leisurely in the stands, akin to an ordinary Juventus supporter engrossed in the game. Conversely, the opposing coach, Mazzarri, was far from calm, grappling with an abundance of attacking players yet struggling to breach the adversary's defenses. The entire first half unfolded amidst a cacophony of chaos and monotony. Countless attempts to deliver crosses from the flanks met either the resolute hands of Buffon or were deftly cleared by the towering Italian defenders. Such an outcome can be disheartening. Is there truly no method to breach Juventus' formidable defense? As the first half drew to a close, Mazzarri ultimately adjusted the offensive strategy, indicating a departure from high crosses. A tactic that proved ineffective against Juventus. Conte, confined to the stands and devoid of the authority to enter the locker room, found himself without even an assistant coach, thus unable to devise alternative tactics. He gestured to the tactical coach on the bench, signaling to maintain the same approach for the second half. Juventus, in pursuit of a draw, remained steadfast in their defensive efforts. Consequently, while the players on the field were entrenched in a defensive posture, Mazzarri boldly instructed his attacking players to resume their positions, embarking on a more fervent offensive endeavor. In the ongoing clash of offense and defense, neither side gained a clear advantage. The match remained tense, with neither able to afford a loss, yet only Napoli harbored aspirations of victory, while Juventus aimed merely to secure a stalemate. Aside from the two center-backs closely marking Higuain, the rest of Napoli's players advanced aggressively, focusing on relentless attacks. Napoli modified their strategy to embrace ground play, which inherently posed greater challenges for the defense. Mazzarri had no shortage of skilled players adept at breaking through. And the tall Cavani, despite his stature, possessed remarkably refined technical skills, embodying an atypical center-forward. This shift to ground play rendered Juventus' goal under siege, fraught with peril. Juventus had no recourse beyond defending and clearing the ball. The reigning champions from last season found themselves at a disadvantage against Napoli, their position increasingly precarious. Nevertheless, every Juventus player executed Conte's directives with unwavering commitment. None slacked or held back. A united team is formidable, devoid of weaknesses. Thus, they ultimately persevered until the introduction of Chen Long. Conte's tactical repertoire appeared barren, reverting to familiar patterns. According to his design, Chen Long was to enter in the final minutes of the match, with all preceding strategies and setups culminating in that decisive moment. Conte is a bold gambler, wagering on a full 85 minutes of staunch defense, followed by a gamble on the final moments with Chen Long's entrance. Such a contradictory approach has led to a rapid decline in the competition's form. Although Mazzarri holds a fondness for Chen Long, he cannot suppress a deep-seated resentment upon witnessing his entry onto the field. The pain from the previous encounter has yet to be fully digested. Must history repeat itself today? Will that sluggish lad, ambling towards the pitch, once again subject him to humiliation? Chapter 64. The Making of a Star Player in the Past. Spectators would watch a football match from the very first minute until the final whistle. However, Juventus fans now find themselves captivated only by the last 5 minutes. This brief span is the most exhilarating, brimming with suspense. For Juventus supporters, these final moments have become a cherished period of anticipation, eagerly awaited and much discussed. Is this a football match or a basketball game? Why do the final 5 minutes evoke such excitement and anticipation among the fans? The answer lies in the presence of a player named Chen Long on their team. 5 minutes is sufficient. This was the promise made by Chen Long during his first appearance at the press conference, and throughout these recent matches, he has consistently fulfilled that promise. Without a single failure thus far, the Napoli supporters fell into a hushed silence as they beheld this prodigious talent take the field. No one dared to speculate whether this young phenomenon might once again place their beloved team in jeopardy. When did the fate of their team become so intricately tied to this young lad? If we were to rewind 30 years, what would this young speedster have been? In the era dominated by the legendary Diego Maradona, all-stars seemed ephemeral, let alone this boy. Yet, as he steps onto the pitch now, why does an aura of trepidation envelop the crowd? While the Napoli fans are gripped by fear, the thousands of Juventus supporters are elated, not only anticipating Chen Long's stunning performance, but also the potential surge in value of their tickets. Prior to the match, bookmakers adjusted the odds for Chen Long scoring to 5-1, while the odds for him not scoring were set at 5-1, clearly demonstrating their confidence in his scoring ability. Naturally, the Juventus fans flocked to wager on Chen Long's success, with bets ranging from several thousand euros to a modest few dozen. Meanwhile, Chen Long's fanbase continues to grow. In the stands, two prominent Dragon clubs are fervently waving their banners and cheering, and Chen Long can distinctly hear their chants from the field. Notably, these large Dragon clubs are predominantly composed of female fans, all young and beautiful. Once Chen Long entered the game, Mazzarri altered his strategy, opting to assign a single defender to Higuain while deploying 2 players to mark Chen Long instead. Such treatment, akin to that afforded to a superstar, has now been bestowed upon Chen Long. Mazzarri clearly does not underestimate Chen Long. Rather, he extends a special privilege to him. In this match, one must exercise caution regarding fouls. Previously, it was common to commit fouls freely just outside the penalty area. But Chen Long's extraordinary free kicks render such infractions a significant gamble, transforming the possibility of a goal into a tangible threat. If one must commit a foul, it is advisable to do so at least 40 meters from the goal. At that distance, the likelihood of Chen Long scoring diminishes to below 10%. A free kick taken from near the center circle poses virtually no danger to the goalkeeper, unless the latter is struck by an inexplicable lapse in judgment. The defenders of Napoli, having faced Chen Long once before, are now exceedingly cautious. Since their previous defeat, Mazzarri and his defensive unit have engaged in a strategic discussion specifically aimed at containing Chen Long within the first 5 minutes of the match, ensuring that their approach is foolproof. However, while tactics may sound sound in theory, their practical application may not always align seamlessly with the intended strategy. Chen Long's presence alleviates considerable pressure on the defense, as his teammates relentlessly supply him with the ball. The defensive midfielder for Napoli acts as a barrier positioned in front of Chen Long, while the center-backs focus on completely obstructing his space for movement. Thus, it becomes exceedingly difficult for the ball to reach Chen Long's feet. It is not that Chen Long is unable to control the ball, rather, it is that he is simply unable to access it. As soon as the ball is passed in this direction, it is immediately intercepted by the defensive midfielder. This strategy proved remarkably effective, relegating Chen Long's role to merely that of a defensive distraction. However, this very circumstance liberated Higuain on the opposite flank. In one-on-one situations, few could withstand his prowess. The beleaguered watermelon, having endured nearly 90 minutes, was the one most eager for Chen Long's entrance. After delivering several passes to Chen Long, Pirlo, realizing the futility of this approach, shifted his focus to supplying Higuain. With great effort, Higuain gained possession of the ball, swiftly maneuvering past the defender assigned to him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful shot, yet the angle proved too straightforward, allowing the goalkeeper to deflect it with a single palm. Fortunately, the ball fell to Marchisio, who, after controlling it on the right flank, passed it back to Pirlo at the center. Pirlo, in turn, sent it back to Higuain, who secured the ball once more. This time, the defender refrained from reckless intervention, opting instead to shield him with his body, preventing an easy turn. Trapped, Higuain chose to pass back to Elia, who, lacking confidence in his shooting ability, hesitated to take a shot and instead returned the ball to Marchisio at the center. Marchisio struck the ball without pause, but regrettably sent it soaring into the stands, a high-flying miss that cost Juventus a valuable attacking opportunity. Now, it was Napoli's turn to mount an offensive. The most effective strategy against Juventus is to attack, keeping them away from the penalty area, which remains the safest course of action. The goalkeeper launched the ball with a powerful kick, sending it soaring towards Cavani. However, Cavani found himself tightly marked by Chiellini, leaving him with no opportunity to comfortably control the ball. As Barzagli arrived to provide support, he easily nudged the ball away, passing it to the flanking Bonucci. Bonucci swiftly relayed the ball to Marchisio, and Juventus surged back into the fray. Marchisio once again delivered the ball to Higuain, who opted to take on the challenge solo, evading the defender. Yet, just as he was about to make his move, a center-back, previously focused on Chen Long, closed in to obstruct Higuain's path. With two defenders initially on Chen Long, he was now left with only one holding midfielder. Higuain, initially poised to shoot, decisively chose to pass the ball back to Pirlo upon noticing the approaching defender. This is the moment of opportunity. Pirlo gazed intently at the approaching ball, deftly lifting it with a delicate touch, executing a perfectly weighted lob that soared toward Chen Long. Pirlo had been anticipating this very instant, employing a clever feint to mislead. Chen Long, equally prepared for this moment, sprang into action, swiftly outmaneuvering the defensive midfielder and creating a gap of over a meter. He surged forward. The ball followed. Chen Long raised his left foot, expertly cushioning the ball a meter ahead, then rapidly advanced, breaching the defensive zone. He now stood face to face with the goalkeeper. Xing once remarked that a player who cannot dribble past the goalkeeper is not a true star. Would Chen Long manage to elude the goalkeeper? As he made his diagonal run from the left, he was now directly confronting the keeper. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The goalkeeper charged forward. For Chen Long, bypassing the goalkeeper was child's play. A mere flick of the wrist allowed him to glide past the giant hands of the keeper and effortlessly send the ball into the net. Yet another goal scored after evading the goalkeeper. It seems that within a mere fortnight, Chen Long has netted 2 such goals. Mazzarri on the sidelines cradled his head in despair, his lips muttering inaudibly, evidently lamenting the reckless blunder of the defender who Instead of adhering to his instructions to mark Chen Long, had presumptuously opted to shadow Higuain instead. Perhaps he was cursing himself for being once again outmaneuvered by Chen Long? At that moment, no one could tell. The scoreboard, however, now displayed a score of 1-0, after lying in wait for so long. This singular opportunity was ultimately seized by Chen Long, his efficiency astonishingly suffocating. 2 goals in 2 rounds of the league? Such scoring prowess is nothing short of remarkable. How many minutes had it even taken to achieve this? This time, Chen Long expended little energy as he jogged towards the corner flag to celebrate. What was that celebratory gesture? Naturally, it was a mimicry of his idol. Swinging his right hand and extending his index finger to repeatedly tap in a manner reminiscent of that classic celebration, which is not associated with extraterrestrials. Surrounding the corner flag were Juventus supporters, who rose to their feet, applauding fervently. The resounding cheers drowned out the entire stadium. In stark contrast, the faces of Napoli fans were etched with pain, each countenance reflecting a profound sense of desolation. Is this some kind of jest from the heavens? To be humiliated once more by this little demon before my very eyes. Conti in the stands leapt up, unable to restrain himself as he embraced a nearby fan with fervor. Another invaluable goal. How could he not be exhilarated? What is worth more than gold? His Juventus. His betting, his position, all became crystal clear because of this goal. How could he contain his excitement? Not only he, but the players on the pitch, all of whom had a stake in the outcome, were expressions of sheer frenzy, initially aiming to secure a draw. Their fortunes shifted to victory with the entrance of Chen Long. How could they not feel elated? Once again, Chen Long took command of the match, emerging as the hero on Juventus's hallowed ground. Yet the match was far from over. This was merely a goal in the 90-minute play, and the referee still had 3 minutes of stoppage time to add. The game resumed, just 3 minutes. Could Napoli equalize? With a single goal advantage, Juventus, representing Italy, would hardly grant them an opportunity. Under no pressure, would Juventus falter and provide Napoli with a chance? The ferocity of Napoli's all-out attack was indeed daunting. Those 2 relentless wingers glided past defenders as if in a high-speed chase, having been subdued by Juventus on 2 occasions. How could one accept this? However, despite their valiant efforts, they found themselves thwarted once again. Why must fate be so cruel? Twice, they faced such misfortune. They cannot be accused of lacking effort. It is simply that destiny has favored that little prodigy, and twice at that. Amidst their discontent, the final whistle blew. An exuberant Conti leaped over the advertising boards and into the field to celebrate with the team, while the Napoli supporters swiftly departed. Meanwhile, over 3,000 Juventus fans lingered, singing the club's anthem in joyous expression of their triumph. Chapter 65, Is Morgan Freeman Coming? Juventus's anthem is delightful, as are those of Milan and Inter Milan. As a fan, I find all clubs endearing, and so are their stars. I hope that all who cherish football continue to find joy within it. At this moment, Chen Long listened to the live rendition of Juventus's anthem, feeling a rush of exhilaration. Having loved the Juventus anthem since childhood, he never imagined he would hear it live today. While Juventus's anthem lacks the fervor of Milan's and the sprightliness of Inter's, it resonates with the grace and joy akin to Pirlo's dribbling, light and unceasing. The anthem lingered in the air, echoing across the stadium. Mazzarri, at the press conference, displayed a hint of annoyance and resentment as he responded to reporters, exclaiming, "That damned little demon again." Clearly, Chen Long's presence incited a love-hate relationship within Mazzarri. Having lost the Super Cup last time, this encounter was pivotal in the league. The defeat at home left Mazzarri feeling quite embarrassed. As for Juventus, Conti did not attend the press conference. Only Buffon appeared on behalf of the team, hastily concluding the event. In Turin, the temperature in September had once again dipped, and as one strolled through the streets, scattered yellow leaves blanketed the ground, with the evening breeze bringing a chill. After the match, Chen Long discreetly left, for he was on his way to meet someone. Inside the quiet CAF, the atmosphere was sparse. Chen Long ventured in, scanning for a familiar face, and finally spotted that well-known figure in the far corner, Louis XIV, his distant cousin, an Italian born in France. Just like his impressive surname, Louis was equally striking in appearance. In Chen Long's memory, Louis XIV resembled the iconic Morgan Freeman from The Shawshank Redemption, the only distinction being that Freeman had aged, while his cousin was barely 30, a youthful version of Freeman. Louis XIV was a rogue, a thought that frequently crossed Chen Long's mind. Yet he found it difficult to resist spending time with him. Despite often being in Louis's company during their youth, Chen Long had miraculously avoided adopting his cousin's reckless ways. However, Since Louis XIV left Italy 6 years ago, their contact had dwindled to a mere handful of calls each year. Today, it was a mystery what had brought him back to Italy. Upon their reunion in the CAF after 6 long years, they embraced warmly. Chen Long's affection for Louis XIV was evident from the expression on his face. Louis, however, seemed to be in a different world, his complexion dark as coal. One might almost struggle to recognize him in dim light. Do not underestimate him. He was the head of the Italian Mafia's French division. Chen Long had known of his cousin's involvement with the Mafia for over a decade, and now his status had become quite esteemed, cloaked in the shadows of organized crime. Much like his darkened visage, with a mere stamp of his foot, he could send tremors throughout all of Italy, perhaps even half of Europe. As a mid-level manager in the new generation of the Mafia, the power wielded by Louis XIV was beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. Nevertheless, in Chen Long's presence, Louis appeared merely as a cousin, not as a crime lord. The resemblance to Freeman exuded warmth and kindness, embodying that very essence at this moment. After years apart, the two exchanged fervent pleasantries, showing no sign of estrangement. In Chen Long's perception, his cousin had remained unchanged, still wearing that same face, still bearing that same air of suspicion. Even while sipping coffee, Louis habitually glanced out the window, a habit ingrained over many years. The ever-present vigilance of danger lingered in the mind of Louis XIV. Those who dwell in the shadows possess an extra heart and an additional head, eternally mindful of the perils that threaten their existence. One never knows when a few officers may appear, ready to whisk one away to prison. The two conversed for quite some time, before Louis XIV finally steered the conversation towards the crux of the matter. The organization has begun to take an interest in you. Did they not call you regarding the betting issue the other day? Louis XIV spoke with an earnest expression, as if discussing a matter of life and death. What? You have taken notice of me? Chen Long was taken aback by the revelation. What could this imply? If the mob had set their sights on him, would he thereafter have to tread carefully in his pursuit of football? Suddenly, he recalled the precarious situations of his teammates at Juventus. Was he to be drawn into that vortex so swiftly? Alas, he had not anticipated that his cousin would bring such dire news, and for a moment, Chen Long's mind was tumultuous. However, I have managed to suppress it. For the time being, no one dares to touch you. Louis XIV, perceiving Chen Long's anxiety, hastily continued. Upon hearing his cousin's words, the heavy stone in Chen Long's heart was temporarily lifted, allowing him to exhale in relief. He thought to himself how fortunate it was to have such a powerful ally. Louis XIV extracted a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and leisurely inhaled, releasing white smoke rings into the air. Given the current state of Juventus, you are not in any peril. Moreover, the odds set by the betting companies are quite favorable for you. This cousin of Chen Long was undoubtedly a formidable ally, not yet 30. Commanding respect within the upper echelons of the Mafia, a life more comfortable than that of a national leader. This year, you must be cautious. Milan is ablaze with activity. Berlusconi, having stepped down from his position as prime minister, has resumed control over Milan, and the referees seem to favor him. After taking another drag from his cigarette, Louis XIV imparted yet another unexpected piece of information. The once clear atmosphere became thick with smoke, and although the wall behind Louis XIV bore the words "no smoking," he continued to indulge in his habit with unabashed delight. It is likely that this establishment has intricate ties with him. Otherwise, smoking in public could lead to arrest. However, the old man is undeniably aging, and his recent actions have consistently defied expectations. Just the other day, he called me, requesting that I arrange a gathering of beautiful women for him. He remains engrossed in indulgence, despite being over 70, neglecting any semblance of responsibility. I cannot fathom how he manages to maintain such vigor. I must express my admiration. Chen Long harbors a poor impression of Berlusconi, not solely due to his repugnant indulgences, but even more so because of his derogatory remarks towards Chinese women. A few years back, when Berlusconi was still in office, he uttered numerous offensive statements, and Chen Long is among those who found them deeply distasteful. The two conversed aimlessly, yet most of the dialogue was dominated by Louis XIV, while Chen Long merely listened. And time swiftly passed into the late hours. Speaking of your recent romantic interest, she is indeed commendable, the daughter of a steel magnate. Exercise caution with this situation. The waters run particularly deep, so approach with prudence. In the end, Louis XIV did not forget to remind Chen Long of this. The mention of Canales made Chen Long's head ache. He had just received a call urging him to return home promptly. Poor lad, behind the facade of glamour, countless worries plague him, rendering his existence increasingly burdensome. At 18, one should be immersed in the vibrant fervor of youth, yet for him, it seems to grow ever heavier. Chapter 66. A chance encounter with Prandelli. After meeting with his cousin Louis XIV, Chen Long found himself in possession of some undisclosed information. Whether this is a stroke of fortune or misfortune remains uncertain. Louis XIV, elusive as ever, departed hastily, not even pausing for a meal before bidding farewell to Chen Long. This left Chen Long, who had not been seen for many years, quite disheartened. He pondered whether the leadership of the mafia was truly so engrossed in their affairs, burdened with countless responsibilities that they lacked even the time to share a meal. Yet, he simultaneously felt a genuine joy for his cousin's remarkable success. What of the mafia? Was it not also a form of employment, albeit one shrouded in secrecy? Moreover, with a mafia boss cousin to shield him, who would dare to bully him in the future? As he walked alone, lost in his thoughts, the arrival of the fierce yet enchanting Canales in her vehicle interrupted his musings. How long has it been? The little sprite has returned once more. Chen Long felt a wave of frustration wash over him. There was no remedy. This lad had become so wildly popular that even the fan club boasted over 1,000 members. Who could guarantee that a moment's inattention wouldn't lead to him being swept away by another woman? Given Canales' nature, it would be astonishing if she did not follow closely behind. In just 5 minutes, this dynamic and fierce Canales had managed to train Chen Long to be utterly obedient. Canales intended to join Chen Long for dinner, and after picking him up, they headed towards the city, seeking a relatively secluded and tranquil upscale restaurant. In such an upscale establishment, Chen Long found himself out of his depth, as he had been dragged here by Canales. It seemed that at such a tender age, Chen Long had already begun to live off the generosity of others, and he felt somewhat ill at ease in this elegant setting. Fortunately, this was a place of refinement. Unlike the bustling streets where he might be accosted for autographs, here, the crowd was composed of dignitaries and celebrities, none of whom would stoop to such a lack of decorum. Thus, despite dining under the scrutiny of many watchful eyes, Chen Long remained undisturbed, merely nodding in acknowledgement to those who greeted him. Naturally, the modest fame he had garnered brought him a sense of delight. Who does not relish being flattered? It was at this moment that he encountered one of the most significant figures in his life. Tomorrow marked the national team's assembly day, and the head coach of the Italian national team, Prandelli, had made an appearance in Turin this evening, evidently scouting the national players within Juventus. As Prandelli emerged from the private box alongside these esteemed athletes, including Buffon, Pirlo, and Chiellini, Canales, upon spotting Pirlo, feigned ignorance and lowered her head, only to be playfully rapped on the head by him. Pirlo was well aware of Canales' recent move to Chen Long's residence. Yet he found himself powerless to intervene in her antics. He could only advise Chen Long to treat her kindly, lest there be repercussions. In the midst of greeting his companions, Chen Long momentarily overlooked another individual who had been lingering behind, until the sight of Prandelli caused him to gasp in surprise. Isn't he the head coach of the national team? How did he end up here? Chen Long was taken aback, clearly not expecting to encounter the national team coach in this setting. However, when Prandelli took the initiative to greet him, it filled him with excitement. Chen Long could hardly believe that Prandelli recognized him, and even called his name. With his striking hairstyle and his signature light blue suit, Prandelli exuded an air of refinement and politeness. Chen Long thought to himself that he was indeed an elegant leader. To Chen Long's astonishment, Prandelli offered a brief compliment regarding his performance that day, which made Chen Long swell with pride, although he maintained a calm exterior. Receiving praise from the head coach of the national team was an immense honor. Perhaps one day, he too might join the national squad, Chen Long secretly fantasized. Yet, the national team comprised only the most elite players. Did they truly need someone like him, a mere 5-minute sensation? Doubts began to creep into Chen Long's mind. After exchanging pleasantries, Prandelli took his leave. What else could he do? It was unlikely that Prandelli would earnestly grasp his hand and implore him to join the national team. Soon, the Italian national team would be traveling to face Bulgaria, with the players convening the following day to prepare for this challenging match. As Juventus was the primary supplier of players to the national team, it was only natural for Prandelli to personally assess the players' conditions and foster camaraderie. Once Prandelli departed, a group of seasoned players returned to Chen Long, clearly drawn to him. Their fierce demeanor unnerved him, leaving him to wonder when he had ever provoked their ire. He wore an innocent expression. It turned out they were there on behalf of Canales. Having spent a few days together, these individuals had yet to speak with Chen Long. Why would they? It was simply because Pirlo was Canales' brother, and the others were close friends of Pirlo, naturally tending to Canales' well-being. Given this, Chen Long, as Canales' boyfriend, had to be especially cautious. Under the relentless questioning from this group, the poor Chen Long had no choice but to recount his feelings, making countless vows to assure them that he would never betray Canales, to the point that he himself lost track of what he was saying. Once again, Chen Long felt the formidable backing of Canales, and his underlying concerns subtly intensified. After a prolonged period of frivolous banter, Pirlo finally spoke earnestly. During their earlier meal, Prandelli had indeed broached the subject of Chen Long at the table, engaging the players in a dialogue about him. Naturally, the team members were effusive in their praise for Chen Long, recounting tales of their own misadventures at his hands, thus extolling his virtues and presenting him in a most favorable light. It appeared that Chen Long had genuinely captured Prandelli's attention. When Pirlo relayed this news to Chen Long, he could no longer contain his excitement, bursting into an unabashed laugh that drew disdainful glances from nearby diners. What kind of child lacked such decorum, laughing uproariously in a refined setting? Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the sprightly lad from Juventus, accompanied by a gaggle of his equally boisterous companions. The crowd hushed their laughter, lowering their heads in embarrassment, fearful of being recognized. Their raucous revelry had transformed what should have been a romantic dinner into a lively picnic. Following the meal, the antics did not cease. The group of seasoned jokers proposed venturing to another venue for further merriment. However, Chen Long declined the invitation, resolutely opting to drive away with Canales. He declared that he would rather return home to accompany his enchanting partner than mingle with such seasoned rogues. Chapter 67. An autograph on the chest? Early in the morning, Chen Long's phone rang, shattering his hopes of enjoying a leisurely sleep-in. It was a call from Yu Shanshan. Was tea at Monday? She was off to conduct experiments. As a university student, studying was paramount. Just as he was about to step out after washing up, another call interrupted him. This one instilling a sense of trepidation. Was it the Chinese Football Association? What could this possibly mean? The association had sought him out, leaving Chen Long perplexed. Yang Ershi had finally returned, bringing along the Chinese Football Association. The details of the call were a blur, but it was clear they wanted to arrange a meeting. Recently, his phone had been ringing incessantly, far more than tenfold compared to before. Chen Long contemplated changing his phone number, as his old one was known to too many people, which was less than ideal for a public figure wary of disturbances. After spending a tiresome morning at the university, Chen Long emerged, visibly fatigued from being pressed by Yisun to memorize numerous acupuncture terminology, leaving him drained and disheveled, as if he had not slept a wink. It seemed that the esteemed office of the dean was not a place for the faint of heart. As he strolled down the still unfamiliar campus path, he was occasionally approached by charming young women seeking to engage him in conversation. Chen Long found himself signing autographs to send them on their way, which somewhat restored his spirits. Originally, I did not intend to walk so conspicuously, yet to reach Yang Ershi's vicinity, I had no choice but to bravely stroll through the campus path. The weather in September is refreshingly pleasant, and the essence of autumn gradually envelopes Turin, as the earth languishes in a state of decay. However, the midday warmth still encourages the ladies to reveal their fair skin. A sweet and delicate voice, reminiscent of a melodious chime, rang out behind Chen Long, prompting him to think that yet another infatuated admirer had arrived. Alas, the affectionate tone and the sweetness of the voice were striking. "I am the leader of the Dragon War Fans Club," Chen Long heard, astonished by the words as he turned around. Yet, what truly captivated him was the sight before him. This infatuated admirer was, in fact, an extraordinary beauty, standing gracefully. This enchanting figure resembled a second Angelina Jolie, her sensuous lips and flawless visage akin to a masterpiece. Her long, slender, and smooth legs were bare beneath a pair of ultra-short blue denim shorts, and her prominent curves dazzled with brilliance, drawing Chen Long's gaze involuntarily. My goodness, how could such a stunning flower exist? She was even more alluring and seductive than my little sprite at home. These disobedient eyes have been irresistibly lured to that place. Yet the mouth opens. Dragon Battle Worldwide Fan Club? Ah, I recall seeing it just yesterday afternoon. Greetings. I am Carl. Lancelot. The infatuation has not been deterred by Chen Long's captivating gaze. It appears to be quite the opposite, as he continues to introduce himself. Chen Long reluctantly averted his gaze, feeling an odd sense of embarrassment, pondering when he had become so enamored, seemingly reveling in it lately. Lancelot, thank you for your unwavering support. I am immensely grateful. When adopting a serious demeanor, Chen Long never took it lightly, although his thoughts lingered on someone's bosom. By the way, how did you come to form this group? Is my popularity truly that formidable? Lancelot, with her sparkling eyes, replied in astonishment. You genuinely do not know? There are now 5 different dragon clubs. So soon? Just yesterday there were only 2, and now 5. Chen Long was equally astonished, reflecting that this pace was swifter than childbirth. 5 clubs. 5 groups of radiant beauties. What a concept. With 100 members in each club, that amounts to 500 enchanting women. Oh dear, how am I to manage? Please sign your name for me. Haha. Lancelot laughed like a blooming flower, pure and innocent, yet unaware of the impure thoughts swirling in someone else's mind. All right, where shall I sign? Chen Long readily complied with her request, as signing for fans was both his duty and delight, especially when it involved beautiful admirers. Lancelot stepped closer, pointing to her prominent curves. What? Have we escalated this situation? This fan is undeniably a temptress, an absolute enchantress. Her outward purity belies an inner allure. Chen Long thought, astonished by Lancelot's boldness. Signing on her bosom? His hand trembled slightly. This was unabashed seduction. While he had merely admired her with his eyes, Lancelot was urging him to act. Well, is it appropriate to sign there? Chen Long's glance flickered between Lancelot's chest and the surrounding area, wary of onlookers. Yet, despite his hesitations, his inner dragon was stirring, eager to engage. Yes, right here. You must know I hold you in my heart. Lancelot giggled, embodying the essence of a dangerously charming temptress. Though your words are beautifully spoken, these actions are perilous. Is this a form of teasing in broad daylight? Chen Long displayed a conflicted expression, finding it difficult to proceed. Difficult to proceed? Why must there be hesitation? It's merely signing a name on the chest. Why did I think of proceed? That word is intriguing. I quite desire to proceed, especially since she is the one suggesting it. Why shouldn't I? Quickly now. I still need to have lunch. By the way, would you care to have lunch with me? Lance persistently urged, shall we have lunch? Alas. Dining once more with that enchantress would undoubtedly provoke the tempestuous spirit awaiting him at home. No, he would rather inscribe his name and make a hasty exit. The thought of the formidable tigress that awaited him instilled a sense of dread within him. Without hesitation, Chen Long retrieved a pen from his pocket and cautiously signed his name upon those voluptuous curves. Why the caution, you may ask? For he truly dared not invoke the ominous portent of such an act in broad daylight. To possess such allure, yet be unable to indulge in it. Chen Long could only resign himself to this lamentation in his heart. Such actions naturally attracted the attention of the crowd, rendering it impossible to escape their gaze. Satisfied with the autograph on his chest, Lance nodded in approval and ceased to trouble Chen Long. Before departing, he inquired about Chen Long's phone number and extended an invitation for him to attend a fan meeting in a few days. Bewildered, Chen Long agreed, having even provided his number to someone who had mentioned changing theirs that morning. It seemed he was unable to resist temptation in just a few days. He had been enticed by numerous women. Oh dear, was he destined to be a plaything of fate? After watching the graceful Lance depart into the distance, Chen Long finally collected his thoughts and continued towards Yang Ershi. Unbeknownst to him, someone lurked in the shadows, engaging in covert photography. Had he known, he surely would have chosen to eliminate a certain individual once again. Chapter 68. The 3 swineheads of China are all officials in Chinese football portly? Upon encountering Yang Ershi, whom Chen Long likened to a swinehead, he was met with 3 more swineheads. Each one was round-faced, with chubby figures and short stature, closely resembling Chen Long's preconceived notions. As is typical of officials, they exuded an air of authority among them. The man in the center assumed a commanding posture as he sat. Initially, Chen Long felt quite out of place upon taking a seat. Through Yang Ershi's introduction, Chen Long learned that the central figure was named Zhu Xie, the current vice president of the Chinese Football Association. The name seemed destined for the position of president. Chen Long mused. The man to the left was called Yang Wei, a name that nearly caused Chen Long to burst out laughing. Was it a play on words for impotence? Each name was more audacious than the last. The third individual's name was equally unimpressive. Fanjian. Was it a pun for being petty? Chen Long was utterly defeated by the names of these 3 men. Indeed, the Chinese Football Association was a remarkable place, boasting such flamboyant names for its leaders. The reputation was well-deserved. What brings the 3 giants here? Surely, they hold them, Chen Long, in too high regard. It stands to reason that such a formidable assembly would only convene to select a head coach for the national team. This situation seems entirely unwarranted otherwise. Could it be that Camacho is on the verge of dismissal? Have these 3 portly gentlemen come to Italy in search of a new coach? There was no need for them to notify me. When did I acquire such influence? At this juncture, Chen Long suddenly recalled that Camacho was also quite rotund. which led him to mischievously speculate that these three might indeed favor a heavier candidate for the position. Are there any chubby coaches in Italy? Certainly. There is the renowned Ancelotti. Alas, he is currently occupied with Paris Saint-Germain in France. Evidently, Chen Long had misinterpreted the situation. They were there to invite him to play football in China. Yes, to play football in China. The foremost of the three, Zhu Xie, has extended an invitation for him to join the national team? When did the Chinese Football Association become so astute as to dare to invite someone deemed so inadequate to represent the national team? Chen Long had heard tales of the association's relentless pursuit of mediocrity. A conspiracy. This must be a conspiracy. His initial thought was, in fact, that it was all a sinister plot. Isn't it the responsibility of the head coach to select players? If one were to identify the first candidate, it should undoubtedly be Camacho. It is rather perplexing that this decision has fallen upon these three inept individuals. As for Chen Long, he is unaware that the selection of players in Chinese football bears no correlation whatsoever with the head coach. The slots in the national team are often procured through financial means or designated by the chairman himself. The head coach? Merely a scapegoat, if victorious. The triumph belongs to the leadership, while any failures are attributed to the coach. It is indeed a challenging role for the head coach in China. Today, however, Chen Long was personally named by the chairman, leaving him astonished. Chen Long holds Italian nationality and does not possess Chinese citizenship. How could he possibly represent China on the field? It is not that he does not desire dual nationality, but China does not recognize such a status. Consequently, Chen Long had no choice but to choose Italy. This has led to complications. Zhu Xie expressed that the nationality issue is quite simple. It's merely a matter of changing Chen Long's nationality. Changing nationality? Such a notion seems trivial. As if a mere nod and signature would suffice for such a transformation. Were it not for Chen Long's unique circumstances, would the Chinese Football Association even acknowledge him? Were it not for his Chinese father and his eyes reminiscent of a Chinese heritage, this so-called waste of a player would likely go unnoticed by the association. Could it be that Chen Long is capable of rescuing the Chinese national team? It seems the association has lost its senses, fixating on him. China is home to countless players akin to Messi and Ronaldo, yet the association chooses to traverse thousands of miles to Italy to recruit Chen Long. Such audacity is remarkable. Chen Long has contemplated this matter extensively. Yang Ershi is a figure of potential profit, and it is unclear how he managed to fool the three inept leaders of the association. His talents are indeed impressive. Can Chen Long truly save the Chinese team? He harbors doubts even about himself, thus approaching this matter with utmost caution. Chen Long has always perceived himself as half Chinese, harboring a greater affection for China than for Italy. Yet, when it comes to the choice of nationality for his football career, he must tread carefully. Just yesterday, Prandelli had greeted him, and today, the association came knocking at his door, which left him somewhat entangled, although Prandelli did not explicitly state it. The implication from his teammates suggested that he would soon receive a call-up from the Italian national team. Yet now, China had issued an invitation, even willing to facilitate a change of nationality for him. How on earth had such fortuitous circumstances come to surround him? However, Chen Long indeed harbored doubts regarding the Chinese team. Consider this. If one were to join a squad that merely purchased players with money, indulging in all manner of excess, what sort of achievements could one possibly attain? His teammates had already squandered 2 or 3 goals in the first 85 minutes. What could he accomplish in just 5 minutes? Even a deity would be powerless in such a situation. Nevertheless, this was not the crux of the matter, as people are capable of change. Perhaps there would be a group of teammates who truly excel, ready to fight alongside him. Understanding the adage that opportunities once lost may never return, Chen Long was keenly aware of the choice before him, a broad avenue or a path fraught with thorns. He still held a deep affection for China. However, just as he pondered how to inform the trio of swine that he needed a few days to deliberate, an ill-timed remark prompted him to make a different decision. Fan Jian, who had been silently observing, suddenly extended a monetary olive branch, suggesting that donning the national team jersey would open the door to numerous contracts, both Italian and Chinese, available in abundance, should Chen Long choose to accept. Yet, half of the earnings would be claimed by the association. While Chen Long was not particularly averse to the prospect of financial gain, the notion of relinquishing half of his income to the association was disconcerting. It reminded him of the recent uproar surrounding Chinese athletes, which had surfaced during the London Olympics. It was said that champions were rewarded, yet the majority of the earnings would be apportioned to the local sports authorities, leaving the athletes with mere crumbs. Those who failed to secure a championship fared even worse, struggling to meet their basic living expenses. That incident had left a bitter taste in Chen Long's heart, leading him to suspect that the officials and departments in China operated similarly. His disappointment grew as he witnessed the swine openly discussing profit-sharing before him. How could he not feel disheartened? This delightful initial intimate encounter resembled a trip to the hair salon, quite direct, devoid of romance, and lacking in emotion. Chapter 69. I yearn to play authentic football. This matter was orchestrated by Yang Ershi. It appears he has once again set his sights on that substantial pile of gleaming silver. This child, it seems, believes that where there is milk, there is a mother. In recent days, Chen Long has experienced a streak of fortune, albeit of a rather dubious nature, encountering a series of ill-fated circumstances. First, there was the betting scandal involving Juventus, followed by entanglements with the mafia, and then the arrival of an association from China. How is it that Chen Long finds himself so closely associated with such darkness? He refrained from outrightly rejecting the proposition before him, as he believed it would be inappropriate to dismiss the Chinese delegation's request so abruptly. After all, they had traveled great distances to be here, enduring considerable hardships. Dining with several officials proved to be a similarly arduous task. Sitting upright and consuming a meal while listening to their superficial discourse was not only distressing but also quite repugnant. This official's affairs are of no concern to him. He is no longer a part of the national team and has no need to beg anyone for assistance. Why bother? After hastily consuming a meal, Chen Long abandoned Yang Ershi to keep him company while he flaunted his status and departed. Yang Ershi, unlike Chen Long, lacked the authority to join the national team, leaving the four pigs to eat in disinterest. Does the Chinese Football Association truly harbor interest in Chen Long? Indeed, there is interest. But Chen Long perceives that their focus primarily lies in monetary gain rather than the national team's success. Thus, he feels disillusioned with the association, effectively blocking his path to China. The Chinese Football Association, under the pretext of inviting him to join the national team, seeks to profit from both fame and fortune. One can only imagine the distasteful schemes they are concocting. Their failure to secure Chen Long left the three pig heads feeling dejected, as they assumed he would readily acquiesce to such significant temptations. Instead, the outcome was the opposite. They ridiculed Chen Long in front of the lesser pig, Yang Ershi, claiming he was ungrateful and would inevitably regret his decision. The Chinese, thinking in their own manner, believed that anyone would be swayed by substantial benefits. Yet Chen Long's rejection left them flustered. Is he lacking in funds? On the surface, he seems well off, but in reality, he is quite impoverished. However, when it comes to the matter of football, he refuses to compromise. Joining a club in the Chinese Super League would not provoke such reservations. But he is still young and not ready to retire. Why should he abandon the world's premier stage for a desolate place where football is barely played? At 18, not 80, he has aspirations beyond mere survival. Even in the realm of gambling, why not wager in Italy? Does Italy lack opportunities for financial gain or romance? He seeks to play genuine football, not merely exist in China. Indeed, he yearns to engage in authentic football, and that is his contemplation. With little to do in the afternoon, he would rather not return home to accompany his partner on shopping excursions. Remaining at school seems preferable. There, he can both study and attract female attention. However, studying is no easy task. Confined within the imposing office of the headmaster, it is scarcely enjoyable. Once again, he found himself drowning in the same monotonous terminology, feeling dazed as he began the arduous process of rote memorization. In an effort to ease his discomfort, Yu Shanshan procured a plastic anatomical model for him, allowing him to avoid the burdensome task of aimlessly touching and observing a human form. After half a day of intense pressure, Chen Long managed to memorize half of the human acupuncture points, reaching an almost obsessive level. Eager to practice with needles, he was met with a scolding from Yu Shanshan. You wish to run before you can walk? Catch a few frogs to practice on instead of recklessly stabbing at a human body. Another torturous half-day passed, and as Chen Long exited through the door, dusk had fallen. The enchanting Canalis patiently awaited him at the academy's entrance, ready to accompany him home. The entrance buzzed with commotion. Reading the newspaper? Strange, isn't it? Usually, one is preoccupied with their phone. Chen Long gazed curiously at Canalis, who was seated in the car. Her expression appeared rather unsettling. Could it be that she was angry? Upset? What could possibly have provoked this she-wolf? Surely, it wasn't my doing? Could it be due to the fact that I hadn't submitted the tribute for an entire week? But wasn't that previously agreed upon? Chen Long's mind raced with thoughts as he cautiously approached Canalis' vehicle. This newspaper, This large image seems so familiar. Oh, the person on the newspaper? Could it be me? What on earth am I doing? Am I groping someone? How dreadful. Who dared to capture such a moment? Wasn't this incident just a midday occurrence? Which oblivious paparazzo committed this act? Ah, the Naples Evening News. Goodness, Naples even has an evening edition. The morning paper has already stolen a glance, and now the evening one follows suit? How can I possibly explain this? The murderous gaze of Canales has turned towards me, and if looks could kill, I would have perished countless times by now. To see my image in the headlines of the newspaper, teasing a woman's bosom? What a predicament. I find myself at a loss for words. Internally, I am cursing the editor of the Naples Evening News to the depths of their ancestry. It must be that bothersome individual again. Surely, they are up to their old tricks. Why can't they behave? Oh, little sprite, I ask you. Did you see the pen in my hand? I was merely signing my name. Look closely. Can't you see? I spoke softly to the little sprite, fearful that a moment of joy might lead her to utter something regrettable, potentially ruining me. Canales, of course, must maintain her glamorous image. Yet she seethed with each word. A pin? Of course, I saw it. But I also noticed your five-clawed dragon. Are those hands of yours reaching for her ample bosom? Is it indeed larger than mine? Is that what you desire? Are you signing your name or merely admiring her assets? Speak up. After some silence, you suddenly began to flirt with women outside? As Canales expressed her anger, her face betrayed little emotion. It is all over. Even if I were to plunge into the yellow river, I could not clarify my situation. Before the little sprite, I was already at a disadvantage, and now, with an even more enchanting sprite present, along with undeniable evidence, how could I explain myself? With a thick skin, I opened the car door and took the passenger seat, while Canales, with a sulky expression, continued to gaze at the newspaper. TSK, this photograph is indeed remarkable. I must hang it in my living room. Indeed. That woman possesses a splendid figure. No wonder you are utterly captivated. The word seemed oddly familiar to him. Suddenly, Chen Long recalled that Yishanshan had expressed similar sentiments just a few days prior, upon seeing a photograph of Canales entering his residence. Why do women all seem to belong to the same archetype? He wore a dark expression, uttering not a single word, allowing Canales to continue speaking unperturbed. This woman, once burdened by grievances, will incessantly voice her discontent if not allowed to fully express herself, leaving your mind in a state of unrest. In this regard, Chen Long lacks experience. Dear friends, especially those who cherish the beautiful game of football, I am striving to ascend the new book rankings. If you share a passion for football, I implore you to shower me with your support and collections. Have you ever witnessed the thrill of competition? Have you ever experienced the fervor of football? No, you have not. It has been 2 years, and I have achieved naught. Therefore, let us, the temporary workers, create a miracle and propel this work onto the new book rankings. Shower me with your support. Football, such a magnificent sport, the largest in the world, remains trapped in this humble corner, forever unable to flourish. I find myself at a loss for words. Chapter 70. The death of football. Canales stubbornly remained in the car, showing no intention of leaving. Despite Chen Long's attempts to reason with her for an extended period, he ultimately failed to sway her. He could only continue to wear a troubled expression, waiting for her to calm down. During this particular time slot, it is precisely mealtime. The entrance of the university is bustling with people, many of whom are engrossed in reading newspapers, and naturally, they come across the news about Chen Long. The University of Turin has become a unique place, with Chen Long rising to the status of a celebrity. Thus, any event concerning him becomes a topic of lively conversation among the students. Clearly, the ambiguous incident that occurred at noon has piqued the interest of both students and fans alike. Is it true that Chen Long is rather lecherous? It seems there might be a chance to flirt with him. Some girls, as they passed by the white Audi, animatedly discussed this with their close friends, much to Chen Long's embarrassment as he sat inside the car. The astute individuals wisely kept their distance, fully aware of who occupied the vehicle, while the less discerning ones babbled away foolishly. Canales appeared to relish this attention, seemingly unfazed as he remained in the car, listening to the gossip without any inclination to depart. Chen Long, who found himself utterly at a loss when it came to women, could not help but roll up the car window. Today was indeed a day filled with gloom, and Chen Long remained silently lost in thought. He realized the terrifying nature of an angry woman, a revelation that struck him profoundly. As the streetlights began to illuminate the surroundings, Canales finally uttered a phrase. I'm hungry. I want to eat. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Oh, this little enchantress. Only speaking when her stomach craves sustenance. What a perplexing reason. Not angry anymore? It seems there is no energy left for anger once her hunger is satisfied. She might resume her vexation. Chen Long will continue to deal with her anger after eating. Is there anything more bizarre than this? Alas, it has been a week. Upon returning home tonight, he had planned to make his move. Yet, it seemed more appropriate to wait until after she took her medication tomorrow. Tonight, with merely 5 minutes at his disposal, what could he possibly achieve? The time slipped away before he could even make a move. Chen Long, unable to employ the sole method of consolation he had for his lady. This marks the second meal of discontent I have consumed today. Throughout, Canales remained utterly silent, while Chen Long managed only a few scattered remarks amidst his foolish laughter. What exacerbated his frustration was the fact that, after they had eaten their fill, Canales abruptly abandoned Chen Long, speeding away alone in her car. When he inquired about her destination, she merely replied that she was off to entice men. As a carless individual, Chen Long could do nothing but watch her swiftly vanish from his sight. In truth, her departure was somewhat of a relief, at last. Chen Long could enjoy a measure of tranquility, free from the burden of so many troubling thoughts. After a day filled with traditional Chinese medicine, football, and women, his mind was evidently in disarray. Wandering aimlessly down the street, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the CF where he had previously met his cousin, Louis XIV. Unable to resist the urge, he stepped inside, ordered a cup of coffee, and began to drink, though his thoughts were clearly elsewhere, drifting far beyond his immediate surroundings. The Chinese football scene had disappointed him profoundly. Their shameless pursuit of financial gain was evident, as they approached him not for the love of the game but for monetary reasons. In that moment of contemplation, he arrived at a definitive decision. He resolved to forsake that land, where his passion for football had yielded no joy, ultimately dialing Yang Ershi to instruct the rotund man to decline the invitation. Having made this choice of abandonment, he felt an unexpected lightness, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Should China not participate, then he would represent Italy instead. He was unaware that this decision would wield significant consequences in the future. China indeed required talents like Chen Long, a perfect substitute, a rarity to find. Surely, if Camacho were not blind to his abilities, he would recognize Chen Long's potential. Yet it appeared that Camacho's authority was limited. No one could discern whether Camacho's venture into China was merely a gold rush or a genuine desire to coach effectively. However, considering the less than 10 matches he had overseen, Camacho's coaching capabilities warranted scrutiny and skepticism. His deficiencies had already surfaced during his tenure with Spain and Real Madrid. To echo the sentiments of the common folk, he was nothing more than a charlatan, merely engaging in theoretical discussions. The dire state of Chinese football was disheartening. In a world where the sport thrived, China's football stagnated, an utterly lamentable reality. As Chen Long leisurely sipped his coffee, he began to ponder the possibilities of his future. Remaining in Italy, the situation was unlikely to improve, and he could only take one step at a time. Just as his thoughts wandered to distant horizons, an unexpected visitor intruded upon his reverie. Huang Jian. This time, Chen Long unmistakably recognized him, calling out his name in acknowledgement. "Hey there, Xiaolong. Do you remember me? What an honor it is." Huang Jianxiang was pleasantly surprised that Chen Long remembered him. Upon hearing Chen Long call his name at first sight, a wave of joy surged within him, prompting him to extend his hand warmly for a handshake. As is customary among Chinese people, handshakes are the norm upon meeting. And naturally, Chen Long would not offer him a kiss. After all, he was a man. Chen Long had always held a favorable impression of Huang Jianxiang, and thus, he quickly invited him to sit together. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by matters concerning China, and serendipitously encountering a fellow Chinese provided the perfect opportunity for a conversation and a cathartic exchange of grievances. Since the 2006 World Cup, when he provided commentary for Italy's round of 16 match, Huang Jianxiang has ascended to the status of China's foremost sports host, wielding considerable influence within the realm of Chinese football. Today, by some twist of fate, he found himself in Italy, where he unexpectedly encountered Chen Long in a CAF. Such is the nature of destiny. When the time is right, it seems one could even share a cup of Meng Po's soup at the gates of the underworld. Huang Jianxiang did not intentionally seek out Chen Long. Italy, though not vast, is certainly more than a mere county. His purpose for visiting Italy was primarily to produce a special program on the Serie A League for the 2012 to 2013 season, focusing on the talents of Italian football, with a theme seemingly centered on football prodigies. At that moment in the CAF, he encountered Italy's foremost enchanting figure, inadvertently colliding into his embrace. Observing the gleeful grin upon his countenance, one could easily discern the depth of his delight. Huang Jinxiang, seizing this fortuitous encounter, whimsically pondered whether he should craft a dedicated album for Italy's most captivating persona. Alas, he lamented, he was no longer affiliated with the World Football Channel. Otherwise, this episode would surely have set the ratings ablaze. Such thoughts flickered through his mind. Hua. The new book has plummeted to the 15th position on the bestseller list, languishing at the very bottom. Has the essence of football indeed perished, reduced to mere jest? Very well, if Hua is absent, let it be a jest then. Chapter 71. Even without fragrance, flowers are still flowers. The encounter with Huang Jinxiang was a beautifully serendipitous moment, far more pleasant than his previous meetings with those three buffoons. Huang Jinxiang also reminisced about the news from 14 years prior when he joined Inter Milan, a time when he had already reported on Chen Long. This piece of information once again drew the two closer together, and they engaged in delightful conversation, losing track of time until it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Had it not been for Chen Long's inability to drink, it is likely that the two would have ventured to a bar for a hearty celebration. Their encounter felt belated. Before parting, Chen Long promised to arrange another meeting, intending to collaborate with Huang Jin on a special feature for Football World. Upon quietly returning to his residence, Chen Long discovered that Canales had yet to return. He attempted to call, but the phone was switched off. As he waited, he eventually fell asleep. In recent days, there has been little of significant note, the sole matter worthy of attention being the arrival of the Italian national team in Bulgaria. Chen Long, having numerous club teammates in the national squad, is particularly invested in their performance. It remains to be seen how Italy will embody its spirit and showcase its prowess in their first official match following the European Championship. Among the team members, besides his club acquaintances, is his childhood friend Balotelli, making it evident that although Chen Long has yet to represent the national team, half of its players are indeed his friends. Despite not being called up to the national squad, reporters managed to corner Chen Long outside the university after his Wednesday class, conducting an impromptu interview that lasted half an hour. This incident was rather mundane. However, it was rather unfortunate that he had just emerged from the dean's laboratory, having taken his medication during the routine Wednesday appointment. Based on previous observations, the effects of the medication typically manifest after half an hour, leaving him apprehensive about the potential onset of its effects while being besieged by reporters. It remains unclear how the journalists received their tip-off regarding Chen Long's supposed invitation to the national team, only for Prandelli to ultimately decide against including him. The investigative prowess of tabloid journalists is indisputable. Many are aware that Chen Long had a chance encounter with Prandelli in the lobby, a fact that journalists wasted no time in sensationalizing. At that moment, Chen Long held no fondness towards the reporters, having been hounded by paparazzi incessantly. His patience wore thin, particularly with that bothersome fellow from Naples, the troublesome red-nosed lad of similar age. He responded curtly to the various reporters, stating that Prandelli had not reached out to him, though the Chinese Football Association had. What he intended to dismiss casually inadvertently led the conversation down another avenue. The mere mention of the Chinese Football Association elicited concern from some reporters regarding Italy's prospects. Those with a modicum of international legal knowledge posed a question. How could he be selected for the Chinese team when dual nationality is not permitted? Matters are shaped by human actions. With China being such a vast country, it naturally possesses its strengths, warranting no undue concern from us. A reporter then inquired whether he intended to join the Chinese team and thus forsake Italy. Chen Long clarified that it was not a matter of abandonment. First, he had not been selected for the Italian national team, and second, he had not joined the Chinese national team either. To him, the fans from both nations are dearly cherished, and his affection extends to both countries. Chen Long's responses remained ambiguous, reflecting his seasoned demeanor. I love football, and I adore the fans from both nations, but the primary consideration for where I play lies in my pursuit of joy. I require joyful football. When pressed whether Italy or China brings him more joy, the reporters interpreted his words, yet were left uncertain as to which nation's happiness resonated more with Chen Long. They voiced concerns that if Prandelli faced defeat without including Chen Long, what the repercussions would be. It was initially unnecessary to escalate matters to such an extent. Yet the mere meeting of these two individuals has rendered the situation markedly different. Although a small faction of journalists had previously speculated whether Chen Long might be eligible for a temporary position on the national team, as long as it remained a topic of mere conversation without formal documentation, it would forever be relegated to mere idle chatter. Meanwhile, what intentions does distant China harbor at this moment? Is this not a form of disruption? While Chen Long shares half of your lineage, must such a commotion be stirred? It appears that the Chinese are intent on poaching talent from Italy, and their intentions do not seem benevolent. From Chen Long's perspective, however, the situation bears an entirely different flavor. The reporters will surely indulge in gossip and sensationalize the story tomorrow. Reflecting on this, he inexplicably recalls that detestable young fatty. Could it be that this rotund figure has once again leaked information? Alas, this wretched soul grants me no respite. This news is indeed released by the portly young, and just as one wave settles, another rises. I declare that the time has come for me to make my exit. Chen Long, with his notorious disregard, jested that this half-hour was swiftly passing, and the effects of the medication were imminent. How could he leave? That was impossible. Your agent has accepted our interview fee, and you must comply with our half-hour interview. A middle-aged journalist, adorned with oversized black-rimmed glasses, noticed Chen Long attempting to flee and quickly detained him, articulating this demand. What? That pig actually asked you for an interview fee? Chen Long was incensed at this revelation. This shameless rogue was indeed unscrupulous in his pursuit of wealth, even resorting to charging for interviews. He felt an overwhelming urge to call that scoundrel immediately and give him a piece of his mind. Having someone so adept at extracting money can sometimes be a considerable nuisance, Chen Long mused, but he had no time to linger. He needed to retreat swiftly. I assure you, this interview is complimentary. If that rotund individual charges you, feel free to demand a refund from him, citing my words. If he refuses, return to interview me again, and I shall grant you another session free of charge. By the time he finished speaking, a faint flush had begun to appear on his face, clearly indicative of the medication's gradual onset. He hurried to the roadside, eager to hail a taxi to return home and relieve his distress. The journalists, bewildered by his peculiar behavior, chose not to press him further, especially after Chen Long's declaration. Nonetheless, his hasty actions were fervently captured by their cameras. One can only imagine the sensational news that would emerge later. Once he flagged down a vehicle, he paid no heed to the journalists and swiftly departed the scene. On his way home, he suddenly realized that Connolly's might still be upset, as she hadn't answered his calls in the afternoon. How was he to relieve his distress upon returning home? Oh no, this could lead to trouble. But never mind, he thought, he would address it upon reaching home. If not, so be it. To his surprise, as he approached his doorstep, he discovered Connolly's car parked outside. Ah, the little enchantress knows how to consider her man. Little enchantress, I have arrived, he bellowed, charging into the house like a ravenous wolf. Chapter 72. Even a short tree is still a tree. It is said that Connolly's, ever perceptive, returned to Chen Long's side. Despite her capricious nature, a woman's heart is often intricate. She was acutely aware that Chen Long was due for his herbal remedy on Wednesday, and the effects would soon manifest. She did not wish for him to be swayed by another woman, so she returned to his abode ahead of time to await his arrival. Now, if a woman truly intended to leave, would she not pack a multitude of belongings? Connolly's did not do so. Clearly, she simply wished to provoke Chen Long and evoke his concern. Currently, the spotlight of Italian football has shifted to Bulgaria, and Chen Long was, of course, no exception. Nonetheless, even so, Chen Long remains the darling of the fans. On Thursday afternoon, after finally securing a half-day of respite, Chen Long graciously accepted an invitation to attend the fan meeting hosted by Lanz a few days prior. Curiously, Canales was notably absent, an anomaly that did not align with her usual demeanor. While his teammates were fervently preparing for their match in Bulgaria, the leisurely Chen Long was reveling in his fan meeting experience. Lanz had chosen the football field of the traditional Chinese Medicine Institute as the venue, a fitting backdrop that resonated with Chen Long's footballing persona. A temporary guest room had been arranged, complete with numerous footballs, indicating that Chen Long would likely perform some demonstrations shortly. Wang Jian was fortunate enough to partake in this gathering. Naturally, the ever-sneaky Brotherski, who had been covertly capturing Chen Long's moments, brazenly made his appearance among the crowd of fans. From a distance, Chen Long spotted the red-nosed rogue, yet his expression betrayed no signs of discontent. According to the plump young Urshi, the red-nosed fellow's antics were, in fact, a form of publicity for Chen Long. Since such free promotion could yield beneficial outcomes, why should Chen Long feel any ire? As long as he refrained from flirting with beautiful women in public, there would be no adverse repercussions. However, in Chen Long's perspective, he believed he had never engaged in any flirtations. Rather, it was the beautiful women approaching him with suggestive intentions. Essentially, he felt he was the one being pursued, caught in a web of ambiguity, entirely in a passive role. Indeed, The event was hosted by Lanz, who, on this day, donned a strikingly revealing outfit, a white backless mini dress that showcased her ample curves, captivating the audience's gaze like two budding blossoms, more alluring than a football. Chen Long privately pondered whether Lanz was orchestrating the fan meeting for his benefit or merely promoting herself. Yet, the large characters emblazoned above the guest room clearly proclaimed Dragon Battles the World Fan Meeting, leaving him bemused. It seemed the purpose of this publicity was, in fact, self-serving. She was a great enchantress, a cunning vixen. It resembled a miniature football match, with an astonishing attendance exceeding 3,000 spectators. Not only were the fans of Long Zhantianxiao present, but supporters from various faculties of the University of Turin also gathered, along with some external members of society. The football field of the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine had not witnessed such a spectacle in quite some time, aside from the annual freshman gathering. The venue had long been devoid of such vibrant activity. Surrounding the pitch, an array of advertisements was prominently displayed, though they left Chen Long feeling somewhat disconcerted. The mention of one particular company stirred unease within him, for it was the very company that had previously provided him with his first advertisement, a pharmaceutical factory, now audaciously promoting itself in this place. This, of course, is still the handiwork of Yang Ershi. However, this did not genuinely provoke Chen Long's nerves. After all, he need not personally engage in advertising. Merely having a few names displayed at the venue was hardly significant. Various billboards surrounded the area, each more colorful than the last. Even more astonishing to Chen Long was the appearance of a group of disabled fans. This was, in truth, not particularly surprising, as Chen Long himself was, in a strict sense, somewhat handicapped. His current success served as an inspiration. One could easily imagine the esteemed position he held in the hearts of those disabled compatriots. Thus, Chen Long eagerly ran over to them, offering his autograph one by one. This gesture ignited a frenzy among the fans, whether signing one or 100. It was still a matter of profit. Yet, once he signed for one, he felt compelled to sign for another, as he could hardly leave any fans unattended. Such a situation was unpalatable to anyone, prompting Chen Long to take a rather audacious step. After all, what were 3,000 signatures? Come on. Let us just sign them all. However, he absolutely could not sign on certain areas, such as the chest. With a knowing glance, he quickly surveyed Lan Si, his thoughts fleeting as he noticed her exposed curves. 3,000 names consumed an hour and a half. And this was with a swift signing method. Fortunately, he was using his hand and not his foot. Otherwise, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. After the signatures, some fans wanted to embrace Chen Long, and he found himself having to carve out additional time for that. It was uncertain who benefited more from this exchange. We can only say, in pure innocence, that they were merely heartfelt embraces. After completing this laborious task, Chen Long finally settled into the VIP lounge for a moment's respite and to engage in an interview with Lan Si. Although referred to as a VIP lounge, it was essentially an open-air setup with a large screen, a few chairs, and a table. The conversation was effortless, and Chen Long relished the current atmosphere. Initially, it was a one-sided interview conducted by Lan Si, whose questions were particularly sharp and caustic, making it difficult for Chen Long to respond. He mused that Lan Si was more professional than the paparazzi, showing promise to become an exceptional investigative journalist. The questions were not only biting but also laced with absurdity. For instance, "Do you have a girlfriend?" was blatantly trivial, especially considering that just days prior, she had made headlines regarding him, and it was common knowledge that his girlfriend was Canales. Yet, she could not resist asking again. It was rather annoying. While the fans anticipated the answer to be negative, the reality was glaringly evident. What does it feel like during a 5-minute love affair? This question left Chen Long feeling particularly awkward. Such a private and potentially hurtful inquiry was brazenly posed by Lan Si, leaving him in a state of discomfort. In his mind, he had already mentally categorized Lan Si with the likes of those he deemed unworthy. In response to the question, Chen Long yearned to deliver a humorous and enticing reply. "Come over to personally experiment when my girlfriend is not home." However, if he were to dare respond in such a manner, I suspect his life expectancy would not exceed half an hour. Thus, he opted for a more serious reply. "That is my private matter, and I have nothing to disclose. There were no floral scents or towering trees. Yet I am certainly not an unnoticed blade of grass. I am, indeed, quite the handsome one." Canales chuckled softly, and the fans in the group erupted in laughter. Chen Long, undeterred by any embarrassment, joined in the laughter, brushing aside the moment of awkwardness. his gaze instinctively drifting towards his disabled companions, filled with encouragement. Chapter 73. Defeat in Sophia. Sophia, in Greek, signifies wisdom and intelligence, embodying the dreams of a beautiful life composed of love and wisdom. The capital of Bulgaria bears this name, and like its namesake, the city of Sofia is both beautiful and wise. Upon their arrival, the Italians felt as though they had stumbled into a garden of blossoms, though these flowers were not specifically referring to women. This marked the first qualifying match for the 2014 Brazil World Cup, where Italy visited Bulgaria to engage in a fierce battle within the flower-like city of Sofia. Carrying the momentum of being the runners-up in the European Championship, Italy's presence incited frenzy among the fans. In truth, this Italian team was quite unremarkable in appearance among them. Pirlo stood out as one of the more handsome men. If we were to trace back to the summer of 1998, the Italian charm would have terrified many, especially those from rival national teams. Arriving in Sofia 2 days early, the Italians adopted a remarkably relaxed approach to their preparations. Coach Prandelli, wary of placing undue pressure on his players, refrained from conducting high-intensity training sessions. However, he insisted on strict discipline, forbidding players from any violations. The first away game was notoriously challenging. Bulgaria's strength had severely waned over the past 2 decades, and the team was in a state of transition. While they may lack the prowess to challenge for the top 2 spots in their group, they certainly possessed the capacity to disrupt the competition on their home turf. Thus, Prandelli harbored genuine concerns about any unforeseen circumstances arising in Bulgaria. In football, there are no absolute strong teams, nor are there guaranteed victors. Having navigated the footballing world for many years, Prandelli himself felt the weight of tension, contrary to the relaxed demeanor of his players. Yet, as the head coach, he would never project that anxiety onto his team, even though he feared that excessive relaxation could lead to dire consequences. Italy has never been short of notorious characters. From the distant past of Cassano, now 28 and seemingly matured, to the globally renowned Balotelli, whose mental faculties appear still underdeveloped, and the middle-generation player Marchisio. The outcome of their relaxation resulted in these individuals embarking on joyous escapades through the city of flowers, reveling in their merriment. In an astonishing turn of events, Prandelli was oblivious to the situation before the match. He assumed that after a light training session, the young players would dutifully return to their hotel for rest, preparing for the fierce battle the following day. However, a few of these youngsters, unable to control their emotions, stealthily slipped out in the dead of night. Even after a room check at dawn, what does it signify to venture out at midnight? One can easily guess the nature of their escapade, seeking the pleasures of the night, perhaps indulging in revelry. Leading the charge was none other than the youngest among them, Balotelli. This young man has garnered immense popularity in Eastern Europe, a reputation bolstered by his remarkable performances in this year's European Championship. Given that the tournament was also held in Eastern Europe, it is said that a staggering 97% of women wish to engage with Balotelli. Naturally, upon returning to Eastern Europe, he could not resist such a splendid opportunity. And in the stillness of night, driven by restlessness, he coaxed 2 other mischievous companions to join him in their nocturnal escapade. One can only wonder what possessed him to act so recklessly and breach the rules. The following day, the repercussions were dire. The entire Italian team found themselves in a lamentable state. A key midfielder and 2 principal forwards appeared listless on the field, their legs feeling as feeble as cotton swabs, posing no threat whatsoever. When was the last time Italy faced such a defeat? Merely 2 months prior, in the European Championship final. A humiliating 0-4 loss still lingered in memory. Could it be that fate would deal them another cruel hand in this second consecutive match? The 3 miscreants were undoubtedly presenting Prandelli with an answer he did not wish to confront. It was evident to all that the trio's performance was subpar, leaving Prandelli in a state of frustration. He could not possibly substitute them before halftime. The score remained 0-0, and out of kindness, he decided to let them play through the first half. Yet, just as he hesitated, Bulgaria scored, courtesy of the elegant Berbatov from Manchester United. The legend goes that he may not score for a year, but when he does, it will be a feast for 3 years. Italy must tread carefully, for it appeared that Berbatov was set to indulge once more. Italy has a peculiar tendency. After achieving success in major tournaments, they often face a dismal aftermath. Little did Prandelli anticipate that the very first match of the qualifiers would result in such a setback. He had hoped to at least secure a draw away from home, but this goal disrupted all his strategies. Similarly perplexing was the inexplicable poor form exhibited by the 3 wayward players. While struggling offensively was one thing, Their abysmal defensive efforts rendered the aging Pirlo alone in the midfield, toiling like an old ox, gasping for breath, utterly overwhelmed. Gritting his teeth, Prandelli made the unprecedented decision to utilize all three of his substitution slots before halftime. As the trio trudged off the pitch, Cassano and the young player bowed their heads towards the bench, saying nothing, while Balotelli, in stark contrast, was vociferous, wearing a visibly discontented expression, oblivious to the impact of his words. Based on past experiences, it is certain that whatever Balotelli uttered would not bode well. And one can only anticipate that lip-reading experts would soon decipher his remarks post-match. What personnel could possibly be substituted, particularly among the forwards? The diminutive Anton Giovinco and the 34-year-old veteran, Di Natale. The frail physique of the young rendered him incapable of establishing his place amidst the fray, while Di Natale, despite his commendable efforts, could not compete in speed and stamina with the Bulgarian defender a decade his junior. Regrettably, the entire first half suffered due to the dismal performance of those three, leading to a severe depletion of stamina among their teammates in the midfield and defense. By the second half, they found themselves utterly powerless, mere ornaments on the pitch. The match stood frozen at a score of 0-1, with Prandelli burdened by exhaustion, wearing an expression of despondency. He had never anticipated that Italy would perform in such a manner. It was utterly unfathomable. Had those three youngsters defied his directives and engaged in some unseemly conduct? Otherwise, they had exhibited boundless energy during yesterday's training, yet today's display was the complete antithesis. Perplexed, he pondered the situation. Nevertheless, he instructed his assistant coach to inquire with the hotel management upon returning to the lobby, to review the surveillance footage from the latter part of the night. Before the assistant coach could investigate, a reporter at the press conference provided Prandelli with the answers he sought. Chapter 74. Expulsion from the team. Prandelli felt as though his heart might explode with frustration. The revelations from the reporters incensed him. This marked the first time in his tenure as Italy's head coach that he had been so furious. Yet, in pursuit of clarity, he refrained from immediate outburst, choosing instead to hold his temper until the assistant coach could confirm the facts. Typically, Prandelli was known for his composed demeanor and amiable nature. However, kindness does not preclude one from feeling anger, does it? Following the reporter's startling announcement, Prandelli sensed a profound sense of betrayal from his own disciples, leaving him both disheartened and enraged. At the press conference, Prandelli cryptically remarked, "The match unfolded in a rather peculiar manner. I intend to thoroughly investigate the matter and provide everyone with a more detailed account." A portion of the players exhibited commendable effort, wholeheartedly contributing to the team, while a small minority seemed to be in a trance, laboring without purpose and performing atrociously. This is an affront to the Italian national team, and I suspect there are hidden reasons behind this. Although he refrained from naming names, anyone familiar with the game could discern whom he referred to. Aside from the three who had been substituted, who else could it be? The reporters below voiced their opinions, but Prandelli merely responded that he would reserve judgment until a thorough investigation had been conducted. In a hurried conclusion to the press conference, news from the assistant coach corroborated the reporters' claims, further etching fatigue upon Prandelli's visage. Although I was aware that the outcome would largely be as such, the reality presented before me still evoked a profound sense of disappointment. Prandelli, who had initially intended to leave the press conference, paused upon receiving this news, calling the reporters to a halt. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have an important announcement to make to the media." Despite being nearly overcome with rage, Prandelli managed to suppress his emotions and delivered his words with composure. The journalists, who had been feeling disheartened due to the lack of valuable news, suddenly found their spirits lifted by Prandelli's declaration and immediately shifted into a state of eager anticipation. As for the team's defeat, I naturally bear the greatest responsibility. However, I never anticipated that anyone would dare to indulge in revelry the night before a major competition. Prandelli had merely heard from his assistant coach that the footage captured those three individuals indeed ventured out in the early hours, but it was impossible to ascertain their actions. Nonetheless, the notion of indulgence could not be misinterpreted. Prandelli could envision far worse scenarios, yet he found himself unable to articulate them directly. Professional players should inherently understand the implications of such behavior the day before a match. Yet these three individuals chose to act otherwise. What distinguishes this from sheer folly? What measures does the national team intend to take against them? Inquired an Italian journalist. Prandelli paused momentarily, adjusting his immaculate suit, and replied wearily, "To disregard the team's discipline and trample upon national honor is unforgivable. Even if a player were as talented as Maradona, I believe my team would not tolerate such behavior. Players who show disrespect towards the team, their teammates, the nation, and the supporters will face our unwavering response. He hesitated again before concluding, expulsion from the team. Expulsion from the team. As those 4 words slowly escaped Prandelli's lips, the journalists erupted in disbelief. They had presumed a mere fine or suspension would suffice, never expecting Prandelli to declare such a severe consequence. This situation had escalated to a grave level. Expulsion from the team signified a complete cessation of their ability to participate in matches, at least under Prandelli's leadership. They would no longer have an opportunity to perform. This explosive news was promptly disseminated online by the author from the scene, or perhaps relayed back to the editorial office via phone for immediate publication. The notorious trio, having just emerged from the changing room, were taken aback by their teammates' fervent discussions. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, they were utterly stunned. Is it truly this serious? Has Prandelli lost his mind? This was Cassano's first reaction, who never anticipated that his violation would culminate in such consequences. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the severity of the issue. Had it merely been a professional league match, perhaps the repercussions would not have been so dire. Marchisio, on the other hand, wore an expression of deep regret. A significant crisis had arisen. He truly had erred. He internally chastised himself, lamenting that he should not have heeded the provocations of Balotelli and Cassano to venture out for amusement. Why did he allow himself to indulge in such folly? Throughout the match, Marchisio had berated himself countless times. His impotent actions on the field were unbearable to accept. After the game, he kept his head down, unable to meet the gaze of his coach and teammates, clearly recognizing the gravity of his mistake. At his age, he ought to have exhibited greater maturity, yet he faltered. Not only him, even the 28 or 29-year-old Cassano was in a frenzy. As for Balotelli, he displayed an air of indifference, as if this matter had no bearing on him at all, plugging in his earpiece and strolling away nonchalantly. It appears that the 21-year-old Balotelli remains unchanged, showing no signs of progress whatsoever. Pirlo, standing behind him, gently shook his head, wearing a countenance of helplessness, pondering how such a version of Italy could possibly grace the stage in Brazil in 2014. Chiellini, standing beside him, similarly patted his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. The teammates, who have exerted tremendous effort, initially felt quite discontented with their performance. However, upon witnessing such a severe penalty, their hearts are now filled with regret and concern. After all, they are part of the same national team, bound to encounter one another frequently. No one wishes for matters to escalate to this extent. Furthermore, the team's prospects appear bleak with the absence of these 3 key figures. Marchisio's role in midfield is undeniably vital. As a regular starter for Italy, he carries significant weight. While the midfield may find ways to compensate, what about the forwards? To our dismay, both Cassano and Balotelli, Italy's last 2 reliable forwards, have been expelled. Who then will lead Italy's offensive charge? Must we rely on the aging Di Natale to take the helm? The players here appear indifferent, yet the press conference is abuzz, centering around the Italian forwards. In recent years, Italy has struggled to find a formidable striker, one that can be relied upon. Prandelli painstakingly transformed a troubled player into the focal point of the team's attack, only for this incident to occur. As for Balotelli, he was once heralded as the crown jewel of Italy's forward line for the next decade, carrying the hopes of the nation and Prandelli. And yet, he has led the charge in this debacle. Did these 3 players simultaneously embark on an existential journey? Chapter 75. We have temporary workers in an astonishing turn of events. Balotelli has left the squad early and returned to Italy. Just as Prandelli was engaging with journalists at the press conference, Italy's stability appeared to be in jeopardy. Many reporters believe Prandelli is digging his own grave by expelling the star forward. How can Italy hope to survive without him? How can they secure victories? Oh, but of course, wasn't Del Piero and Totti still available? Having not played in Serie A, perhaps Prandelli should summon these veterans back to bolster the attack. It was a foolish suggestion from a reporter that left others in disbelief. In theory, it might be feasible. One is 36, the other 37. Could they possibly come off the bench for half an hour? Together, their ages could rival that of 4 younger teammates. And what about the first half? Relying on the unreliable Borriello and Matri? Italy's performance might very well be more successful in bird hunting than in football. Without a striker, how can Italy execute a counterattack? This would leave the midfield and defense exhausted. In the midst of this chaos, reporters began brainstorming potential forwards for Prandelli, eventually mentioning Milan's El Shaarawy, who at just 19 has begun to establish himself in the squad and is undoubtedly a promising option. Beyond him, who else could capture attention? With Balotelli's premature departure, Italy's front line now hinges on the dependable Di Natale. This seasoned veteran has been prolific in the league, netting 4 goals for Udinese over 2 matches, proving he is still in fine form. While he may not excel in international play, he has endured through the years and is finally poised to start. The next match is scheduled for Tuesday, and time is of the essence. Prandelli has little room for error. If the team falters against a nation with a population of under 5 million, whose footballing prowess is akin to that of the Chinese Super League, the outcome would be disheartening. However, this is not entirely surprising. In Europe, there are no weak teams, and often, such squads have been known to frustrate so-called strong teams. Last year, during the European Championship qualifiers, Portugal faced several vexations, nearly missing out on the finals. After making his decision, Prandelli did not display any signs of panic. Rather, he sought to establish a formidable presence, discipline, and a perfectly cohesive team. Was it merely 2 forwards that Italy lacked? Surely, there must be alternatives. A significant influx of fresh talent replacing the old guard. And what of star players like Balotelli? On the pitch, the most significant figure is not the player, but the head coach. If this individual continues in such a reckless manner, Italy's prospects will worsen. Despite his youth, he has misguided many, and such behavior cannot be tolerated. Prandelli remains steadfast in his convictions, showing no inclination towards regret. Who claims that Italy lacks talent? The nation boasts an abundance of youthful prodigies. Prandelli articulated confidently that it is time to afford opportunities to new players. The team is in its prime, and the infusion of fresh talent will invigorate their spirit. He aims to instill in the players the understanding that in the relentless march of time, the new generation will inevitably replace the old. They should not become overly complacent, for such arrogance can lead to dire consequences. This candid and unembellished statement serves as a grim reiteration of their impending doom. The prospect of returning to the national team? Only if Prandelli is dismissed from his position. Otherwise, such aspirations are futile. The consequences would be dire. This declaration further signifies Prandelli's unwavering resolve. He will not tolerate any insubordination or arrogance, for it would lead to a dead end. Marchisio is the one filled with regret, already contemplating how to appease Prandelli and regain his place in the national squad. At the tender age of 25, a prime time in his career, he finds himself ousted from the national team, a deeply distressing affair. Who would not be dismayed in such a situation? He has since sought out his compatriots in Juventus, imploring them to advocate on his behalf. Being close comrades, how could they refuse him? Naturally, Buffon and others would be inclined to assist, yet the crux of the matter lies in Marchisio's own admission of fault. Does Italy have forwards? Inquired a Bulgarian journalist, one of the few foreign reporters present. His curiosity piqued. We even have temporary workers, let alone professional forwards. It was unexpected that Prandelli would actually consider a temporary player. The journalists were taken aback. They then recalled Prandelli's recent serendipitous encounter with Chen Long, which invigorated their spirits, leading to a chorus of questions. Are you planning to summon Juventus's temporary player, Chen Long, into the national team? This lad is thriving at his club. Can he perform in the national squad? With Balotelli gone, Chen Long's entrance seems seamless. Why not? Just look at how many Juventus players are in the Italian team. It's practically half of Italy. It's perfect. No need for adaptation. Chen Long is the quintessential Italian super sub. Some reporters expressed agreement, while others voiced dissent, creating a lively debate. It appears that Chen Long and Balotelli share a long-standing camaraderie, unlikely to be of the same ilk. The temporary worker is promising, given Italy's defense. 5 minutes would suffice for Chen Long. Prandelli is, in effect, publicly announcing his intention to include Chen Long in the national team, and he speaks with remarkable confidence. A mere player like Materazzi does not truly concern Prandelli. This is not mere carelessness or arrogance, but rather a testament to confidence and capability. Strategically, he may disdain his rivals, yet tactically, he respects them. A great commander is always such. Sitting before the television, intently watching the football match, Chen Long initially did not anticipate the repugnant nature of the game. His childhood friend, Balotelli, unexpectedly faltered, while Xiaoma joined in the cacophony of discontent. Even the illustrious Cassano proved to be a disappointment, leaving a profound impact on his heart. The 2 friends he had always trusted were expelled by Prandelli, and he felt even more sorrowful than they did. Yet, the outcome turned out to be joyous. He never expected Prandelli to announce live that he, Chen Long, would be summoned for the next match against Malta, and his name would indeed appear on the national team roster. What a remarkable turn of events. In just a few days, he has astonishingly ascended to the national team. He couldn't help but pinch the cheek of Canales, who was sitting beside him, watching the match. Is this truly happening? The national team? The Italian national team. A temporary worker is about to report to the national squad. Chapter 76. Reporting to the national team, it was as if destiny had summoned him. Chen Long indeed awaited a call from Prandelli. Acquiring his number was no challenge. With so many Juventus players in the national team, it was merely a matter of asking anyone. Prepared in front of the television, Chen Long did not succumb to panic. Yet his excitement was utterly uncontainable. Finally, he was to represent the national team? It felt as though he were soaring to the heavens. Chen Long's ascent was akin to a rocket, rapidly climbing higher. Indeed, the term climbing hardly sufficed to describe his rise. The temporary worker was now in high demand. Sought after by clubs and even the national team. Originally scheduled to continue his studies in traditional Chinese medicine over the weekend, Chen Long had no choice but to alter his plans and arrive early in Milan. This marks the second time in Milan for Chen Long, a true Sicilian rustic. In a land as expansive as Italy, akin to the size of a stiletto heel, he has scarcely ventured beyond his familiar confines. For 18 years, he has remained ensconced at the heel of that metaphorical stiletto, showing no curiosity for the world beyond his island, nor has he ever set foot outside its borders. However, Milan holds a unique significance. He first arrived in this city at the tender age of 4, spending a full 2 years immersed in its vibrancy. Even if young, the plump fellow had not accompanied him, he would navigate the city with ease and familiarity. This city, shrouded in regret, is one that once cast him aside, a memory he shall never forget. Milan is a city of vibrant allure, as he perceives it, while Turin embodies a chilling demeanor. Renowned as the fashion capital, Milan serves as Italy's Fade. In this resplendent city, before the national team's return and the commencement of training, he explored Milan thoroughly with his companion, Yang. At the tender age of 18, still on the cusp of maturity, he found himself momentarily liberated from sorrowful recollections. Captivated by the kaleidoscope of colors that surrounded him, the morning slipped away in blissful enjoyment, and by afternoon, the national team arrived in Milan, signaling his obligation to report. As a newcomer, one might expect feelings of unfamiliarity and shyness, yet he felt none of that. The presence of 7 Juventus teammates rendered him entirely at ease. Initially, only 6 Juventus players were meant to remain, but Marchisio adamantly refused to depart from the national team, insisting on accompanying them regardless of the absence of a match. His contrition was sincere, as he publicly apologized to Prandelli and declared his intentions. Due to this earnest demeanor, Prandelli decided to retain him, albeit without the opportunity to participate in the upcoming match. It was not a gesture of leniency, but rather a strategic decision to eliminate any disruptive elements. Nevertheless, since Marchisio swiftly recognized his missteps and took appropriate action, Prandelli granted him a chance. However, as previously mentioned, retention comes with consequences, and when he might return to the field remains uncertain. The next match is out of the question, as Prandelli aims to demonstrate that Italy can thrive even in the absence of certain individuals. Thus, the current Italian national team boasts an astonishing 8 players from Juventus, effectively dominating half of Italy's football landscape. The presence of numerous acquaintances proves advantageous for Chen Long. After gradually familiarizing himself with his club teammates, he swiftly assimilated into the positive atmosphere. Where do the stars reside? They are here at Juventus, here in Milan. Thus, if the stars treat Chen Long so well, it follows that the young talents from smaller clubs would also extend their goodwill towards him. After all, Juventus stands as the pinnacle of Italian football, and the foremost Italian stars are indeed within its ranks. Benefiting from the renown of players like Pirlo, Buffon, and Chiellini, Chen Long joyfully joined the national team. Fresh off the plane, one might question the need for training. Instead, he retreated to his room for rest. Meanwhile, a few lesser-known players remained on the training ground for extra practice, and Chen Long was among them. Why was this the case? Naturally, it was due to the 3 players who had been dismissed. With their absence, it was essential to bring in 3 new individuals. Among the 3 individuals, aside from Chen Long, there was also Milan Sulla, and another whom he did not recognize. This was the thought that lingered in Chen Long's mind. Indeed, who could be unaware? The face was quite striking. The lad was sturdy and robust, someone he had never encountered before. Could he possibly be a prodigy emerging from some youth team? All he knew was that this individual was named Robert Choba. Such a grandiose name, Robert Choba? When reversed, it becomes Baggio. Baggio, yet another legendary figure of divine status. For the moment, he refrained from engaging with Choba, as Sulla had been persistently occupying his attention. Do these two individuals know each other? Indeed, they are acquainted. This narrative harkens back to 14 years ago. The prodigious talent of the Milan Youth Academy, El Shaarawy, has been acquainted with the Inter Milan Academy since his early years. Had it not been for Chen Long's unfortunate dismissal years prior, he might have had the opportunity to collaborate with El Shaarawy by now. The name Chen Long was known to the 5-year-old El Shaarawy, who faced him on the pitch on numerous occasions. However, a year later, Chen Long faded from the scene. And it was only this year that El Shaarawy encountered his name again on television, and they even clashed in the TIM Cup. Their interactions could be characterized as limited, lacking the depth of a profound friendship. Yet, their recent meeting was rather pleasant, devoid of the animosity typically seen between players of the two Milan teams, embodying instead the simplicity of two young men enjoying each other's company. El Shaarawy has now established himself as a crucial player for Milan, having shown brightly for the past 2 to 3 years. With the departures of Robinho and Ibrahimovic, his future appears increasingly promising. Nevertheless, in the presence of Chen Long, El Shaarawy remains a mere youth. It is undoubtedly the recognition of Chen Long's past prowess that emboldens El Shaarawy to approach him with admiration. Although the term fawning may carry negative connotations, it is, in truth, a reflection of El Shaarawy's reverence for someone younger yet formidable like Chen Long. Seeing the two engrossed in conversation and laughter, the diminutive Joe Barr, who was amusing himself with a football, could not resist the urge to join them. Unbeknownst to the duo, this young lad, who stood significantly shorter than both, had entered the national team, indicating his exceptional talent. Moreover, in terms of age, he was comparable to them. Who could this prodigy be? Among the emerging talents in Italy, El Shaarawy had encountered nearly all. Yet he found himself at a loss regarding this particular individual. The coach had not disclosed his origins either. As Chapter 77 unfolds, Joe Barr, slightly shorter than both Chen Long and El Shaarawy, stood at around 1.7 meters, indeed, quite diminutive by professional standards. Despite his stature, his address of Brother Long, Brother El Shaarawy suggested an air of confidence. Chen Long scrutinized Joe Barr, pondering his unimpressive appearance, though he noted that Joe Barr was not unattractive. With a soft, angular face and large expressive eyes, his slender physique bore a resemblance to Giovinco. Which team do you hail from? El Shaarawy, the eldest among them, inquired with a mature demeanor. Joe Barr, familiar with El Shaarawy, had seen him play during last year's encounters between Barcelona and Milan. I'm from the La Masia training camp in Barcelona, he replied. As Choba spoke, a palpable pride adorned his lips, suggesting a hint of disdain towards Sulla. The latter sensed this arrogance and contempt, feeling a pang of discomfort within, pondering how someone who merely clung to Messi's coattails could be so haughty. What is the fuss about La Masia? A name does not equate to prowess. The true measure of skill will reveal itself in time, dear Sulla. Though his words dripped with derision, he maintained a facade of respect, still referring to him as brother. Oh, is a contest in the offing? Let not the emergence from La Masia lead one to believe that every player is akin to Messi. While we may not fear the game itself, I sincerely admire the talent for theatrics. Sulla, hailing from Milan, naturally harbored no fondness for La Masia, especially after Milan was denied a Champions League semi-final opportunity due to a contentious penalty decision last season. Thus, upon hearing of Choba's Barcelona origins, he felt an instinctive displeasure, laced with irony. To claim superiority through mere performance is laughable. Choba, aflame with indignation, shed his earlier politeness. If one is as remarkable as claimed, why has one not ascended to Barcelona's first team? It seems your name is absent from the roster. Are you merely polishing Messi's shoes? Undeniably, Sulla possessed a sharp tongue, with words dripping in sarcasm and precision. Let us dispense with pleasantries and engage in a contest. The outcome will speak for itself. Choba's temper had ignited fully, clamoring for a competition with Sulla. Very well, but you shall not compete with me. Rather, you shall face him. If you wish to prove your superiority, you must best the finest. I am not the best. He is, Sulla declared, pointing to the startled Chen Long standing beside him. Chen Long, taken aback, realized Sulla's cunning ploy, redirecting the spotlight onto him, perhaps out of fear of losing face to Choba. A smirk crept upon his lips as he mused on Sulla's treachery. Compete with me? There is no basis for comparison. A race would leave me in the dust. Sulla, do not jest. Chen Long declined, casting a mischievous glance at Sulla. Dear brother, spare the pretense. If you cannot hold your ground, who can? Quickly, show him what you're made of. Ensure he thinks twice before speaking out again. Sulla coaxed, genuinely apprehensive about competing against Choba, the prodigy from La Masia, uncertain of what might unfold. Should he indeed lose, the embarrassment would be monumental. Hence his insistence that Chen Long take the stage. In Sulla's eyes, Chen Long was undoubtedly Italy's premier talent, with no other contenders in sight. Choba, having trained at La Masia, was unaware of Chen Long's true prowess, knowing only that he was called Choba, much like Chen Long was aware of him. Brother Long, let us engage in a contest. After all, we are simply passing the time. Although Choba did not possess the imposing presence of Chen Long, he was nonetheless filled with a fervent desire to compete, pleading with Chen Long. Well then, why don't you tell me what we shall compete in? There are certain things in which I truly cannot match, such as running. That would surely lead to my demise. Chen Long, noticing Choba's eagerness to compete, acquiesced, eager to witness the prowess of this talent hailing from La Masia. Among young footballers, La Masia is a revered institution, a place many aspire to be part of. In his youth, he had heard the boasts of Balotelli. Back when Messi was yet to be renowned, Balotelli had shared tales of his experiences. The legendary Balotelli had once confided that even he, with all his might, would not dare to misbehave at La Masia. One must demonstrate diligence and effort. Thus, upon encountering Choba, also from La Masia, Chen Long did not exhibit the same demeanor as that of Sulla. Let us compete in free kicks. My technique is quite commendable, Choba asserted with confidence. Upon hearing this, Sulla could not suppress his laughter, exclaiming, "Free kicks? Are you certain? You genuinely wish to compete in free kicks? What is so amusing?" "Yes, we shall compete in free kicks. Are you afraid?" Choba gazed intently at Chen Long, awaiting his response, dismissing Sulla's mockery. "Very well, free kicks it is. What are the rules?" A faint smile appeared on Chen Long's lips, devoid of any genuine significance, yet internally he was quite amused. This kid wanted to challenge him to free kicks? Only two words came to mind: courting disaster. Sulla shared the same sentiment: courting disaster. From 30 meters out, whoever hits the post first wins. Choba confidently declared the rules of their contest. "Goodness, what a twisted rule!" Sulla exclaimed, astonished by Choba's audacity. He silently congratulated himself for not accepting the challenge, as he would have surely faced a humiliating defeat. He looked at Chen Long, conveying his helplessness. "All right, you may begin," Chen Long replied, taken aback by the nature of the competition. This indicated that Choba's skills were indeed formidable. Otherwise, he would not propose such a daring challenge. Although hitting the post was quite challenging, the probability of success was also significant. Am I truly being compelled to unleash my ultimate technique? Choba measured his steps from the edge of the penalty area until he placed the ball on the grass. Chen Long observed keenly, contemplating that this fellow must practice quite often, given his evident familiarity. Chopper approached the ball with utmost seriousness, as if the world around him had faded away, completely undistracted in his focused state. The objective was to strike the goalpost, regardless of the technique employed. Thus, Chopper's first attempt was a low drive, the ball gliding along the grass towards the left post, only to narrowly evade it. Chapter 78. The man like a god. There's potential there. Chen Long mused, noting Chopper's nimbleness, which almost allowed him to make contact. Chopper's attempt to strike a ground ball was indeed a commendable strategy for hitting the post. But the trajectory of the ball was unpredictable, influenced by the grass, necessitating not only skill but also the right force. The fact that Chopper came so close to striking the post indicated his remarkable technique and cerebral agility, cleverly opting for the simplest approach. Chen Long regarded the lad with a hint more respect, yet he mused, given the distance, it felt akin to playing golf. One couldn't merely hope for a hit. Though Chen Long held a higher opinion of Chopper, he himself was a figure capable of bringing down opponents, referees, and even a stray dog in a tree. How significant was it to strike the post? Frustrated by his miss, Chopper raked his fingers through his hair, stepping aside, clearly unsatisfied with his performance. It seemed to him that he ought to have aimed for the post. Next, it was Chen Long's turn. He opted not to imitate Chopper's method, even though he deemed it considerably easier. The inaugural attempt is seldom straightforward, lacking experience, or perhaps simply not warmed up. Thus, Chen Long's first shot also failed to hit the post, causing Chopper to break out in a cold sweat. Chen Long had chosen a curving shot aimed at the upper right corner of the goalpost, precisely where the post and crossbar intersected, a dead angle. Is he really that formidable? Chopper questioned internally, unable to fathom someone daring to shoot in such a manner. It was perplexing. He seemed neither exceptionally skilled nor foolish. Chen Long chuckled wryly, likewise making way for Chopper. Regaining his composure, Chopper commenced his second round of shooting, and silence enveloped the group, each wary of disrupting the other's focus. Resolutely, Chopper opted for the same technique as before, resulting in a resounding thud as the ball struck the post, a triumphant moment that prompted him to clench his fist in celebration. Yes, I actually hit it. As Shirawi watched on, he found himself at a loss for words at Choba's success. Chen Long, too, felt a twinge of pressure, as he anticipated that Choba would strike true on his second attempt. In a match, who doesn't feel the weight of pressure? This was far easier than taking a penalty kick. The goal was vast, allowing one to shoot in any direction within its confines. Yet now, he was tasked with aiming at a mere post, a challenge that must be at least tenfold more difficult. Choba, having successfully struck the post, returned with a grin, casting a proud glance towards Chen Long. He must have believed victory was within his grasp, relishing the thought of Chen Long's impending failure, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to celebrate. The title of Italy's most extraordinary talent? That moniker rightfully belongs to me. Who could possibly rival my prowess? Products of La Masia are invariably exquisite. Chen Long, however, did not exhibit any signs of anxiety. Instead, he meticulously placed the ball and took a deep breath, lingering momentarily before the ball. Go ahead, play the part. The moment of humiliation is merely delayed. Why prolong it? Choba silently scoffed, convinced that Chen Long was merely stalling to devise a more graceful exit. In that fleeting moment, Chen Long struck the ball, aiming once again at the same angle, executing his signature, flamboyant curving shot, hurtling toward the goal's dead corner. Indeed, this ball was destined for flight. With such a kick, Choba realized that the previous attempt had been mere luck. He instantly discerned the trajectory of the ball. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the ball unexpectedly altered its course, descending gently. With a resounding thud, it struck the upper left corner of the goal with uncanny precision. Choba was left in shock. Could this player's technique truly be so formidable? This was no stroke of luck, it was clearly intentional. While he had managed to hit the post with a ground shot, which was impressive in its own right, he was astounded that Chen Long could curve the ball and still strike the post. Such a bizarre arc he had never witnessed before. A prodigy, without a doubt. Today, he faced a worthy opponent, one even more formidable than himself. Chen Long's performance completely unsettled Choba's composure, marking the second round. Although both had struck the post, the sentiments of both players were entirely divergent. Shirawi, observing from the sidelines, finally exhaled deeply, relieved that Chen Long had not succumbed to defeat. The first prodigy of Italy had once again proven his mettle, never disappointing when it came to free kicks. After witnessing that post strike, Shirawi's anxiety began to dissipate. However, when Choba approached the third kick with such an unstable mindset, his shot once again grazed the post. This was to be expected. An unsteady mentality in taking a penalty could only lead to an error. It turned out he was not that impressive. His accuracy was woefully low. Shirawi had already begun to mock Choba in his mind. How about trying something different this time? After all, Chopper missed the shot. Even if I fail this time, it would merely result in a draw, thought Chen Long as he stepped forward. What shall we engage in this time? He gazed at the distant goalpost and suddenly recalled the shooting game from a few days prior. Very well, let us indulge in a powerful strike this time. The mere thought of that despicable thief, the little pup, and that revolting ski brother ignited a desire to retaliate. Thus, he momentarily transformed the goalpost into the ski brother and the little pup. He retreated, took a run up, accelerated, and swung his leg. The ball soared like a cannonball, hurtling straight towards its target. With a resounding thud, it struck the center of the goalpost with tremendous force, reverberating loudly and shaking the entire goal. Chopper's mouth dropped wide open, utterly speechless and overwhelmed by the sheer impact of the shot he had just unleashed. The force of this kick is astonishingly intense, almost beyond belief. Surely, even Carlos's shots didn't possess such power, did they? Is he even human? And to be so precise, is Ronaldinho truly comparable? No. It seems he surpasses even Ronaldinho. Choba stared intently at Chen Long, who had just taken the shot, utterly speechless, his mouth hanging open in a state of bewilderment. The outcome has been determined. Chen Long slowly made his way back, approaching Xiaoba. It was only when he noticed the towering figure swaying before him that he regained his senses. His eyes filled with admiration as he stammered, "Brother Long, no, Dragon Brother. You truly are a man of divine stature. I, your humble junior, am immensely impressed, like the relentless flow of the mighty river. Please allow me to bow to you. Accept me, Saab. I wish to follow you." This sudden transformation left both Shirawi and Chen Long drenched in cold sweat. They never anticipated such a drastic change. This fellow, so arrogant before the match, had now morphed into this awe-stricken devotee. Chen Long's initial impression of him was indeed accurate, absolutely a little sycophant. Chapter 79. A surprising turn of events. Having lost the bet, Xiao Ba's demeanor shifted from previous arrogance to a now humble submission. This display of lowliness, accepting defeat gracefully, significantly altered Chen Long and Shirawi's perceptions of him, particularly Shirawi's. It turned out that this young man from the La Masia training camp, although a bit conceited, was not as lacking as initially presumed. The three, once filled with antagonism, transitioned into friendly greetings and mutual understanding. In the span of a mere half-afternoon, they became rather familiar with one another. Chen Long and Shirawi, both curious about the La Masia training camp, gradually learned more during their conversation, dispelling the previous air of mystery surrounding it. Xiaoba was an exceptional player from the La Masia training camp, with an Italian father and a Spanish mother. Having lived in Spain for an extended period, he held dual nationality. Despite residing in Spain, Xiaoba always identified with his Italian heritage. Thus, when he received the invitation call, he accepted without hesitation. Indeed, Xiaoba was quite extraordinary. Italian scouts could easily discover him. The records set by Messi during his time in Barcelona's second team have now all been surpassed by Xiaoba. Who could break the records of the legendary Messi without being remarkable? Though only 16, the struggling Italian national team has already set its sights on Xiaoba. Spain had also shown interest in him, but Xiaoba was patiently awaiting the call from Italy, resolutely declining Spain's invitation. Now, at just 16, Xiaoba has already been promoted to the first team by Barcelona's head coach, serving as a regular substitute. One can only imagine the formidable future that lies ahead for him. When Chen Long heard that Xiaoba had shattered Messi's records in the second team, he was taken aback. At just 16, the potential is limitless, and he felt a twinge of envy. Brother, I am going to rely on you in the future, so do your best. Chen Long could not help but pat the diminutive figure before him, pondering the myriad possibilities that lay ahead. Brother Long, I hope you will guide me more in the future. If I could attain your level of expertise, I could command the winds in Barcelona, Choba proclaimed, his flattery flowing effortlessly. You fool. Chen Long regarded him with disdain, thinking, you spend every day in Barcelona yet fail to learn from King Messi? He is on the verge of legendary status, and instead of seeking wisdom from him, you turn to me, a mere temporary worker. In truth, Messi's skills, it seemed, were not as extraordinary as Choba's, particularly after witnessing those 2 shots he had just taken. Get lost. Keep peddling your nonsense, you nauseating fool. Unable to restrain himself from interrupting Choba's shameless banter, Chen Long mused whether La Masia was truly cultivating football stars or merely fostering the shameless. Suddenly, he recalled a recent training program initiated by Juventus that focused on the self-cultivation of actors. Choba, I believe there is one skill where you undoubtedly surpass me, Chen Long remarked, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. What? In what regard? Feigning injury, you are undoubtedly a master, Chen Long affirmed confidently. Choba, taken aback by Chen Long's revelation, awkwardly scratched his head, his youthful innocence exposed as his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Well, I suppose it's just average, barely sufficient. Seeing Choba's bashful demeanor for the first time, Chen Long could not help but burst into laughter, with Shirawi, who had also undergone training under Zambrata the previous year, joining in his amusement. The match against Macedonia was set to commence tomorrow. Ordinarily, a pre-match prediction for such an uncontroversial game would not warrant excessive attention. Even with Prandelli's current shortage of players, it did not seem likely to pose a significant threat. However, following the pre-match press conference, Italy was once again shaken. Prandelli's recent maneuvers had been quite audacious. He had dismissed 3 core members, and, today, boldly introduced newcomers. What was the situation? It turned out that the starting lineup announced the following day shockingly included the names of Shirawi and Choba. Choba was set to play as a right winger or right back, while Shirawi would form a new partnership with veteran Di Natale in the attack. The audacity of placing a 16-year-old and a 19-year-old in the primary lineup was indeed remarkable. While Shirawi's inclusion was justifiable, Choba's was undeniably risky. Unlike players, the media was not oblivious and could swiftly uncover a player's background. They were well aware of Choba's capabilities and recognized his talent, yet they remained skeptical about his inclusion in the starting 11. Initially, it was anticipated that the positions of the left and right forwards would be occupied by Milan's Nasserino and Bologna's promising star, Diamanti. However, to everyone's surprise, Choba has relegated Nasserino to the bench. Per Nasserino, cursed with unfortunate fate, has consistently failed to garner significant opportunities. He had only just begun to make a name for himself during the European Championship, only to be overshadowed by a 16-year-old prodigy, a decade his junior. The young pharaoh, El Shaarawy, despite his youth, has already exhibited considerable prowess on the battlefield, and the media has expressed little concern, believing that as long as he performs to his potential, all will be well. As for Chen Long, following Chaba's arrival, the media has adopted a surprisingly lenient stance towards him, with doubts about his capabilities dissipating. It is Chaba, the young lad, who has faced considerable scrutiny, now thrust into the limelight, while Chen Long languishes in obscurity. Facing a team languishing at the bottom of European football, there should not have been such a fuss. However, journalists were astonished to discover that Prandelli was indeed dabbling in risky strategies. Is Prandelli acting recklessly? Perhaps dazed by the antics of Balotelli and his companions? The media expressed skepticism but remained powerless to alter Prandelli's decisions. Conversely, some journalists lauded Prandelli, asserting that this was the perfect opportunity to experiment with newcomers. What seemed perilous could very well be a rare chance. In summary, amidst a chorus of disbelief, Italy's latest trio of rising stars is set to grace the historical stage of Italian football, heralding a new dawn for the sport in the country. Chaba, unexpectedly bestowed with the starting position, is utterly astonished. At just 16 years of age, being a starter for the national team, a stroke of luck that rarely befalls any individual. And Chaba is that fortunate one, a status that Chen Long can only dream of. Chapter 8. The Storm of Youth. Go for it, lads. Enjoy yourselves and secure a resounding victory. Prandelli encouraged his players in the dressing room, shaking hands with each of them. When he reached the trio of young talents, he transformed the handshake into an embrace, conveying his utmost encouragement and trust. This is merely a minor skirmish. The seasoned players emerged from the changing room, laughing and joking, while the three young men exhibited expressions of utmost solemnity and seriousness. All three were making their debut for the national team, harboring a subtle sense of nervousness intertwined with greater excitement, evident in the way they walked hand in hand, exchanging encouraging glances. The Gran Siro Stadium in Milan was resplendent and vibrant, filled with jubilant cheers. Given that this was the Italian national team's inaugural home match, the fans were ablaze with enthusiasm, and countless viewers awaited eagerly in front of their television screens. El Shaarawy donned the number 9 jersey, emblematic of a key striker, previously worn by the likes of Balotelli. Moreover, it was also once worn by the recently retired legend, who was, in fact, El Shaarawy's mentor. The joy he felt wearing the national team jersey that his mentor once adorned was a sentiment known only to him. As for the audacious Chiesa, his jersey number ignited even greater fervor. He boldly wore the number 10 jersey, originally belonging to Cassano, but more importantly, it had once graced the backs of Totti, Del Piero, and Baggio. Only the most audacious would dare to claim such a number. With pride, Chiesa stepped onto the pitch, unperturbed, embodying the product of the La Masia training camp and showcasing the potential traits of a future star, traits that were unmistakably his. At the tender age of 16, donning the Italian national team's number 10 jersey was unprecedented. Only 16, yet Prandelli thrust him onto the grandest stage. Recently, when Chiesa was 18 and donned Juventus' number 10, it did not evoke such a sensation. Clearly, within the national team, Chiesa's presence overshadowed his older brother, who wore a larger number, 13. This number, once held by Nesta, had been vacant since his retirement from the national team. Chiesa's choice of this number was not an attempt to draw attention. Rather, it was a deliberate move, as this number carries an ominous connotation in the West. He opted for it to maintain a low profile while exhibiting high-caliber performance on the field. After a brief warm-up, Chiesa descended from the field alongside his fellow substitutes, while the other two fortunate lads had the honor of being among the starting 11, capturing the latest official team photograph. The distinction in treatment between starters and substitutes is palpably different, as all eyes naturally gravitate toward the protagonists. Having departed from Juventus' embrace, Chiesa no longer plays the leading role in the national team, a stark contrast that is all too apparent. Adapting from a star player to a supporting role is a transition that a footballer must gradually embrace as they age. Yet the 18-year-old Chiesa must do so from the outset. Nevertheless, what exhilarated Chiesa was the sight of a grand flag soaring above the San Siro, emblazoned with the words, "Go, Dragon! You will never walk alone." They unexpectedly followed him from the club to the national team. A surge of emotion welled up within Chen Long. Such unwavering support was an honor he could never repay, a form of affection and favor bestowed upon him that is rarely afforded to the ordinary. The match commenced. Italy's 4 defenders stood in a straight line, with the seasoned midfielders Pirlo and De Rossi anchoring the double pivot. On the left was Diamanti, while on the right was the young talent, Giovinco. Leading the attack were the veteran Di Natale and the promising star, El Shaarawy, forming a classic 4-4-2 formation. In this lineup, the 2 midfielders on the flanks are 2 young prodigies, complemented by an experienced player and a youthful talent in the forward position. Could they bring forth surprises? The match swiftly provided an answer. This lineup is truly distinct from those of the past. What accounts for this difference? It pertains to the pivotal role of the defensive midfielders. Pirlo, an experienced maestro of organization, and De Rossi, a stalwart intercepting midfielder. This harmonious blend of offensive and defensive prowess allows Italy to fortify their defense while simultaneously executing incisive attacks. With such a solid foundation, the 2 exceptional wingers possess the confidence to assault the flanks of their adversaries. The audacity of youth knows no fear. The diminutive nation of Malta, lacking in talent reserves, finds itself utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught from these 2 prodigious players. Their combination of speed and skill, alongside an unrelenting fervor, leads to incessant breakthroughs and devastation. These 2 gifted individuals resemble invincible virtuosos in a video game, relentlessly tormenting Malta's defenders, who are left exhausted and beleaguered. The Maltese wingers, unable to mount any offensive efforts, are forced to retreat and assist in defense. This is a battle of encirclement. Traditionally, Italy's style of play would not have led to such a dominating situation, even when they held the initiative on the field. Yet, at this moment, Italy seized a complete advantage in the forward area, allowing Pirlo to orchestrate the attack with composure. The forwards merely needed to position themselves within the penalty area, striving to score as many goals as possible. Prandelli, observing from the sidelines, smiled knowingly, pleased that his modest gamble had borne fruit. Within less than 10 minutes, greater success was achieved as the first goal was scored. Pirlo's precise through ball enabled veteran Di Natale to face a solitary opportunity. Unfazed by the opposition, he effortlessly converted to take a 1-0 lead. Eager to prove himself to the world, although El Shaarawy missed a clear chance during the match, he nonetheless netted his maiden goal for the national team around the 20-minute mark. As the match reached the half-hour point, De Rossi's long-range shot elevated the score to 3-0. Assisted by Jabo. Throughout the first half, Italy's performance was nothing short of perfection, with the young talents exhibiting brilliance. As the second half commenced, Prandelli boldly substituted the veteran Di Natale for Giovinco. Giovinco, another technically gifted forward, further refined Italy's playing style, emphasizing skillful play. Italy abandoned the rough tactics of lofted crosses in favor of a complete ground attack. Soon, goals came in quick succession, with Jabo securing his first international goal, albeit from a corner that fortuitously fell at his feet. While the goal may not have been particularly remarkable, it marked a significant milestone nonetheless. Giovinco, freshly on the pitch, solidified the score at 5-0 with just 7 minutes remaining in the match. Chen Long had already removed his outerwear. After witnessing his teammate's spectacular performance for nearly the entire match, he finally awaited his turn to enter. Though it was nearing the end of the game, and with a score of 5-0, there was little excitement or anticipation for anyone, nor did it afford him a chance to become a hero. However, for Chen Long, these 5 minutes belonged to him, and that was of utmost importance. The 3 newcomers, Jabo and El Shaarawy, had flawlessly completed their debuts, leaving Chen Long as the only one yet to take the field. This naturally stirred a sense of urgency within him, as he had envisioned countless scenarios on the sidelines regarding how he might break through and score. The moment to enter finally arrived. Clad in the blue jersey bearing the number 18, Chen Long shared a brief embrace with the departing number 9, El Shaarawy, before stepping onto the unfamiliar grass of San Siro. With over 7 minutes remaining, this time should prove ample. At this moment on the pitch, Chobo was still being substituted, evidently because Prandelli wished for him to play the entire match, aspiring for a more flawless debut, which demonstrated absolute trust and reward in him. Chen Long and Giovinco had yet to truly partner on the front line for Juventus, and unexpectedly, their first collaboration occurred in the national team, leaving Chen Long feeling somewhat sentimental. As the match resumed, the opposing team, lacking any semblance of offensive intention or desire, merely aimed to concede as few goals as possible on Italian soil, considering it a task accomplished, thus avoiding excessive humiliation. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the newly introduced Chen Long resembled a famished little tiger, eager to unleash his prowess. Chapter 8. An impossible task. He was demanding the ball. Having been sidelined from matches for over a week, Chen Long appeared revitalized. Half of the opposing players were amateurs, utterly oblivious to this prodigious talent, mistakenly regarding him as merely a routine substitute for Italy. At that moment, their spirits were waning, and their stamina nearly depleted. The disparity between amateur and professional players was glaring, especially since the match for the young genius had only just commenced. The Italian team, having already netted 5 goals, showed no intention of halting their offensive, particularly with numerous Juventus teammates on the field, who were naturally inclined to assist Chen Long in achieving a perfect debut for the national team. Choba, still on the field, had only witnessed Chen Long's prowess in free kicks 2 days prior, never having glimpsed his full finesse on the pitch. He considered his own dribbling skills to be among the finest in Italy, yet he was left astounded by Chen Long's performance at that moment. Instinctively, the teammates began to pass the ball towards Chen Long, with Pirlo deliberately disregarding the opposing defenders, delivering the ball directly to Chen Long's feet. Chen Long received the ball with his back turned, opting not to pass, but instead skillfully controlling it with the outside of his right foot and swiftly maneuvering forward. He accelerated abruptly, leaving the defensive midfielder trailing by more than a meter. Effortlessly evading the defender, Chen Long surged forward with the ball. Ahead lay a central defender, while another was closely shadowing Giovinco. The central defender rushed in, attempting to close the gap on Chen Long, who faced him head-on. With a series of 6 deft step-overs, all feints, he bewildered the central defender, who failed to make a challenge. With a dazzling flick of his foot, the ball glided swiftly to the left, leaving the defender momentarily frozen, incapable of reacting. Once again, he found himself face-to-face with the goalkeeper. This time, Chen Long chose not to bypass the keeper but swiftly adjusted his steps and struck the ball with the instep of his right foot towards the far corner of the net, the ball skimming the grass as it thundered into the dead angle. It was 6-0, within just 1 minute of his entry onto the field. Chen Long had scored effortlessly. Little Choba stood in awe, contemplating that the young man's explosiveness was astonishing, and the flick was utterly magnificent, reminiscent of the legendary Ronaldinho in his prime. For many years, the Nimbleba has been a witness to the remarkable feats of players like Ronaldinho and, subsequently, Messi in the vibrant city of Barcelona. Now, as he observes the stunning performance of Chen Long, memories of those extraordinary talents resurface. Meanwhile, his Juventus teammates exhibit no surprise, as they have grown accustomed to such brilliance. As if the scoreline were a mere formality, Chen Long, after netting a goal, continued his relentless sprint, heading straight into the net to retrieve the ball himself before making his way back to the center circle. In stark contrast, his fellow teammates moved languidly, as if they were comfortably in control of the game, deliberately wasting time. Seeing Chen Long's eagerness, Choba pondered whether this fellow was still intent on scoring another goal. Indeed, Chen Long was determined to add to his tally, prompting his teammates to recognize his fervor. Consequently, when the match resumed, they all wholeheartedly engaged in the battle once more. This is a battle solely fought by Italians. Chiellini finally seized the ball with remarkable vigor, akin to a sudden burst of growth, and directed it to De Rossi. Without a moment's hesitation, De Rossi unleashed a powerful kick, sending the ball on a clear trajectory towards Chen Long. The ball soared over the midfield, bypassing the defenders with ease, executing a lofted pass. Chen Long, positioned ahead, instinctively accelerated as if he had engaged the turbo of a high-performance BMW, effortlessly distancing himself from the defenders. As the ball approached, he skillfully controlled it with his left foot, maintaining his speed without a hint of deceleration. The other defenders could only watch helplessly as Chen Long, merely 5 meters away, faced the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper, still reeling from the previous goal, was caught off guard by this relentless assault as Chen Long charged towards him once more, a solo attack within mere minutes. Is this still human? The goalkeeper's mind was in a daze, hesitating. How could Italy produce such a small pervert? Today, he had already been ravaged by 2 little deviants, and this one was even more outrageous. In the midst of the goalkeeper's uncertainty, Chen Long had already charged into the small penalty area with the ball. He had no choice but to rush out, falling in the process, hoping to fortuitously intercept the ball at Chen Long's feet. This time, Chen Long altered his shooting technique, yet he still chose not to bypass the goalkeeper. Seeing the goalkeeper tumble so quickly, he instinctively decided to lift the ball, executing a delicate chip shot. The ball whimsically floated over the goalkeeper's head, languidly drifting toward the goal. Oh, this cunning little fox has humiliated me again. The young goalkeeper, lying on the ground and of a similar age to Chen Long, pondered how could the gap between people be so vast? He could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed into the net. What? Is he not done playing yet? Is he going to retrieve the ball again? Still unable to rise from the ground, the goalkeeper saw Chen Long replicate the action of the first goal, and despair enveloped him completely. The match had now progressed to the 88th minute, nearing its conclusion, with Italy leading 7-0. Yet the game was not over, at least Chen Long's performance. He did not wish for it to end. The fans went wild, and the distant Dragon Warball fans were exhilarated. After waiting for over 80 minutes, they finally witnessed their idol's exhilarating display. The live camera adeptly focused on Chen Long's massive fanbase, capturing the excited beauty, the head of the Lancy group, and shortly thereafter, another camera turned its attention to Canales. What could this mean? Was the host intentionally capturing these two beauties together for some sensational news? The match was not over yet. The eager little demon, Chen Long, once again placed the ball at the center line. Brothers, let us stop him. We absolutely cannot allow him to humiliate us again. The other players from Matthias were enraged, having been humiliated twice in 3 minutes. And now he dared to attempt a third? Their anger was palpable. They had expected the match to conclude early, wrapping up their journey with a 5-0 scoreline. But within a mere 3 minutes, the situation had deteriorated so drastically, it was utterly shameful, now 7-0. But the game was still not over. This little pervert still wanted to score. Almost everyone retreated to the backfield to defend, determined to prevent this fellow from scoring again. Captain, we can't hold him back. As the match unfolded, the players from the opposing team had just been outmaneuvered by Chen Long, who had evaded their grasp, leaving them in disbelief. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the inevitable interception by the opposing team's captain, who rose with an air of indomitable pride, thinking to himself that his leadership was indeed effective. To his astonishment, his teammates rushed over to celebrate with him, clapping hands in jubilation, an absurdity in itself. The referee, unable to overlook the spectacle, extracted a yellow card from his pocket and presented it to the captain. However, the captain remained unfazed, continuing to revel in the moment with his teammates. Roughly 30 meters away, Chen Long was about to exhibit his extraordinary skills once more. And the laughter among the players was astonishing. Giolini, stationed in defense, felt a deep sympathy for them. He had initially believed that it was Pirlo preparing to take the free kick, only to realize that it was Chen Long at the penalty spot. Despite knowing Chen Long's exceptional ability with free kicks, he had assumed that the esteemed Pirlo would be the one to take charge. With a cheerful demeanor, Chen Long confidently struck the ball, sending it soaring into the net. The players from the opposing team were engulfed in despair. The score now a staggering 8-0, 3 goals in merely 5 minutes, all thanks to this prodigious talent. How was it possible? In their hopelessness, all eyes turned to him, including that of the young Joao, who was utterly astounded. The 5 minutes had transformed his admiration for Chen Long into profound respect and reverence. Italian fans rejoiced, their pilgrimage to the San Siro not in vain. The evening had not only introduced them to the rising star Joao, but also showcased a phenomenal talent who had accomplished the seemingly impossible. Juventus supporters were in a frenzy, while Chen Long's fans basked in sheer bliss. Chapter 82. Such a demon should only exist in the heavens. A match with a clear disparity in strength brought forth unexpected delight. The referee, unable to prolong the inevitable, blew the whistle to conclude the game as the 90 minutes elapsed. The beleaguered players from the opposing team finally found release after enduring 90 torturous minutes, while Italy celebrated a resounding victory, momentarily escaping their woes and returning to a path of triumph. Though their opponents were significantly weaker, the revelations gleaned from the match offered the Italians a glimpse into a promising future. After the final whistle, Chen Long sat down to rest on the field. The captain of the opposing team approached him, pondering how it felt as if Chen Long had exerted more energy than they had throughout the match, given his weary expression. Unfamiliar with Chen Long's situation, he could only speculate. Hey, may I exchange jerseys with you? At this moment, the captain remained unaware of Chen Long's name and could only greet him with a casual hi. Chen Long, panting heavily on the ground, heard someone proposing a jersey exchange and managed to rise to his feet, struggling to remove the azure Italian kit. Little did he expect that his first experience donning the Italian jersey would lead to a swap with none other than the captain of the national team. Ah, Captain. How shameless of you to seek a jersey exchange so swiftly. Might you spare it for me? The captain, having successfully secured Chen Long's jersey, turned upon hearing a voice behind him, only to discover it was the defensive midfielder who had just marked him. Dream on. This jersey will surely become a hot commodity. He chuckled. I'll keep it for myself. Go find another star player. He pointed out, look, Pirlo's jersey was just taken by someone else. Why don't you pursue that? Subsequently, Several teammates of the captain approached, but upon seeing Chen Long bare-chested and the captain clutching the blue jersey, they quickly understood their hopes were dashed and, with a resigned greeting, retreated. Chen Long was astonished to realize that his jersey had become the most sought-after item, while these other players hardly resembled national team athletes. They were fervently pursuing Italian stars for their jerseys, casually requesting autographs, and alarmingly, even the coaches on the sidelines wielded pins to solicit. This is truly unexpected. Chen Long stood on the field, contemplating. Idol, you are truly formidable. I played for 90 minutes, and yet, I could not match your 5-minute performance. Alas, the announcement of the best player on the field was you, stealing the spotlight from my perfect debut for the national team. Oh, Idol, why must I be your teammate? However, if you were an opponent, how terrifying would that be? The one who uttered these words was, of course, the young Choba, who approached Chen Long with a cheerful smile. Had it not been for Chen Long's late appearance, Choba, with 1 goal and 2 assists, would undoubtedly have claimed the honor of the best player. Yet, the emergence of the greater prodigy, Chen Long, with his hat trick eclipsed everyone else's efforts. Who could possibly overshadow him? No one. With his bare torso, Chen Long conversed as he walked off the field, while Prandelli approached with a beaming smile to congratulate the 2 young talents. Well done, boys, simply magnificent. Now, hurry to the locker room and freshen up. We have a press conference to attend shortly. Upon hearing about the press conference, Chen Long promptly declined, saying, No, coach, I shall not attend. I am too exhausted. Take Choba instead. All right, Choba, you hurry up, Prandelli conceded, not pushing Chen Long further, recognizing his unique circumstances. After all, Chen Long was frequently in the media spotlight, often surrounded by tabloid news, and it was not practical to exhaust him constantly. Thus, he allowed him some peace. Choba, on the other hand, was different. His pride and ambition drove him, having finally made a name for himself in the national team. He eagerly embraced the opportunity to appear alongside the head coach in front of the media, which was precisely what he desired. With the best player, Chen Long absent from the press conference, it provided Choba, the second-best player, a chance to shine. When the reporters discovered that Chen Long was absent, they were initially disappointed. However, upon seeing Choba, their enthusiasm reignited. A mere 16-year-old, donning the national team's number 10, had delivered an exhilarating performance, driving the reporters into a frenzy. Was Prandelli intentionally orchestrating this? Was he setting the entire of Italy on edge? Without Chen Long's presence, the young prodigy Choba quickly became the focus of the reporters. Bombarded by flashes and questions, experiencing a taste of celebrity status for the first time in his life. Choba, too, had risen to prominence in a single battle. It was likely that many teams had begun to take notice of him. Yet, with Choba at the mightiest Barcelona, who could possibly lure him away? But even more extraordinary than him was Chen Long. Thus, when reporters asked Prandelli to comment on the best player of the day, he simply remarked, "Such a prodigy belongs only in the heavens," and then fell silent. Looking through the annals of national team history, not just in Italy, but across the globe, has any player ever achieved a hat trick in 5 minutes? No, absolutely not. Of course, Chen Long's hat trick contained an element of fortune. Considering the opponent was relatively weak, a mere amateur national team. If it were a second-tier European national team, Chen Long would hardly exhibit such prowess. Nevertheless, even when facing amateur teams, his performance remains nothing short of extraordinary. When remarkable feats become routine, the extraordinary loses its luster. When a reporter asked Choba to compare himself to Chen Long, Choba humbly responded, "Since the very first day I met him, he has been my idol. Please do not compare me to him. He is my deity." In the past, football legends like Pele, Maradona, and Zidane graced the field. Today, we have Messi, Ronaldo, and now, I believe, Chen Long. Alas, Choba's flattery resonates with such vigor that his shamelessness surpasses even his talent on the pitch. Watching Choba shower him with compliments on the television in the locker room, Chen Long couldn't suppress a twinge of disdain for Choba. Meanwhile, El Shaarawy also performed admirably today, greeting his senior teammates in the locker room and expressing gratitude for their support. Within the Italian national team, Juventus and AC Milan are both significant contributors, ensuring that young players from these clubs receive the nurturing of seasoned veterans, and El Shaarawy is no exception. It is undeniably pleasant to be embraced by such influential figures. Following this national team match during the week, the league will soon recommence. Yet, Chen Long chose not to return to the training grounds. For him, training and not training hold equal significance. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 83. The slaughter of frogs today is a momentous day. Or so Chen Long believes, as he arrives at the traditional Chinese medicine college brimming with excitement. He hopes to don sunglasses instead of a mask, reveling in the anticipation. What makes this day so special? Today, he finally gets to practice acupuncture, albeit not on humans, but on frogs. Yu Shanshan, an animal rights advocate, vehemently opposes this experiment. But as it is Yu Xin's directive, her objections hold little weight, and she must prepare everything regardless. While Western medicine typically engages in dissection, it seems traditional Chinese medicine also partakes in this practice. After all, who would recklessly jab needles into humans without proper knowledge? Thus, animals must be used as substitutes. Here, I must confess my ignorance regarding medicine. Please bear with my ramblings. A pitiful net full of frogs, held by Yu Shanshan, is placed on the experiment table. The frogs, leaping and attempting to escape, are soon to fall victim to someone's nefarious intentions. According to Yu Xin's plan, Chen Long must experiment on the frogs for over a week, mastering certain meridians before yielding results. Thus, the unfortunate frogs, despite harboring no grievances against Chen Long, find themselves on the operating table. With a delicate silver needle in hand, he feels an inexplicable thrill. Could it be a latent propensity for cruelty? Frogs possess acupoints as well. And Chen Long eagerly peruses the thick compendium of animal meridian diagrams, ready to embark on his endeavor. In broad daylight, the cacophony of croaking frogs filled the air. Students passing by the laboratory, hearing the incessant ribbits, speculated whether someone was capturing frogs for consumption. In many countries, frogs are seldom eaten, a practice more prevalent among the Chinese. Consequently, they began to wonder if the esteemed director was mistreating the frogs. However, such doubts remained mere conjecture. What could one do in the face of authority? Thus, they distanced themselves, leaving behind the chorus of croaks that resonated throughout the morning. Inside the laboratory, the air was thick with the sound of frogs. Meanwhile, Chen Long was meticulously conducting experiments as per the diagrams, his needle piercing the frogs with reckless abandon, eliciting anguished cries. Had the frogs possessed the ability to speak, Chen Long would have undoubtedly faced a torrent of curses. On his initial attempt, he applied excessive force, tragically piercing a frog's throat, which prompted an exasperated outburst from Yu Shanshan, who stood by watching. The first frog met its untimely demise in such a gruesome manner. Yu Shanshan, feeling a pang of sympathy, nearly shed tears as she cradled the unfortunate creature. Chen Long, glancing at the frail girl, regarded her with disdain, dismissing her emotional response as he continued his grim work. Aware of his earlier brutality, Yu Shanshan cautioned him to be gentler, emphasizing that the task required precision, delicacy, and gentleness. Was he wielding a knife like a brute? The second attempt was marginally better, though ultimately still a failure. Chen Long, unable to locate the correct acupuncture point, once again provoked the frogs to shriek in distress. Have you ever heard a frog scream? Certainly not, yet Chen Long had managed to turn this surreal notion into reality. The wounded frog bled, staining the container crimson. Was this an experiment or a slaughter? Another frog succumbed, and Yu Shanshan carefully placed it in a plastic bag. Following Yi Sun's instructions, the frogs could not be discarded. They were to be preserved for him. Yu Shanshan was well aware of her grandfather's intentions to prepare a stir-fried frog dish for dinner. She had grown accustomed to this, though each time it tested her nerves. After the demise of several frogs, Chen Long finally succeeded in locating the correct position. This minor triumph brought him a fleeting sense of joy. Observing the disarray of frogs in the plastic bag, Yu Shanshan regarded him with disdain. However, emboldened by his initial success, Chen Long continued his cruel endeavors, administering a second injection to the same frog, which subsequently expired. "Oh dear frog, could you grant me a moment of reprieve? I truly did not intend to take your life. You were down below. Rest well." The shameless Chen Long uttered these words. Yet his hands did not cease, as he once again extracted a frog from the net. Not only were the eyes of these frogs filled with despair, but the incessant croaking from the net was a testament to their plight. After administering the first injection, Chen Long proceeded with a second. This particular frog was fortunate. Yet, it remained uncertain how many injections it would take before its fate mirrored that of its predecessor, leading to its demise. Surprisingly, this fortunate frog did not succumb until the seventh needle had been administered, finally collapsing motionless to the ground, having fulfilled its purpose. "Dear frog, you have rendered me a great service. I shall ensure you receive a proper burial tonight." The shameless Chen Long felt a sense of accomplishment, reflecting on his good fortune. After hours of practice, he had begun to grasp some techniques, resulting in a diminishing number of deceased frogs, while his skills steadily improved. Nevertheless, by midday, The plastic bag was overflowing with frogs, a veritable mountain of them, numbering at least 40 or 50. It seemed unlikely that you soon would be able to consume them all tonight. The few frogs favored by Chen Long had transformed from frogs into hedgehogs. Their bodies were now adorned with needles, and though they had previously croaked in distress, they were now eerily silent, exhibiting no traces of blood. How peculiar, Chen Long mused. After so many injections, they remain alive and quiet. Little did he know that his technique had begun to yield results. The frog's tranquility was attributed to Chen Long's precise administration of the needles, which had effectively cleared a certain pathway within their bodies, rendering them comfortable. Though the half-trained novice was oblivious to this, he merely followed Yisun's instructions, unaware of the implications of his actions. Upon witnessing Chen Long's success, Yi Shan exhaled deeply, relieved that she would no longer have to stand by and watch him torment the frogs. She swiftly gathered the surviving frogs, putting an end to what she deemed a cruel experiment. Chen Long, now recognized by Yi Shan, beamed with joy, completely disregarding the pile of carcasses in the plastic bag. To him, it was a foregone conclusion that even if he did not end their lives, they would ultimately serve as sustenance for the esteemed dean. Upon leaving the traditional Chinese medicine college, Chen Long carried half a bag of frogs. In his mind, he believed that Yisun could not possibly consume such a quantity, so he took it upon himself to appropriate half of them. Per Yi Shan, now devoid of any appetite for lunch. Chapter 84. An impromptu technical coach? Having made modest gains at the traditional Chinese medicine college, Chen Long had anticipated spending the entire day experimenting with frogs. To his surprise, he concluded the course in merely one morning, even managing to consume the herbal concoction intended for Wednesday. He stealthily approached the school gate, clutching a frog he had personally slain. Upon his departure, he donned dark sunglasses, a blue sun hat upon his head, and a white mask covering his mouth. Dressed in an enigmatic manner, he resembled a peculiar individual with an obsession for cleanliness. However, this guise served a dual purpose. Firstly, it effectively concealed his identity. Secondly, should anyone catch sight of the bag of frogs he carried, he would surely face accusations of cruelty to animals. Thus, it was a fortuitous arrangement. After all, a football star implicated in the mistreatment of creatures? That would be a scandal too grave to endure. It was indeed a stroke of luck that the fans failed to recognize him, prompting him to hastily hail a taxi outside and return home. For someone who had ingested medication, failing to arrive home within half an hour was an unthinkable prospect. Thankfully, he had Canales to assist him. Otherwise, the repercussions could have been dire. Meanwhile, after indulging in an intimate encounter at home, Chen Long received a call from Conti, summoning him to the training ground that afternoon. Initially intending to lounge at home, Chen Long found himself compelled to have Canales escort him to the training facility. No one enjoyed the leisurely freedom that Chen Long did. He appeared more unhurried than anyone else. Thus, while his teammates were drenched in sweat during their rigorous training, Chen Long found himself sipping tea and engaging in conversation with Conti. Indeed, they were genuinely enjoying tea and conversation. What kind of fortune did this fellow accumulate in his past life? He is perpetually so positive. Just look at the warmth he shares with Conti. Recently suspended from the national team, Marchisio gazed enviously at the camaraderie between the two, unable to resist murmuring to Elia beside him. Elia paid him no heed. Yet Cialini paused, patted his shoulder, and remarked with a hint of envy, "Did not Prandelli say such a talent should only exist in the heavens? Just think about it. How fortunate can one be?" A little prodigy descended from the sky. At the mention of Prandelli, Marchisio felt a pang of regret, having been suspended indefinitely. He had no idea when Prandelli might lift his ban, yet he dared not curse the head coach's downfall. After all, it was a consequence of his own actions. Who could he blame? Compared to Chen Long, it was as if one resided in the heavens while the other languished below. You see, I cannot personally direct the match now, and Alessio has also resigned due to issues with gambling. The team is currently lacking a coach. Conti remarked casually while sipping water. Chen Long thought to himself, why is this old fox discussing this with me? What does it have to do with me? On the way here, he had speculated about why Conti sought him out, assuming it was to discuss gambling, only to find Conti talking about coaching matters, leaving him bewildered. For the moment, Chen Long was at a loss regarding Conti's intentions and could only respond with a non-committal "Oh. Today, I have promoted Strini to the position of assistant coach, thus leaving the role of technical coach vacant. This task of robbing Peter to pay Paul is truly vexing." Conti continued, reminiscent of a chatty housewife, rambling on. Is this an inquiry directed at me, or a solicitation for my opinion? Do I possess such considerable allure? Chen Long remained perplexed by Connie's intent, pondering this direction. Ideally, Piero, as a technical advisor, could have assumed this role, yet it was far too cumbersome to consider. Why would he be subjected to such indignities? Chen Long thought to himself, bemused by the old fox's peculiar behavior that day. I have an ideal candidate in mind. At this juncture, Connie paused, casting his gaze upon Chen Long, meeting the murky depths of Connie's eyes. Felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that this individual wishes for me to assume? Before he could fully contemplate, Connie provided the answer. It is you. Although seated. Chen Long, having surmised Connie's intentions, was still taken aback, nearly toppling from his chair. What is this nonsense? Asking an 18-year-old youth, such as myself, to serve as a technical coach for a group of seasoned veterans? Unbelievable. He could scarcely fathom it. Do not overreact. In terms of skill, who possesses your level in the team? Connie reassured Chen Long, observing his astonishment. Steadying his emotions, Chen Long replied, Coach, you cannot be serious. I am a player, not a coach. How could I possibly undertake such a task? He voiced his vehement opposition. He considered that if he acquiesced to this arrangement, it would become a burdensome endeavor, necessitating frequent visits to the training ground, alongside that motley crew for training, leaving him no time to pursue his studies in traditional Chinese medicine. Absolutely not. Unless there's remuneration involved, albeit temporary. As the club would soon find a technical coach. Conti, discerning Chen Long's thoughts, promptly clarified the situation. It's temporary, and there's a salary. Haha, it is worth considering. Upon hearing the role was temporary and included compensation, Chen Long's attitude underwent a complete transformation. Yet he insisted on discussing it with his agent. Connie's expression darkened immediately upon hearing Chen Long mention his agent. Throughout his life, Conti had rarely been taken advantage of. But with Yang Ershi, he had consistently found himself at a disadvantage, often being outmaneuvered. Thus, Yang Ershi represented a persistent, albeit minor, thorn in his side. Hearing Chen Long mention him stirred a faint ache within Connie's heart. However, given that Yang Ershi was indeed Chen Long's agent, there was no choice but to summon him. Reluctantly, he retrieved his phone and called Yang Ershi. Upon receiving Connie's call, the shrewd Yang Ershi immediately speculated that something favorable was afoot. What could prompt the head coach of Juventus to contact him? It was either a contract renewal or an endorsement deal. After Yang Ershi arrived, Chen Long expressed his willingness to accept the invitation, but insisted that matters concerning the contract should be left to Yang Ershi to negotiate. The cunning old fox, Conti, once again faces the clever young fox, Yang 20. Last time, even with the combined efforts of the two seasoned strategists, Conti and Piero, they were unable to outmaneuver the young fox. One can only imagine the outcome now that Conti stands alone. Seizing the opportunity, Yang 20's negotiation style is direct and unyielding, leaving no room for Conti to maneuver. The training regimen focuses solely on shooting, passing, and dribbling, while defensive skills are temporarily overseen by Chen Long, who also possesses the authority to terminate the contract at any moment. The contract was utterly favorable to Chen Long, leaving Conti drenched in cold sweat after negotiations. He had once again witnessed the shamelessness and cunning of the little fox. A weekly salary of 10,000 euros. What technical coach commands such a lofty remuneration? Yet, Chen Long managed to secure it. Naturally, a star player transitioning into a technical coach warrants such an amount. Yang Ershi's reasoning was precisely this. Connie had no obligation to acquiesce to such stringent demands, yet considering Chen Long's extraordinary skills, he reasoned it might be a worthwhile venture. Moreover, with Chen Long serving as an interim coach, he could further refine the team's synergy with Juventus. Contemplating the dizzying turn of events, Connie ultimately agreed to all of it. Just an hour prior, Chen Long had been merely a player for Juventus. Now he was to don the dual mantle of player and interim coach? Goodness. I am a coach now. Splendid. I shall go train those unruly veterans, he thought, as he strode towards the football field with mischievous intentions. Meanwhile, his teammates, unaware of the unfolding developments, saw Chen Long approaching. Chapter 85. The Devil's Genesis. Observing Chen Long's enthusiastic stride towards the field, Connie followed suit. There's no time like the present. I might as well announce it now, he mused internally, then cleared his throat to address the team with the decision. With Strini elevated to assistant coach, the position of technical coach had become vacant, which Chen Long would now fill on a temporary basis. Connie conveyed this straightforwardly, without embellishments. Yet he took care to emphasize the provisional nature of the appointment. A collective nod of understanding swept through the group. After all, it was merely a change of coach, nothing to fuss over. Wait, Chen Long? Did we hear that correctly? Whose name did the head coach just mention? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Greetings, everyone. I am Chen Long, and I will be your technical coach, albeit temporarily. He introduced himself with utmost seriousness, as if he were genuinely a newcomer. Oh, what a performance, thought Marquisio, observing Chen Long's audacious pretense and feeling an urge to confront him, but with Connie present, he refrained from acting. On this day of absence, this fellow has become a coach, an absurd turn of events indeed. The young prodigy seems to be advancing at the speed of light. Having just embarked on his professional career, how has he already infiltrated the coaching realm? It is beyond comprehension, as the seasoned Chiellini rests his chin on his hand, expressing his bewilderment. Pirlo, on the other hand, holds no particular thoughts. Merely perceiving this is rather amusing. Though each individual harbors ulterior motives, they must still formally greet their coach with respect. To address an 18-year-old brat as coach in broad daylight. Am I dreaming? Little Marco is still grappling with this reality. Can we still call upon him to join us in our antics? He muses, uncertain. Dear Coach Chen Long, Elia cautiously inquires, as you take on the role of technical advisor, will you not lead us to our demise? Will you personally step onto the field? Having endured numerous trials, Elia dares to voice this concern. As soon as his words escape, the other players resonate with his sentiments, echoing the anxieties that have long plagued their minds. To have him personally guide them? He is unaware of the very essence of defense, especially for defenders who have rarely managed to intercept the ball from his feet, unless through foul play. Yet, even in the case of a foul, unless Coach Chen Long deliberately invites such infractions, a solitary attempt to defend against him is ultimately futile. The consensus within Juventus regarding Chen Long's defense is clear. It necessitates a double team, with another player positioned behind, ever ready to support with timely tackles, ensuring absolute security. Such high regard illustrates the extraordinary prowess of Chen Long. Even so, the players are weary. None wish to exhaust themselves in futile efforts against him. Fortunately, he is only allocated 5 minutes. Otherwise, it would be utterly insurmountable. Well, some guidance is indeed essential. I am a benevolent person, fond of hands-on instruction and collective learning. Chen Long cheerfully responds, keenly aware of the players' thoughts, perhaps to further aggravate their discontent. Upon hearing Chen Long's reply, the players' expressions darken as they begin to envision the torturous scenarios that await them. Haha, enough of this chatter. True knowledge arises from practice. Let us continue with our training, Chen Long brazenly declares, swiftly embracing his coaching role. Elia, come here. Weren't you just wishing for my guidance? And you too, Pepe and Barzagli. The three of you follow me. Alas, as soon as he finishes his sentence, the ordeal begins. Elia wears a grimace, realizing that this mischievous lad is quite serious. Pepe and Barzagli, dragged into this predicament by Elia, cast daggers at him with their eyes, mentally slaying him countless times. It's all your fault for speaking out. And now we must endure this little demoness torment. Balzarelli, in a fit of exasperation, clearly disapproved of the preferential treatment he was receiving. If you don't give it your all, I will flatten you, Pepe growled menacingly, as the unfortunate Elia bore the brunt of this reprimand. Trailing behind Chen Long with his head bowed in despondency, a chorus of hearty laughter erupted from their teammates behind them. Those not favored by Chen Long reveled in the misfortune of others, though they knew that their turn could come next. Chiellini and Caceres refrained from laughing too heartily. Aware that as defenders, they were often subjected to Chen Long's relentless torment. Moments later, the training ground resonated with the anguished cries reminiscent of a wounded beast. The frantic wails of the beleaguered Elia. He failed to seize the ball from beneath Chen Long's feet, who effortlessly maneuvered past him, with Pepe's defensive support proving futile. And Balzarelli left sprawling on the ground. This was not a solitary instance. It was a repeated humiliation, shattering confidence time and again. What a formidable little demon. Chiellini mused from the sidelines, relieved that he wasn't the one on the field, for it would have been utterly mortifying. After a dozen encounters, Chen Long, breathless, finally paused. While the three others fared little better, having chased after him for several minutes without even grazing the ball, their confidence and stamina both severely depleted. Wherever Chen Long tread, chaos ensued. Regaining his breath, Chen Long commenced a straightforward critique, albeit with a hint of acerbity. Elia, you are far too reckless. Always attempting to snatch the ball from me in one go. Do you take me for a fool? Why not feign a kick first, and then make your move? His initial critique, laced with insults, openly deemed Elia foolish while subtly belittling him further. Elia, his face flushed with shame, lowered his gaze, clearly struck by Chen Long's words. If your ball were so easily stolen, would you still be here as a temporary worker? He inwardly muttered, yet he sincerely acknowledged Chen Long's advice. Pepe, did you indulge in some midday romance? Your reaction time is abysmally slow. Because you didn't provide timely support, the little cowboy was left at my mercy. Chen Long's crude remarks only served to exacerbate Pepe's already sweaty discomfort. Indeed, he had failed to provide immediate assistance to Elia and Balotelli. Did you exhaust your energy with the national team yesterday? Maddie, were you off admiring the lovely ladies on the sidelines? Standing at such a distance, unfamiliar with one another. One might assume you were not a football player. Balotelli wore an expression of embarrassment. Well, in truth, I am merely apprehensive about the potential torment you might inflict, which is why I prefer to keep my distance. Balotelli pondered. Chen Long, unreservedly, and with a touch of vulgarity, critiqued and ridiculed the three individuals present. Conti, standing nearby, was the first to applaud. A mischievous grin spreading across his face, thinking to himself that this little imp truly possesses the qualities of a head coach. How is it that everything he does is so extraordinary? Chapter 86, an increase of 15 seconds with a new identity. Chen Long no longer confined himself to the role of a player, finding greater joy in training. Previously, his teammates avoided training with him at all costs, but now, under the guise of a technical advisor, he could call upon anyone he wished to train, leaving them with no choice but to comply. Who would dare offend a technical coach? One mere remark about someone's inadequate skills requiring further training would render their chances of slacking off non-existent. Chen Long wielded his authority like an emperor of old, whimsically selecting individuals for training sessions. Whoever he drew would have to endure a few rounds with him. Even the nominal figurehead, Perlo, was not exempt. Naturally, when he was chosen, their interactions would only involve casual exercises like free kicks. As Chen Long was cautious not to overstep. After 2 days as a technical coach, Chen Long increasingly found the role fascinating. Particularly the enjoyment derived from engaging with others. Playing with them was indeed delightful, while being played with was not. When the players arrived at the training ground, their first act was to pray they would not catch Chen Long's eye, for that would surely lead to a rigorous session of torment. Inflicting such punishment was his favorite pastime. However, when it came to skills like shooting or dribbling, his expectations were exceedingly high. Thus his contributions to the team were far more significant in terms of defense. Yet, this fell outside the purview of his designated responsibilities. It was not stipulated in his contract. On a Saturday morning, Chen Long whimsically contemplated whether coaching could be classified as a skill. He summoned Startier to seek clarity. But the answer he received left him deeply disheartened. Initially, he had envisioned that if coaching were regarded as a skill, then surely the roles of fitness coach and team doctor could also qualify. Thus he mused whether he might exploit a loophole to replicate traditional Chinese medicine as a form of team medical expertise. Dreams are beautiful, yet reality is often harsh. Surely, he could not expect to benefit from every advantageous circumstance. Thus, the answer from Xinglei mercilessly dampened someone's enthusiasm, leaving that individual to explore on their own. After unsuccessful attempts to follow the clues, they had no choice but to innovate and forge their own path, given the limited time for playing on the field. It was fortuitous for Chen Long to realize that dedicating time to coaching would significantly enhance his ability to comprehend the game, a benefit that few others could attain. On Saturday afternoon, it marked the 4th day of Chen Long serving as a temporary coach. As usual, he casually called out a few names for adaptive training. Unluckily, this time it fell upon Marchisio, Chiellini, and Caceres. Would it kill him to play differently? Caceres whispered to Chiellini, who wore a pained expression and quietly replied, "What can we do? He is the coach, after all. We must endure. Being subjected to this is certainly better than inflicting it upon our opponents. Besides, allowing this little eccentric to toy with us might enhance our defensive skills. Have you not noticed that Barzagli's defensive awareness has improved considerably of late?" Upon hearing Chiellini, Caceres fell silent for a moment, contemplating. Hey, it does seem to have its merits. No wonder they say that even adversity can be a form of enjoyment. I finally understand. Goodness, that metaphor is rather apt. Can you come up with another? Marchisio interjected, unable to restrain himself. Quite vivid, Caceres replied with a chuckle. The trio continued their banter as they made their way to the other side of the field, preparing for their game with Chen Long. The fitness coach, holding a stopwatch, arrived at the scene. What brings the fitness coach here? Surely, he does not intend to assess our stamina? Chiellini asked, bewildered. Chen Long chuckled casually and patted Chiellini, who towered over him by half a head, reassuringly. Do not worry. He is not testing your endurance, but mine. Why would your stamina be of any interest? Isn't it just a matter of 5 minutes of quick sprints? Marchisio instinctively replied. Haha, indeed. I merely wish to ascertain whether my stamina has improved by 10 or 8 seconds. Chen Long responded with laughter, continuing, thus, I plan to exert myself fully for 5 consecutive minutes to see how long I can endure. Oh, I see now. Wait, what? 5 minutes of full exertion? Marquisio exclaimed, incredulous. You can't be serious. 5 minutes straight could be fatal. I must voice my dissent. The seasoned Chiellini, catching on to Chen Long's implication, also expressed his objections. Meanwhile, Cáceres had already begun to secretly hide in a corner, shedding tears. What does 5 minutes of relentless intensity even mean? It is akin to someone sprinting at a 100-meter pace for 5 continuous minutes. It is not as exaggerated as it may seem. Imagine, if you are a player in a specific position on the field, perhaps running continuously for 5 minutes may pose no significant issue. There could be moments of leisurely pace interspersed. However, if you were to engage in a sustained medium-speed run for 5 minutes, punctuated by sudden bursts of acceleration, compounded by the necessity of advancing with the ball or attempting to intercept, the exertion would indeed be considerable. Yet, the relentless 5-minute ordeal faced by Chen Long signifies an absence of any pause. One must perpetually sprint and vie for possession. This is genuinely exhausting, and not at all an exaggeration. Unfortunately, these 3 individuals found themselves targeted by Chen Long. The outcome? Far more tragic than that of others just days prior. In a state of frenzied intensity for 5 minutes, Chen Long resembled a dragon emerging from the sea, a ferocious tiger unleashed from its cage, wreaking havoc with abandon. Some have likened the dribbling of an extraterrestrial to an accelerated film reel, and on this day, Chen Long embodied that sentiment. Rarely does Chen Long exert himself to such an extent, employing every skill in his repertoire, leaving his teammates on the sidelines drooling in astonishment, utterly mesmerized. The repertoire included flicks, Marseille turns, bicycle kicks, feints, pulls, and nutmegs, all executed in a turbocharged manner. More frightening was not only the rapidity of his footwork but also the swiftness of his speed, akin to the wind. Brothers, let us go, tackle him. Quickly. Grab him. Chiellini commanded from the back, issuing defensive orders. He was at his wit's end, having been toyed with by Chen Long for 5 minutes. He felt a desperate urge to escape. Thus, he resorted to underhanded tactics, instructing the other 2 to simply embrace Chen Long, preventing him from continuing his onslaught. There ought to be a limit to such torment, yet the little monster showed no signs of restraint and continued to revel in the game. In truth, Chen Long was not merely toying around. He was pushing himself to his physical limits. Thus, he exerted more effort than ever before. His teammates, clearly in sync, displayed remarkable tenacity in their attempts to intercept. Yet, despite their utmost efforts, they remained powerless against Chen Long. The clock had surpassed 5 minutes and 28 seconds and continued to tick forward. Like a rocket, Chen Long surged towards Chiellini, who had failed to contain him alongside the 2 others. The fitness coach on the sidelines meticulously tracked the time, starting the moment Chen Long initiated his run. Yes. The time eclipsed 5 minutes and 28 seconds. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration, and his expression betrayed no concealment of his excitement. What does this signify? It signifies that Chen Long's physical capabilities have indeed increased. However, tick-tock, just 2 seconds later, as Chen Long executed a feint to evade Chiellini, he suddenly came to a halt. Thump, 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 thump. Chen Long could distinctly hear the rapid beating of his heart, racing at least 160 beats per minute. Ah! The limit has been reached. Chen Long abruptly collapsed onto the ground, unwilling to move any further. 5.5 minutes. The fitness coach was so exhilarated he could have soared into the sky, loudly proclaiming the data. But upon seeing Chen Long fall, he urgently called for Chiellini to help lift him up. Chiellini exerted his limited strength to hoist Chen Long, and Marquisio came over to assist. Together, they carried Chen Long to the medical room. Chen Long was not injured. He had merely exhausted his stamina and needed rest. Under the care of the fitness coach, after a half-hour of recuperation, he finally felt revitalized, though he no longer wished to engage in such strenuous activities as before. At the moment he collapsed, he had heard the coach announce the impressive data. Now, he felt a surge of joy. His endurance had indeed increased, astonishingly, by 15 seconds. This was all thanks to the remarkable benefits of traditional Chinese medicine. After taking several doses, his stamina had seemingly expanded by 15 seconds, equivalent to the gains of his 14 years of effort. He pondered this with great sentiment. Chen Long began to daydream. If this trend continued, wouldn't his endurance see an astonishing leap in a year? Naturally, this was merely his personal speculation. He knew he needed to consult Yi Sun for clarity on the matter. He hurriedly called Yu Shanshan to share this exhilarating news, followed by a call to Canales. And finally, he reached out to his parents. Overwhelmed by excitement after his rest, he chose not to rush back to the training field, but instead headed straight to the traditional Chinese medicine academy to consult the dean. Chapter 87. The visitor from afar. In truth, the person most delighted by the news of Chen Long's improved stamina was Canales. Her man's enhanced physicality brought her immense happiness. That afternoon, Juventus's bus transported the players to Genoa, preparing for the match against Genoa the following day. While everyone was resting, Chen Long still found the time to report to the youth team. As both a temporary coach and player, Chen Long once again delivered a captivating performance within the youth team. The next day, the first team triumphantly returned from Genoa with a resounding victory of 5-0, during which Chen Long scored yet another goal. The Juventus players carried their national team's excellent form into the club. Following this match, the unstoppable Juventus firmly secured their position at the top of the Serie A league table, with Chen Long contributing 3 goals and 1 assist in a remarkably brief span of playing time. This data is commendable for a forward, yet rather extraordinary for one who has only played 5 minutes per match. In the online voting for the Rookie of the Year, Chen Long has outperformed the club's achievements, leading his competitors by an impressive 90% of the votes. Upon returning to their home ground, Juventus faced Chievo and triumphed with a decisive 3-0 scoreline, thoroughly dominating their opponents. Although Chen Long did not score this time, he provided an assist, elevating his statistics to 3 goals and 2 assists. As the interim coach, after more than a week of adaptation, Chen Long has fully embraced his role, and Connie has begun to take notice of his talents in this area, offering timely guidance. Throughout the week, Chen Long continued his rigorous experiments at the traditional Chinese medicine academy, relentlessly conducting acupuncture trials, advancing at a steady but deliberate pace akin to his physical training. Each day, he resembled a creator, transforming numerous frogs into creatures adorned with spikes akin to hedgehogs. Yi Sun observed with keen interest, secretly amused, for while he watched Chen Long, his thoughts were filled with the delectable frog meat he had consumed. On that particular morning, as the experiment progressed, a mysterious guest arrived at the director's office. Chen Long could not discern the man's face clearly. He only noted that the individual was quite tall, with a darker complexion and a stout figure, which caused his neck to lean slightly forward. Nevertheless, the silhouette seemed somewhat familiar, though Chen Long could not immediately place it. The visitor appeared to be well acquainted with the director. As Chen Long listened from the adjacent laboratory to their conversation in English, filled with various grey jokes that elicited no hearty laughter. As their discussion meandered to topics of football and injuries, Chen Long, who had been engrossed in his experiment, paused his actions to listen intently. Could it be that a professional player had arrived? Chen Long pondered, continuing to eavesdrop. With the absence of movement, the sounds of struggle from the frog slaughterhouse faded into silence. After approximately 15 minutes, Chen Long finally grasped the essence of their conversation. It turned out that the man had previously undergone surgery at Chen Long's hands and had returned now due to a serious recurrence of an old ailment. Seeking the director's expertise once again. In today's football world, who among them recognizes Chen Long, and how did he end up here? The chubby player. Who could he possibly be? Chen Long pondered, attempting to identify him. How foolish of me. The only chubby player who has come here for treatment, apart from Ronaldo. Could it be anyone else? Finally, his mind did not falter, and he recalled Ronaldo. The answer was indeed glaringly obvious. Initially, his thoughts had been confined to current players, causing him to overlook Chen Long himself, perhaps due to the prolonged nature of his experiments, resulting in some neural numbness. His idol had arrived, mere doors away. Excited, Chen Long set aside his current task, eager to rush to the director's office and knock on the door. Yet, he hesitated. It had been 14 years since they last met. Would his younger self still be remembered by the young Chen Long? He found it hard to believe that a mere fleeting encounter, lasting only a few minutes, could have left a lasting impression on an extraterrestrial being. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that he must see him, mustn't he? Ultimately, he convinced himself to boldly knock on the director's door. Who would dare disturb the director during a client meeting? Yi Sun, initially filled with ire, withdrew his latent anger upon seeing Chen Long. Ah, Chen Long! The extraterrestrial exclaimed in astonishment as Chen Long entered. A wave of dizziness swept over him. Who just called my name? Was that for me? Am I dreaming? If it weren't for the needle he had just placed on the experimental table, he might have pinched himself to confirm the reality of his flesh. After a moment of daze, Chen Long finally regained his senses, gazing at his idol. He remained as approachable as ever, with a warm demeanor. His two prominent front teeth still charmingly displayed. Sporting a short haircut, Ronaldo, accustomed to the sun-soaked beaches of Rio de Janeiro, bore a darker complexion. Clad in a dark suit that could not conceal his burgeoning physique, his belly protruded, eager to break free from the confines of his shirt. Yet, even in his current state, Chen Long felt a sweetness in his heart. "Hello, Ronnie." Chen Long could only muster these few words, overwhelmed by sudden happiness. Still processing the whirlwind of emotions. From the moment he knocked until now, he stood bashfully at the door, his feet rooted in place. The smiling extraterrestrial waved him over, beckoning him to come closer. Chen Long instinctively took mechanical steps forward, obediently advancing. "Look how tall you've grown." 14 years truly is a formidable passage of time. The extraterrestrial, without reservation, patted Chen Long, who had now approached him, seemingly very familiar with him, exuding the warmth of an older brother concerned for his younger sibling. Filled with heartfelt nostalgia. What does this mean? Could it be that he still remembers me? The alien, observing the somewhat flustered Chen Long, remained oblivious to his thoughts. Instead, it continued to swirl its tongue, uttering a torrent of praises that left Chen Long utterly astonished. Yusun, the foreigner, naturally did not interject in their conversation, treating it as a reunion of old friends, thus refraining from interruption. After a brief moment of contemplation and analysis, Chen Long ultimately concluded that this aged extraterrestrial, his first idol, truly still remembered him. At this moment, the chairman of the organizing committee for the 2014 World Cup in Brazil, along with the renowned Ronaldo, journeyed all the way to Italy for medical treatment. By chance, he encountered a boy named Chen Long, whom he had met 14 years prior. This absurd reality lay before them. Chapter 8. Sweet years. A man in his 30s, reflecting on the past 14 years, felt a profound sense of nostalgia and weariness. In contrast, an 18-year-old boy reminiscing about the same period experienced joy and an innocent blankness. Once, a 4-year-old child named Chen Long, barely over a meter tall, was in the nurturing grounds of Inter Milan, just beginning to blossom. In an era filled with prodigies, while many children were still weaning, Chen Long, with his unique understanding of football, commanded the youth team, donning the number 9 jersey and racing across the modest pitch. One day, as Ronaldo, leaning on crutches, appeared on the very field, he chanced upon young Chen Long playing with a football, recovering from a devastating knee injury that had him bedridden for over a month. Ronaldo felt despondent after learning from his doctor that it would take at least 10 months before he could return to the game. At only 22, in the prime of his youth, this setback was particularly disheartening. However, witnessing the carefree joy with which Chen Long played, demonstrating innate technical prowess and dribbling reminiscent of his own style, Ronaldo was momentarily taken aback, mistaking the boy for his younger self. Intrigued, he approached Chen Long, initiating a conversation. It was indeed Ronaldo who took the first step, and Chen Long vividly remembered the moment his idol greeted him, leaving him in a state of exhilaration and disbelief. Ronaldo even offered guidance on several technical flaws in Chen Long's play. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him, bestowing an unexpected blessing. This surreal encounter unfolded between the two, akin to a divine meeting that birthed a beautiful legend. That serendipitous moment opened a new path for both. Ronaldo's presence elevated Chen Long's understanding of football, and over the ensuing 14 years, despite his stamina dwindling to a mere 5 minutes, he persevered, ultimately becoming a small star in his own right. As for Ronaldo, he regained his spirit, no longer fearing injury. Each time he faced setbacks, the memory of that joyful boy playing football inspired him to rise again, steadfast until his eventual retirement. Fate had not played tricks on them, rather, it had subjected them to trials beyond what most endure. Yet, through perseverance, they both achieved success. Of course, Chen Long's triumph pales in comparison to Ronaldo's. But who else could maintain such dedication for 14 years? Yisun quietly accompanied them, listening intently as the elder and the youth reminisced about their fateful encounter from years past, their thoughts seemingly transported back to that tumultuous era. It was during that time that Yisun first set foot on Italian soil. Following Ronnie's collapse, he sought medical assistance far and wide, ultimately receiving promising treatment from a Belgian doctor. However, his return to the field in the first match ended in tragedy once again due to a torn ligament. After Chen Long's second surgery, Yisun personally visited Ronnie, thus initiating the bond they share today. While the public has long credited European doctors for Ronnie's recovery, only a select few are aware that Yisun was the one who made the most significant contributions behind the scenes. In the spacious abode, the trio spent half the morning engaged in conversation. Ronnie, a loquacious individual, animatedly recounted tales of yore, revealing that despite his injuries, his 5 years in Italy were filled with joy. For reasons unknown, a hint of resentment surfaced in his heart when discussing Maratti. Chen Long sensed this, but refrained from probing further. Later, the three dined at a discreet private restaurant in Turin, continuing their endless chatter. To Chen Long's surprise, Ronnie invited him to explore Milan together. Recently returned from the city, Chen Long happily accepted the invitation, though he did not drive, leaving the task to Ronnie. It was indeed astonishing that Ronnie would chauffeur Chen Long through Milan. Had this news spread, it would have driven many into a frenzy. Yet, this improbable scenario unfolded as Ronnie navigated the streets of Milan with ease, a city he knew intimately from his 5 years at Inter Milan, followed by a stint at Real Madrid, before returning to Milan to join AC Milan for over a year. The city had witnessed Ronnie's ascent to glory and his gradual decline. To share this journey with his idol was beyond Chen Long's wildest dreams. Yet he unabashedly wielded his camera, capturing moments with Ronnie as if they were long-lost brothers, with Ronnie playfully indulging in the attention. As they strolled through the fashionable streets of Milan, both donned sunglasses, their similar heights rendering them indistinguishable to passers-by. On a whim, Ronnie expressed a desire to reconnect with old friends, leading Chen Long toward a certain destination. Walking along Milan's most illustrious fashion street, they boldly entered a boutique named Sweet Years. The name struck a chord with Chen Long, though he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Following closely behind Ronnie, they ventured deeper into the store, where Ronnie bypassed the retail area and proceeded to an office. To Chen Long's astonishment, Ronnie produced a key, inserted it into the lock, and with a few turns, the door swung open. Chen Long stood behind, utterly bewildered, pondering whether this was Ronnie's own fashion establishment, a revelation that left him astounded. Ronnie paid no heed to Chen Long's astonishment as he casually settled onto a sofa, retrieving his phone. "Paul, are you in Milan?" "I'm at the store." He chattered away on the phone. "Paul? Which Paul?" Chen Long pondered on the side. "Christian, are you in Milan?" "I'm at the store." Ronnie reiterated the earlier conversation. "Christian? Which Christian?" Could it be Christian Vieri?" Suddenly, it dawned on him, recalling the sweet days when Vieri and young Maldini had established this very place. No wonder it seemed so familiar. At this moment, Chen Long had remembered the identity of the store's owner, yet he was taken aback to discover that Ronnie possessed a key to the establishment. Did Ronnie perhaps hold shares in it? This implied that Maldini and Ronnie were indeed good friends. For a moment, Chen Long felt bewildered by the intricate web of friendship surrounding him. Chapter 89. Dancing with the Divine in a mere half-day, Chen Long and Ronnie had journeyed from Turin to Milan, a venture he found somewhat surreal. According to the day's agenda, he was supposed to be training with the team in the afternoon, pushing the players to their limits. Yet here he was, alongside his idol in Milan, with the prospect of encountering several renowned former football legends shortly. Chen Long sat uneasily on the sofa, contemplating how he should react upon meeting them, unaware that he had already acquired sufficient stature within Juventus to stand shoulder to shoulder with many stars. Of course, the extraordinary individuals he was about to meet were an exception. But Chen Long had the protection of extraterrestrial forces, did he not? After a short while, the Sweet Days establishment was filled with several burly men in sunglasses, each robust and imposing, though they were merely seasoned gentlemen of their age. Those unaware might have mistaken them for the mafia, startling the patrons who were inside browsing for clothing. Nonetheless, most regular shoppers at this store were well aware of its owner's identity. The origin of the sparkling red heart emblem at the store traces back to the moment when Vieri scored for the national team and revealed a heart shape in front of the camera, with young Maldini following suit by lifting his shirt. Initially, people presumed Vieri was expressing his affection for some beauty, but it later emerged that this was a promotional stunt for their company, ultimately leading to the establishment of this store. A group of muscular men rushed into the office, reminiscent of a mafia arrival or American agents capturing a suspect, leaving an overwhelming impression. Once inside, they disregarded Chen Long, who was seated at the end of the sofa, their eyes solely fixed on the illustrious Ronnie. Each man embraced him fervently, excitement radiating from their faces. Chen Long felt no displeasure at being overlooked. Rather, he was thrilled for his idol, astonished by the multitude of friends Ronnie had in Italy. Vieri was the first to step forward for a hug. Both sharing a notable belly, yet Vieri's chiseled features retained a captivating masculine allure. Chen Long mused whether it was two men embracing or merely two protruding bellies colliding. Regardless, these two once feared super strikers of the football world now appeared as two ordinary, slightly overweight older gentlemen. Sergio Zanetti also made his appearance, the seasoned captain of Inter Milan, whose face bore the marks of time. He greeted Ronnie like an elder brother, and among this group, only Zanetti continued to play football. Maldini was the third to approach for an embrace, still maintaining his impeccable physique, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, exuding an undeniable charm. The two legendary captains of Milan were gathered together, both being good friends with Ronnie, leaving Chen Long feeling as if he were in a dream. Though it was natural for Ronnie to have formed friendships with teammates from both clubs, the apparent camaraderie between these two legendary captains contradicted the rumors he had heard. Chen Long chose to trust the reality before his eyes over the sensational news reports. Kak arrived, the youngest among them at 30, inciting cheers from the store's ladies. The secret had finally slipped out, Chen Long thought. It was all trouble caused by excessive handsomeness. Ronnie feigned annoyance at Kak, who retorted that it was not his good looks, but rather the shameless Materazzi, who had failed to wear sunglasses, that led the onlookers to recognize him. Maldini suggested they quickly vacate the premises to avoid being surrounded by fans, making it difficult to leave later on. In this manner, 7 men adorned in sunglasses lined up in an orderly fashion, reminiscent of athletes making their entrance onto the field, each traversing the store before stepping out into the open air and swiftly climbing into their vehicle. Passers-by, witnessing the spectacle, momentarily assumed there was a fashion show transpiring inside the boutique, and they paused to observe with curiosity. Among them, the somewhat out-of-place Ronnie, with his protruding belly, inadvertently infused an element of dissonance into the ensemble, while Chen Long cheerfully hopped into the vehicle at the rear. At the moment the engine roared to life, someone finally recognized the group and could not help but exclaim in astonishment, pointing excitedly at the cars ahead, babbling incoherently, as the crowd strained to listen. A sudden clarity dawned upon them, yet by then, the cars had already sped away. Who would have imagined that in broad daylight? A multitude of elite football stars from various nations and clubs would converge simultaneously at a fashion store in Milan? The cars sped towards the iconic San Siro Stadium, or perhaps to the Miazza Stadium. Regardless of the name, it was essentially the same venue. Within those vehicles, distinctions of nationality and club affiliation faded, leaving only camaraderie amongst them. At the suggestion of Materazzi, they resolved to organize an extraordinary match. Chen Long and Ronnie found themselves in Materazzi's vehicle, having previously parked their own in a nearby pedestrian area and opted to join him instead. Chen Long was perplexed by Materazzi's initiative at their age. Should they not engage in something more substantial than merely gathering to play football? Could they still manage to play at their age? What was the difference between them and the younger lads who incessantly played? To his surprise, Materazzi's proposal received unanimous approval, resulting in a swift consensus to drive hastily towards San Siro. What a group of seasoned football veterans, Chen Long thought to himself, suddenly pondering whether, in his own later years, he would also have a circle of wonderful friends with whom he could enjoy a match upon reunion. Realizing the significance of this gathering, a nostalgic match featuring past football legends could not simply be overlooked. Stone, come out quickly. Darn it, I want tea, just roll out. I will emerge on my own terms. Don't call for me like that. Old habits die hard. Well, you did come out anyway, you need tea, summon me. I can sense the aura of these elite stars. Is it truly that palpable? Indeed, it is quite remarkable. I will rely on you in a moment. Whatever skills you possess, replicate them for me. I intend to absorb all the extraordinary techniques displayed on the field. Can you manage that? Absolutely, but afterward, you must consume a couple of bowls of herbal medicine, or your body may not withstand it, and I may fall into a deep slumber. Is there really a connection to herbal medicine? At present, I am unable to provide a detailed explanation. So I ask that you simply follow my instructions if you wish to acquire these extraordinary skills. Well then, the San Siro, having no matches this week, is open to visitors. Thus, upon disembarking, the 7 towering figures proceeded directly towards the stadium's entrance. Of course, they did not enter through the main gate. Rather, they approached from the players' dressing room at the back. Zanetti and Maldini had already briefed the stadium staff well in advance. What football could these 7 men possibly play? Chen Long was uncertain about their intended approach, worrying about whether there would be enough players. If the game fell through, he would be unable to hone his skills. Upon entering the dressing room, however, he discovered that others were already present, as they had been preparing for some time. Chen Long entered the Inter Milan dressing room, where he immediately spotted the team's goalkeeper and Samuel. Surely, the Milan dressing room was in a similar state, he mused. Yet he could not anticipate who else might appear on the field. Zanetti had prepared a complete set of kits and a pair of football boots for both Chen Long and Ronnie. the attire naturally being the iconic blue and black of Inter Milan. Holding the jersey in his hands, Chen Long felt a wave of nostalgia. This very kit was reminiscent of the first jersey he wore in his youth, and today, it was passed to him by the illustrious Zanetti himself. Despite being merely a simple match, the unique identities of the players rendered the occasion extraordinarily significant. Thus, when he donned the blue and black jersey, a tumult of emotion surged within him. Chen Long, let us partner together and show those arrogant Milan players a thing or two, Ronnie said. Now clad in his own kit, Chen Long instinctively nodded, only to realize moments later that he was to team up with Ronnie. The unspoken excitement enveloped him. Is this a film shoot or a television series? Today, wandering through the enchanting city of Milan with my idol was already a dream come true, but to my astonishment, I unexpectedly encountered so many luminaries. Ultimately, I find myself on the battlefield alongside my idol. Could this possibly be real? Chen Long could not resist pinching his arm, and the sharp sting confirmed that this was indeed no mere fantasy. Alas, if only I were clad in a Juventus jersey right now. Wouldn't that be even more exhilarating? He mused that it would have been splendid if Pirlo were here as well. After all, wasn't Pirlo a good friend of Ronnie? With stars from Inter Milan and AC Milan gathered, it felt incomplete without the Juventus players. Yet here he was, stuck in an Inter Milan uniform, truly a temporary worker, he lamented. Can I wear a Juventus jersey on the field? Chen Long finally inquired of Zanetti. Upon hearing this, Zanetti was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this young man had quite the affection for Juventus. He patted Chen Long on the shoulder, assuring him, no problem. I'll have someone fetch one for you right away, though it might be a replica, he added with a playful grin. Then instructed the staff to quickly purchase a Juventus jersey from the streets. Chapter 90, a frenzied replication, all right, let us get to work. It's time to make a grand spectacle. As Chen Long emerged from the changing room corridor, he relayed his instructions to Xing Lei. At that moment, spectators at the San Siro Stadium were astonished to see the gate of the players' tunnel swing open, revealing individuals stepping out. The first to emerge from Inter Milan was Zanetti. As if he were leading his teammates to prepare for a match, there were several hundred spectators present, all exchanging bewildered glances, questioning whether they were witnessing an illusion. Was he this week designated for an exhibition? How could there be a match? And how did these stars appear so abruptly on the football field? Could it be that a divine presence had descended upon us today, manifesting such an extraordinary occurrence? With exuberance, Zanetti was the first to dash out, followed closely by Materazzi. Materazzi? Hadn't he already left Inter Milan and retired this year? The crowd was taken aback. Among those present were fans of both Inter Milan and AC Milan, who were undoubtedly familiar with the players. In a comical twist, as Materazzi made his entrance, he waved to the audience, grinning broadly as he strode towards the pitch, as if genuinely participating in a professional match. The goalkeeper, Caesar, followed Materazzi with a smile gracing his lips. The fourth to appear was Wait, a Juventus player? What in the world is happening? Ah, is that Chen Long? A voice among the spectators exclaimed his name amid expressions of astonishment. What a perplexing scene this is. Clearly, the player belongs to Inter Milan, yet inexplicably, a figure from Juventus has appeared among the ranks, none other than the illustrious Ronaldo. The audience is left utterly astonished. And at this very moment, no one can fathom the antics of these illustrious stars. Is anyone else coming? All eyes converge upon the entrance, and at last, to their delight, a portly silhouette emerges. As he gradually rises into full view, the crowd erupts in jubilant applause. Behold, the extraterrestrial Ronaldo. The rotund figure flashes his signature bunny-toothed grin, waving enthusiastically at the crowd. Today, the spectators are truly treated to a visual feast, to their astonishment. They have encountered these football legends during their visit, and words fail to encapsulate the emotions swirling within them. It is evident that Ronnie is overjoyed to return to Milan in such a carefree manner, standing in this iconic San Siro, also known as Miazza, and meeting the fans in such a special way. What could bring greater happiness? With a beaming smile, Ronnie, filled with excitement, races after the Juventus star. Following Ronnie, it's Figo. Figo makes his entrance, his chiseled features and sleek hairstyle radiating charisma as he strides confidently from the tunnel, still exuding that signature coolness and lethal presence. The tourists erupt in cheers once more. Yet, after Figo, no one else follows. The six of them sprint directly towards the center of the pitch. What could this mean? Is there yet another opponent to face? Amidst the bewilderment of the spectators, an eerie stillness lingered, until suddenly the vast skies above San Siro were graced with the resounding melody of a majestic yet buoyant composition, Nickelback's When We Stand Together. One more depending on a prayer, and we all look away, people pretending everywhere it's just another day. There's bullets flying through the air, and they still carry on. We watch it happen over there, and then just turn it off. Hey. Yeah, 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 yeah. We must stand together. Hey. Yeah, 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 yeah. There's no giving in. Hey. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hand in hand forever. Hey. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's when we all win. Hey. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's when we all win. That's when we all win. They tell us everything's all right, and we just go along. How can we fall asleep at night? When something's clearly wrong, when we could feed a starving world with what we throw away, but all we serve are empty words that always taste the same. With the infusion of music, football transformed into an ethereal dance. At the heart of the pitch, the Ronaldos of the world could no longer resist. They swayed in rhythmic harmony, their feet weaving playful artistry with the ball. And then, precisely at that moment, the doors of the distant locker room swung open. In an instant, the collective gaze of the spectators snapped toward the entrance. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Who is this? Who could it be? After a prolonged absence from the hallowed grounds of San Siro, Maldini found himself overwhelmed with emotion as he finally set foot on this cherished turf once more. He could not resist bending down to caress the familiar grass, a gesture that stirred deep feelings within him, nearly bringing forth a tear from his eye. Yet, being the stalwart he is, he held back such vulnerability. With his striking deep blue eyes, he gazed at the assembled crowd, offering a captivating smile that reflected the weight of his experiences. In that moment, unspoken sentiments filled the air as he raised his hands, applauding the audience in acknowledgement. The first to represent AC Milan, he stepped onto the pitch, the eternal number 3 of Milan, his towering figure seemingly capable of overshadowing the entire San Siro. Following closely was Kak. Kak? Yes, Kak. Adorned in the number 22 jersey, his radiant smile revealed a set of pearly whites as he sprinted onto the field. Recently returned from Real Madrid, Kak was once again regaining his form in Serie A, boasting an impressive tally of 2 goals and 2 assists after 4 matches. Reaffirming his status as a marquee player, he declared to the world that Real Madrid's decision to part ways with him was a grave mistake. He had not yet lost his edge. And then came Nesta. The elegant Nesta, with his flowing locks, strolled onto the field with an air of composure. The star defender, who has recently departed from Milan, has unexpectedly made an appearance here, leaving the audience in a frenzy of delight with each wave of surprises. Subsequently, the illustrious Nine Master and Abbiati graced the gathering simultaneously, currently esteemed as the coach of AC Milan's youth team. Nine Master has managed to carve out time to be present, yet today he does not arrive in the capacity of a coach, but rather as a player. Did this occur in 2012? It appears more reminiscent of 2002. Why are there so many star players present? Clearly, they are engaged in a competitive match. I wonder which astute staff member had the foresight to play music before announcing the players' names, much to the audience's overwhelming excitement. It is akin to watching a war film, where one is deeply engrossed in the chaos of battle, only to suddenly find oneself transported onto the very battlefield. Red and black versus blue and black, with an additional black and white in the mix. On this enchanting afternoon, current and retired players from Italy's top 3 clubs surprisingly gathered beneath the skies of San Siro for the TIM Cup, a 5-side TIM Cup, with Ronnie leading the way. Chen Long felt incredibly fortunate to partake in such a splendid event. Each participant exchanged handshakes and warm embraces, resembling long-lost friends reunited after years apart, sharing laughter and conversation, entirely oblivious to the fierce rivalry that had begun over a decade ago. Football, after all, merely defines opponents on the field. It forges lifelong friendships beyond it. In this extraordinary match, apart from Chen Long, everyone else was merely in pursuit of joy, reminiscing about the fleeting days of youth and time gone by. The spectators instinctively gathered along the sides of the court, encircling the small arena to witness the stellar performances up close. Only a fool would venture to the stands. Being at the court's edge was undeniably the most exhilarating experience. As tourists, they were equipped with an abundance of devices, with cameras and camcorders being indispensable. Thus, they eagerly unveiled these gadgets, greedily capturing the spectacle before them. This was not merely a once-in-a-century event. Even a millennium might not witness such a grand occasion. This experience far surpasses the thrill of watching a professional league. One would seldom encounter so many legendary stars from different eras simultaneously. Meanwhile, Chen Long, while indulging in joyous football with these past prodigies, has commenced a clandestine endeavor of replication. Kak's solitary gallop has been emulated. The exquisite touch of Nine Master has been mirrored. Abbiati's eagle-like saves have been reproduced. Cesar's boundless stops have been echoed. Figo's graceful steps have been imitated. Materazzi's artful maneuvers have been replicated. Nesta's welcoming pines have been echoed. Even the weighty descent of Maldini has been mirrored. Most significantly, Chen Long has meticulously revisited the extraterrestrial's unrivaled techniques, engaging in an authentic and direct replication, capturing even the essence of Ronnie's artistry. Chapter 91. The Champions League approaches just as Chen Long delightfully engages in joyous football with the aliens. Juventus is diligently preparing for the upcoming challenge. Abandoning his team, Chen Long returned to Turin on Wednesday evening, preparing for the first home match of the UEFA Champions League the following night. Last year, Juventus performed remarkably well in the group stage, only to falter in the knockout rounds. This year, they aim for a resurgence, with the club investing significant resources and manpower in an attempt to reclaim their former glory on the European stage. The most illustrious era for Juventus in the Champions League undoubtedly belongs to the 1980s, under the leadership of Michel Platini, as well as the Marcello Lippi era from 1995 to 1998. During these times, Juventus was rightfully regarded as the sovereign of European football, particularly in the latter period. The club reached the Champions League finals for 3 consecutive seasons. Regrettably, they secured victory only in the first year, suffering defeats in the subsequent finals against Real Madrid and Borussia Dortmund. The most recent appearance of Juventus in a Champions League final dates back to the 2002-2003 season when they were spearheaded by Alessandro Del Piero and Pavel Nedved. With a stellar performance from the Czech powerhouse Nedved, Juventus advanced to the final, only to be thwarted by AC Milan due to Nedved's absence from the final after receiving a yellow card in the semifinals. This year, Juventus has drawn a favorable group as a seeded team, positioning them well for a successful group stage. The Champions League groupings are as follows. Group A features Real Madrid, Porto, Nordjylland, and Dynamo Kiev. Group B includes AC Milan, Shakhtar Donetsk, Paris Saint-Germain, and Copenhagen. Group C comprises Chelsea, Galatasaray, Valencia, and Lille. Group D has Bayern Munich, Ajax, Udinese, and Spartak Moscow. Group E consists of Juventus, Benfica, Olympiacos, and Fenerbahce. Group F includes Barcelona, Manchester City, Zenit, and Celtic. Group G features Arsenal, Borussia Dortmund, Malaga, and Feyenoord. Group H contains Manchester United, Montpellier, Schalke 04, and Anderlecht. In Group E, Juventus finds themselves alongside the formidable Portuguese side Benfica, the traditional Greek powerhouse Olympiacos, and the Turkish club Fenerbahce. Compared to other groups, Juventus's matches appear relatively manageable, ensuring a strong likelihood of securing the second spot in the group. Moreover, within this group, Juventus boasts the most formidable strength. Historically, Juventus has been a remarkably stable team, consistently excelling in group stages. Consequently, the fans are more concerned about potential opponents after advancing from the group stage, particularly hoping to avoid teams like Bayern Munich and those from England. Juventus's first Champions League match will be held tomorrow evening at home against the Turkish powerhouse Fenerbahce. In comparison to last season, Juventus's roster has not undergone significant changes, with the addition of Gonzalo Higuain and Chen Long in the forward line. The arrival of these two players has attracted considerable attention from Turkish journalists. The two individuals are thriving in the Serie A league, commanding attention and influence, naturally piquing the interest of journalists. Unfortunately, they reside next door to one another. Thus, when Chen Long returned to his abode, he was taken aback to find a sudden influx of unfamiliar faces in the vicinity, which stirred an unsettling premonition within him. Could these individuals possibly be journalists? Chen Long observed everything with great caution, contemplating the lack of anything noteworthy to capture. Would he truly resort to exploiting his personal life for publicity? How absurd. If not that, did they intend to break my legs? Though such dark thoughts flickered in his mind, he chose to disregard these peculiar figures and entered the house. Once inside, he hastily closed the windows and drew the curtains, wishing to prevent this pack of paparazzi from stirring up any trouble. It was Wednesday, after all, and Chen Long had just returned from taking medication from Yishanshan, so Turkish fans are known for their fervor, a reputation that resonates throughout Europe, notorious in a manner akin to that of English supporters. That very night, Turkish fans had already caused a ruckus in Turin, prompting the local police station to deploy additional officers to maintain order. Fortunately, after a night devoid of incident, Thursday finally arrived. Chen Long arrived early at the training ground, joining the main squad. Fresh from securing a starting position with Fenerbahce, Conti naturally convened a detailed tactical meeting with the coaching staff and as a temporary coach. Chen Long was included. Watching game footage can be an enjoyable endeavor, particularly when it involves adult films or blockbuster narratives. However, when it pertains to player highlights, it loses its allure. Scanning the entirety of Fenerbahce, one finds no stars to speak of, aside from the aging Rivaldo who had once graced the team. Chen Long could hardly fathom who else might be there, as those days were long past. Yet, he was alone in this belief, in Conti's eyes. Fenerbahce was undoubtedly a formidable adversary, deserving of careful strategic consideration. He emphasized the necessity for a robust defensive approach in the second half. Fenerbahce is a team predominantly composed of Eastern European players, tall, physically imposing, and incredibly vigorous, capable of dismantling any opponent through sheer brute force. Moreover, the squad boasts a few second-tier South American talents, adding to the evident danger they pose. The astute Conti would not afford Chen Long the luxury of complacency. Chen Long. If the situation becomes too tense in the second half, you must be ready to come on, and make sure to communicate with Strini accordingly, Conti advised with caution. This afternoon, we need to convey to the players the importance of being wary of Fenerbahce's defense. You cannot underestimate those ruthless players. Their tackles can be quite severe. Be careful not to get injured. Let us seize this opportunity. If we need to go down, we do so. After all, we are at home, and the referee is likely to favor us. As the second half commenced, he instructed Borriello to warm up, fearing that Higuaín might struggle against the opposing defenders. If necessary, he should be substituted promptly. The defensive intensity of the two holding midfielders must always maintain depth, and defenders should avoid lining up in a straight line. There's a particularly swift and unpredictable player on the other side, and I certainly do not wish for a mishap. The morning dragged on, with the coaching staff's meeting focused entirely on tactical arrangements concerning Fenerbahce. Conti possesses a peculiar habit. He never arranges tactics a day in advance. Instead, he meticulously gathers detailed information about the opposing team in the days leading up to the match. It is only on the morning of the game, upon receiving the starting lineup of the adversary, that he proceeds to devise a targeted strategy. This has been his consistent approach since joining the coaching staff. Chen Long, now devoid of his former freedom, has been stripped of many liberties and is increasingly compelled by Conti to learn the intricacies of tactics. Chapter 92. The Iron Cavalry of Istanbul. The Turan Municipal Stadium is besieged, teeming with fervent spectators. Viewed from above, the stadium resembles a cake engulfed by a swarm of ants, buzzing with excitement. The Turks have entirely claimed this venue as their own. And although Juventus boasts the largest fan base in Italy, their supporters' enthusiasm pales in comparison to that of other teams. This discrepancy prompted club president Andrea Agnelli to conduct an investigation, the results of which were astonishing. Fans tend to believe Juventus will secure victory, leading them to simply check the results post-match rather than attend the games. In an effort to bolster fan engagement, the club began renovating the stadium a few years back, culminating in the unveiling of a new arena last year. Presently, the atmosphere within the stadium is unparalleled across Italy, rivaling that of the Premier League. Yet, even amidst this backdrop, it is bewildering to note that 1/3 of today's attendees are Turkish fans, a phenomenon previously unseen. In a neutral venue, such a ratio would be expected. However, in Juventus's home ground, the influx of visiting fans is perplexing. Realizing something amiss, Conti silently cursed under his breath. It was evident that the club's higher-ups were orchestrating this chaos. Who else possessed the authority to release such a multitude of tickets? Did they wish for his downfall? Standing in the stands, Conti gazed at the incessant stream of Turkish supporters flooding into the stadium, his discontent growing. What should have been a straightforward home-and-away clash had morphed into a decidedly neutral contest. The thought was disheartening. Was the club truly intent on orchestrating a loss for the team? Certainly not. The higher-ups were merely eager to profit from ticket sales, as evidenced by the stark contrast in pricing. Home tickets at €50, while away tickets soared to an astonishing €150. The image of the avaricious old woman came to mind. Could it be that the higher-ups were attempting to force his resignation? Amidst Conti's spiraling thoughts, the match commenced. Stripped of the advantage typically afforded by home fans, Juventus's home ground felt utterly devoid of its customary support. Mirroring the experience of playing away in Istanbul, an eventuality Conti had never anticipated. The meticulously crafted tactics designed for success proved futile as the club's management had metaphorically stabbed him in the back. Conti's frustration mounted, yet he felt powerless. All he could do was hope that the players on the field would not let him down. He pondered in this manner. The Turkish fans were evidently far more exhilarated than those of Juventus, their cheers rising in a crescendo, echoing throughout the stadium, creating a tumult that even left the Juventus players momentarily dazed. Is this at Juventus' home ground? Buffon, positioned before the goal, could scarcely believe his senses. The raucous cheers echoed in his ears, jarring and discordant, as he mistook them for the encouragement from the opposing fans. The Juventus supporters were equally taken aback by the presence of the red and white-clad Turkish fans in the stands. Is this even possible? While the outcome of the match remains uncertain on the field, the fans in the stands are disheartened, particularly those Eastern Europeans who have traveled from afar. Even if you are a formidable force, you shall be transformed into mere Eastern European piglets. The fervor ignited among Juventus supporters surprisingly stems from the Dragon Warriors fan group, led by none other than the enchanting Blue Sister. It is unclear from where she derived her inspiration, but she summoned a few individuals, crouched down, and then ascended upon their shoulders. Subsequently, everyone rose, with Blue Sister hoisting a grand banner high above, rallying the crowd. The unified roar of thousands from the Dragon Warriors surged, overwhelming the air with their fervent cheers, effectively suppressing the opposing side. Meanwhile, the Chinese Dragon Warriors fans, resonating from the northwest, amplified the electrifying ambience in a language familiar to them. The other Juventus supporters, drawn into the fray by these two fervent forces, joined the battle. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with intensity, and the Turkish fans found their voices drowned out. The Juventus players on the pitch, hearing the fervent clamor from outside, felt a flicker of inspiration ignite within their hearts, intensifying their desire to fight. Initially intending to deliver a decisive blow to Juventus, Fenerbahce's plans faltered. Within less than 10 minutes of the match's commencement, the tension escalated dramatically. Seated on the substitutes bench, Chen Long observed the unfolding events, a foreboding feeling inexplicably creeping into his mind. He couldn't help but glance toward the opposing coach's bench, where a man with short, tousled curls exuded an air of calm and experience, directing his team with an easy grace. It was Zico, the head coach of Fenerbahce, a figure Chen Long recognized. Yet, in stark contrast to the composed demeanor of the seasoned Zico, the Fenerbahce players on the field exhibited a strikingly opposite display. While not excessively foul, their vigorous and forceful confrontations placed the Juventus players at a distinct disadvantage. The confrontation from Eastern Europe? A melee? Even the formidable physique of Elia cannot withstand the onslaught from the opposing side. Zico, an exemplary representative of South American technical football, has seamlessly integrated the wild style of Europe into his coaching approach. At this moment, Fenerbahce embodies this blend, with Brazilian playmaker Alex as the technical fulcrum of their offensive, while their defense is grounded in the robust tactics typical of European football. Conte, watching from the stands, felt a growing anxiety. If this continues, Juventus will find themselves in peril. The back line appeared excessively vulnerable, and the midfield failed to connect the forward and defensive lines, resulting in disarray. Despite the players exerting every ounce of effort, they remained in a state of passivity. Conte lamented internally about the absence of a creative midfielder. Yet the club had refrained from investing, providing only Higuain, who, although a second-rate playmaker compared to Alex, was still preferable to those within Juventus. Another contributing factor to Juventus's disadvantage was their physical condition. The players had just returned from international duty the previous week, with merely 2 or 3 days of rest. Consequently, they were at a distinct physical disadvantage, their fitness compromised. Following the relentless early fixtures of the league, the Juventus squad struggled to muster enthusiasm, relying solely on the external fervor of their fans, which might not be sufficient to quell the ferocious Eastern European onslaught. Chapter 93. On-the-spot command. Initially, Chen Long, with earbuds in, absorbed in music, found himself increasingly anxious, perhaps accustomed to observing the players' performances over the past fortnight. He was listening to the well-known theme when he witnessed his team being overwhelmed on the pitch. To his surprise, he stood up. The live camera captured this moment perfectly, prompting the host to exclaim, "Oh dear, is Juventus about to substitute Chen Long to stabilize the morale?" It was merely a few minutes into the match. What trick was Conte attempting? Beware of the possibility of failing miserably, the host assumed Chen Long stood to warm up, hence the commentary. However, unexpectedly, as Chen Long removed his earbuds, he walked towards the coaching area. What on earth was he doing there? Was he going to direct the match? The host, taken aback, had to quickly revise his earlier remarks. Chen Long had instinctively approached that area, not anticipating his own actions. At that moment, he noticed the chaotic state of Juventus's defense, which was utterly incapable of effectively controlling the ball to organize their offense. "Elia, get tied on that damned number 10. Do not allow him to receive the ball and turn easily. Chen Long shouted at Elia on the field, his voice ringing out loud and clear for all to hear. Certainly, it is quite clear. And then the fourth official. Upon hearing this, the fourth official hurriedly approached Chen Long, signaling him to return to the substitute bench. You are not the coach and have no authority to give orders from the coaching area. Otherwise, we will have to expel you from the bench. The fourth official, a middle-aged man, spoke without any courtesy. Upon hearing this, Chen Long quickly realized that he was still a player. However, suddenly struck by an idea, he replied, "But I am also a coach." "Ah, Strini, quickly bring me my coaching license." He gestured toward Strini, who hurriedly rummaged through a folder and urgently handed over Chen Long's identification badge. Chen Long took it in hand and swiftly donned it around his neck, then flashed a smile at the fourth official. "My apologies, I forgot to bring it with me earlier. Now, may I give instructions?" The fourth official, taken aback by the presence of Chen Long's coaching badge, found himself at a loss for words and silently retreated. Yet, he couldn't help but ponder in disbelief. Is this lad not yet 20? When did he become a coach for Juventus? The world is becoming increasingly perplexing. However, halfway back, he turned around, almost having been deceived by the young man, remembering that there was something more important he needed to address. Mind your language. Do not use foul language on the field or utter unrefined words. The fourth official delivered this warning with utmost seriousness, appearing quite stern. Did I curse? That number 10 truly deserves it. Chen Long mused internally while nodding in acknowledgement, disregarding the official as he once again shouted onto the field, Marchisio. Do not always pass horizontally to Pirlo. Try to break through. Give it to me, charge at them fiercely, especially that left winger. His defensive abilities are non-existent. Go and obliterate him from the right side. What? How did this lad discern that? Chen Long's bold declarations had indeed caught the attention of Zico, who was astonished that Chen Long had accurately identified his left winger as a right-footed player. Chen Long's instruction for Marchisio to boldly break through on the right side indicated his understanding of the left winger's tendencies. Furthermore, Chen Long's urging for Marchisio not to pass to Pirlo was a clear recognition of the opponent's intent to stifle Pirlo's role as the orchestrator of their offense. Krasic. Press forward boldly and maintain a short distance with Higuain. Do not lose connection. Chen Long spoke these commands with audacity, completely disregarding the opposing side. He was utterly unconcerned whether they heard him or not, remarking that number 16 is just a mere vegetable, ripe for slicing. Take the ball, get past him, and utterly dominate him. As he said this, Chen Long could not resist a jab at the opposing defensive midfielder, number 16. Today, Crossi was positioned by Conte as an attacking midfielder, only to find himself ensnared by the opponent's brutal defense, leaving him disoriented. At that moment, he heard Chen Long shouting from the sidelines, which sparked a flicker of inspiration within him. Chen Long's ability to assess players is remarkably astute. This has been the consensus among the club's players over the past fortnight. He possesses an uncanny knack for discerning the technical attributes of opponents in a remarkably short span, identifying their weaknesses with precision. Throughout these 2 weeks, his teammates have faced numerous trials under Chen Long's guidance, so when he began issuing directives from the sidelines, each player swiftly adapted their style of play. The young man, Jike, could no longer contain himself. It is well known that his skills on the field are extraordinary, but when did he also begin to command the match with such audacity? The information gathered from the front was insufficiently detailed. How could such a crucial piece of information be overlooked? Jike cursed inwardly. Would he be outplayed by this young man today? Absolutely not. Just as he continued to berate Chen Long in his mind, Chen Long issued another command. Press forward. I want you to advance. The forwards of Fenerbahce are mere paper tigers. They possess no technical prowess whatsoever. Chiellini, your task is to closely mark that number 9. And Barzagli, you need not assist. Just ensure you keep a vigilant eye on number 11. Chen Long's voice grew increasingly louder, and the camera captured several close-ups of him. Each time he shouted, the lens would turn in his direction. At that moment, a peculiar scene unfolded on the pitch. Chen Long, who was originally a substitute, had stepped up to the coaching seat to direct the game. Meanwhile, Strini, who was supposed to be the acting head coach, sat calmly in the coaching area. Conte, who was suspended, chuckled from the stands, equally surprised by Chen Long's proactive approach to directing the match. This unexpected move yielded surprisingly positive results. With no worries about the game, Conte contemplated the prospects for his position. After Chen Long issued these commands, the players promptly executed his directives and Juventus transformed, reversing the precarious situation in the match. Meanwhile, Jike, who had been publicly humiliated by Chen Long, found not only his tactical intentions unraveled but also his players disparaged, which left him infuriated. Yet, in that moment, he was at a loss for a countermeasure, consumed by a sense of unease as he pondered his next steps. Chapter 94. The decapitation operation. In Chen Long's own words, he initially intended to utter even more provocative remarks to jolt his players. But considering the watchful gaze of the fourth official, he opted for a more refined approach. Under Chen Long's guidance, Juventus swiftly emerged from their slump, establishing a renewed identity in the match. Marchisio no longer merely passed the ball laterally to Pirlo. Instead, he heeded Chen Long's advice and opted for a courageous breakthrough against the opposing left midfielder and left back. The result was immediate. As he shed the pressure imposed by the opponent's robust physique and aggressive defense at the onset of the match, Krasic too emerged from his slump, displaying newfound agility and establishing harmonious communication with Higuain. Even when the opposing defensive midfielder resorted to fouls, it failed to diminish Krasic's confidence. As the front line expanded, they gained a significant advantage, while Juventus effectively restrained the opponent's attacking line, compelling Fenerbahce to retreat into their half. Pirlo finally escaped the torment of relentless defense, allowing him to engage calmly in the organization of the transition from defense to attack. With over 30 minutes into the match, it was Higuain who broke the deadlock with a flawlessly executed turn and strike, opening the door to victory for Juventus. On the sidelines, Chen Long was ecstatic, dancing with exuberance, executing a perfect leap in the air before rushing to the coaching bench to embrace Strini tightly, a testament to his overwhelming excitement. This goal can be attributed significantly to his contributions, had he not stepped forward in a timely manner to direct the team. It is likely that the opponents would have been celebrating instead. Zico, unable to maintain his composure any longer, turned and cast a venomous glare at Chen Long, akin to a sumptuous feast being suddenly invaded by a filthy fly, rendering the entire meal inedible, now a delicacy exclusively for the intruder. Stunned, Fenerbahce found themselves utterly defenseless in the subsequent moments, their technical shortcomings leaving them gasping for breath. During the stoppage time of the first half, they fell prey once more to Higuain, who exploited their defensive lapses to score. Thus, the first half concluded with a score of 2-0. According to Zico's expectations, his team should have at least been level or leading Juventus by a goal. Instead, the outcome was the opposite, prompting him to storm back to the dressing room in a fit of anger. On the Juventus side, upon the conclusion of the half, the players approached Chen Long one by one, exchanging greetings before joyfully retreating to the locker room. Inside, Strini left the floor open for Chen Long to speak. At that moment, Chen Long refrained from elaborating, merely stating, "Seize the opportunity to strike while they are down. Pursue the victory relentlessly." "Is that all? I thought you had more cunning plans," Marchisio teased while sipping water. "Indeed, there are no more. We must deny Fenerbahce any chance to breathe or counterattack. We need to maintain our dominance and not allow them to rise again. Regardless of their roughness, we are not to be trifled with. In the second half, let us aim to reduce their numbers on the field, allowing us to celebrate early," Chen Long declared with pride. Strini, with a serious expression, reminded him, while maintaining a compact and aggressive approach is wise, we must not grow complacent or think of celebrating prematurely. Upon hearing this, Chen Long realized his hubris and hastily agreed, "The old man speaks wisely. We must not underestimate them. Let us aim for more goals, to incapacitate them entirely." His words, however, sent a chill through his teammates, as if he were suggesting a gruesome act. 15 minutes of halftime swiftly passed, and the second half commenced. It was unclear what Zico had conveyed during the break, but subtle changes began to unfold on the field, with two unfamiliar faces now introduced. South Americans? Observing the newcomers, Chen Long surmised that Zico's substitutions were a clear signal to bolster their offensive strategy, shifting from a European defensive approach to one focused on aggression. No longer matching us in brutality or stamina. "All right, since you wish to attack, it is now our turn to be bold," he whispered to Strini, who nodded in agreement, and then called out for Pepe. Shortly thereafter, Giovinco exited the field, making way for Pepe. 3 defensive midfielders? This little deviant is utterly shameless. Zico noticed that the opposing team had also made substitutions, bringing on a defensive midfielder, clearly indicating their intent to confront him directly. Juventus adopted a 4-3-2-1 formation, with Marchisio retreating into the center. This Christmas tree formation had once been masterfully employed by Ancelotti to great effect, yet sadly, Juventus now lacked a formidable playmaker to drive the team forward. Originally, Chen Long would have been the most suitable candidate. However, among the three defensive midfielders, there was the legendary Pirlo, whom Ancelotti had once held in high regard. In this formidable setup, Zico's team struggled to find any openings while remaining vigilant against Higuaín's potential strikes. The match's direction should not have unfolded in this manner. It was the abrupt tactical adjustments made in the first half that had led to such a scenario. Zico's frustration mounted as he pondered how the media would ridicule him post-match, especially if they compared him to that little deviant. As the game reached the 70-minute mark, Juventus substituted Cáceres for Barzagli, further solidifying their defensive line. By the 80-minute mark, the score remained 2-0, and the main character of this match, Chen Long, stepped onto the field. He replaced Higuaín and, as he exited, he affectionately said, "Gua, don't worry, I won't overshadow you in this match. I'll settle for just one goal." In calling Higuaín Gua, he instinctively recalled the croaking of frogs in the laboratory, habitually making this jest. One might assume he felt a twinge of guilt, likening Higuaín to one of his lab subjects. If Higuaín were to discover Chen Long's thoughts, one wonders what his feelings would be. The match finally approached its conclusion, marking the beginning of a new chapter for the little swift man. For Chen Long, the game was just beginning. Meanwhile, Zico felt his heart race inexplicably. He was unaware of what the fabled little swift man would bring forth. Chapter 95, a lone journey. Although the match did not unfold according to Chen Long's pre-game strategy, Juventus maintained control, and the score remained static until Chen Long's entrance. "I want to etch my name in the Champions League, to chase after the likes of Ronaldo and Messi, and then surpass the greats like Raul and Van Basten, becoming the true number one in Champions League history." Chen Long thought fervently as he stepped onto the pitch. Did he have the right to think this way? Absolutely. Although this was his debut in the Champions League and his goal tally stood at 0, he possessed unparalleled talent and a rejuvenated stamina. Why shouldn't he aspire for greatness? After the introduction of Chen Long, Juventus has masterfully executed their defensive counterattacks. Scoring against an Italian defense? Quite the Herculean task. Yet Zico's team appears undeterred by such obstacles. Whether they lose by 2 goals or 3, they ponder why not aim for the stars, at least giving themselves a glimmer of hope. Thus, the offense-oriented Zico passionately urges his players to press forward, leaving one to wonder if this is a genuine tactical intention or merely an impulsive reaction to his inner turmoil. Regardless, he signals for his players to advance. However, Chen Long's presence fills him with trepidation. As a team competing in the Champions League, underestimating opponents could lead to self-sabotage. Failing to comprehend every player's nuances can result in dire consequences, which one must ultimately bear alone. Zico has scrutinized Chen Long, yet he finds himself at a loss. Fortunately, this enigmatic prodigy can only wreak havoc for a mere 5 minutes. Thus, Zico chooses to disregard Chen Long for the first 80 minutes, intending to contain him in the final moments. Little did he anticipate that before he could even initiate his containment strategy, Chen Long had already dealt him 2 resounding blows, leaving him incapable of countering. Having been struck down, Zico contemplates a desperate bid to salvage some pride on Juventus's home turf. Reflecting on his professional career, he wonders when he last experienced such a humiliating predicament. After Higuaín's departure, Chen Long steps up to occupy the forward position, a role that has never appeared in Conte's tactical framework. Unexpectedly, during his first impromptu command, he alters the coach's strategy. It remains uncertain whether the wily coach will be displeased. As Chen Long wanders the front line, he contemplates his actions. This tactical shift is not without a tinge of selfishness, contrary to his boasts to teammates and coaches. He envisions a scenario where he can showcase his prowess as a lone striker. An experiment? Indeed, it is an experiment. After all, has he replicated numerous skills just yesterday? Today, he yearns to unleash Kak's techniques on the pitch, eager to ascertain whether the legends hold true. With this notion firmly planted in his mind, he gradually steers the game in this direction. To realize this ambition, he implored Yi Shanshan the previous night to prepare him 2 extra bowls of herbal medicine, which he consumed heartily, unafraid of the potential repercussions. The outcome, while not fatal, certainly intensifies the effects of the medicine, amplifying its potency tenfold or even 100-fold compared to his previous experiences. Consequently, not only did he revel in the experience, but Canaris, who awaited at home, also enjoyed a delightful night, shielded from the prying eyes of the numerous journalists lurking outside. With unwavering determination and fervor, Chen Long eagerly anticipates the ball at his feet. Yet, occupying the foremost position, he wonders if he can truly fulfill his aspirations. Seizing the opportunity presented by the opponent's corner kick, he did not linger at the forefront. Instead, he exchanged positions with Krasic and retreated to the center of the penalty area to defend against the corner. This peculiar behavior aroused the curiosity of the opposing players. Yet they dared not let their guard down. The defensive midfielder closely shadowed him, unwilling to take the risk of advancing to contest the opportunity for a shot. Who has ever heard of setting predetermined methods for playing and scoring in football? It has never been done before, yet at this moment, this peculiar player was contemplating just that, ready to execute his plan. He even thought that the more defenders there were, the better his chances of breaking through would be. Good heavens, if everyone knew that this was his mindset, they would be astounded. Even the likes of Maradona, Ronaldo, and Messi could not fathom a player who would establish a scoring route for himself while desiring more defenders. This individual was not merely psychologically unusual. He was a true anomaly on the field. Aside from the goalkeeper, Fenerbahce, he had 3 center-backs remaining in the back line, while the rest of the team pressed forward toward the edge of the penalty area. Meanwhile, Chen Long remained in position. What was this lad up to? Did he not want to score? Conte, in the stands, was perplexed, unsure of what trick Chen Long was about to pull, but given his commanding performance that day, he decided to let him be. Zico, observing Chen Long's actions, felt a slight sense of relief. After all, it was most fearsome when Chen Long stood ahead. He certainly did not wish to be caught off guard by Chen Long at the last moment, which would leave him utterly humiliated. As the corner was taken, it sailed directly toward the back post. That was where Alex was positioned, but Elias stayed tightly attached to him. Neither could gain an advantage over the other, and Elias' height was inherently a disadvantage. Just as it seemed Alex was about to seize the opportunity, Cazares emerged from an unexpected angle, leaping high to powerfully head the ball out of the penalty area amidst their physical tussle. The ball landed right at the feet of Yunar, a forward who had just been substituted in and possessed a remarkable long-range shooting ability. A golden opportunity had fallen from the sky, and Yunar certainly would not let it slip away. He swiftly drew back his leg, assuming a poised stance to unleash a shot. Initially, Chiellini was close beside him, but during the corner kick, he had retreated to challenge for a header, thus losing his proximity. Yunar seized the moment, striking the ball with great force as it sped towards the goal. However, at the instant his foot made contact, another powerful leg surged in from an angle, striking the ball in the opposite direction. The 2 legs collided, with the stronger one prevailing. Yunar inadvertently leaned forward. There was no foul, as it was a side interception, and the ball remained at the feet of the other player. Chen Long. How did this lad end up there? Just moments ago, he had been wandering nearby, yet in an instant, he intercepted the ball with remarkable